Chapter 1. The Journey Through Time. Zhu Long meandered through the fossil exhibition of the museum. His presence here not born out of any profound cultivation or erudition, but rather due to the whispers of friends about the abundance of beautiful women. The mere thought of an unexpected encounter with a striking lady brushed past him was enough to ignite his imagination. Despite being a member of the Lonely Hearts Brigade, Zhu Long harbored a yearning for a love that could rival the most captivating romances naturally. This remained a mere aspiration, for a monthly salary barely exceeding 2,000 yuan left him with a scant 500 after rent, utilities, and living expenses. Thus, the allure of beauty was always a distant dream, or perhaps a fleeting fantasy experienced through the glow of a smartphone screen. A man who stuttered at the mere prospect of speaking to a girl had little hope for success. After wandering the museum for a good 10 minutes, Zhu Long encountered no vision of his ideal goddess. He did, however, spot a few lovely ladies, only to find them accompanied by dashing gentlemen, which dissuaded him from indulging in any self-deprecating pursuits. Perhaps I should just call it a day and return to the comfort of my bed. How delightful it would be to simply drift off to sleep rather than wander aimlessly here, Zhu Long pondered. Yet a twinge of reluctance held him back. After all, he'd spent over 20 yuan on the ticket. The thought of leaving empty-handed stirred a sense of regret. Why not peruse these fossils, then? It could serve to enrich my knowledge, he reasoned, seeking justification to linger a little longer. Upon closer inspection, Zhu Long discovered the remarkable variety of fossils displayed, which indeed justified the cost of admission. Among the ancient relics were a plethora of prehistoric creatures, including an impressive assortment of dinosaur fossils. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon an extraordinary elongated fossil, stretching several meters in length, resembling the remains of a long-extinct serpent. Yet it bore two forelimbs. Could it possibly be a fossil of an ancient dinosaur, previously unknown to him? Circling the fossil, he finally located the accompanying description carved into black marble. The small script read, dating back 19 million years. This specimen does not belong to any known dinosaur species, yet its form bears a striking resemblance to the legendary Huaxia dragon. Zhu Long murmured incredulously, "What absolute nonsense! A Huaxia dragon? Surely, this must be a previously undiscovered species of serpent in this 21st century. How can a museum publish such absurdities?" With a resigned shake of his head, Zhu Long found his initial interest in the exhibit entirely extinguished. Raising his gaze to the skull of the colossal serpent, a smirk of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. Huaxia dragon? Ridiculous! Just as he prepared to turn away, a sudden flash of purple light emanated from the dark eye sockets of the skull, piercing through Zhu Long's eyes and mind. In that moment, it felt as though he vanished from this world altogether. Segmentation line. Beneath a crimson sky, the clouds danced in vibrant hues, yet this breathtaking spectacle went unnoticed by any observer. All around, individuals clad in identical protective suits hurried about, their forms markedly different from that of ordinary humans. Indeed, while many appeared distinctly human, a notable difference was that they possessed an additional tail and exhibited a more robust physique. Within the highest hospital of the capital city, Mulin, on the planet Vegeta, a mother gazed tenderly at her newborn child as her own body began to don a protective suit. "Lady, really? Are you certain you don't wish to rest for a moment? You've just given birth," a green-skinned alien remarked, fear evident in his demeanor, hesitant to question her frenzied decision to leave so soon after delivery. "Enough of your prattle. I am not one of those lowly warriors. I am of noble blood. This minor inconvenience has no bearing on me. All I require is for you to locate the whereabouts of Kluosa," Riley replied, gently placing her infant into a nearby cradle. "Very well, Lady Riley. Lord Kluosa is currently at the Mimban planet in Zone 45. Shall I prepare a spacecraft for your immediate departure?" The green-skinned alien, upon receiving a nod from Riley, produced a device to relay the necessary notifications. "By the way, almost forgot to ask, what is my son's combat power? And has a name been decided?" Riley completed her attire with a final pair of gloves, her demeanor exuding confidence. "Apologies, Lady Riley, but newborns cannot be assessed for combat power. We must wait a day until his condition stabilizes for an accurate measurement. As for a name, that too requires a computer-generated random selection, where you may choose one now," the green-skinned being patiently explained. Very well. I shall delay that discussion until my return. Naming can be quite the hassle. Well, save the combat value. As a celebratory gift for our triumphant return, I entrust my son's care to you. I must be off. Really cast him a glance before departing. In less than 10 minutes, a small spacecraft departed from the planet Vegeta, heading towards the Mimban planet. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed yet. For the Mimban planet, this duration felt like an eternity, as the once thriving and bountiful world had been reduced to desolation. The culprit behind this calamity was but 5 individuals, one of whom was a woman. These 5 legendary warriors, the most formidable of combat races, had wrought this devastation. Though the inhabitants of the Mimban planet possessed certain abilities and technological prowess, they appeared utterly feeble in the face of the relentless Saiyans. Kluosa, I hear your son has been born. You must be planning to treat us all to a drink upon your return, boomed a bald Saiyan, standing atop the carcass of a massive beast, occasionally slicing off pieces of flesh to consume, blood staining his hands as he laughed with a long-haired companion nearby. Indeed, my son will undoubtedly grow to be a powerful warrior. However, the tasks assigned by King Frieza have been numerous lately. I doubt I shall remain for long before duty calls again. The long-haired man replied, reclining upon a rock, seemingly uninterested in the carnage. The only female Saiyan, crouching by a fire to cook their meal, suddenly turned and remarked, "Yes, she rushed over here immediately after giving birth. It has now been a month, and still no name has been chosen. I wonder what his combat potential might be. My expectations are set at over 80 points. I hope he does not disappoint." Kluosa smiled slightly. Really, there is no need for concern with my noble bloodline. This child's combat power cannot be low after all. My standards are quite high by now. I hope to witness a combat power exceeding 150 points. Only then would he truly be worthy of being my son. Really shot Kluosa a sidelong glance, cautioning, 150 points? I advise you to temper your expectations. Exceeding 120 points within a month of birth is already a rarity. Be wary of setting your hopes too high. Huh, have you not heard the rumors? Kluosa retorted, taking a hearty bite of meat. Rumors? This question piqued the interest of the others. With a fierce swallow, Kluosa continued, "It is the rumor of the prince. I heard that Prince Dar had a terrifying combat power of over 500 at birth." 500? Are you jesting? Kluosa, that is simply impossible. What an unfathomable talent, exclaimed another slightly plump Saiyan, who had been resting on the ground, now rising in disbelief and shock. The revelation was akin to a bombshell detonating among them. Not only the plump Saiyan, but all were left speechless, overwhelmed by the news. Thus far, the highest recorded combat power at birth on the planet Vegeta had been a mere 219 points, making Prince Dar's alleged 500 points utterly incredulous. Really drew in a sharp breath. 500? That is a combat power typical of noble children at 7 or 8 years old. Well, Kluosa, I now understand your high expectations for our son's potential. It must be quite taxing to coexist in the same era as such a formidable talent. It matters not. I have faith in him. I believe our son will emerge as a powerful warrior, for he is indeed my son. Kluosa, he embraced really tightly, casting his gaze toward the approaching spacecraft, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Having just finished his meal, the prospect of post-dining exercise was an unexpected delight for Kluosa. Prepare for battle, everyone. Not only Kluosa, but as the extraterrestrial beings approached, the sensors of the others also detected the imminent threat. Hey, Kluosa, should we transform into our great ape forms? The enemy's combat power is no trivial matter. We've already detected 3 individuals with power levels exceeding 5,000. The slightly plump Saiyan frowned as he observed the data on the scanner. Though they belonged to the noble class, they were merely of moderate rank from planet Vegeta, with their lowest combat power just surpassing 5,000 and the highest around 7,000. Indeed, this may pose quite a challenge for you. For your safety, it would be wise to transform. However, the skies are shrouded in dark clouds. Please ascend to a higher altitude to change before descending. Kluosa, as the captain, recognized that such formidable foes could jeopardize his team's lives and deemed it prudent for them to transform quickly to resolve the situation. "And what about you? Will you not transform?" Really inquired, her gaze fixed on Kluosa with curiosity. Kluosa shook his head and explained, "My combat power is nearing 10,000, although I have surpassed the peak of my youth. There remains room for growth. If I can harness the energy of these formidable opponents to elevate my own power, I could very well exceed 10,000. All right, then do take care," Riley replied before joining the others and ascending towards the heavens in less than half a minute. Thunderous roars echoed through the sky as the great apes descended slowly. This wave must represent the last vestiges of resistance from this planet, correct? My scanner has detected no further presence of the Mobo people thus. Let us conclude this swiftly and return home. I am quite eager to see how my son is faring. Kluosa erupted with a fierce aura and charged towards the three strongest adversaries. Half a day later, 5 small spacecraft lifted off from Mobo Planet, accelerating into the far reaches of the cosmos. Chapter 2. The Fleeting Power of 50,000. In the finest hospital of Mulin City, the capital of planet Vegeta, Kluosa stood outside the infant care room, gazing at his son with a contented smile. What name did the computer randomly generate? Sapphire? That's quite a decent name. Kluosa mused as he read the label affixed to the care room CAC. Has my son's combat power been tested yet? The one being questioned was the green-skinned caretaker who had been attending to Riley. CAC responded respectfully. Lord Kluosa, not yet, for according to tradition, it is the parents who reveal the results of the initial combat power test thus. We have refrained from conducting it over the past fortnight. Awaiting your return, my apologies. I will retrieve the results of the child's other examinations shortly. I see. Then Kluosa activated the scanner, directing it towards Sapphire, and lightly pressed the button. 50,100,200. It's still increasing. No, this cannot be. It has already surpassed 1,000, and there are no signs of it stopping. This is impossible. The device must be malfunctioning. The astonishing combat figure displayed on the scanner left Kluosa in a state of shock. 50,000. A mere newborn possessing a combat power of 50,000? No way. It must be a device error, Kluosa declared, turning off the scanner and restarting it to aim at Sapphire once more. 100,150,210. It has stopped, huh? I knew it. The device must have been faulty earlier. In the briefest moment, Kluosa failed to notice the cold sweat trickling down his body from sheer astonishment. How do you find it, Lord Kluosa? Are you satisfied with your son's combat power? The green-skinned caretaker approached Kluosa, bearing Sapphire's examination report, and inquired softly. If parents were exceedingly pleased with their child's combat prowess, their caretaker could expect a substantial reward. Overwhelmed with shock, Kluosa, who boasted nearly 10,000 in combat power, failed to notice anyone drawing near. However, he soon reacted, bursting into hearty laughter. Delighted, of course. CAC, go to the task hall and collect 50,000, baby. Just tell them it's a request from me, Kluosa. Oh, thank you for your generosity. I must ask, what is Lord Sapphire's combat power? You appear exceedingly pleased. The green-skinned caretaker, well-versed in the art of flattery, knew such praise would further elevate Kluosa's mood. Moreover, Kluosa's lavish reward would equate to nearly a year's salary, much to his delight. 210 points. Please ensure you record this in the computer files. I want everyone to see just how extraordinary my son Kluosa's talents are. Kluosa was thoroughly satisfied with this number, as he had initially hoped for a result of merely over 150 points, which had far exceeded his expectations. At that moment, Riley was approaching with a few others from her team, indicating that the matters regarding their mission had been resolved. What's the matter? Riley glanced at the maintenance room, her brow furrowing slightly as she murmured, Sapphire. Kluosa turned to her. What's wrong? Don't like it? If so, you can choose another name, and I'll have them change it immediately. Riley shook her head, replying, never mind. It sounds quite pleasant, and naming can be rather troublesome. Let it be. Then, my son shall be called Sapphire. Hey, Kluosa, you must have tested the child's initial combat power, right? Are you satisfied? Kluosa smiled slightly. Of course, as my son, Sapphire cannot possibly be a failure. This lad possesses remarkable combat talent. He has already achieved over 200 in combat power merely a month after birth. It brings me great joy. Although he still falls short of the prince, he is already quite formidable. Is that so? Then we should celebrate. Riley pulled a card from her pocket and handed it to Kluosa. Here, 50 million baby is the reward for conquering Mom Bin Star. IVE already distributed the other 50 million among them, so I'll use my share of 10 million for our celebration. Very well, you can arrange these matters. Remember, the banquet for the birth of my son Kluosa must be impeccable. I want all the noble families to attend. As for the invitations to a few of the great nobles and the Saiyan king, I shall personally handle that, after exchanging greetings with the others. Kluosa turned and departed, as he had many matters to attend to and could not linger. Hey, Bosi, did you hear that? The bald Saiyan inquired of his counterpart. Did Kluosa just mention that the child's combat power is over 200? Did he say 200? The two Saiyans exchanged incredulous glances. Beep. 210. The slightly plump Saiyan standing nearby remained remarkably composed as he checked with his scouter. Though he was mentally prepared, the revealed combat power still astonished him. Rueli laughed heartily and then patted the bald Saiyan on the shoulder. Rio, I ascend my son impressive. Remember to train that Naba well when you return. Don't let him embarrass you. After all, he comes from noble blood. If his combat power doesn't reach the elite warrior standard by adulthood, it would be quite disgraceful. Observing Rio's despondent expression, the others erupted into laughter. Though they all knew that Rio's son Naba had decent potential, he was exceedingly lazy and rarely trained, resulting in consistently mediocre combat power. Humph, don't worry, when I return, that Naba won't have it so easy. Rio resolved to train Naba rigorously upon his return. Otherwise, how could he keep up with Sapphire? Given Kluosa's son possessed such talent, he would undoubtedly become a prominent figure among the Saiyans. With combat power exceeding 10,000, in the future, he would surely hold significant status, providing ample shade under the great tree. Originally, Rio had followed Kluosa, and if he wished for Naba to accompany Sapphire, he would evidently need to exert more effort. The group observed Rio's contemplative demeanor, silently praying for little Naba. In the year 732 of the IGG calendar, a super genius emerged on planet Vegeta. The Saiyan prince, Dar, was born with a combat power exceeding 800. Once the news spread, it ignited a frenzy across the planet. The Saiyan king declared a 10-day holiday for all, leading to worldwide celebrations. Meanwhile, the originally talented Sapphire appeared remarkably ordinary in the shadow of this prince, attracting little attention until Kluosa hosted a banquet for numerous nobles, where it circulated within noble circles that Kluosa had indeed fathered a fine son with commendable talent. But that was all. On the other hand, Naba remained oblivious to how he had offended his father, or whether his father had suddenly decided to conduct an unexpected inspection of his training progress over the past 2 months. Deep down, Naba knew he had only visited the training grounds twice during that period, each time for merely half a day. Naturally, the results of the surprise inspection were better left unspoken. What he had anticipated as a joyful holiday to celebrate the princess' birth turned into a rigorous training regimen enforced by his father, leaving him quite dejected over the past few days. However, the intense training had indeed bolstered his strength significantly, not disappointing Rio's heartfelt intentions, and directly resulted in Naba no longer daring to be so lazy. 3 years later, uncertain how long he had been unconscious, Zhulong gradually awakened from his stupor, soon realizing he was in a warm, soft space, a sensation that felt exceedingly comfortable. Yet, he also discovered an issue. He seemed unable to leave this place. Eventually, Zhulong came to terms with it. Staying in this space didn't seem so bad. Even without the need to breathe or eat, he felt his body was quite healthy and vigorous. Finally, one day, he sensed he could no longer remain there. That a peculiar force seemed to be influencing Zhulong. The once comforting ambience now turned hostile, compressing the space around him, as if attempting to smother him. Why, is this how it ends? Just as despair was about to consume Zhulong, a glimmer of hope appeared before him. Seizing this last lifeline, he fought against the force, desperately striving to break free. Struggle. Zhulong exerted every ounce of strength, refusing to yield at long last. He escaped the place he once cherished, but which now repelled him. Lady Rueli, you have given birth to a son, judging by the child's strength. He will undoubtedly become a formidable warrior. Suddenly thrust into this world, Zhulong initially found himself somewhat disoriented. However, with the passage of time, he gradually adapted to the environment here. More importantly, he realized he was in the legendary world of Dragon Ball. Moreover, he was part of the universe's mightiest warrior race, the Saiyans. This revelation filled Zhulong with excitement, leading to sleepless nights filled with anticipation. Thus, from a young age, he diligently engaged in combat training, which endeared him to Kluosa. 3 swift years passed, and now Zhulong was 4 years old. No, He should now be called Sapphire. After years of acclimatization, Sapphire decided to embrace his Saiyan name, avoiding unnecessary complications. Though he had yet to enroll in a noble school for systematic combat training, he had already learned quite a bit from his father, Kluosa. As a high-ranking noble, he was treated differently from lower-class Saiyans. A Saiyan with exceptional combat talent like him would receive focused training rather than being cast onto some lowly planet to develop at random. After Sapphire turned 2, Kluosa ceased to accept tasks from the mission hall for conquering planets and chose instead to dedicate his time to teaching his son. Although Rueli had initially planned to stay and instruct, Kluosa ultimately felt it was best that he himself guided his son. Meanwhile, Rueli, Rio, and others continued to take on some conquest tasks. But the absence of Kluosa, their primary combat force, resulted in slightly lower-level planets being conquered and reduced payouts. However, the others bore no complaints. As for Saiyans, earning money was secondary. The primary joy lay in the thrill of battle. For an entire year, Kluosa remained home, imparting countless combat experiences and techniques to Sapphire. As expected, the year of rigorous training bore fruit. Sapphire's combat power surged from a mere 200 at birth to over 800. Although this was an astonishing feat compared to many, Kluosa remained dissatisfied. Just yesterday, Kluosa learned of Prince Dar's combat power exceeding 1,500, a revelation that weighed heavily on his heart. Plunging him into despair, he trained Sapphire tirelessly for an entire day, determined to enhance his power, even if just a little. As for Sapphire, he harbored no grievances, perhaps influenced by his Saiyan bloodline. He found himself increasingly enamored with combat and the exhilarating sensation of growing stronger. Regardless of the hardship or exhaustion, he was willing to persevere. Moreover, with a mindset akin to one in his 20s, he naturally wouldn't indulge in laziness like other children. After several days of intense training, Sapphire gradually adapted to this rigorous regimen. However, upon waking this morning, he noticed that his father Kluosa was not in his combat attire but rather dressed casually. "Father, are we not training today?" Sapphire asked. Observing Kluosa reclining leisurely with a drink, Kluosa shook his head. "Today is not a day off from training. Rather, there is something more important for you to do. Now that you have turned 3, it is time for you to enter the noble school for your studies. Moreover, I am quite uneasy about leaving your mother alone on the front lines. Therefore, I am preparing to rush over tomorrow to support them. I have already transferred your living expenses and other costs onto the school's electronic card." Kluosa paused, a flicker of reluctance passing through his eyes, and then he produced a card. "Take this card. The funds within should suffice for your needs." Sapphire silently accepted the card. Despite being in his 20s, he was not easily moved, yet he could feel the deep concern and care that Kluosa had for him at all times. "My son, Sapphire," Kluosa suddenly exclaimed loudly. Years of training had proven effective, and Sapphire quickly responded, standing at attention. "Yes. Do you have confidence in becoming the most outstanding and powerful warrior?" "Yes, father. I will not disappoint your expectations. I shall become the strongest Saiyan warrior." As he watched the small spaceship gradually recede into the distance, Sapphire, holding the card tightly, fell into deep contemplation. Ultimately, he would have to rely on himself, with planet Vegeta still intact. There was still time. Sapphire had only read the Dragon Ball manga when he was quite young. It had been over a decade since then, and many details had faded from his memory. Yet he still remembered a few key enemies that he knew that Goku's birth coincided with the destruction of planet Vegeta, but he could not recall Goku's Saiyan name. The only bosses he vaguely remembered were Piccolo, Dal, Frieza, Cell, and Majin Buu. However, he was confident that his own strength had already surpassed that of Piccolo from many years later, so he had no need for concern. Dal, on the other hand, was the target he aspired to surpass. He recalled that Frieza was the culprit behind the destruction of planet Vegeta, and at that time, Dal had been quite young, but the specifics of his age were unclear. He assumed it must have been just a few years ago. As these thoughts crossed his mind, an invisible pressure began to weigh down on Sapphire, making it hard for him to breathe. Frieza, to him, that figure still seemed impossibly formidable. Yet, it appeared that Dal was born in the same year as himself. Shaking his head to dismiss such convoluted thoughts, Sapphire resolved to grow stronger, until he could face Frieza head-on. He realized that Frieza was now his foremost enemy, wasn't he? Suddenly, Sapphire paused, then let out a self-deprecating smile. "With my current fighting power, I likely wouldn't even qualify as a contender against Frieza, would I?" Feeling the inadequacy within himself, Sapphire's desire for immense power intensified. gazing at the noble school's qualification card in his hand. He murmured, "Father, rest assured, I will become strong, continuously stronger, until I am the mightiest Saiyan." Chapter 4. Enrollment. He hailed a vehicle and arrived at the esteemed Saiyan Training Institution, the first high combat academy of Vegeta. Though Sapphire had never been here, he was already quite familiar with its reputation. This academy gathered the highest-ranking Saiyan nobles and the most exceptionally talented warriors, maintaining exceedingly strict standards for new admissions. Although there were over 1,000,000 Saiyans on the entire planet, only 500 were admitted every 3 years. Most students accepted into this institution were extraordinarily gifted warriors whose battle power exceeded 100 at birth, or the offspring of high-ranking noble families. However, since Saiyans revered strength, while high-ranking noble children could join freely, they were expected to possess a battle power of at least 60 at birth, as they carried the purest Saiyan bloodline. Even the weakest children born into such families would not have excessively low battle power. Sapphire vaguely recalled Goku's peculiar birth data, which was merely 2, but he knew that both Goku and his father Bardock were exceptional cases. Generally, low-ranking warriors were born with power levels between 5 to 15 and were sent to lower-tier planets for life training. If they unfortunately perished, it was of little consequence. Previously, Sapphire had come across information indicating that the survival rate for such children was only 30%. Most low-ranking warriors were brought back to planet Vegeta at the age of 15, where they would undergo combat training and partake in planetary conquest missions until they reached 20, at which point they would enjoy a degree of freedom. The next tier comprised low-ranking nobles, whose battle power at birth ranged from 15 to 30, and although not exceptionally high, they represented the backbone of the Saiyan race, making them valuable and not easily discarded. Consequently, they typically studied at lower-tier schools until they had acquired sufficient battle power for self-defense. By the age of 10, the survival rate for noble children was significantly higher than that of low-ranking warriors, approximately maintaining a 90% survival rate. A step further up was the middle-ranking nobility, with battle powers ranging from 30 to 60. While high-ranking nobles boasted powers of at least 60. The royal family of planet Vegeta had never had a member with a power level below 100. So each generation consisted of royal members possessing the strongest powers. Sapphire, being a member of the high-ranking nobility, had a renowned father, Kluosa, who was a formidable figure among the high-ranking nobles. However, high-ranking nobles were scarce. Among the 100,000 Saiyans, there were only about 100 high-ranking families. Most students who attended the first High Combat Academy were high-ranking nobles, with only a few exceptional middle-ranking noble children. Low-ranking nobles were virtually unheard of in such an esteemed institution. However, exceptions occasionally arose, with particularly outstanding low-ranking nobles or warriors being accepted, though such children were exceedingly rare. The nature of Saiyans dictated that they could never passively enjoy life, and children were raised in a free-range manner, resulting in their remarkable independence and self-sufficiency. As Sapphire caught sight of the academy's grandeur from a distance, with towering buildings that he had never seen before. He was struck by their unique architectural style, likely a product of otherworldly influences. After all, he did not believe that most Saiyans, with their muscle-bound physiques, possessed such artistic sensibilities. As he drew closer to the first academy, he noticed that it lacked the bustling atmosphere typical of other educational institutions, and instead appeared quite tranquil. Occasionally, he would spot 1 or 2 children earnestly studying their information before resolutely stepping into the academy. Given that only 500 students were admitted every 3 years, even with a single day for enrollment, the atmosphere felt rather subdued. Moreover, most adult Saiyans were engaged in battles outside, leaving no sight of these children's parents. For Saiyans, needing parental care at such an age was indeed a source of shame. Upon entering the academy, Sapphire did not feel as if he had stepped into an intellectual haven. Rather, he experienced a thrilling sensation akin to entering a battlefield. Instead of discomfort, he relished the sudden surge of emotion. Perhaps it was the Saiyan bloodline stirring within him, but he could not deny that he was now fervently yearning for combat. On the first day of school, the entrance to the academy was already bustling with extraterrestrial beings ready to assist. While planet Vegeta was predominantly Saiyan, a substantial number of immigrants from other planets resided there. Nevertheless, the highest status remained with the Saiyans. Thus, tasks deemed too trivial for them were delegated to other extraterrestrial beings. As the aliens noticed Sapphire approaching, they quickly recognized him as a noble child due to his distinctive tail and hurried to greet him. "I am Phil, one of the receptionists of this academy. Please address me as such. I am here to assist you during your stay at the academy. Allow me to guide you to the enrollment office, where you may also procure some daily necessities. Sapphire nodded, and, upon glancing in the direction from which Phil had come, noticed a line of similarly dressed receptionists standing with solemn expressions, clearly well-trained for their roles, each awaiting the arrival of the next student. Every student was assigned a specific servant by the academy to help gather information and manage mundane tasks, allowing them ample time to focus on honing their combat skills. Following Phil's lead, Sapphire busied himself for an entire morning completing all necessary procedures. Although the academy's checks and management were exceedingly rigorous, the facilities were impressively comprehensive. Leaving Sapphire in awe, he surmised that such efficiency must have been a product of the administration by individuals from other planets. Nevertheless, regardless of who managed it, the Saiyans would always hold the highest status on planet Vegeta, and even those who had slain members of other races would face little punishment, usually only compensated. Phil continued to enthusiastically detail the layout of the academy and various essential considerations. After their exchange, Phil evidently learned the young Scion's name, Lord Sapphire. Just around the corner is your private villa. You will need to use your card to unlock the door for the first time. I apologize for my inability to accompany you. As Phil was enthusiastically introducing Sapphire, he failed to notice a few individuals approaching from the opposite direction and inadvertently collided with them. Upon looking up, he found himself face to face with a fellow Saiyan child, accompanied by several others who appeared to be his companions. However, what set this child apart was his distinctive upright tower-like hairstyle, coupled with a confident smirk that had faded, clearly indicating his displeasure at the recent incident. Phil reacted swiftly, bowing deeply with one hand pressed to his chest, and respectfully exclaimed, "My apologies, esteemed one. It was my oversight that caused our collision. I humbly seek your forgiveness." The petite leader of the group scoffed dismissively and turned away, disregarding Phil entirely. Polite as ever, Phil stepped aside to allow them to pass. The other Saiyans followed the leader. One at the back turned and spat towards Phil, unabashedly cursing, "Trash." Chapter 5. Archenemy Vegeta. Sapphire observed the entire scene with a cold gaze. He found no fault in Phil's respectful demeanor or his sincere apology. As a member of the Saiyan nobility, he was well aware of his standing. To him, such interactions were entirely normal. However, the words of that last individual were perplexing. Were they a veiled insult directed at him? Regardless, the remark had crossed Sapphire's threshold of tolerance. Saiyans were not known for their temperance, and even an unintentional slight could provoke Sapphire's ire. "Stop right there." Sapphire turned sharply, addressing the offender with authority. The rather unremarkable Saiyan halted, glancing back at Sapphire, and inquired, "Are you speaking to me? Apologize, and I may let you off lightly." Sapphire regarded him coldly. He had already learned from Phil's introduction that skirmishes were commonplace at this school. As long as one did not kill their opponent, there would be no repercussions. In fact, such behavior was often encouraged. "Apologize? You think a mere newcomer like you can demand that of me?" The boy showed no regard for Sapphire. Considering himself superior as a senior student with more experience in both academics and combat, he firmly believed that his prowess far exceeded that of Sapphire, as they both hailed from noble bloodlines. "I will count to 5. If you do not apologize by then, you will discover just how formidable my fists are," the arrogant brat declared, dismissing Sapphire as merely a child. Sapphire, however, was undeterred. His father had told him that aside from that prodigious prince, he was invincible among those under 10 years of age. Saiyans matured rapidly in their early years, yet their combat abilities did not advance as swiftly. It was only after reaching the age of 10 and continuing until 20 that their powers would significantly increase, often expanding 8 to 12 times their initial strength. While younger Saiyans experienced gradual growth, it paled in comparison to the explosive development seen during adolescence. Thus, with an impressive battle power of 800, Sapphire regarded the 7 or 8-year-old before him with indifference. Typically, high-ranking nobles could reach battle powers of 5 to 600 by 10, and upon reaching adulthood at 20, they could exceed 5,000. Hence, this child, at most, possessed a mere 400 battle power. Despite the opponent's greater combat experience, Sapphire's year of rigorous training under Kluosa had equipped him adequately to bridge any gaps in ability. Upon hearing Sapphire's brazen remarks, the boy's companions halted, turning back to observe, seemingly entertained rather than inclined to assist. "You little fool, seeking death." A minor disagreement swiftly escalated into a brawl, revealing the Scion's volatile temperament. The boy leapt forward, a fierce tiger pouncing towards Sapphire. Yet, instead of panic, Sapphire displayed an eager anticipation. The battle instincts within him surged, his blood boiling with excitement. calmly awaiting the oncoming assault. Sapphire stood his ground, unperturbed by the boy's sluggish charge. Seeing Sapphire remain motionless, the boy felt a surge of confidence. This weakling must be frozen with fear. As he advanced, the boy's left fist coalesced with formidable energy, a gust of wind trailing it as he aimed for Sapphire's face, determined to impart a harsh lesson on this audacious child. Closer, closer, just as the fist was mere centimeters from striking Sapphire's visage. The fierce wind began to tousle his hair. In that critical moment, an unexpected hand emerged from nowhere, firmly grasping the boy's relentless punch, halting it in its tracks. A cold smile crept across Sapphire's face as he effortlessly flung the boy aside. Is this the extent of your strength? Perhaps you should retreat and train for a few more years. How dare you underestimate me? Perish. Despite feeling the disparity in their powers, the boy, embodying the Saiyans' indomitable spirit, launched another attack without hesitation, unleashing his most powerful technique, Energy Blast. As the white shockwave approached, Sapphire merely tilted his body, adopting a poised stance, his eyes locked onto the incoming wave, and as it neared, he swiftly struck with his arm, obliterating the boy's furious assault. In an instant, Sapphire appeared before the boy, delivering a devastating uppercut to his abdomen. Ugh! The boy collapsed, disbelief etched in his eyes, yet no amount of resentment could overcome the overwhelming disparity in their strength. A faint sound of applause emerged from behind. Although Sapphire did not turn, he knew that only the earlier leader, of similar stature, would dare to applaud him so casually. Turning to face the boy, Sapphire met his curious gaze, which was tinged with disdain. After a prolonged stare, Sapphire finally spoke. You are quite strong. Thank you for the compliment. But to me, you are no different from the trash. The petite leader seemed oblivious to the concept of humility. His arrogant tone irking Sapphire. Is that so? I merely displayed a fraction of my power earlier. Do not presume that was my limit. Should your strength prove less than your bravado, I will shatter your jaw. Sapphire understood that Saiyans valued strength over mere words. Although he recognized the boy's prowess, he had been raised with a strong mentality and would never cower before a battled doe. Are you implying that you wish to challenge me? The boy's face bore a sardonic smile, his arms crossed, showing no intent to engage. Come forth. I believe Saiyans do not shy away from challenges. Without his scouter, Sapphire was unaware of the boy's true power. Yet he sensed formidable energy radiating from him, a clear indication of a formidable opponent. Upon realizing Sapphire's challenge was earnest, the group erupted into laughter. One Saiyan, bearing a scar on his face, taunted, Humph! You underestimate yourself. Before you stands the strongest genius in our clan's history, Prince Dar. Chapter 6. A disastrous defeat. Dar? Prince? Sapphire regarded the petite figure before him, intrigued. Although years had passed, there was a resemblance to the spire-like hairstyle he remembered. It could hardly be a mistake. Humph! Knowing he is a prince, do you still dare to speak so boldly? The scarred boy sneered. It seemed that this was indeed Prince Dar. His father had often told him that among his peers on planet Saiyan, only Prince Dar could surpass him. Having never fully believed this, Sapphire now found himself face to face with the prince and sought his guidance. However, Sapphire held little reverence for Dar. Saiyans revered strength above all. And until the prince demonstrated sufficient power to earn Sapphire's respect, he would not show any deference. Instead, he felt eager for battle. Dar silently regarded Sapphire for a few moments before abruptly turning away, leisurely preparing to leave. What? Is Prince Dar retreating? Are you afraid to battle me? I never expected the prince to be a coward. Sapphire had long heard the various legends surrounding Dar from his father. Kluosa. He had diligently trained, yearning for the day when he could face Dar in battle to prove himself before his father. Although Sapphire was aware that Dar's combat prowess exceeded 1,500, far surpassing his own, he still craved the opportunity to gauge the disparity between them. After quietly listening to Sapphire's words, Dar halted his steps and turned back. Though your attempts at provocation are rather tedious, I must congratulate you. You have successfully incited my anger. Since you wish to experience the despair of our difference, I shall perform a kindness and grant you this opportunity. Dar stood in place, hands on his hips, devoid of any pre-battle stance, much like how Sapphire had treated that young man earlier. Seeing that Dar had no intention of showcasing his true abilities, Sapphire felt a flicker of irritation. Yet he remained composed, understanding that a calm mindset was essential in combat. Adopting a familiar fighting stance, Sapphire's gaze was fixed intently on Dar, eager to uncover a momentary weakness for a decisive strike. He knew that failure was inevitable in this challenge, but was that not the essence of a Saiyan? To confront any adversary without fear, even in defeat, one could still find honor. Dar, I advise you to take this seriously. Otherwise, your defeat will be quite embarrassing, Sapphire cautioned, though to Dar, it merely seemed a belittlement of his strength. As the two prepared to engage, the onlookers cleared a larger space, gradually drawing in a crowd, some from the year above, and others fellow newcomers alongside Sapphire. Unfamiliar with the art of energy manipulation, Sapphire could only rely on Kluosa's teachings, continuously gathering his strength and striving to elevate his aura, preparing for his optimal strike. What a formidable presence, the spectators gasped, sensing the power emanating from Sapphire. Yet Dar remained unfazed, standing calmly, unaffected by Sapphire's imposing aura. Hey, you've got some spirit. Why don't you make the first move? Otherwise, once I strike, you won't have a chance to counter. In a flash, Sapphire vanished from sight, reappearing behind Dar, executing a swift hand strike aimed at his neck. However, his hand passed through Dar's form as if it were an illusion. How infuriating. It's merely an afterimage. If you wish to defeat me, you must try harder. Otherwise, I shall lose some amusement. Dar's voice rang out from behind, startling Sapphire. Cursing under his breath, he prepared to turn and defend, only to feel an overwhelming force strike him from behind, akin to being hit by a train, sending him sprawling to the ground, where he rolled several times before managing to brace himself against the earth. With a sharp kick, Sapphire felt a trickle of crimson fluid escape his lips, but he could not afford to wipe it away. He quickly raised his head, searching for Dar's presence, only to find that Dar had vanished. Is that all you've got? The nightmarish voice echoed once more. The sound. Sapphire began to move at high speed, narrowly evading a side kick that sliced through the air where he had just stood. As Sapphire reappeared, a prickling sensation coursed down his spine, a potent sense of danger looming behind him. His numerous battles with Kluosa had instilled in him a sharp instinct for peril. The moment that feeling emerged, Sapphire disregarded his injuries and forced himself to evade once more. Hey, not bad for speed, Dar's taunting voice echoed from behind, yet Sapphire dared not linger on it. Moving again, evading, and evading. Each dodge taxed his stamina greatly. But Dar's intangible threat trailed him relentlessly, like a persistent shadow. How infuriating. My speed, which I take pride in, is proving utterly ineffective. After several consecutive evasions, Sapphire realized that continuing down this path would drain him completely. He had to retaliate if he stood any chance of victory. Assessing the situation, Sapphire sensed a strong wind approaching from above. He quickly ducked his head and executed a sweeping kick backward. Dar's eyes gleamed with sharpness. His speed far exceeded Sapphire's, and he anticipated the surprise attack without alarm. With a light leap, he evaded the strike and summoned a milky white aura that enveloped his palm. Ha! Dar shouted, unleashing a white shockwave from his hand, the rippling force racing forth at an incredible speed, so fast that Sapphire had no time to react before it struck him. Oh! Sapphire's mind raced as he realized the impending doom. But his body was too fatigued to evade any longer, leaving him helpless as the shockwave collided with him. A violent explosion echoed, and Dar wore a smug smile, though it was the anticipated outcome. Sapphire had provided a modicum of entertainment to his otherwise mundane day. Well, I think I'm done here. After taking that hit, that kid surely lacks the strength to rise again. I have complete confidence in my power control. Wait, Dar. As the thick smoke dissipated, to Dar's astonishment, Sapphire still stood, albeit in a severely disheveled state. His combat uniform lay in tatters, and his right arm hung limply, seemingly incapacitated. What? Do you still wish to continue? Even if you possess such will, it appears your body disagrees. Perhaps it's best to lie down. You could never hope to compare with a genius like me. Dar surveyed Sapphire, recognizing that he was barely managing to stand. Utterly incapable of continuing the fight, breathing heavily, Sapphire felt waves of fatigue wash over him, threatening to plunge him into unconsciousness. Yet he clung to his will, knowing that a moment's relaxation would send him crashing to the ground. Dar, I must admit, you are formidable. However, I have grasped the extent of our disparity. Should you continue to approach this with such nonchalance, I shall ensure you bear a lasting impression next time. Mark my words. Dar, only a genius like you is worthy of being my rival. Sapphire fixed his gaze upon Dar, supporting himself with one hand on his knee, acutely aware of his waning strength. Dar paused momentarily, then smirked mockingly, choosing not to utter further disparaging words before turning to leave. Wait for me. Dar, I will surpass you. Chapter 7. The Freshman Tournament. As Sapphire watched Dar vanish from view, he relaxed his mind. The moment he did, his battered body succumbed, collapsing onto the ground, muttering incessantly about surpassing Dar. The brief skirmish had transpired in an instant. Upon hearing his master's taunt against the so-called strongest genius warrior of centuries, he felt profound regret, believing it was his carelessness that led to this predicament, inadvertently endangering his master. Overwhelmed by the unfolding events, he rushed to Sapphire's side as he felt in a flurry of activity. He managed to transport Sapphire to the medical room at that moment. Sapphire could barely move half of his body, his internal organs seemingly injured. Fortunately, the medical facilities at this prestigious institution were remarkably advanced. A mere hour immersed in a healing solution would suffice for his injuries to mend. Phil, thank you. The weakened Sapphire gazed at Phil, who anxiously awaited outside the medical room, coupled with the disdainful glances from the Saiyans earlier. Sapphire felt a twinge of emotion, yet he understood that the servants arranged by the school were akin to personal slaves. On planet Vegeta, the lives of aliens held little value. It is my duty to serve you. My lord, I only hope you refrain from challenging Prince Dar again. You cannot hope to defeat him. Phil spoke earnestly, yet Sapphire found his words grating. That is none of your concern. Focus on your own duties. Sapphire retorted, unwilling to engage further, and closed his eyes to recuperate. Beep, beep. Time slipped by, and eventually, the medical machine emitted the sound signaling the end of treatment. Sapphire. That simple chime was like music. Staying idle in the recovery room felt like torture. After donning his clothing, Sapphire took the specially assigned scouter from Phil, a mid-range device capable of detecting power levels up to 25,000, more than sufficient for Sapphire, whose current limit was just above 1,000. After his battle with Dar, surely his strength would see some enhancement. If only he could elevate it to 900 or above. Sapphire activated the detector, silently designating himself as the target. Prior to the battle, his combat power was already over 800. If he could enhance it by more than 40 in this first skirmish, then the goal he harbored within his heart would be realized. Beep. As the detector emitted its sound, the data displayed on the lens surged steadily upward. A sense of anticipation regarding his combat prowess began to stir within Sapphire. Indeed, it had surpassed 800. Reaching 850, quite impressive, and still climbing. Could it be? As he gazed at the detector, which now indicated over 900 and continued to rise, Sapphire found it hard to believe his own eyes. Finally, when the combat value settled at an astonishing 1128, Sapphire let out an exclamation. It can increase by so much? The enhancement he experienced from this battle left Sapphire utterly astonished, and Phil also brought him significant news. The freshman competition was about to commence. Before entering this school, Sapphire had acquired information indicating that each new intake would participate in a competition, a means for the institution to assess the talents of its newcomers. The freshman competition was a mandatory event for every new student, and Sapphire was no exception. However, in his view, ranking held no surprises. Aside from that prodigious prince, no one else could possibly rival him. It was that Sapphire regarded himself highly, rather, based on previous newcomers' combat abilities. It was exceedingly rare for anyone to exceed 500, with both Dar and Sapphire being exceptional. It seemed unlikely anyone else would surpass that threshold. On the morning of the second day, as he rose from his slumber, Sapphire could see from the villa a throng of spectators already gathered in the campus square. There were 8 competition arenas, and the format involved seizing the platforms through challenges. The challenge period spanned 3 days, commencing daily at 6 in the morning and lasting until 6 in the evening. During this time, the occupiers of the platforms were obliged to face any challengers, and they had to spend over half of their time on the platform to demonstrate their commitment to defending it. Should a challenger arrive and the reigning champion fail to show within 2 hours, it would be considered a forfeiture. More importantly, any physical damage incurred during the battles could be treated at the medical facility, allowing competitors to recuperate and return within that 2-hour window. As the most severe injuries required no more than an hour of treatment. The champions had ample time to arrive. Having grasped the basic rules, Sapphire exhibited little reaction, instead standing on the windowsill, observing the battles unfolding. After a lengthy pause, he coldly remarked, "How dull. Low-level fights are utterly uninteresting." Phil, having outlined all the regulations, hoped his master would showcase his prowess in the arena. Yet it seemed his master held little interest. "My lord, don't you wish to compete for the platforms?" Phil inquired curiously, unable to restrain his curiosity. Such low-caliber combat fails to excite me. Attending would merely be a waste of time. Take a good look at the 8 platforms. Even Dar has not appeared. Undoubtedly sharing my sentiments. True experts see eye to eye. After a brief observation, Sapphire grew bored and flopped onto the couch, preparing to rest. Today was merely the first day. The true experts likely had yet to emerge. The fiercest clashes would probably occur on the final day. He could simply make his move then, avoiding the need to squander time waiting for challengers. While Sapphire remained disinterested, his servant Phil watched with rapt attention. It was understandable. Even as a fully grown extraterrestrial, Phil's combat prowess was not particularly formidable, perhaps even weaker than these juvenile Saiyans, making it a rather high-end battle in his eyes. The 3 days swiftly passed, during which Sapphire did not adhere to his previous training regimen, instead opting for a well-deserved respite. After lunch, Sapphire sprang up from the couch, a smile gracing his lips. At last, the time to showcase my skills has arrived. Phil, fetch my battle attire. I intend to engage in a grand duel today. Ha ha ha. Sapphire stretched his somewhat languid body, swiftly unleashing a barrage of punches into the air. A slight nod indicated that this warm-up was just right. Phil closely followed behind Sapphire, fully aware of his master's strength. Anyone bold enough to challenge the highly gifted Prince Dar was surely no weakling. As for the extent of that strength, Phil had no clear concept. But today he would finally experience the might of his master. Upon entering the square, Sapphire's gaze immediately fell upon the figure standing atop the first platform. Dar, the man who had delivered him his first defeat. The one he had vowed to surpass, the individual standing tall above him. Although Sapphire had recently gained some power, he remained self-aware and refrained from making a fool of himself by challenging Dar directly. Instead, he turned to the second platform, where a robust, fierce-looking individual stood, exuding an air of menace that ignited Sapphire's fighting spirit. Excellent. I shall make you my first target. Chapter 8. Seizing the second platform, Sapphire had always believed that the students within this school possessed decent talent but lacked substantial combat experience. He himself was no exception. Despite having fought his father numerous times, those battles were merely exercises in restraint, lacking the intensity of true life-and-death struggles. However, the formidable boy before him was different, even from a distance. Sapphire could sense an intangible ferocity emanating from him. This lad had undoubtedly emerged from the battlefield. Suppressing this conclusion, Sapphire narrowed his eyes, observing him intently. The other boy seemed to sense his scrutiny and turned to meet Sapphire's gaze. In that moment, Sapphire felt a tremor coursing through him, an exhilarating sensation that made him shudder involuntarily. With a leap, Sapphire effortlessly ascended the platform. State your name. You have the privilege of falling beneath my hand. Vegito, hailing from a low-ranking noble Saiyan lineage, had faced tragedy early in life with both parents slain in battle. Due to his initially low combat power, he was sent to a remote planet like other low-tier warriors. Perhaps fate had spared him, for on that planet, Vegito self-taught various combat techniques and consistently forced himself to fight without transforming into a giant ape, avoiding wanton destruction. This led to a rapid enhancement of his combat abilities. And after several near-death encounters, he had eliminated all humans on that planet by the age of 4. Such extraordinary accomplishments caught the attention of several mid-tier nobles, who not only restored his noble status, but also recommended him to this prestigious institution. Vegito was indeed formidable. He had surmounted numerous challenges to arrive at this highest academy, believing in his strength and intent on reclaiming the honor that belonged to him. No one could thwart his path. Yet this diminutive, underdeveloped boy dared to assert he had the right to defeat him. However, considering that anyone who reached this academy must possess some skill, Vegito thought it prudent to take the boast seriously. Yet, having held the second platform for a day, he had faced numerous challengers, all of whom were strong contenders, and unsurprisingly, Vegito had not even needed to visit the medical facility once. His combat prowess was undeniable. Humph, such arrogance. I shall not hold back. I will ensure you are left battered. Vegito raised his hands, adopting a defensive posture, his habitual approach to gauge his opponent's combat style and identify weaknesses before delivering a decisive blow. As he sensed Vegito's escalating aura, Sapphire found himself oddly appreciative of the opponent, yet he maintained a nonchalant stance, arms crossed. How about this? If I win, you shall serve me henceforth. What do you say? Upon hearing this proposition, Vegito frowned, unconvinced of Sapphire's capability to defeat him, and promptly rejected. No way. Apparently, my terms lack allure. Very well. If I can defeat you without a scratch, you will serve as my subordinate. Confidence radiated from Sapphire. Based on his observations, he estimated Vegito's combat strength to be over 400, but certainly not exceeding 500, thus granting him considerable assurance. Vegito was enraged. The terms posed by Sapphire felt less like a challenge and more like an affront. Oomph. Let us see if you possess the capability. Vegeta launched a shockwave, a white energy blast hurtling towards Sapphire. Sapphire smiled slightly. This level of energy projectile was evidently just a test that he chose not to evade. Determined to demonstrate his strength in a forceful manner, preparing to claim Vegeta as his subordinate. Extending his right arm, Sapphire awaited the energy blast's arrival, then swung his arm with great force, deflecting the projectile. Suddenly, Sapphire realized the figure before him had vanished. A surge of caution welled within him, just as a voice echoed from behind. Too late, Sapphire suddenly felt a force surge through his waist, propelling him away. However, the strength was not overwhelming. It merely caused him some discomfort. His body was swiftly thrust forward, momentarily stiffened by the impact. Suddenly, he saw a movement before him. Pravit appeared once more, aiming a kick directly at Sapphire. Bang! Sapphire was sent flying into the air, still ascending under the influence of the force. Just then, another flash occurred, and Pravit reappeared above Sapphire, his hands clasped together, crashing down upon his head. Boom! The ground shook. Sapphire was slammed into the earth, lying there in a star-like position, utterly motionless. Haha. Is this all you can muster? How dare you speak so arrogantly? Truly disappointing. Pravit laughed heartily, as Sapphire's earlier bravado had indeed irked him. However, after a flurry of brutal strikes, Pravit felt confident that even if his opponent possessed greater strength, he could still inflict sufficient damage to significantly weaken them. Slowly, Sapphire rose to his feet under Pravit's astonished gaze. Brushing off the dust from his attire, "Hey, what were those moves just now? A good back rub and a little loosening of the shins are quite pleasant. The force was just right." "This is impossible," Pravit exclaimed in terror. "There is nothing impossible. The gap between us is far too vast that I have received your gift. And now it is my turn." Sapphire observed the astonishment on Pravit's face and felt a twinge of pride. "Are you ready? I am about to strike," Sapphire remarked, noticing that Pravit still appeared dazed, kindly reminding him. Seeing Pravit still lost in thought, mumbling incoherently, Sapphire disregarded it. Although defeating someone devoid of fighting spirit offered little satisfaction. The rules of the arena dictated that one must defeat their opponent until they either surrendered or were rendered unable to continue. After a series of meaningless blows, the severely injured Pravit was escorted to the medical room by his servants. While Sapphire stood proudly atop the arena, having successfully claimed his position, turning to his right, he glanced towards the first arena, where Darl had effortlessly dispatched a challenger with just a few punches and kicks. Standing there nonchalantly, he casually cast a glance in Sapphire's direction, offering a smile. Sapphire clenched his fists tightly, inwardly shouting, Darl, Darl, the shame you have brought upon me, I shall repay with my own hands." In the following hours, the number of challengers dwindled, and those still standing in the arena were all elite fighters of this generation, each boasting a combat power exceeding 400. Of course, the first arena remained under Darl's successful defense. While Sapphire in the second arena faced no challengers, undoubtedly securing his place there. Chapter 9. The formation of the team having successfully claimed the second arena, Sapphire rose to fame. In truth, this tournament was not only to select the most exceptional combat talents, but also to grant those geniuses sufficient prestige to organize their own teams. Most Saiyan teams began fighting together from a young age, and aside from the deceased members, they had fought side by side throughout their lives, forming bonds that surpassed all others. Thus, for Saiyans, a team member was akin to family. An irreplaceable existence. Sapphire had originally intended to recruit that fierce young boy into his team. However, the boy's performance had disappointed him greatly, proving himself unable to withstand even minor setbacks, leading Sapphire to abandon the notion. The freshman tournament had just concluded yesterday, and the rewards had yet to be distributed. Although such grand competitions occurred every generation, the rewards varied each time. Some offered special training, others unique techniques, and some even guidance on energy utilization. However, Sapphire was not particularly concerned. He had already learned much from his father, Kluosa, and lacked for nothing in that regard. Following the conclusion of the freshman tournament, the senior tournament commenced. Sapphire sat in the training room, contemplating whether to watch. Just then, Phil gently knocked on the door and entered. "What is it?" Sapphire's tone was rather unfriendly, as he had clearly instructed Phil not to disturb him during training unless it was of utmost importance. Perhaps there was indeed something significant, as Sapphire patiently listened to Phil's words. Otherwise, he would have swiftly expelled him. Master, a Saiyan has arrived outside, claiming to be Pravit, one of your subordinates. Shall I let him in? Phil endeavored to keep his tone gentle and submissive, fearful of inciting displeasure. Pravit? I have not heard of him. Tell him to go away. I have no time for him. Sapphire continued his training without pause. Suddenly wondering if it was that fierce young lad from yesterday, after some contemplation, he decided to give him a chance. After all, anyone capable of standing out in this academy was certainly not mediocre. Even if there were some minor flaws, Sapphire had confidence he could help him improve. Forget it. Let him wait for me in the living room. Casually walking out, Sapphire donned a shirt without bothering to clean himself from the sweat. Making his way to the living room, upon entering, he found Phil already escorting Pravit, who stood there awaiting him. You were looking for me. Sapphire initiated the conversation. Captain, Pravit began but was promptly cut off by Sapphire. I am not your captain. Your performance yesterday disappointed me greatly. You lack the qualifications to be my team member. Though Sapphire's voice was not loud, it resonated in Pravit's ears like thunder. Saiyans held their honor above all. And having been easily defeated by Sapphire the previous day, Pravit had felt profound admiration for him, internally acknowledging Sapphire's status. Yet today, being scorned in return struck him like a heavy blow. I challenge you to a duel. A fight to the death. Pravit's roar echoed throughout the villa, consumed by rage, and having lost his previous rationality, his sole desire was to bring down the one who dared to insult him thus. Undeterred by the intense gaze of fury fixed upon him, Sapphire slowly approached Pravit, observing his taut muscles, poised for battle at any moment. Sapphire smiled faintly, patting his shoulder, nodding in satisfaction. Ah, now you resemble a true member of my team. Pravit looked taken aback. Despite his notable combat talent, he could not comprehend Sapphire's intentions. What? You must be very curious as to why I am treating you this way, right? Sapphire circled around Pravit before taking a seat on the sofa. Indeed. I do not quite understand your meaning. Do you acknowledge me as your team member or not? Pravit asked, somewhat bewildered but still honest in his inquiry. If you do not even dare to challenge me. What qualifications do you have to be a strong fighter? Such individuals are not only cowards, they are a disgrace to the Saiyan race. Sapphire narrowed his eyes, seemingly recalling something, after a moment of silence. Pravit relaxed, then knelt on one knee, his right arm resting on the ground, fist touching the floor, while his left arm formed a protective posture across his chest. He declared loudly, Thank you for your guidance. Captain, please accept my loyalty, Pravit. However, should there come a day when you are no longer stronger than I will still defeat you. For those who are not stronger than me have no right to be my captain. Sapphire was taken aback. Being well-versed in Saiyan noble etiquette, he recognized that Pravit's gesture was the highest form of respect among Saiyans, one not even displayed before the Saiyan king, reserved only for those who profoundly impressed them in their lifetime. Taking a deep breath, Sapphire solemnly and earnestly stated, I, Sapphire, accept your loyalty. He then raised Pravit with both hands, declaring, Good brother, our names shall resonate throughout the universe. I will undoubtedly become the strongest Saiyan. Pravit did not hold back, standing tall and proclaiming, So shall I. I am the strongest Saiyan. Very well. We now require one more team member to form our basic 3-person team. Pravit, you shall seek out that final Saiyan. However, I must insist on a female. I want the strongest female Saiyan of this generation to join our team. You will see to this matter, understood? Sapphire commanded in a low voice to female Saiyan. Why not seek out other male Saiyans, as men typically possess greater combat talent? Pravit was perplexed by Sapphire's reasoning. Humph, do not underestimate women. My Aunt Hanaxia boasts a combat power of over 11,000. Surpassing even my father. While women may be somewhat weaker, you shall do as I say. Sapphire expressed his dissatisfaction. Very well. I hope, Captain, that you will not later complain about the team's lack of combat prowess. Pravit mumbled as he exited, leaving Sapphire uncertain of his reliability. With Pravit gone, Sapphire re-entered the training room. He could not afford to relax for even a moment if he wished to surpass Dar. Chapter 10. The Ascendant Cannon. The following day, Pravit successfully brought forth the strongest female Saiyan of this generation, a result that took Sapphire by surprise. The sudden appearance of the two left him astonished. He had anticipated that it would take some time to recruit her into the team. The name of the strongest female Saiyan, Ella, had captured Sapphire's attention the moment Pravit introduced her. I am quite curious. Why did you choose to join my team? I heard you initially intended to join Dar's squad. As one of the challengers, it should have been easy for you to gain his acceptance. Sapphire had just finished his morning workout and was taking a brief shower when he noticed their arrival. He welcomed them and realized that the short-haired girl had indeed approached Dar. Yet for some reason, she had not joined his team. As one of the challengers, Ella should have been a desirable recruit for Dar. Ella shrugged in exasperation. I had already joined Dar's squad, but his arrogance was simply unbearable. I could not tolerate it, so I left. Is it truly that simple? Sapphire inquired, skepticism lacing his tone. Indeed, it is. Ella's tone was resolute, and seeing her earnest expression led Sapphire to trust her. In truth, I suffered a crushing defeat at Dar's hands. Do you not feel it is a humiliation to follow me? Sapphire's candid admission of his loss surprised Ella. Ella paused before replying, actually, I was present when you challenged To be honest. Even now, I do not possess the courage to face him. The pressure he exudes is overwhelming. Standing before him, I find myself utterly paralyzed. Is that so? He is indeed formidable, exceptionally so, but one day, I shall surpass him. Sapphire constantly encouraged himself, and through relentless training, he could feel his strength steadily increasing. Very well, I welcome you to my team. However, since you have just joined, we do not yet fully understand each other's capabilities. Would you care for a sparring match? Sapphire felt an urgent need to consolidate his recent training through combat. Although he was uncertain of Ella's strength, he presumed it to be comparable to Vegito's. While it may not be an all-out battle, it would suffice for a warm-up. Absolutely. Shall we head to the combat arena? It would be difficult to unleash our skills here. Saiyans, regardless of gender, were inherently combative. And Ella was no exception. Just as Sapphire and the others prepared to make their way to the Academy's combat arena, Phil entered, saying, Master, the Academy has just notified us that the challengers should promptly proceed to the library to collect their rewards. Rewards? What could possibly be of value? Sapphire scoffed slightly, feeling irked at any disruption to his duel preparations. My apologies, Captain, but we should at least go to the Academy and see. The rewards might be quite enticing. Though Sapphire felt indifferent, the other two were filled with anticipation. Vegito wished to accompany Sapphire, understanding that his origins precluded him from possessing any exceptional techniques. However, as a member of the high nobility, Ella should not be lacking in such abilities. Under Sapphire's puzzled gaze, Ella shrugged helplessly. Do not look at me. My parents never taught me any combat skills. They seem to think that I, their daughter, could never surpass my elder brother. Moreover, I was born with relatively low combat power, so they believed I lacked talent and did not pay me any mind that I have always had to research combat techniques on my own. Very well, we shall postpone the duel for a while and see what the Academy has to offer. Sapphire conceded, deciding it would not take too much time to check it out. Upon arriving at the library, Sapphire discovered it was primarily filled with tomes chronicling the combat experiences of predecessors, transcribed through oral tradition by other extraterrestrials. While the essence of these experiences could not be fully captured, they conveyed substantial insights. Given the Saiyans' innate prowess in battle, comprehending the material was not overly challenging. Entering the library, they found the first floor largely empty, with only a few individuals browsing through books on cosmic species and powerful civilizations. The second floor featured videos related to combat, attracting more viewers due to the invaluable experiences shared by predecessors in their battles against formidable beings. Proceeding to the third floor, Sapphire noticed several individuals in a room ahead, including some of the new challengers. He recognized a few of them, but did not spot Dar among them. You are the challenger of the 6th arena, correct? Here is your reward. Take it. A middle-aged Saiyan, appearing to be in his 40s, handed a box to a tall, slender boy. The boy thanked him and exited, greeting Sapphire as he passed. Hello. We have come to collect our rewards. Sapphire addressed the scarred middle-aged man with courtesy. Which arena? 2nd. Sapphire, is it? Indeed. The middle-aged Saiyan slowly ascended, retrieving Sapphire's reward from a high shelf and placing it before him. Noticing Sapphire's intense scrutiny, he smiled and asked, What? Are you curious about my missing legs? And no, not at all. Sapphire had learned much about the man from his father. A Saiyan of such stature must have once been a formidable warrior. Though the man had lost his legs, underestimating him would surely lead to dire consequences. Unfamiliar with the man's temperament, Sapphire opted for humility in the presence of a veteran. But it's nothing. Really, I simply lost my legs in battle against a cosmic being with combat power exceeding 11,000. Obliterated by a shockwave, there was no way to recover, or else I would still be on the battlefield. The middle-aged Saiyan reminisced with a hint of nostalgia, yet he accepted that caring for the next generation was a commendable role. The 2nd arena. It's unfortunate. The reward for the 1st arena is the best. Alas, this generation has produced a prodigy like Prince Dar. Living in the same era as such a monstrous talent is truly a tragedy. The middle-aged man, noticing Sapphire's silence, assumed he was taken aback by his appearance and diverted the conversation to Prince Dar. It's nothing. I will surely defeat that guy one day. Sapphire felt irked by the man's words and could not help but voice his dissatisfaction. Revealing a hint of arrogance, the middle-aged man chuckled, dismissing it as Sapphire's attempt to bolster his own confidence. He then opened the box and said, considering the unique circumstances of this generation, the reward for second place is quite commendable, comparable to that of previous first-place challengers. Receiving the scroll from the middle-aged man, Sapphire noted the clearly inscribed words, Ascendant Cannon. Chapter 11. The wedding of Hanasia in a luxurious villa. Sapphire had just completed 2,000 push-ups and felt somewhat fatigued. Taking a moment to rest, he decided to examine the reward he had just received from the library. Although he was unfamiliar with it, the fact that a technique was bestowed as a reward suggested its exceptional nature. As he unrolled the scroll, he found it densely filled with intricate text. The initial passages described various applications of energy and important details to consider. Initially, he regarded it with skepticism, but as he delved deeper, Sapphire grew increasingly enthusiastic about the reward. Really, it can be done like this. Sapphire appeared exhilarated. The instructions for the Ascendant Cannon were crystal clear. If mastered, it promised to elevate his combat power by 1.5 to 2 times. Such a surge in strength would undoubtedly be a game-changer. However, the text cautioned that achieving the full twofold power was exceedingly difficult, having been accomplished by only 3 individuals thus far. Yet, Sapphire was unconcerned. For him, even a 1.5 times increase would provide him with the means to challenge Dar. After struggling with the slow progression of his power, he finally felt a glimmer of hope in overcoming Dar. Excellent. I will set aside all other matters for now. Mastering the Ascendant Cannon is my utmost priority. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have swiftly elapsed. Sapphire has become increasingly adept at harnessing this energy. However, today he has chosen not to continue his training or refine his extraordinary skills. Just a day prior, he received word that his parents would be returning. After some contemplation, Sapphire decided to go greet them. Reasoning that it wouldn't consume too much time, he made his way to the planetary landing station. He pondered the extent of the gap that still lay between him and Dar. Although he felt a slight increase in his combat prowess, Sapphire was uncertain if he could definitively defeat Dar, as he remained oblivious to Dar's true strength. During their last encounter, Dar had not exerted his full power. While Sapphire had formed a rough estimation of Dar's capabilities, he could not dismiss the possibility that Dar was concealing even greater strength. The planetary landing platform was impressively vast, and fortunately, Kluosa had already notified him to head to the second station. Here, Sapphire occasionally spotted small spacecraft either landing or taking off, all belonging to Saiyans embarking on missions or returning. Typically, if extraterrestrial visitors arrived at planet Vegeta, they would do so aboard large spacecraft. These smaller, spherical vessels were primarily utilized by combat personnel. Not long after his arrival, Sapphire observed 5 small spherical ships descending at the designated location, landing with a thunderous roar. Thankfully, the landing area was cushioned with a soft protective layer, which absorbed the tremendous impact as if it were merely striking cotton, dissipating the force entirely. As 5 figures emerged from the hatches, Sapphire noted that his father, Kluosa, appeared uninjured, yet the others, including his mother, Riri, bore minor injuries, clearly indicative of their conquest of a higher-tier planet. Father, mother, Uncle Pose, Uncle Leo, Uncle Kafusa, welcome back, Sapphire greeted with a slight bow. Kluosa scrutinized him for a moment before nodding in satisfaction. Well done. It seems you haven't been idle during my absence. Your combat power has improved significantly. Of course, I aspire to be the strongest Saiyan. How could I afford to be complacent? Sapphire responded with confidence. Modesty, don't be ridiculous. In planet Vegeta, humility only invites contempt. Leo lightly tapped the scanner, eager to assess Sapphire's data. Wow, it hasn't been long, yet you've managed to increase your combat power this much. 1,247. And you're still under 4 years old. Upon hearing Leo's exclamation, Sapphire felt no pride. Instead, he pouted in dissatisfaction. What's there to be proud of? At this rate, I estimate Dar's combat power has likely surpassed 1,800. What? Are you lacking confidence? With such a terrifying talent, even if you cannot surpass him, I wouldn't hold it against you. You will always be my most cherished son. Kluosa affectionately ruffled his hair, recalling that just months ago, Sapphire's combat power had only been over 800. His son's progress was indeed commendable. Not at all. I will definitely surpass Dar. One day, I will personally place my foot upon his neck, Sapphire declared with unwavering determination. Assessing the recent surge in his combat power, he felt hopeful about his prospects of surpassing Dar, which fueled his confidence. All right, my boy, I believe in you. Kluosa was skeptical of Sapphire's claim, as he perceived the likelihood of surpassing Dar as negligible, almost inconsequential. However, he thought it beneficial to inspire his son to continually strive for greatness. By the way, Father, how many days will you be here before embarking on another mission? While Sapphire felt no overwhelming attachment, he still hoped for their extended company. Our return was rather rushed. There are still remnants of the indigenous people on OSU planet. The evaluation for this mission may not be particularly high, and the rewards might be scant, as those unscrupulous merchants always find reasons to withhold a portion. We hurried back because your mother's friend, Hanaxia, is getting married and has invited us. One must say. The reputation of planet Vegeta's foremost female warrior must be honored. I am curious how that man will fare under her command. Kluosa chuckled heartily. Such was the nature of planet Vegeta. Power dictated respect. And even in marriage, the stronger individual held greater sway. What? Does father not know who is marrying Aunt Hanaxia? Sapphire regarded him with mild disdain for his ignorance regarding others' matrimonial affairs. Not entirely sure. But there were rumors circulating that Hanaxia has been seen frequently with a lower-class warrior. Whether it is true, I cannot say, Kluosa replied, leaving the conversation open. It was then that Riri interjected, suggesting that as good friends, the two women likely shared more intimate knowledge of one another's lives. Enough of that. We shall find out at the banquet. Sapphire, for the next few days, do not return to the academy. Inform them of your absence. Stay here so I can gauge the results of your recent training. Kluosa, a quintessential warrior, could not stray far from the subject of combat. Understood. Sapphire acknowledged, eager to witness the extent of his own growth. Upon exiting the planetary landing station, Kluosa waved farewell to his comrades, while Sapphire returned to the academy to request leave. They parted ways, agreeing to reconvene 3 days later at Hanaxia's wedding. Chapter 12. Goku? With a fierce shout, Sapphire unleashed a powerful punch, narrowly missing Kluosa's head, the force of his strike dissipating into nothingness and leaving him vulnerable. Kluosa, a combat veteran, seized upon this fleeting opportunity, delivering a swift kick to Sapphire's unguarded right chest. Struck, Sapphire was propelled like a ball, tumbling several times before landing over 10 meters away. Struggling to rise, he yearned to continue fighting, but exhaustion and injury had taken their toll. Now, Sapphire appeared quite pitiful. His body marred with numerous wounds, streaked with blood and bruised flesh. Kluosa dissipated his amassed energy and extended a hand to assist the still struggling Sapphire. All right, that's enough. Do not overexert yourself. Yes, Sapphire despondently acquiesced. Battling his father proved to be an insurmountable challenge. No matter the strategy he devised, it seemed his every move was anticipated, rendering his efforts futile. This intensity of combat was still too much for Sapphire. Despite his youthful spirit and mentality, his body remained that of a mere child. What a pity. I still couldn't land a single hit on father. After resting for a few moments, Sapphire regained a modicum of strength and stood, casting a wistful glance at Kluosa, who remained unscathed. Haha. You are still too immature. After all, our power disparity is still quite significant. Once you reach adulthood, you should be able to hold your own against me. And undoubtedly, you will surpass me. Kluosa expressed his delight. Observing Sapphire's performance over the past 2 days, he noted his son's combat instincts and power had improved considerably, though he still lacked certain elements. Yet Kluosa harbored no concerns. He believed it would not be long before those qualities manifested within Sapphire, such as the intense killing intent that every Saiyan must possess. Well, let us conclude today as training. Hurry and take a shower and change. Your mother seems to be growing impatient. After all, we must honor Hanaxia. Kluosa was extremely pleased with Sapphire's progress over the past 3 days, with over 1,000 in combat power. Kluosa anticipated a tenfold increase once puberty struck. He could already envision the scene of his son flaunting a combat power exceeding 20,000 before him. Sapphire nodded, and after donning a fresh battle suit, he accompanied Riri and Kluosa to Hanaxia's villa. Saiyan weddings are not overly elaborate. They merely gather friends as witnesses and share a meal to mark the occasion, devoid of any convoluted ceremonies. How strange. Today, Not only are there many high-ranking nobles present, but also a significant number of lower-class warriors, yet it is clear they were invited, Riri noted, a hint of confusion in her voice as she surveyed the gathering crowd. It seems my previous speculation was correct. Hanaxia's husband must indeed be a lower-class warrior, likely that Bardock you mentioned. Kluosa chimed in after savoring a sip of fine wine. Perhaps. I wonder what sort of man can win Hanaxia's heart. Rueli laughed heartily, eagerly anticipating the encounter with the formidable Bardock. Sapphire, meanwhile, found himself languishing in boredom at the side, disinterested in their trivial discussions, although he was aware that he had entered the world of Dragon Ball. It had been nearly a decade since he last watched it. Now, he could only vaguely recall the main bosses, while many plot lines had faded from his memory. During this tedious interlude, he attempted to jog his recollections. Yet nothing of value surfaced. He dimly remembered that those later adversaries were exceedingly powerful, seemingly capable of obliterating a planet with a single blow. Sapphire clenched his fists, feeling confident that he could annihilate an island with one strike. If his power level surpassed 10,000, surely destroying a smaller planet would pose no challenge. Why that reckoning? The later bosses must have had power levels exceeding 50,000, right? Shaking his head, Sapphire still felt a profound distance from them. If push came to shove, he could always flee. After all, he bore no deep-seated enmity towards those bosses, and it was unlikely he would be pursued. Sapphire, suddenly, he heard someone call his name from behind. Turning around, he was confronted by a boy of similar age, yet he felt no familiarity with him. What's the matter? Nothing much. Just heard you challenge the prince and got thoroughly defeated in front of everyone. Quite the overestimation of your capabilities, I must say. Upon hearing this, Sapphire felt an impulse to retaliate, but upon reflection, he acknowledged his defeat and found no justification for argument. The more he spoke, the worse it would be. It was better to let his actions speak for him in the future. TCH, Sapphire scoffed, turning away from the boy. Hey, quite the temper you have, but sadly lacking in skill. I reckon you only challenged the prince to gain some notoriety. How disappointing. I wonder if your parents still dare to recognize you. This boy, in fact, was a peer of Sapphire, who had long aspired to join Dar's squad, hoping to latch on to this powerful figure. Yet it seemed luck was not on his side, for Dar had overlooked him during recruitment. His attempts to capitalize on Sapphire's situation were merely an effort to draw Dar's attention. Initially, Sapphire intended to disregard such a nuisance. But as the boy pressed on, his patience waned. Is that so? It seems the presence of trash like you among the Saiyans is why their overall prowess remains stagnant. You certainly have a sharp tongue. Care to test your skills against me? I'm curious to see if your prowess matches your bravado. This boy's power level was close to 400, making him an elite in this cohort. A force not to be underestimated by the average individual, yet regrettably, he had chosen the wrong opponent. Without waiting for Sapphire's response, the boy charged at him. Sapphire stood momentarily stunned, his gaze fixed on the approaching figure. And as the boy drew near, he swiftly kicked out. Whoosh! Bang! A shadow darted over the heads of the onlookers, crashing forcefully into the wall. What a nuisance. Having successfully landed a strike, Sapphire chose not to pursue further. Estimating that the boy, having taken the blow head-on, would find it difficult to rise again. The boy indeed possessed some skill, and Sapphire had underestimated his resilience, watching as the battered youth struggled to stand. Adorned with numerous injuries, Sapphire suddenly felt a pang of embarrassment. With a swift kick, he propelled himself towards the boy, intent on delivering a final blow to ensure his defeat. One must pay the price for daring to provoke him. Just as Sapphire's fist was about to collide with that insufferable face, a large hand unexpectedly reached out from the side, firmly grasping Sapphire's wrist. Hey kid, I do not appreciate disruptions at my wedding. Otherwise, I might lose my temper. Following the voice, Sapphire beheld a strikingly handsome man exuding a rugged masculinity, his black hair styled sharply. Aside from the captivating smile, everything else about him seemed identical. Sapphire couldn't help but exclaim. Goku. Chapter 13. Crisis. In that fleeting moment, Sapphire quickly realized that although this man bore a striking resemblance to Goku, he was certainly not him. As he recalled, Bardock was indeed Goku's father. Sapphire reluctantly withdrew his fist. After all, this was Bardock's domain, and it would be unwise to lose face, especially given that the man's power far surpassed his OW and that it was better to let matters lie if the situation escalated. He would surely face a reprimand from Han Asia, and even Kluosa wouldn't be able to shield him. However, this incident had indeed captured the attention of most in attendance, including Dar, who noted the exchange with growing disapproval. Without further antics, the wedding proceeded smoothly, soon followed by the joyous news of Hanesia's pregnancy. Time flew by, and 7 months passed swiftly. During this period, Sapphire made little progress. His power had increased somewhat. Yet he remained unsatisfied. Barely nearing the threshold of 1500 during this time, his father Kluosa's team had embarked on 2 missions, both relatively uncomplicated, completed in mere months. For the past several days, Kluosa and Rueli had stayed at home. Primarily because Sapphire was disheartened by his lack of progress and sought Kluosa's guidance, and also because Hanesia was about to give birth, wishing to be present for the arrival of her child. Father, why has my power increased so little recently? I've been training diligently for months, yet I haven't seen the rapid growth I experienced before, though you have any idea why. After completing 3,000 push-ups. Sapphire seized a moment of rest to pose this question to Kluosa. Kluosa pondered briefly before shaking his head in resignation, unable to fathom the reason. He beckoned Sapphire. Come, attack me. Let me see what you're lacking. Well acquainted with one another from previous bouts, Sapphire and Kluosa were no strangers to combat, and if not for the significant power disparity, Sapphire would have been confident in his ability to defeat his father. Both fell into optimal fighting stances, and after scanning for any weaknesses, Sapphire launched himself forward, opting for his forte in close combat, seizing the initiative before the opportunity could slip away, with a swift motion. Sapphire thrust his right fist forward, a white wave of air rippling from the speed and power behind it, directed straight at Kluosa's face. Boom! Kluosa extended his left hand, firmly catching Sapphire's punch, with his initial strike thwarted. Sapphire was undeterred and aimed his left fist at Kluosa's ribcage. Crack! Yet Kluosa caught his left wrist as well, and despite Sapphire's relentless effort to overpower him, the disparity in their strength rendered his attempts futile. All right, release me. I have an idea. Just as Sapphire prepared to change tactics, he heard his father's words, prompting him to halt his movements. Currently, your combat skills, awareness, and strategic thinking are commendable. You possess both the unyielding will to advance and the ability to withstand pressure from stronger opponents. However, what you lack is a sense of killer intent. Kluosa's analysis was astute. Thus far, you have yet to undertake any planetary missions. A Saiyan who has not slaughtered millions cannot become a true warrior. Set aside your training for now, and seek an opportunity to apply for a planetary assault mission at school. Understood? Sapphire nodded earnestly. The notion of taking a life stirred a peculiar feeling within him. While he recognized that as a Saiyan, such bloodshed would inevitably come, and his body seemed to embrace the idea with a sense of excitement, he was still shackled by the moralities instilled in him on Earth, leaving him with an ineffable sense of conflict. All right, I understand. Sapphire resolved to pursue strength, knowing that no one could hinder his growth, not even himself. Oh, by the way, your Aunt Hanesia is due any day now. She should give birth soon. You might want to postpone applying for that mission until after the baby is born. It's rumored to be a boy, and with her lineage, the child's power should be quite impressive. Kluosa mused while tidying up his training attire. Got it. I understand, Sapphire replied nonchalantly. Though his power had been growing slowly, he recognized that cultivating killer intent was not an urgent matter, and he still needed to adjust his mindset. Fortunately, he had ample time in the coming days. Sapphire turned to inform his 2 teammates at school, ensuring they could prepare accordingly. Among them, Previdity was born a low-tier warrior and had likely destroyed a planet in infancy. Thus, taking a life was hardly a daunting task for him. However, Era was presumably of the same noble lineage as himself. Although her combat prowess was not yet formidable, it would be beneficial for her to experience it in advance. Wait, Hanesia is about to give birth to a son, and her husband is Bardock. This means Goku is soon to make his entrance into the world. With this thought, a magnificent and radiant red star suddenly appeared in Sapphire's mind, shimmering with auroras as the planet began to crack chaotically, culminating in a resounding explosion amidst blinding white light. Disaster! Does this imply that Frieza will soon annihilate planet Vegeta? Sapphire felt a jolt of alarm. Although he was aware of his status as a traveler, he was also acutely self-aware, refraining from recklessly challenging Frieza merely due to his unique identity. The gap between them was as vast as the horizon. It was simply insurmountable. The only option left was to flee. He must escape. Time was of the essence. If his memory served him correctly, the annihilation would occur mere days after Goku's birth, given that Hanesia's due date had arrived. He had no more than 10 days left. Taking a deep breath, Sapphire made a resolute decision. He would immediately go to the academy and apply for a mission to conquer a low-tier planet. Determined to escape planet Vegeta within 5 days, Sapphire rushed back to the academy with utmost urgency, instructing Phil to notify Pravity and Era to head to his villa with the highest priority command. The two arrived hastily, uncertain of Sapphire's intentions, but having developed a close bond over the past few months. "Captain, my training mission isn't complete yet. Even if you're worried about me surpassing you, there's no need to interrupt my cultivation at this time." "Are you afraid?" Pravity jested upon entering. Ordinarily, Sapphire would have taken the opportunity to enlighten him on their disparities, but now he was too preoccupied to engage in conversation, noticing Sapphire's grave demeanor. Pravity sensed something was amiss and chose to sit aside. Awaiting Era's arrival for the captain to disclose what was happening. "Captain," Era greeted as she entered, seeing Sapphire's lack of response puzzled her. "With everyone present," Sapphire declared, "I have decided to initiate a mission to conquer a low-tier planet in 3 days. We must promptly apply at the Academy for this mission." "What? Who forbade it?" Sapphire's fist pounded the table with a resounding thud. He had anticipated a straightforward process, only to be confronted by the administration, who stated that he and his team did not meet the application criteria. "Lord Sapphire, you are of noble birth, and we, as mere commoners, dare not offend you. However, the Academy has regulations stating that all members of a team applying for such missions must possess combat powers exceeding 800. While you are undoubtedly strong," the alien attending to Sapphire appeared distressed. This was planet Vegeta, and offending a noble was not an option, yet allowing their application would implicate him in severe consequences, leaving him with no choice but to implore Sapphire to abandon the mission. "Humph! Open your eyes. Have you lost your sight? My combat power has long exceeded 800. How dare you utter such nonsense?" Sapphire's form tensed as his energy surged, overwhelming the attendant with pressure. Yes, I understand you are powerful, but could you please temper your aura?" The attendant, witnessing the readings approaching 1003, was incredulous. Yet, the overwhelming presence had already confirmed Sapphire's formidable strength. "While you pose no issue, your two companions remain far below the threshold. One has just over 400, and the other is below 600. Such low combat power incurs an excessively high risk of death during missions. The Academy cannot approve this." Despite Sapphire's penetrating gaze, the attendant could only muster the courage to explain. "Humph, silence. We Saiyans are born for battle. Even in death, it is an honor to shy away from combat due to low power is a disgrace to our kind. Do you view us as those who prey on the weak?" Sapphire seized the alien by the throat, his voice rising in intensity. "Lord Sapphire," the alien gasped, his face turning a shade of purple as he pleaded for mercy. Trembling in fear, "Humph." Sapphire released him as if discarding refuse, aware that while eliminating the attendant would pose no consequences, the mission took precedence, and he refrained from causing unnecessary trouble. "Listen well. We Saiyans grow stronger in the face of adversity, continually challenging more powerful beings. Even when our opponents surpass us, we never retreat. Do you understand?" "Ha. Well said." Suddenly, an elderly Saiyan appeared unnoticed by Sapphire. His hair was partially gray, a rare sight among the long-lived Saiyans, explaining his presence at the Academy rather than on the battlefield. "Thank you for the compliment, but I'm merely stating facts." Sapphire inclined his head, recalling his father's solemn words. Every Saiyan who fought into old age without suffering injury was undeniably formidable and should not be underestimated. "Now, I have heard of the earlier incident. You were Sapphire, son of Kluosa, correct?" "Indeed. Very well. Although your mission to conquer a low-tier planet seems somewhat ambitious, I consent. Grant them a pass. I trust Kluosa's son will not bring shame to his name." The elder Saiyan exuded authority, and upon his command, the previously anxious alien calmed, hastily proceeding to complete the necessary procedures. The processing was expedited. What usually took 1 or 2 days was accomplished by afternoon under the elder's auspices. Sapphire's team acted swiftly, receiving notification shortly after to depart from planet Vegeta. Sapphire was unwilling to delay. The longer he waited, the more unpredictable the situation became, and he dared not take the risk. 3 small spacecraft flew in unison towards a low-tier planet. Yet Sapphire's thoughts were far from the destination. He was consumed with devising a scheme to extract Kluosa and really from planet Vegeta. With destruction imminent, he could not bear the thought of losing his parents, as their bond had deepened over the years. "You two must be quite curious about why I am so eager to remove you from planet Vegeta." Sapphire acknowledged their inquiries but hesitated on how to explain the gravity of the situation. Ultimately, he resolved to share the truth, irrespective of their belief. Reality would prove itself in time at haha. no matter your intentions. Captain, I will follow your lead. Although I cannot fathom your thoughts, I know you have your own plans, so why should I pry? Vegito, ever the easygoing one, had lived a solitary life and had unwaveringly followed Sapphire since recognizing his leadership. Era, slightly exasperated by the straightforwardness of the large fellow, shook her head. Captain, while I trust you, it would still be prudent to share some details so we can better assist your endeavors. I have no issue divulging information. But first, please deactivate the remote connection on the communicator and switch to internal communication for the three of us. What follows is of utmost importance and must remain confidential, Sapphire exhaled, uncertain if the weight of the revelation would be too much for them to bear. After complying with Sapphire's request, they both awaited his explanation with utmost seriousness. To my knowledge, planet Vegeta is set to face annihilation in the near future. Sapphire's tone was grave and earnest upon hearing this. Both Era and Vegito felt an overwhelming urge to mock what they perceived as an absurd joke, yet the seriousness of his demeanor stifled their laughter. Finally, Era spoke up. Captain, that cold joke was not amusing at all. I am not jesting. You know my character. I would never make light of such matters. While the prevailing narrative will attribute the destruction to a planetary collision, the truth lies with Frieza. Frieza? They exclaimed simultaneously, shock etching their features. Humph, enough of this Lord Frieza nonsense. Over the past few years, Frieza's disdain for our Saiyan race has only intensified. It was merely a matter of time before he took action against us. I have only gleaned a fraction of the truth. Sapphire's words were rather ambiguous, yet they could be considered an explanation, although I have heard my parents express dissatisfaction from the higher-ups regarding Frieza. It hardly seems justified. I've been informed that in recent years, Frieza has intensified his recruitment of our Saiyan kin, offering even greater remuneration. This hardly appears to be an indication of hostility towards us. Moreover, there are several dozen Saiyans with combat powers exceeding 10,000, and we are certainly not pushovers. If Frieza were to take action against us, he would need to weigh his options carefully. Era, born into high nobility, is well-informed and articulates her analyses with clarity. Taking a deep breath, Sapphire explained to the extent of his knowledge, yet both of them remained skeptical, and he found himself unable to substantiate the truth of the matter. While I am unaware of Frieza's true strength, I can assert that his combat power should far surpass that of the Saiyan King. A conservative estimate would place it above 50,000. Furthermore, his two bodyguards undoubtedly possess combat capabilities exceeding 10,000. 50,000? Chapter 15. The misunderstanding. After much discussion, the matter ultimately remained unresolved. Sapphire understood that the two harbored lingering doubts about his words, yet he was not in a hurry to clarify. His current concern was how to deceive his parents into leaving planet Vegeta. While waiting for Hanasia to give birth before embarking on the mission seemed feasible, destruction loomed imminent, and he could not ascertain the exact day it would occur. Should he neglect this, the risk of being annihilated alongside it was far too great, and Sapphire was not willing to take that chance. As he voiced his worries, the two pondered for a moment but failed to provide any satisfactory advice. Vegito, lacking parents, displayed an indifferent demeanor upon hearing the news, compounded by his relatively short time spent on planet Vegeta, which left him with little sense of belonging. Era explained that her parents were entirely unconcerned with her. Even if she were to voice her concerns, they would not believe her, so she resolved to disregard them entirely. Sapphire tapped his head. He knew it was a mistake to consult these two, and it would be wiser to devote more time to devising a plan himself. Just then, Sapphire's communicator signaled an incoming call. Upon seeing the caller's identity, he felt an overwhelming urge to bang his head against a wall. Struggling to suppress the impulse to crush the communicator, reluctantly, Sapphire pressed the answer button. Hello, Father, Sapphire said, his expression laden with melancholy as he looked at Kluosa. The screen flickered to reveal Kluosa's dashing visage. Why the haste? Did I not say to wait until your aunt has given birth before leaving? Ah, dear father, I feel as a Saiyan that I must never be complacent, and I should devote every moment to self-improvement. Besides, Aunt Hanasia's childbirth is of no concern to me. If I wish to see the child, it would be better to wait until I have completed this mission, Sapphire concluded, internally chastising himself for such a flimsy excuse. Is that so? Very well. If you must go early, then resolve matters swiftly. Just be cautious not to sustain any injuries. This time, it is merely a low-level planet. Do not bring disgrace upon the Saiyan name. Sapphire's eyes widened. He knew his reasoning was flimsy, yet he was astonished that Kluosa actually believed him. Oh, understood. Rest assured, Sapphire replied dismissively before hanging up, immediately regretting that after such a lengthy discussion, he still had not informed him of planet Vegeta's impending destruction. Sigh. I am at a loss for how to convey this. Sapphire sighed, disliking the act of fabricating excuses, especially since he needed to ensure his parents were convinced. The planet designated for this mission was not far from planet Vegeta. And at the speed of a small spacecraft, they would arrive in just 3 days. During these 3 days, Sapphire hardly slept, continuously pondering the issue, yet he still had no plausible excuse. There are only 2 hours until arrival. Prepare for landing. The mission briefing specified that the strongest combat power on this planet should not exceed 500, even if there were. They would be exceedingly rare. The population is estimated at over 100 million. So it seems we have a fair bit of slaughtering to do, Sapphire remarked as he reviewed the information on the mission scroll. Only 500? There is nothing to fear. The planet I was born and trained on was similar, and I single-handedly annihilated it. Facing such a planet poses no challenge whatsoever. Pravaitai, a low-level warrior by birth, exclaimed. Though his words were bold, they were indeed factual. Even with equivalent combat power, Saiyans typically had a greater chance of victory against other races. Not to mention the sheer power disparity. You need not worry about me. After all, I come from a prestigious lineage and would never disgrace the Saiyan name, even if danger were to arise. We have our captain to lead the charge. Era exuded confidence. Although her combat experience was not extensive, that was precisely the purpose of this mission, was it not? In truth, after Sapphire concluded his introduction, his thoughts returned to concocting excuses, entirely oblivious to what the other two were saying. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck. Sapphire clapped his hands and exclaimed, "What if I claim to have encountered a formidable enemy during the mission and request my father's assistance? Do you think they would believe that? Excellent idea. I shall use that excuse." With his decision made, Sapphire's tense nerves finally relaxed, yet within a minute, he succumbed to slumber. Do you think it's acceptable to let the captain sleep just before battle? Pravaitai asked, exasperated as he gazed at him. I am the communicator. Era shook her head, equally helpless. Let it be. The initial skirmishes are unlikely to be overly intense. Allow him a brief rest. I suspect the captain is merely fatigued from his own chaotic thoughts. Whatever, having no captain might be a blessing, saving us from him competing for glory against powerful foes. Pravaitai shrugged, having never taken this mission to heart. Sapphire slept soundly for 3 days, remaining oblivious even as they landed on the target planet. How delightful. I feel utterly rejuvenated. Sapphire stretched, his spirits lifted as the weariness of the past few days dissipated. Upon exiting the small spacecraft, Sapphire discovered the surroundings had been utterly ravaged, with ruins and remnants strewn about. The sight of numerous corpses evoked no sense of revulsion within him, as if he were accustomed to it. This surprised him, as he had anticipated needing time to acclimate. First, I must lure my father out. The connection to planet Vegeta remains intact. It has not yet met its doom, but time is surely of the essence. Sapphire surveyed the area, spotting a corpse from which he smeared several layers of blood across his face, rendering himself a disheveled mess, before activating the communicator to contact Kluosa. Beep beep. Within mere seconds, the call connected. Before Kluosa could utter a word, a bloodied Sapphire feigned weakness as he spoke. Father, save me. There are beings on this planet with combat power exceeding 5,000. But just as Sapphire was about to continue, he discreetly crushed the communicator, pretending to have been attacked and thus severing the connection. Reflecting on his arrangement and performance, Sapphire couldn't help but applaud himself. Perfect. With this, father will undoubtedly rush to my aid, and my mother will surely accompany him, perhaps even bringing the entire squad along. This way, I can save all these familiar faces. Even if planet Vegeta is still intact by then, I can easily fabricate an excuse to delay matters for a month or two. Now, with that settled, I must hasten to assist my dear comrades in battle. Sapphire activated his locator to find his teammates' positions. There they were, over 3,700 kilometers to the southwest. Quite impressive. They were swift. Sapphire gathered his energy and shot up into the sky. Oh, the thrill of battle awaits. I am on my way. After nearly 2 hours of continuous flight, Sapphire finally located Era and the others, who were currently engaged in a fierce battle. Pravaitai and Era found themselves besieged by several hundred foes, each boasting combat powers exceeding 100. Though they fought valiantly, they were not in immediate danger, with only minor wounds to show for their efforts. It was no contest. Sapphire's arrival instantly turned the tide, effortlessly overpowering their adversaries. Within moments, silence enveloped the battlefield. After the skirmish concluded and they took a moment to rest, Sapphire proudly recounted his recent deception of Kluosa. Hey, Captain, are you certain your assumptions are sound? If not, I fear you may end up on the receiving end of your father's wrath. Era lay languidly on the grass, exhausted from the earlier exertion and in need of respite. Absolutely. Sapphire replied with unwavering confidence. Frieza's purge of planet Vegeta has become inevitable. While I may lack the power to change this outcome, at the very least, I can save some Saiyans. We cannot allow our kind to vanish into history. Very well, do as you please. When Kluosa inquires, provide Tai and I shall feign ignorance to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Era remarked, by the way, news from planet Vegeta yesterday indicated that Hanasiya has given birth to a son. Regrettably, he is a low-class warrior, and I believe they have already settled on a name, Raditz. Upon witnessing Sapphire's nonchalant demeanor, Ella decided to adopt a lofty attitude herself, reasoning that the matter was ultimately the captain's unilateral decision. Tisich, hardly unexpected. Upon hearing the news relayed by Ella, a triumphant smile spread across Sapphire's face. It appeared that his efforts had not been in vain, and he could indeed rescue his parents. Surely, they must have set out by now, right? Wait a moment. What name did I just hear? Raditz. Did Goku refer to that name? It sounds so familiar. Hold on, Raditz. Isn't that the name of Goku's brother? Good heavens. How could I have forgotten that Goku has a brother? This means that Frieza hasn't even reached the point of annihilating planet Vegeta yet. How infuriating. How could I be so careless? Oh no. Sapphic suddenly recalled his father, who was anxiously en route, and a scene flashed before his eyes where he had to explain his misjudgment to Kluosa. Grabbing the detector from the ground, Sapphic took to the skies in a frenzy, elevating his speed to the utmost as he aimed for the location of the small spacecraft. Captain, the two were bewildered by Sapphire's sudden actions, but hastened to follow. This is bad. This is bad. We are doomed. I've led my father on a wild goose chase, and my life is at stake. As Sapphic flew, he muttered anxiously to himself, paying no heed to the shouts of the two behind him. He returned directly to the small spacecraft, preparing to launch it and escape. Captain, what on earth is going on? You ought to clarify things with us. Praviti grasped Sapphic, unwilling to let him simply dash away. We can discuss the specifics later. Let us get out of this sector first. Sapphic was disinclined to explain. The priority was to leave this planet, ensuring his father could not locate him. The reasons could wait until they had departed. And as for this mission, to hell with it. My life is far more important than any mission. Chapter 16. Sapphic, I will skin you alive. Kluosa was in good spirits today. Yesterday, Riley's friend Hanasia had given birth to a son. While this was indeed a cause for celebration, it was said that the child was assessed to be a low-level warrior, so the planned festivities were ultimately abandoned. Reflecting on his own son, Kluosa felt an immense sense of pride. Thus far, Sapphic had given him no cause for discontent. Although he did not fully comprehend Sapphire's eagerness to embark on training, shouldn't parents support their children in their quest for strength? Therefore, regardless of the reasons, Kluosa chose not to intervene, allowing him to pursue his whims. After all, that low-level planet posed no real danger. A bit of turmoil would only benefit Sapphire's growth. Originally, Kluosa intended to visit the mission hall to see if there were any worthwhile tasks available. But upon discovering a call from Sapphic on his communicator, he was taken aback. When he connected, he was greeted by the sight of Sapphic, bloodied and breathless, appearing exceedingly weak. Just as Kluosa was about to inquire further, he heard Sapphire's desperate plea. Save me, father. There is someone on this planet with combat power exceeding 5,000. A surge of hot blood rushed to Kluosa's head as Sapphire's frail voice echoed in his mind. Father. Save me. Gazing at the now black screen of the communicator, Kluosa was filled with anxiety. Damn it. Whoever you are, if you dare harm my son, I will turn you into mincemeat. Enraged, Kluosa propelled himself swiftly from the villa, heading straight for the departure platform, disregarding the flight restrictions. In the gym, Riley heard Kluosa's furious shout, and sensed something was amiss. She rushed outside, only to see Kluosa flying off in a rage. Quickly activating her communicator, she relayed, Kluosa is in a fit of rage and is heading to the departure platform. You all need to get there as fast as possible. I'll follow closely and inform you of our destination. Get out of my way. All of you, clear the path. I am Kluosa, and this is an emergency. Not long after Kluosa took to the skies, dozens of Saiyans attempted to block his path. However, upon hearing his name and recognizing the urgency of his situation, they swiftly parted ways. Kluosa was indeed a well-respected figure among the Saiyans. His speed was remarkable. Within mere minutes, he reached the departure platform. Upon arrival, he spotted several Saiyans preparing to embark on a mission. Boarding a small spacecraft, ignoring the cries of the staff, Kluosa forcibly dragged one of them out. I am Kluosa, and I am commandeering your vessel due to an emergency. You can sort out the departure process later. Any issues can be discussed upon my return. Without further ado, Kluosa entered and sealed the hatch. Disregarding the protests from the outside, he set the coordinates for Sapphire's planet and activated the spacecraft. Kluosa was immensely anxious. As he exited the atmosphere, he ramped up the speed to its maximum. Excellent. At this pace, I shall arrive in half a day. Son, you must hold on. Your father is on his way. Wait for me. Kluosa roared within the spacecraft, wishing fervently that it could go even faster. Beep, beep. Kluosa, what on earth is going on? Why are you so agitated? Shut up. Your son is on the brink of death. And you dare question me? Facing Riley's inquiry, Kluosa felt a surge of anger. How could this happen? Wasn't he on a low-level planet? It shouldn't he pose any danger, even if he encounters much stronger foes. He should be able to handle it after transforming. Are you mistaken? Riley was utterly perplexed. She was well aware that their son's combat power exceeded 1,000, comparable to that of an adult low-level warrior. Perhaps even stronger. Even with limited combat experience, he should not face life-threatening danger. However, what if he encountered an enemy with combat power exceeding 5,000? Although transformation could enhance abilities tenfold, the sheer size of his body would prevent him from fully realizing that potential, likely only allowing him to defeat enemies 3 to 4 times his original strength. With Sapphire's current power level, he stood no chance against anyone with a combat power above 4,000. Kluosa nearly ground his teeth in frustration. It was all due to that incompetent intelligence department, allowing such a massive error in information. If anything were to happen to Sapphire, he would see to it that they paid dearly. All right. Don't be too hasty. I've already notified the other team members to hurry over. Sapphire is quite clever. He will be fine. Riley reassured Kluosa, who appeared somewhat despondent. I'm fine. Let us head back to our home planet. Perhaps you are right. 3 days later, Kluosa and the others scoured the entire planet, yet found neither a trace of Sapphire nor the supposed foe with combat power exceeding 5,000 after repeatedly trying to contact Sapphire without receiving a response. Kluosa, consumed by anxiety and anger, obliterated the planet entirely. There's no need to worry too much. Since we haven't found him, it means Sapphire is likely still alive. He must have been injured and returned to planet Vegeta in a small spacecraft. How about we head back to check? I will continue to attempt contacting him, so do not fret. Riley consoled Kluosa, who seemed somewhat defeated. I'm fine. Let us return to our home planet. Perhaps you are indeed correct. Kluosa, weary from his exertions, set the spacecraft and collapsed into a deep slumber. This morning, Sapphire, still groggy and barely awake, was suddenly roused by the beeping of the communicator attempting to connect. With a casual gesture, he pressed the confirm button, grumbling, "Who could it be at such an early hour? Are they seeking death? Sapphire, where have you been? Speak to me." The moment the call connected, Riley's piercing voice pierced through Sapphire's eardrums, instantly dispelling his drowsiness and jolting him awake. Sapphire had initially assumed it was Ella or Praviti reaching out due to some urgent matter, hence his indifference. But why was it his mother? He distinctly remembered having switched off the external communication, leaving only the internal connections active. Momentarily at a loss for words, Sapphire could only dart his eyes about, searching for an explanation. "Sapphire, answer your mother. Where exactly are you?" Seeing that Sapphire was unharmed, Riley felt a measure of relief, yet she harbored considerable resentment towards this young man for going missing. Sapphire, attempting to placate her, replied with a sheepish smile. "Mom, it was merely an accident. I was just joking around and intended to explain everything shortly. Unfortunately, the communication system malfunctioned, and it has only just been repaired. Look, it just connected now, didn't it? Don't worry. As long as Dad is not angry, I will return immediately." Riley's expression was one of a wry smile, her gaze fixed upon him with an intensity that sent shivers down his spine. "Mom, I know I was in the wrong, but I will definitely apologize to Dad when I get back. Please, for the love of all that is holy, don't tell him about my whereabouts." Sapphire, believing Riley was reluctant to comply, scrambled for further persuasion. "Oh, is that so? Who are we not informing?" Suddenly, Riley's image shifted to Kluosa's stern visage, and upon witnessing Kluosa's furious expression, Sapphire felt a cold sweat break out across his body. In an instant, Sapphire transformed his expression, donning an innocuous smile. "Hi, Dad. It's been ages. I have some pressing matters to attend to. I'm terribly sorry, but I must dash now. Goodbye." With a tremor in his hand, he hastily severed the connection, exhaling in relief. Yet, recalling something crucial, he activated the internal communication and shouted to Ella and Praviti, "Hurry. My dad must have tracked our location. He will be here any moment. We must flee," with little regard for anything else. He pushed the spacecraft to its limits, soaring into the distance. Krozar, his face a mask of fury, glared at the now blackened screen and, taking a deep breath, could no longer contain his rage, bellowing, "Saffit, if you have the guts. Don't you dare return, otherwise, I'll make sure to skin you alive." "Krozar, I've located their position. We should head over immediately," came the voice of Rio through the internal communication, returning to the home planet. "That rascal cannot possibly remain stationary while we approach. I refuse to believe he wouldn't return. The fuel aboard his ship will only sustain him for 2 years at most. Let us see if he comes back then." Krozar scoffed coldly, initiating the spacecraft's launch towards planet Vegeta. Chapter 17. Arrival at Namek. Activating the ship's maximum speed, they drifted aimlessly through the cosmos. During these past days, Saffit had not occupied himself with anything other than searching for the location of Namek through his own network. The reason for this was twofold. First, they were still in the vicinity of planet Vegeta, and if they landed haphazardly on any planet, they would quickly be tracked down by Krozar. With a shudder, Saffit realized he lacked the courage to face his father and thus opted for a more remote destination. Additionally, inspired by the thought of using the Dragon Balls to make a wish, it became imperative to visit Namek. Saffit understood that the current Namek could not be resolved through brute force. However, it was worth a try. "Captain, there are no battles to engage in, and I feel utterly restless. This entire fiasco was caused by you, insisting on predicting the destruction of planet Vegeta. I suspect you merely sought an excuse to amuse yourself." Praviti, though obedient to Saffit's commands, was undeniably displeased with his antics. This arrangement could have allowed him to engage in exhilarating battles and significantly enhance his combat prowess, but Saffit's interference had ruined it all. "Losing this battle is inconsequential. I will make it up to you later. However, we are not aimlessly wandering. I have devised a splendid plan that we should visit a place that can substantially augment our power," Saffit declared confidently, even if he could not obtain a wish from the Dragon Balls. The other extraordinary abilities of Namek would surely bolster their strength significantly. "Very well, but you'd better deliver on your promise. If we do not experience a considerable enhancement, you owe me a favor upon our return." Praviti seized the opportunity, pressing for more. Saffit felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. Such lofty expectations. He had initially only hoped for an improvement that would surpass his own training. "Captain, I have pinpointed the location of Namek. At regular speed, it would take 3 months, but if we fly at full speed, we could arrive in 20 days. From the outset, Saffit had entrusted Ella with the task of locating Namek, as she excelled in this area among the 3 of them. "Let us not rush. Regular speed will suffice." Saffit shook his head, eagerly anticipating their journey to Namek. 3 months. "I'll rust away." Praviti's boisterous complaints began to irritate Saffit, who promptly pressed the disconnection button. "Ignore that fool. We can find some planets along the way to hone our skills and seek out some challenging ones. If they're anything like the pathetic amalgam we faced during our mission, I have no interest whatsoever." Saffit relished the thrill of challenging formidable opponents, and the prospect of danger was far from his concerns. Conquering that planet will require substantial effort. Only the captain would deem that place a pathetic amalgamation. If it were any stronger, it would be quite the challenge. Though the planet posed no threat to the 2 of them, the battles were far from easy. However, Saffit's strength had far surpassed theirs, placing him in a different league altogether, which left Ella with no choice but to voice her complaints. "Fine, I'll be cautious, but I still believe we should head to Namek first. After enhancing our power there, we should be in a much better position. Oh dear, Namek truly is splendid. The environment is delightful, albeit a tad desolate." Ella surveyed the surroundings, a panorama of lush mountains and crystal-clear waters, occasionally interrupted by a fish leaping from the depths. "Indeed, but we did not come here for leisure. If I recall correctly, Namek was purchased from a Saiyans, and it was quite an expensive acquisition. Given their intention to visit Namek, Saffit had spent several days gathering information about it, including the habits and preferences of the Namekians. The combat prowess of the Namekians is no trifling matter. Even average adult warriors possess a power level nearing 1,000, with some robust individuals reaching 2,000. They are recognized as high-level beings in the universe, yet they cherish peace and show little interest in conflict, leading to their relatively obscure reputation. To be honest, I was quite taken aback when I first encountered this information. "Captain, everywhere you look, you find beings with impressive power levels. Regardless, Can you finally reveal your purpose for coming here? You must have some reason beyond merely conquering this place or seeking knowledge, as that would contradict the teachings of our ancestors. Honestly, I can't fathom your objective for being here, Ella lamented, exasperated by their captain's silence regarding their mission. Are we finally going to engage in combat? Is a skirmish on the horizon? How splendid. I am positively bored stiff after months aboard this ship. No need to look, just the sound alone reveals it to be the battle-crazed Praviti. Shut up. You imbecile, our purpose for coming to this planet is not to fight. If you ruin the captain's plans, you'll be in for some serious training. Ella buried her face in her hands, already regretting her decision to join this team. Why was there not a single normal teammate among them? The captain was one thing, but this guy was another. Enough of the chatter. Let us seek out the Namekians. After spending so much time getting here, it would be a great loss if we left without tangible results. Sapphire activated the detector, commencing the search for life energy. 500 kilometers to the south, there are several signals. It seems to be the nearest group of people. Let us head there. Sapphire utilized the advanced detector he had borrowed from his father. Its superior features quickly revealing the location of the Namekian village. I will handle the communication. You two keep quiet. Especially you, Praviti. If you mess this up, you might as well prepare for your demise. Safit was aware of this individual's somewhat volatile temperament. Therefore, it was prudent to take preventive measures in advance. Praviti, shrinking back slightly, understood the weight of Safit's serious words when he uttered, "You're finished," and nodded earnestly to reassure Safit, saying, "Yes, Captain, I will absolutely keep my mouth shut. Everything is entrusted to you." However, after analyzing the surroundings for a few minutes, they caught sight of an array of uniquely shaped oval houses, varying in size, scattered across the flat terrain. Nearby, a clear river flowed, while green-skinned Namekians diligently labored, their faces occasionally radiant with warm smiles. "All right, we've arrived. Descend," Safit commanded, observing the village before him as it grew larger with their descent, gradually attracting the gaze of numerous Namekians. After a brief moment of mutual scrutiny, a middle-aged Namekian stepped forward and inquired, "Who are you?" "Greetings, we are Saiyans, and we have come to this place seeking to borrow the Dragon Balls. We hope you might grant us this favor, esteemed Namekian." Safit spoke with utmost politeness, as he was indeed seeking assistance. Saiyans. The Namekian was taken aback, then scrutinized the trio closely, naturally noticing the distinct tails emblematic of Saiyans. Upon confirming his suspicions, the leader's expression shifted coldly as he retorted, "Namekians do not welcome blood-soaked Saiyans. You are not welcome here. Return whence you came." Before Safit could respond, Praviti erupted, "What did you say? Do you look down upon us, Saiyans? You're courting death." With those words, he braced himself for confrontation, only to be hastily restrained by Safit, who admonished, "Damn it, do you remember what I told you when we first arrived?" Humph. Though Praviti was held back, his anger simmered, his gaze still fixed intently on the Namekian. "Esteemed Namekian, we mean no offense. Although our approach is somewhat abrupt, we sincerely hope you can assist us with this matter. We genuinely require the Dragon Balls. That is out of the question," the middle-aged Namekian replied stubbornly. "While I do not sense malice from you, the Dragon Balls shall not be lent to you." "Humph. If I am not mistaken, the Dragon Balls were not created by you, were they? Moreover, you are not the Grand Elder of Namek. I believe it would be better for me to consult your Grand Elder directly. But I must trouble you to guide us." After being repeatedly rebuffed, even a patient individual has their limits, especially a Saiyan known for their fiery temperament. Even though Safit was an anomaly, he could not bear it any longer. Initially, the middle-aged Namekian anticipated a conflict upon observing Praviti's demeanor, but was surprised by Safit's demeanor, which suggested he had no intention of resorting to violence. He recognized that, given the capabilities of his own race, it would be impossible to contend with the Saiyans, even if the visitors were all relatively young. However, he pondered that perhaps it would be more appropriate for the Grand Elder to handle the situation. "Very well, I shall escort you to meet the Grand Elder, but I must clarify that even in his presence, it would be impossible for him to lend you the Dragon Balls." His tone was resolute. Nonetheless, to Safit, this merely seemed like a stubborn refusal. If they existed, there was a possibility of obtaining them. The Grand Elder's residence was quite distant, but under the guidance of the Namekian, Safit and his companions quickly arrived at the legendary Grand Elder's abode. However, contrary to Safit's expectations, when they arrived, the Grand Elder was resting within a village, occasionally imparting special skills to some young Namekians. Noticing the arrival of guests, the Grand Elder calmly gestured for the others to leave, saying, "You may step outside. Greetings, Saiyans. Hello." Esteemed Grand Elder. It is evident that you are already aware of our purpose here. Once again, we ask if it would be possible to borrow the Dragon Balls. Sapphire observed that the Grand Elder was immense. Markedly different from other Namekians. Though somewhat aged, he appeared quite healthy and strolled leisurely within his dwelling. I am aware of your purpose for visiting. You wish to rapidly enhance your combat abilities. Am I correct? The Grand Elder articulated their intent with uncanny accuracy, yet Sapphire felt a sense of discomfort under his penetrating gaze, as if he were being seen through. Indeed, I have heard that the Dragon Balls can grant any wish. Thus, I believe this minor request should be easily resolved. Can we receive a response regarding our desire to borrow the Dragon Balls? The Grand Elder nodded slightly before shaking his head. His meaning eluded Sapphire for a moment. While the Dragon Balls can indeed fulfill wishes, strength must be earned through one's own efforts. This is something the Dragon Balls cannot remedy. The Grand Elder explained. Is that so? How disappointing. Yet, I still believe borrowing the Dragon Balls would be preferable. Frankly speaking, ever since the Namekians' earlier remarks, Sapphire had harbored doubts about their trustworthiness and dismissed the Grand Elder's explanation entirely. He was resolute. Unless he could personally verify it, he would not relent. No, it is not possible. Using the Dragon Balls requires a considerable recovery time, thus they serve as our safeguard against unforeseen circumstances. I am truly sorry, but I cannot lend them to you. After a brief pause, as if contemplating something, the Grand Elder continued, however, although I cannot lend you the Dragon Balls, if you wish to enhance your combat prowess, I can assist you with that. Initially infuriated by the news that the Dragon Balls were unavailable, Sapphire was taken aback by the Grand Elder's subsequent offer. What do you mean? Our Namekian race possesses many unique abilities. If you do not mind, I could help you unlock your potential, which should significantly bolster your combat capabilities. The Grand Elder smiled, having noticed the grin on Sapphire's face, a clear indication that he could fulfill Sapphire's request. Significantly, if it does not exceed 30%. I shall not be satisfied. Sapphire had come with the explicit aim of enhancing his strength, and receiving such a promise indicated he had achieved his goal. Rest assured. Generally, individuals do not experience an increase of less than 50%. The stronger your potential, the greater the enhancement. Indeed, some exceptional talents can nearly double their power. Sapphire nodded in satisfaction. Then let us begin with me. Please expedite the process of unlocking our potential. The Grand Elder ceased his pacing and gently placed his left hand atop Sapphire's head. Sapphire felt somewhat anxious, his fists clenched tightly, his body tensed. He had never experienced an increase of 50% in power before. Should this enhancement succeed, he would undoubtedly be able to contend with Darl. Perhaps even surpass him. The mere thought ignited a fervor within Sapphire, leading him to believe that he would soon be the most talented Saiyan. Gradually, an unusual vortex of energy coalesced around Sapphire. Swirling rapidly as time passed, the vortex quickened, drawing closer to Sapphire's body, ultimately crashing into his skin and surging within. Suddenly, Sapphire felt an immense force pulling him upward, the energy within him explosively increasing, unleashing a tremendous aura. How powerful! Truly powerful! Sapphire roared with laughter, overwhelmed by a strength he had never before experienced, unable to contain his exhilaration. Beside him, Era and Praveti were forced to retreat under the overwhelming pressure, their expressions filled with astonishment. They had not anticipated that merely one session with the Grand Elder could result in such a dramatic surge in combat power. This strength, it seems comparable to those elite warriors of adulthood. Absolutely frightening, Era exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. She had never envisioned that their expedition would yield such remarkable results. Ha! What a remarkable display. Your potential is indeed astonishing. I have never encountered such a level of potential before. I eagerly anticipate how far you will grow. The Grand Elder observed Sapphire's exuberant display of punches and kicks, a hint of a smile gracing his features. Thank you, esteemed Grand Elder. Consider this a favor owed. Should any challenges arise in the future, feel free to send someone to planet Vegeta to seek my assistance. Sapphire expressed his gratitude, feeling elated. He believed that if the Namekians ever faced an insurmountable foe, he could lend a hand and repay this favor. Please have your other two companions step forward as well, so I may assist them in enhancing their abilities. The Grand Elder gestured towards Era and Praveti. Allow me to go first. Praveti was profoundly shaken as he witnessed the overwhelming power emanating from Sapphire after his enhancement. Had the captain not been engaged in conversation with the Elder of Namek, he would have eagerly approached the Elder for assistance, eager to discover the extent of his own potential and whether he could challenge the captain after his enhancement. Initially, Praveti held a dismissive view of the Namekians. Yet the elder's abilities commanded his utmost respect. Approaching the elder's seat, he said, "I beg your pardon, great elder." The elder smiled gently, placing his hand upon Pravity's head. Within mere seconds, a tempestuous aura erupted from Pravity's being. "Ha ha! How powerful! How powerful indeed! I feel as though I can now contend with those ordinary elites." After Pravity stepped back, Ella took a deep breath and approached, perhaps lacking confidence. Although she believed she had significantly improved, she felt she could not compare to the captain. Haha. It seems that once I reach adulthood, the title of the first female warrior of the Saiyans shall undoubtedly belong to me. Ella was elated, promptly activating her scouter and directing it towards herself. 4108. What a surprise, a 9-fold increase. How astonishing. 5372. Haha. Captain, I wonder if you have a moment to spare for a bout with me. I trust you won't shy away from the challenge. Pravity's confidence soared, relishing the idea of testing the captain in battle. Very well, you are always welcome. I hope you do not regret your decision. A subtle smirk played at the corners of Sapphire's mouth as he observed the scouter display over 10,000 in battle power, clearly anticipating the forthcoming duel. Suddenly, Sapphire recalled something and turned to ask, "By the way, Great Elder, this enhancement comes without any side effects, correct? Will it hinder our ability to grow stronger in the future? If that is the case, the consequences could be quite dire." Sapphire was acutely aware that over 10,000 in battle power was not as formidable as it seemed. Rest assured, this merely unlocks abilities that could not be enhanced through training alone. Moreover, if you continue to train diligently over the next few months, your power will see substantial growth. It is akin to a person possessing a potential of 100, yet only utilizing 1/10. Now that I have elevated that potential to 1,000, your 1/10 translates to 10 times your previous battle power, and that is merely 1/10 of your ultimate potential, should you train to utilize 2/10. Your power will indeed increase significantly. The elder provided an illustrative example to reassure the trio. Thank you very much. This journey to Namek has truly been delightful. We shall not impose further. Sapphire, having accomplished his objective, was eager to leave for other planets to explore his newfound strength. Having just received a boon from the elder, he felt it inappropriate to wreak havoc on this planet. The elder shook his head, saying, "Unless there is an urgent matter, I suggest you remain on Namek for a while." As I mentioned, your potential has only just begun to be unlocked, and there remains a considerable amount yet to be fully realized. If you train well over the next few months, you will undoubtedly see significant improvements. Oh, is that so? However, we Saiyans typically enhance our strength through combat with one another. If we inadvertently damage the environment of Namek, that would be quite unfortunate. Sapphire glanced at Pravity, who was itching for a fight, his own battle fervor ignited, eager to find a place for an exhilarating clash. Not to worry, you can seek out an open area. As long as you do not harm my kin, Namek is vast enough for you to engage without causing destruction. Furthermore, I have a request that I hope you will honor. The elder was unconcerned, recognizing that while Saiyan battles can be destructive, they do not inflict irreparable damage. Indeed, please, go on. If it is within my means, I, Sapphire, shall not hesitate. I hope that one day, should Namek face an insurmountable foe, you will aid us in combating the great threat. The elder's request was somewhat perplexing, yet Sapphire readily agreed. If a formidable adversary were to arise, Sapphire would charge forward to confront it without needing the elder's urging. Defeating or driving off the enemy would merely be a matter of course. That is reassuring. I trust you will remember your promise. Allow Nero to host you during your stay. The elder smiled, introducing a young Namekian who had been silent and overlooked by Sapphire and his companions. Nero is the only combat-oriented Namekian we have. If you seek a worthy opponent, I believe he can meet your expectations. The elder exuded confidence in Nero. A combat-oriented Namekian. Sapphire scrutinized Nero for several seconds before smiling and saying, "Indeed, you are remarkable. I believe I shall not suffer from loneliness on this planet. However, before we proceed." Pravity. Sapphire turned to face Pravity, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Pravity matched Sapphire's intensity, and the stage was set for an epic clash. Moments later, both charged forward into the skies. These two lunatics. Ella sighed in exasperation. "Well then, I shall take my leave. Nero, would you care to join me?" Nero nodded and followed Ella as they pursued the direction Sapphire had taken. Chapter 20. Sapphire, never help me avenge. Ha. Sapphire gathered the last vestiges of his energy in his right hand, utilizing every ounce of strength to unleash an energy blast directed at Nero. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted, sending clouds of smoke billowing forth, marking the conclusion of the battle, not far from where Nero collapsed. Ella and Pravity lay battered and bruised on the ground. Had it not been for the occasional rise and fall of their chests, one might have assumed they had perished. However, Sapphire's condition was equally dire. His body drenched in blood, covered in wounds large and small. One arm had been rendered useless, and he gasped for breath, his chest heaving as he teetered on the brink of collapse. At last. Witnessing Nero unable to rise after Sapphire's final strike, Sapphire exhaled, his body relaxing as he succumbed to the ground. After Sapphire lay still for some time, a Namekian approached from afar, assessing the situation before placing his hands upon each of them in turn. As a soft golden light shimmered from his hands, all were restored to their feet, their injuries healed and vitality replenished as though nothing had transpired, had it not been for the desolate landscape and the remaining bloodstains on their bodies. One could hardly believe a fierce battle had just unfolded here. Phew, that was perilously close. Captain, your strikes were ruthless. I felt my consciousness wavering. Pravati exclaimed loudly, expressing his discontent. I told you before. Yet you insisted on me giving it my all. Was it not enlightening for you to experience the gap between us? Sapphire, having recovered, sat easily upon a rock. Pravati had no retort. After all, it was he who had requested Sapphire to unleash his full strength prior to this battle. Even though he had been soundly defeated, he bore no resentment, merely grappling with his own dissatisfaction. The captain faced off against all three of us this time. Had it not been for Nero, we would have surely been vanquished, Ella observed keenly, recognizing that since their potential had been unlocked by the Elder, their battle power had surged explosively. She was quite satisfied with her current strength. While the captain's prowess remained leagues ahead, an ever-widening chasm that seemed insurmountable. To be honest, Nero, your battle power was truly astonishing at first. During our initial encounter, you exhibited a battle power of 23,000. I recall that we three were swiftly bested by you. Sapphire patted Nero on the shoulder. Having spent nearly a year on Namek, the four had engaged in countless battles, with Nero initially dominating the trio. However, as their training progressed, Sapphire and his companions rapidly caught up to Nero, leading to a division of their battles. It was only in the past month, after Sapphire's power surpassed 30,000, that the previous arrangement proved ineffective. Thus, Ella proposed that the three of them take on Sapphire together. Initially, Sapphire had been frequently defeated, but in recent days, he had managed to maintain a winning streak. It seems we have all reached our limits. Have we not? Sapphire felt as though he was nearing his limits, uncertain whether it was due to the Elder's ineffective potential development or if he was genuinely approaching the brink of his capabilities. He sensed that the improvements from the recent battles had become increasingly imperceptible. Pravati and Ella shared his sentiments, nodding in agreement. Nero, I am grateful for your care during these days. I believe it is time for us to depart. Let us bid farewell. Please convey my regards to the Elder, and thank you for your exceptional healing. Your skills are truly remarkable. After expressing their gratitude, Sapphire and his companions ascended into the sky. Eager to return to planet Vegeta after such an extended absence, the other individual who aided them in their recovery was a Namekian, although Sapphire and his companions had interacted with him multiple times. They had never inquired about his name. Safe travels. Without excessive reluctance, Nero found a certain affinity with these straightforward, yet formidable young warriors, and their relationship was quite harmonious, though it seemed the two Namekians were not particularly adept at communication. Soon, the trio activated their small spacecraft, setting a course for planet Vegeta at a customary speed. Wow, I wonder what kind of treatment we will receive upon our return. My battle power now exceeds 15,000. Excluding the captain, I can only assume I might claim the title of the first Saiyan, Pravati exclaimed excitedly, never having anticipated such a bountiful reward. Following the captain had indeed led him to a wondrous place. Haha, that would make me the first Saiyan female warrior. The current first, Hanasia, only possesses a battle power of 12,000. I have already surpassed her. Ella chimed in, equally elated. Sapphire, leaning against the side, merely smiled at their exuberance. Despite their significant power gains, they remained but children. Although Sapphire, too, was in a youthful body, his spirit was that of a nearly 30-year-old adult. The rise in battle power was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Yet it did not warrant such fervor. He pondered whether his father had calmed down. After such a lengthy period, surely he could not still harbor resentment. Sapphire mused inwardly, gradually succumbing to slumber. The relentless battles had persisted for a year, and he had not had a moment's respite. Thus, he intended to take full advantage of the upcoming months to rest thoroughly. 3 months later, Sapphire stretched languidly. Ah, that was an incredibly refreshing sleep. Beep. Oh, we will arrive at planet Vegeta in just 3 hours. Sapphire glanced at the ship's display, contemplating before deciding to awaken Pravaitai and Ella. Haha, we're almost there. I can hardly wait to see the expressions on everyone's faces when they see us. Surely, they will all revere me now, Pravaitai exclaimed. Lord Pravaitai. Haha, that sounds delightful. Having been born into a humble background, Pravaitai had always yearned for recognition, and this was undoubtedly a golden opportunity for him to rise. TCH, narcissist. Ella scoffed, pretending not to notice. Beep. Huh, a communication incoming? Is it from my father? Sapphire questioned, examining the alert with curiosity, since the trio's return from Namek. The communicator had been unblocked, yet regrettably, no messages had been received from his family in the past 3 months. Upon accepting the call, as expected, the familiar visage of Kluosa appeared on the screen, though he looked momentarily startled. Kluosa had attempted to reach out in the months leading up to Sapphire's disappearance, but to no avail. Eventually, he ceased his efforts, believing Sapphire would return once he had grown weary of his adventures. This time, however, it was merely a final attempt, with little hope of success, yet he was astonished when the connection was established. Dad, I'm back, Sapphire exclaimed joyfully, opening his arms in anticipation of a warm embrace from Kluosa. Back, Kluosa muttered, suddenly erupting with a fierce aura. Get lost. Do not return to planet Vegeta, remember. Under no circumstances should you return to planet Vegeta. Dad, what's wrong? Sapphire queried, bewildered, having never witnessed such an expression on his father's face. Before he could finish his thought, Kluosa interrupted brusquely. Be quiet and listen. I have little time, so heed my words carefully. Go wander the universe. But do not return to planet Vegeta. Remember this. I, Kluosa, am about to undertake a significant endeavor concerning our clan. If I succeed, I will notify you to return, if you have not heard from me in 3 days. You must never return. Sapphire was utterly flabbergasted, at a loss for how to respond. Sapphire, my son, Kluosa called out with a formality reminiscent of 2 years prior. Yes, Sapphire responded, mirroring his reply from 2 years ago. Kluosa's expression softened. Sapphire, remember, never harbor thoughts of revenge. Suddenly, the screen went black, and Kluosa's visage vanished. Revenge? What revenge? Sapphire pondered in confusion, suddenly recalling something that prompted him to hastily accelerate the spacecraft, shouting to his companions. Quick! Return to planet Vegeta. Hurry! The 3 ships surged forward at maximum speed, racing towards planet Vegeta. Father! Father! Please be safe. At that moment, Sapphire felt an unprecedented level of anxiety. Chapter 21. Escalating conflicts 3 days prior. An enraged shout echoed through the vast hall. That detestable Frieza! He increasingly disregards our Saiyan race. This time, he has the audacity to keep Darl under the pretext of training my son. King Vegeta's furious fist shattered the stone table before his throne, the terrifying force transmitting through the table to the ground, leaving even steel with a faint crack. This cannot continue. If it does, one day the entire Saiyan race will be enslaved by Frieza. King Vegeta gazed into the distant sky, lost in thought within the palace's grand hall. How infuriating, that vile Frieza. I am a high-born Saiyan noble. Yet I am overshadowed by a lowly alien. What does Frieza's ruling imply? Is he clearly favoring that alien? Indeed. Does Frieza truly believe that we Saiyan nobles are inferior to a mere cosmic scoundrel with a battle power of less than 1,000? Regardless, we have fought for him for many years. How can he treat us this way? Recently, Frieza's treatment of the Saiyans had grown increasingly harsh, leading to rising discontent among the noble class, while the lower-ranking warriors remained largely unaffected. Your Majesty, many nobles have inexplicably perished while stationed far away, and the death rate has surged. However, the specific causes remain unclear. The perpetrator seems to be highly skilled, leaving no traces after their actions. An elite Saiyan warrior hurriedly reported the findings within the palace hall. Is that so? King Vegeta appeared to have anticipated this, a cold smile forming on his lips. No traces of the perpetrator? No, that is the greatest clue. Think carefully who within our Saiyan territory possesses the capability to silently eliminate so many highborn nobles. The elite warrior was taken aback, then suddenly realized, could it be that? Precisely. Only Frieza possesses such power. It is astonishing that we Saiyans have remained loyal to him, never defying his orders. Yet he has turned against us. King Vegeta sighed in resignation, but then an incredible aura erupted from him. Huff. Does Frieza truly believe we Saiyans are pushovers? He thinks he can eradicate our race so easily. Even in death, I will ensure he loses 3 teeth. Disseminate the order for all highborn nobles to return to planet Vegeta immediately. Those on the home planet must arrive at the palace by tomorrow evening. King Vegeta commanded with a wave of his hand, having already devised a plan in his mind. Frieza, let me see if you are truly deserving of your title as the Cosmic Emperor. King Vegeta murmured softly, aware that this battle was inevitable. Those who obstructed the Saiyans' path to progress must be eliminated. Hey, isn't that Kaban? I didn't expect you to receive orders as well. Oh, is that Lichuan? It seems this is quite a significant event. The king has summoned you too. Hey, Kluosa, do you know what the king has called us for? I don't know, but it's a top-level summons. All present are highborn Saiyans. Nearly all of the noble class on planet Vegeta, warriors with battle powers exceeding 8,000 that I cannot fathom what has occurred to warrant such seriousness. I don't know, but our target is sure to be in trouble. Kurosa nodded in acknowledgement, halting his conversation the moment he saw King Vegeta emerge from the rear of the hall, patiently awaiting the king's words. The assembly comprised the pillars of our Saiyan race, and their gathering today was prompted by the looming threat of an unprecedented crisis. It is imperative that each of you partake in this decision-making process to determine the future of our Saiyan lineage. King Vegeta stated calmly. What is this matter? It seems quite grave. The murmurs of speculation filled the air, with some expressing curiosity, others disdain, and still others questioning, each holding their own opinions. King Vegeta raised his hands to signal for silence, then gestured for a guard behind him to present a stack of documents, distributing them before the assembly. This is the list of noble deaths over the past 3 months. Scrutinize it closely. Should you have any questions, please wait until you have finished reviewing it. Observing the puzzled expressions of those present, King Vegeta anticipated their reactions. This cannot be. Suddenly, a gasp echoed from the hall. How could so many nobles have perished in just 3 months? Is there someone covertly targeting our Saiyan race? As more individuals perused the report, gasps and exclamations erupted throughout the hall. Nearly 20% of the high-ranking nobles had perished in this short span. A revelation that stirred their hearts. Infuriating. Who could be responsible for the death of my dear friend? Your Majesty, please tell us who dares to oppose us Saiyans, and we shall eliminate them at once. A middle-aged Saiyan shouted furiously upon recognizing a familiar name on the list. In this vast expanse of stars, who possesses the ability to evade our scrutiny and pursuit, whoever can do so is undoubtedly the culprit. King Vegeta, seemingly unfazed by the rising emotions, responded with a calm counter. The hall fell into silence, until at last, someone uttered the long-anticipated name. Frieza? Why? Why has Frieza turned against us? We have tirelessly served him. Why does he treat us this way? Though no one could fathom the rationale, these words undoubtedly resonated with all present. I do not know why Frieza has chosen this path, but I am aware that if someone dares to strike at our Saiyan race, shall we simply stand idly by? We are the mightiest warrior race in the universe. Frieza's actions stem from fear that we might one day threaten his supremacy, since he has dared to act against us. Why should we not strike first? In 2 days, Frieza will return the young prince and inspect planet Vegeta. That moment shall provide us with our greatest opportunity. King Vegeta concluded emphatically. The assembly was ablaze with indignation, each Saiyan eager to confront Frieza without delay. However, I understand that we are unaware of the full extent of Frieza's power, and his 2 guards, Dodoria and Zarbon, possess formidable strengths exceeding 10,000. Therefore, we must select the strongest team to infiltrate his spaceship. If we succeed in our ambush, we shall usurp Frieza and claim dominion over the universe. But if we fail, we must destroy the ship and perish alongside Frieza, becoming mere dust in the cosmos. Who among you is willing to join me in this mission to eliminate Frieza? King Vegeta called out. I. Every individual present raised their hands, eager to join the expedition. Each Saiyan was a man of valor, and at that moment, the conflict between the Saiyans and Frieza erupted fully. Chapter 22. The future is entrusted to you. The 2 days swiftly passed, and once more, the noble Saiyans gathered in King Vegeta's grand hall. Despite the numerous attendees, a sense of unity prevailed, dispelling the chaotic atmosphere of the past. The assembly instinctively aligned themselves into 4 ranks according to their power levels. While King Vegeta stood before his throne, maintaining the last vestiges of his authority. We Saiyans are on the brink of facing the greatest crisis in centuries, yet we have not faltered, not even in our battle against the Zafarans. We are the strongest warrior race in the cosmos, and we shall undoubtedly vanquish Frieza. King Vegeta's impassioned words ignited the warrior spirits. This was the Saiyans' final stand. I possess strategies from our royal lineage for such dire events. We have faced insurmountable foes before, yet our Saiyan race has endured. Why? King Vegeta paused, observing the puzzled and expectant expressions before him. then nodded and continued. It is because whenever we Saiyans confront an overwhelmingly powerful adversary, we require a leader to bear the glory and humiliation of our people, guiding a small faction to safety. Cats, we Saiyans do not need cowardly retreat. Yes, Saiyans do not require cowards. Those who lack the courage to confront Frieza should depart at once. Yes, the atmosphere became tumultuous, difficult to contain. King Vegeta understood well that Saiyans held their dignity above life itself. Death posed no fear, yet the treatment of deserters was resolute. Every coward must be eradicated. They consider evasion the greatest shame. Such disgraceful beings have no place among us. Enough. I recognize this as an affront to our Saiyan pride. But as your king, I must make a choice. On one side lies the survival of our race. On the other, the humiliation of our honor. I would rather bear all humiliation than allow our lineage to perish. I shall not permit the Saiyans to become mere history. King Vegeta's voice was heavy with gravity. He needed to sway these obstinate individuals that he knew that confronting Frieza would yield far more losses than victories. Yet he could not allow the Saiyans to reach a decisive conclusion. I know you are all heroes among Saiyans. You are unafraid of death. You are the mightiest warriors. However, I have made this decision, and I do not wish for anyone to oppose it further. The Saiyan race must endure, even if it means bearing the weight of disgrace. For we must shoulder the responsibility of our resurgence. King Vegeta spoke with heartfelt sincerity, hoping that the foremost Saiyans would cease their descent. Gradually, under King Vegeta's hopeful gaze, many Saiyans bowed their heads, though a few remained glaring at him in fury. Humph, all mere excuses of cowards. Even Frieza, with our multitude of elite Saiyans, shall surely be defeated. A stout, square-faced Saiyan scoffed, entirely dismissing King Vegeta's words. He had battled across the galaxy without encountering a worthy opponent. Even foes of similar strength fell easily to him after transformation. Thus, he believed that no adversary could be insurmountable, viewing Frieza merely as a petty landlord capable of hiring a couple of overzealous warriors. He never believed that a man reeking of copper could possess formidable might. Very well, can you tolerate the existence of a retreating Saiyan? King Vegeta countered. That Saiyan firmly replied, absolutely not. Cowards should not exist. Then, if you were to lead that last group of fleeing Saiyans, would you accept the task? The answer seemed as King Vegeta had anticipated. The robust Saiyan straightforwardly replied, of course not. I would rather die fighting. Vegeta smiled, turning to the other bowed heads. Do you consider these many Saiyans to be cowardly fools unwilling to stand against Frieza? Seeing the stout Saiyan shake his head, King Vegeta continued, indeed. They are the elite of the Saiyans, valiant warriors. However, they understand my intentions. They too fear disgrace, preferring death over cowardice. Yet to endure humiliation and carry it forward for the survival of our race is the mark of a true hero. I believe that each Saiyan here fears nothing, but we must select a champion to lead the remaining Saiyans out of this predicament. As King Vegeta noticed the remaining proud heads gradually bowing, he finally exhaled in relief. Then, I recognize that you all wish to confront Frieza. Let us determine through drawing lots who shall bear the burden of disgrace. I hope you will honor this final champion who departs with shame. He is undoubtedly the hero of our Saiyan lineage, our greatest leader. Very well, let the drawing commence. King Vegeta presented the prepared lottery box, and the assembled Saiyans orderly approached to draw their lots. Knowing that the impending battle loomed, Kluosa felt an inexplicable sense of unease, suddenly longing for his son. Although he knew the boy had been missing for nearly a year, he nonetheless activated the communication device and pressed connect. Suddenly, the visage of Sapphire appeared, and Kluosa momentarily faltered. Father, I have returned. The familiar voice of Sapphire echoed within, and Kluosa suddenly found himself reminiscing about the days when he was trained. A sudden thought struck him, causing a change in his expression. Get lost. Do not return to planet Vegeta. Keep your distance as far as possible. Overwhelmed with emotions, Kluosa was aware that this lad had always been obedient to him, save for that one mischievous incident. With such a fierce demeanor, he reasoned that the boy, being clever, would undoubtedly deduce that something grave had transpired, and surely he would not return. This thought brought him some relief. Hey, Kluosa, come over and draw lots. We are finally going to fight side by side. This time, we must eliminate Frieza, called one of Kluosa's friends. Frieza? Kluosa murmured. The mere mention of that name sent an unprecedented wave of intense dread coursing through him, akin to the sensation of death itself. Sapphire, my son, please do not seek revenge on my behalf. Kluosa whispered softly, and he deftly terminated the communication. Well, I trust that many of you are already familiar with Krosa's character. He is certainly not the kind of coward found on the battlefield, and I believe you all have no objections to this outcome. King Vegeta personally invited Krosa to ascend the throne. Addressing those below, the crowd nodded in agreement. Krosa held a commendable reputation among the Saiyans, and nobody would believe he was a coward. However, Your Majesty, Krosa reached out, eager to voice his thoughts. Yet, before he could utter a word, he was silenced by King Vegeta. I understand your desire to confront Frieza. Rest assured, if we emerge victorious, we shall return. If we do not, I will do my utmost to provide you with Frieza's combat data. In hopes that one day you can lead our kin in avenging us, King Vegeta inhaled deeply, kneeling on one knee before Krosa. Krosa, I hope you can lead the Saiyans into a new era of glory. Other Saiyans followed suit, kneeling as well. Please, Krosa, lead us forward. Krosa, the future of the Saiyans rests in your hands. Chapter 23. Assassination. After selecting the right individuals, King Vegeta instructed everyone to remain in the Grand Hall while he took Krosa to a hidden base. These are our Saiyans with relatively good potential, gathered from various places, totaling 2,000 of all ages. I hope you can lead them away from Frieza's territory to find a suitable planet and rebuild. King Vegeta gestured towards the group gathered beneath the spaceship. Krosa felt a sense of disorientation. He could now comprehend King Vegeta's earnest intentions, yet the prospect of leading them was daunting. Rest assured, your team members are already there. However, I regret that I could not locate your son, Krosa. I sincerely apologize, but I must tread carefully, as there are many spies of Frieza among the inhabitants of planet Vegeta, and I cannot eliminate all possibilities. King Vegeta appeared to have meticulously arranged everything, to the extent that Krosa felt he could not refuse. All right, I understand. Krosa sighed deeply, realizing he could no longer decline. However, Your Majesty, I will activate one-way communication today. If you succeed, please remember to inform us when to return. King Vegeta nodded. Hurry. Time is of the essence. Frieza has summoned all Saiyans to celebrate after surpassing the 3,000 combat power threshold using my son. Aside from your son's team and my son's team, the rest of the Saiyans have returned to planet Vegeta. Soon, Frieza will arrive, and it seems he intends to annihilate us all. Damn Frieza! Krosa seethed with rage, yet felt utterly powerless. He knew his combat power was not the highest, and if the individuals in the Grand Hall could not defeat Frieza, his presence would make little difference. Let us depart. Although I have never truly faced Frieza, the pressure he exuded when I encountered him previously was immense. Conservatively estimating, his combat power could be around 100,000. Therefore, I do not hold much hope for this assassination. When King Vegeta mentioned Frieza's name, his demeanor became unusually grave. That kind of pressure is incomprehensible if you have not experienced it. Is that so? Over 100,000? Krosa gasped, suddenly realizing that his own combat power of over 10,000 was merely the perspective of a frog at the bottom of a well. Utterly incomparable. Enough talk, let us go. My ominous premonition grows stronger, King Vegeta urged, having just received word from the space station that Frieza would arrive in 5 hours. If they did not leave soon, they risked attracting Frieza's attention. Krosa nodded. I wish you all a successful operation. He then began to usher the 2,000 individuals onto the spaceship. Fortunately, King Vegeta had already made all the arrangements. Relieving Krosa of further concern, Krosa's large spaceship gradually took flight. King Vegeta finally felt a burden lift from his heart. Frieza was coming, as he silently gazed at the sky from the observation deck of the Grand Hall. King Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration. Come, let us meet our King Frieza. The strongest warriors among the nearly 100 Saiyans were already poised for action, eagerly awaiting King Vegeta's command to storm Frieza's spaceship and eliminate him. The group followed King Vegeta aboard the prepared vessel, and after determining Frieza's location, they set sail towards him. Remember this mission, if it is possible to eliminate Frieza with a single strike. That would be ideal. If we cannot succeed and find ourselves at a disadvantage, remember to destroy the ship. We vow to perish alongside him. Observing the spirited elites, King Vegeta felt a surge of confidence and glimpsed a glimmer of hope. After merely 2 hours of flight, the king's ship encountered Frieza's vessel and sent a signal, hoping Frieza would allow them to board in anticipation of his arrival. Aligning the ships, the group followed Frieza's reception personnel as they slowly entered. Once everyone had boarded Frieza's ship, the vessel that King Vegeta and the others had arrived and gradually departed. Oh dear, my legs are so tired. Which way to King Frieza? Lamented a purple-skinned alien with a shrill voice, unabashedly demanding favors from King Vegeta and his companions. In his view, This group of visitors to King Frieza would surely seek to curry favor with him, as he considered himself a close aide to Frieza, far superior in status to these wild monkeys. As expected, after King Vegeta respectfully presented a card, the purple alien scrutinized it. 10 million. I didn't expect these wild monkeys to be so wealthy. Jackpot. Ah, I remember now. The king is overseeing the navigation from the command center. I shall take you there at once. The purple alien nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for the Saiyans to follow. Oh, is that so? I appreciate your guidance, but there is no need for you to lead us. King Vegeta's voice was somewhat cold, leaving the purple-skinned alien momentarily bewildered. Why? Because you can die. The chilling voice pierced through the alien's eardrums, and an energy wave simultaneously shattered his heart. Go. Follow me to the command room to kill Frieza. King Vegeta shouted, prompting the Saiyans to charge forward, eliminating every Frieza subordinate they encountered along the way. This smooth progression bolstered their confidence, and after about 10 minutes, one Saiyan shouted, Found it! The command room is here! Everyone, come over! Suddenly, an energy blast erupted from within the command room, instantly shattering the reinforced steel door and striking the shouting Saiyan with tremendous force. His protective suit crumbled like paper, piercing through his chest and violently slamming him against the wall, leaving behind a gaping hole and a spray of blood. Damn it! Everyone charge, seeing his kin fall. King Vegeta rallied the others to surge forward. King Frieza, I apologize for the inconvenience of changing your ship, but may I dispose of these weaklings? A rotund red-skinned alien covered in spikes respectfully inquired from behind Frieza. Do as you please. Just leave that King Vegito alive. He may still be of use. A childlike purple alien lay within an oval incubation chamber, lazily swaying its tail, appearing frail yet with eyes that glinted with sharpness. Thank you, my lord. The red alien bowed and swiftly exited the command room. Watching the Saiyans bravely battling on the monitor, Frieza felt no concern. Instead, he quietly savored a sip of red wine, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 24. Despair 530,000. Upon the arrival of the robust and portly Doria, he unleashed an astonishing velocity and strength. His remarkable speed caught a nobleman of high rank unawares. And before the latter could react, Doria's powerful grip had already ensnared the nobleman's throat. The force generated by his speed pinned the Saiyan against the wall as effortlessly as one might lift a chick. Showing no concern for the desperate elbow strikes aimed at him. Rather, he tightened his grip, rendering the nobleman unable to breathe, choking him to the point where even a cough was impossible, just as the nobleman teetered on the brink of asphyxiation. A wave of energy surged past Doria, attempting to compel him to release his hold. Alas, Doria seemed to possess a premonition, as he deftly drew back his massive head, evading the attack. The energy projectile whizzed past them, detonating against a distant wall. Fortunately, being within the confines of the spacecraft, even a breach in the wall would not impede their movements. Damn it! Our target is Frieza. His combat prowess is formidable. Do not linger with this brute. Send a few to engage him while we proceed to the command room. King Vegeta was acutely aware of the ultimate objective of this mission. He understood that the two guards Frieza had summoned were exceedingly powerful, necessitating several Saiyans to have a chance at confronting them. Although he had yet to encounter the other, it was likely stationed by Frieza's side for protection. Was it possible that Frieza was truly devoid of combat strength? Otherwise, he would not require guards at this juncture. A sense of elation filled King Vegeta's heart. If Frieza were indeed weak, victory was surely within reach. He commanded merely a handful of warriors to mount a fierce assault on Doria, while simultaneously rescuing the nobleman who had been so easily subdued. Leading his followers to the entrance of the command room, King Vegeta's gaze fell upon Frieza and Zarbon, who remained composed and smiling within. An unquenchable fury ignited within him. Frieza, Frieza, perish! King Vegeta bellowed, and the Saiyan warriors surged forward at his command. In that moment, it felt as if time had slowed, as dozens of the most elite Saiyan warriors closed in from all directions. In the next instant, King Vegeta envisioned the gruesome scene of Frieza's cranium shattering. Victory was imminent. Frieza observed the approaching fist, an amused smile still gracing his visage, leisurely savoring a sip of red wine. Only when the fist was mere inches from his head did his eyes gleam with intensity, yet he made no move to evade. Even Zarbon remained still beside him. All the Saiyans were sent hurtling backward, blood spewing from their mouths as they crashed to the ground with a dull thud. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the elite warriors were obliterated, leaving only King Vegeta's solitary figure, staring in disbelief at the unfolding carnage. As if hell itself had descended upon him, Captain, is this truly wise? This spacecraft belongs to Frieza. Praveti expressed his trepidation, surveying the surroundings and finding no one else present. Enough with the chatter, if you're afraid. Then leave. I never asked you to accompany me, Sapphire retorted, his voice lowered to avoid detection. Having taken only a few steps forward, they stumbled upon a lifeless alien sprawled on the ground, blood pooling around it. It's one of Frieza's subordinates. Sapphire recognized the attire, a familiarity dawning upon him as the trio advanced. More corpses came into view. Captain, come quickly. Look, Praveti pointed to a body, unable to contain his voice. What? Sapphire gasped in shock upon seeing the corpse. How could there be one of our kin on this ship? Have those aliens been slaughtering our people? An unsettling premonition gripped him. He sensed a wave of familiar energy aboard this spacecraft. Quickly, I suspect our elite Saiyans are battling Frieza with our current strength. We might be able to provide significant assistance. Let us hurry, Sapphire exclaimed, dropping the body and racing ahead. Let us go, Era called out, matching Sapphire's pace. After a roundabout journey, Sapphire realized he had lost his way. Despite the numerous bodies surrounding him, most belonged to other aliens, with only a few Saiyans among them. But as he continued, the thought struck him to seek guidance. Surely, in such a fierce battle, the other aliens would be aware of the situation. After several twists and turns, Sapphire finally encountered a group of aliens in a workshop. Though they appeared to be non-combatants, he hesitated but was drawn in by their words. Those wild monkeys are truly audacious. Foolishly believing they can challenge the Cosmic Emperor, King Frieza. One must remember that Frieza possesses a battle power of 530,000. How could these mere warriors, each with power exceeding 10,000, even hope to contend against him? They dare to storm the command room, seeking their demise. A tall alien with blue markings mocked. Indeed, those Saiyans must have been slaughtered by now. It seems only one king remains. Chimed in another shorter alien with a laugh. Only one king left. As Sapphire felt a surge of energy coursing through him, a singular thought consumed his mind. To rend Frieza asunder. Damnable Frieza. You shall pay dearly for your transgressions. I swear it. Sapphire's aura erupted, and he prepared to charge into the command room to confront Frieza, but Praveti and Era restrained him. Release me, or I shall slay you both as well, Sapphire roared, disregarding their efforts to hold him back, ready to exert his strength to break free, when suddenly Era loosened her grip. Good, you understand now, do not hinder me. Sapphire forcefully pulled away from Praveti's grasp. Praveti shouted in exasperation, Era, if you truly do not wish to avenge your father, then go. We shall accompany you to your demise. Era lowered her head in silent acquiescence to Sapphire's impulsiveness. To death. To vengeance. With bloodshot eyes, Sapphire battled within himself, unable to reach a decision, and struck the ground with a furious punch. Damn it. Era exchanged glances with Praveti, and the two hastily pulled Sapphire back to their small spacecraft. If at Ascendant King Vegeta, come, join me for a drink. I wonder if you were satisfied with my recent performance. Frieza's condescending gaze swept over King Vegeta, a mocking expression igniting the latter's fury. Frieza, without a moment's hesitation, King Vegeta launched another attack, only to be met with Frieza's finger lightly tapping the air, releasing a ripple that directly pierced King Vegeta's abdomen. Kneeling on one knee, King Vegeta struggled to maintain his composure, his eyes locked onto Frieza. How laughable. You wild monkeys are utterly oblivious to your own insignificance. I imagine you wish to know just how powerful I am. Very well, listen closely. The battle power of your Cosmic Emperor is 530,000. Frieza enunciated each word with deliberate precision, casting King Vegeta into the depths of despair. Chapter 25. The dazzling fireworks. Frieza casually tossed aside an object in his hand, carelessly handing it to Zarbin, who, despite his distaste, was compelled to catch the bloodied head of King Vegeta. Lord Frieza, shall I keep this as a trophy? Zarbin, who prided himself on his appearance, was forced to handle the gruesome trophy. Prompting him to inquire about its disposal, Frieza glanced dismissively. No need. This is hardly worthy of my personal collection. Dispose of it, as you see fit. Zarbin smiled slightly, tossing the head into the air, where he concentrated a surge of energy, aiming it at the projectile. Whoosh! In an instant, King Vegeta's head was vaporized, and Frieza paid it no mind, instead addressing the controls of the spacecraft. How long until we reach planet Vegeta? Only 10 minutes remain, Lord Frieza. Upon hearing the response from below, Frieza nodded in satisfaction, turning to Zarbin. Zarbin, come here and join me in appreciating this splendid fireworks display. Such exquisite moments are rare. I can only imagine how breathtaking the burst will be. With the utmost pleasure, Zarbon inclined slightly and then walked to stand behind Frieza. Lord Frieza, as you requested, I have eliminated those treacherous scoundrels. They proved to be quite troublesome, especially one female Saiyan. I exerted considerable effort to bring her down. Doria, bloodied and slightly injured yet still formidable, reported, "Doe, you have my gratitude for your efforts," Frieza commended. Feeling a swell of pride from Frieza's praise, Doria immediately replied, "It is my duty to serve Lord Frieza." "Ah, I see. To reward you. Let us together witness the magnificent fireworks as planet Vegeta is struck and destroyed by a celestial body. I never expected that group of wild monkeys to be quite capable. They have caused us to lose nearly half of our personnel." Frieza glanced at the reported losses and nodded approvingly. Originally, this spaceship had 3 levels, with the command room situated on the 2nd level, which also happened to be the most populated. The Saiyans breached from within, and the 2nd level was nearly entirely purged, leaving fewer than 50 individuals remaining. "Lord Frieza, this incident should not affect our operations." "Correct," Sabo stated as he wiped his hands with a handkerchief, casually discarding it aside, knowing someone would collect it shortly. "No, the Saiyans have indeed surprised me this time. To commend them. I have decided to take matters into my own hands. As for the losses, the Saiyans ultimately assisted me in eliminating a batch of useless beings, thus fulfilling their duties." Frieza concealed his lips with a triumphant smile. He had never cared for the lives of those subordinates. Such weaklings, with power barely exceeding 10, are abundant throughout the universe. "Understood. Then, immediately open the hatch, allowing you to proceed with the judgment." Sabo bowed and began directing his subordinates to open the top of the spaceship. Who would have thought? The Saiyans still have their resistors. Yet, all resistance is utterly futile. Frieza observed the battered Saiyan before him, still charging forward, and he could not help but mock such ignorant defiance. Indeed, the Saiyans are a bunch of obstinate fools. They all deserve to perish. "Frieza," the Saiyan roared defiantly. "My fate, the fate of planet Vegeta, and Kakarot's fate all hinge upon this strike." The wounded Saiyan summoned the last remnants of his strength and hurled it towards Frieza's face. Bang! The anticipated death blow did not occur, not even the explosive aftermath, as Frieza's head appeared to be shielded by a robust barrier, effortlessly deflecting Bardock's final counterattack into the cosmos, colliding with other warriors accompanying Frieza, resulting in a massive explosion that obliterated dozens of them. Following this strike, Frieza's attention momentarily shifted to the Saiyan before him. As the ruler of the universe, he held no regard for such a creature. He gently raised his index finger, a red energy sphere coalescing at its tip. "Grow larger, expand." The energy surged dramatically, its growth surpassing that of a balloon being inflated. Within mere seconds, this crimson energy rivaled that of a small planet. "Vanish." With a mere flick of his finger, the energy orb began to accelerate slowly, propelled by Frieza's anticipation, crushing any obstacles in its path, whether Bardock or his own subordinates. "Ha ha, with so many accompanying you to the grave. You should feel quite gratified." "Ha!" Frieza laughed joyously as the energy orb drew closer to planet Vegeta. Finally, the immense energy orb made contact with the horizon, creating a colossal crater. As time progressed, terrifying fissures radiated from the impact site. Even at a distance of 5 minutes from planet Vegeta, one could distinctly observe the cracks multiplying chaotically, gradually enveloping the entire planet. Subsequently, a fierce red radiance erupted from these fissures, piercing the atmosphere and illuminating Frieza's face. "How beautiful!" Frieza exclaimed with genuine admiration. The crimson glow intensified, ultimately shrouding the entire planet. Then, under the cover of this red light, the planet began to distort, as if an invisible hand were continuously tugging at it like a piece of dough. The planet exhibited bizarre contortions, at times becoming oval, at times bending, and at others flattening. The movements grew increasingly violent, the transformations more erratic, and finally, as if subjected to an ultimate strain, it could no longer withstand the pressure and erupted with a deafening explosion, producing sharp waves of energy that relentlessly battered Frieza and his cohorts. Excluding Frieza, even Sabo and the others were like mere leaves upon a tumultuous sea, struggling to maintain their bearings as the shock waves swept over their bodies. The Saiyans engaged in battles outside had already been discreetly dealt with, and now, with the complete destruction of planet Vegeta, it seemed the Saiyans had indeed faced extinction. "Ha!" Frieza laughed maniacally, never having imagined the exhilaration of annihilating a planet could be so profound. Far from Frieza and his entourage, Three cold gazes fixated intently on the fiery spectacle. Blood-red irises betrayed the fury of the trio as the leading man gritted his teeth, yearning to rush back immediately. Frieza. I shall return. Chapter 1. The Wanderer's Counterattack. Beep. A young boy sat atop the carcass of a colossal beast, moving languidly despite the urgent beeping of the communicator. Occasionally, he extracted some peculiar meat from the creature's remains, gnawing on a piece or two, until the persistent beep of the communicator grew intolerable, prompting him to answer. It's Naba. What is it? Doll's tone was icy. Since the fall of planet Vegeta to Frieza's minions, he had not worn a smile, though he rarely did even prior. It is this. Lord Frieza has just sent word that our home planet, Planet Vegeta, has been inadvertently destroyed by an asteroid. Naba stated succinctly. Oh, and then, Doll's voice remained as cold as ever. It seems that apart from us few, there are no surviving Saiyans. Even your father, King Vegeta. Naba's voice grew tense, unsure of how to convey the truth to Doll, but he ultimately spoke plainly. Oh, and then? That's all. Naba found Doll's demeanor perplexing but dared not press further. Well then, I shall be King Vegeta from now on. Remember to address me as Vegeta from this point forward. Yes, Doll. Vegeta. Sapphire and the others halted their flight, pausing their spacecraft in the vastness of space, silently watching as planet Vegeta gradually faded from view, fists clenched so tightly that they pierced their skin without notice. Damn Frieza, my home, my long-standing sanctuary. 530,000, is it? Give me 10 years, and I shall surpass you, I swear. Frieza, await my return. Sapphire glared at the readout displaying 31,524, striking himself hard across the face in frustration. Useless, to be so proud with such meager power. The humiliation, the pain, the suffering Frieza has inflicted upon me, I will repay him in full. Sapphire seethed with fury, and his companions, Era and Pravidity, dared not utter a word. Let us depart. We must first leave Frieza's territory. Sapphire gazed into the encroaching stillness of space, where planet Vegeta had transformed into cosmic dust, never to be seen again. At this moment, only Sapphire spoke, with the other two having no right to interject. As members of the team, they could only silently obey their captain's directives, for they could conceive no better course of action, and the captain's decisions appeared sound. Captain, it seems our energy reserves are quite low. That if we wish to depart Frieza's territory in this direction, it may take nearly a year, and we've already consumed a considerable amount of energy. Likely unable to last that long, Era reported, having expended significant energy on Namek, compounded by their hasty return, leaving them with only 7 to 8 months worth of fuel. No matter. As long as we find 1 or 2 planets that can supply energy during our journey, we can seize some. Given our current strength, only Frieza poses a true threat to us. Even his 2 guards, Dodoria and Sabo, would not stand a chance against me. Sapphire wore a cruel smile. Encountering those 2 would be ideal. Collecting some interest as they too are complicit in the destruction of the Saiyan planet. Era paused, perhaps still adjusting to the shift in mindset. Previously, they had always considered energy acquisition through monetary means, and this sudden change was difficult to adapt to. It feels somewhat akin to being space pirates. Haha, if we're space pirates, then so be it. I feel no guilt in raiding Frieza's subordinates' planets. Pravidity, with a simplistic mindset, had never harbored animosity towards Frieza, but under Sapphire's influence, he now felt considerable disdain for him. Although his memories of their home planet were vague, he deeply resonated with the profound affection it evoked. That is a splendid idea. Let us form a trio of pirates, with the singular aim of unleashing chaos within Frieza's domain. The moment Frieza arrives, we shall make our swift escape. Sapphire, suddenly perceiving the necessity of this scheme, mused, having obliterated my home planet, does he expect tranquility? It shall not be so easily attained. Thus, it is settled. Although we cannot currently utilize the identification devices aboard this spacecraft to conduct our search, we can simply find someone to replace the ship's apparatus. This way, even as we scour many of Frieza's significant bases, we shall remain undetected. Ella, being a girl of meticulous thought, shall manage all such plans, while I shall retain the authority to make the ultimate decisions. Having lived for so many years, Sapphire's judgment undoubtedly surpasses that of these 2 youngsters. And what of me? What of me? Observing the clear division of labor, Pravidity hastily interjected. Ella's response was unyielding. She chose to ignore him. Witnessing this, Sapphire could only offer consolation. Your prowess lies in combat. When the time comes, you shall be responsible for eliminating those who disrupt our endeavors. Thus commenced their frenzied plundering. A month later, after anonymously replacing 3 new spacecraft, the trio grew even bolder. What was more terrifying was their extraordinary combat prowess. The guards on those planets possessed strength at most around 7 or 8,000, rendering them mere fodder before Sapphire and his companions, who dispatched them with ease. Furthermore, the trio moved with an elusive grace, their objectives never singular, ensuring that no one could discern their next target. Sapphire and his comrades were astute, not fixating solely on affluent planets, their choices seemingly arbitrary. They piloted their ship throughout Frieza's territory, selecting planets indiscriminately. This lack of pattern rendered them unpredictable, allowing them to wreak havoc for 3 months. Much to the chagrin of Frieza's subordinates, naturally, they dared not report this to Frieza. To do so for such trivial matters could provoke his ire, leading to their swift demise in the course of these 3 months. The trio's notoriety burgeoned. Yet, as they had never unleashed their full potential and deliberately concealed their identities, the public only recognized them as 3 exceptionally powerful diminutive figures, never suspecting that these culprits were Saiyan children. Especially given the confirmed reports of planet Vegeta's destruction by meteorites 3 months prior. What a delightful slaughter this battle has been. Vegeta cackled maniacally as he crushed the last defiant skull on this planet. Reveling in the freedom that surpassed even his previous training and missions, unrestrained, he could do as he pleased. Indeed, the spoils were plentiful. Ella beamed at the assets she held. We have yet to engage with Frieza's true core base in these months. Undoubtedly, it harbors formidable strength, and I fear we may not be able to cope. However, this time, I have resolved to target a core base. Similarly, Ella shall devise the plan, while I shall determine the destination. Sapphire gazed upon the ravaged planet, devoid of any interest in further destruction. A cold smirk crossed his lips as he pointed to a particularly significant planet. Frieza, my vengeance is at hand. Chapter 2. Unexpected fierce enemies. If my investigation proves accurate, the guardian of this planet possesses considerable strength, likely exceeding 15,000, yet not surpassing 20,000. As individuals with power exceeding 10,000 are rare in the universe. Ella held the military defense capabilities of the target planet, yet the data was rather simplistic, merely enumerating a few formidable forces without delving into other aspects. After all, although weapons like laser cannons are powerful, their operators cannot match the trio's speed, rendering them virtually useless, though. How surprising. Frieza has at most 20 or 30 subordinates with power exceeding 10,000. It appears we may capture a significant prize. A cruel smile spread across Sapphire's face. Ever since the destruction of their home planet, both Ella and Vegeta could sense the change within Sapphire. He seemed to lack the previously unabashed freedom, replaced by introspection, restraint, and even a hint of coldness and cruelty. In the past, Sapphire would swiftly eliminate those on other planets, resolving issues with efficiency. Yet now he began to engage in gruesome and brutal slaughter of Frieza's alien subordinates. Although Saiyans are destined to kill countless foes throughout their lives, they seldom indulge in torture. At times, Sapphire's demeanor would instill fear in his companions. Nevertheless, neither voiced any grievances. While they did not harbor a deep attachment to their home planet, the hatred was long buried within. Thus Sapphire's actions, albeit extreme, were not deemed erroneous in their eyes. Let us proceed according to the usual protocols, then we shall indulge in our favored massacre. Ella, prioritizing caution, opted for the conventional approach. Should the ship be destroyed by energy blasts, they would waste time seeking another. She understood that their captain despised such inconveniences. In the past, Ella had always orchestrated such matters, and the others had no objections. Finally completing their landing, the 3 diminutive figures emerged from the spacecraft, concealing their identities beneath layers of clothing. Welcome to Planet Cambella. The reception personnel greeted them with utmost courtesy. Cambella is a crucial commercial base under Frieza's command, frequented by numerous merchants and powerful beings. Merchants typically arrive in large fleets, while only those traversing the cosmos would utilize such small spacecraft, leading the reception personnel to categorize them among the latter. The environment is quite pleasant. No wonder Frieza invests heavily in its development. With such advanced industry and refreshing air, it is a pity that this place is about to descend into hell. Sapphire effortlessly dispatched several nuisances, showing no signs of exertion. Captain, we have located the position of the highest command palace on this planet. What shall we do? Shall we proceed to eliminate them? Ella inquired, glancing at the computer's prompt. Noting that it was merely 100 kilometers away, Sapphire nodded. Once combat commenced, he would handle the command with the confidence of a true warrior. Let us be swift. This planet holds significant value for Frieza, and reinforcements are likely to arrive promptly. If we become entangled with numerous foes, escaping before Frieza's arrival will be a challenge. They activated the flight mode, hastily directing their ship towards the highest palace, and within mere minutes, they beheld the towering structure standing before them. Halt. Outsiders, are you not aware that this is a no-fly zone? Given your status as outsiders, you shall comply and accompany us for a brief visit. After paying the fine, you may depart. 3 individuals clad in law enforcement attire approached the rapidly flying trio. Such encounters were not uncommon here. Some were genuinely unaware, while others relied on their confidence in their own strength. Though troublesome, under Lord Chiyoyi's oppression, they all complied and paid hefty ransoms, seeing yet another naive victim. The enforcers could not help but feel a sense of pride. Is that so? I do possess some valuable items to offer you, though I fear you may not be able to handle them. Sapphire's eyes glinted with excitement as he casually tossed several severed heads into their hands. Why does the view seem so peculiar? Hurry and pay. The head that had attempted to urge them suddenly realized that he was cradling his own head in his hands as the 3 corpses fell. Sapphire sneered. I warned you that you could not handle it. Do you believe me now? Just 10 seconds later, a cacophony of alarms erupted from the nearby palace, eerie red lights flashing incessantly. Accompanied by a piercing siren, upon the sound of the alarm, the trio halted their advance, hovering in the air and awaiting further developments. A multitude of aliens clad in battle attire surged forth. A dark mass of over 1,000 individuals, as Sapphire estimated. Yet, to their surprise, this throng merely surrounded them without launching an assault, seemingly awaiting something. Finally, as Sapphire's patience waned, a purple alien emerged from the crowd, yawning lazily before casting a glance at the trio. I hear it is you rascals causing trouble? Very well. Each of you shall pay 100 million universal coins to depart. You are the guardian of this planet? You appear rather foolish, boasting grandly, but I wonder if you possess the capital to be so arrogant. Sapphire had no interest in the rabble. Their purpose here was to annihilate Frieza's elite forces. Why bother? Paying the fee would be far simpler, sparing me the trouble of dealing with you. Some individuals seem to relish suffering. Let this serve as a warm-up exercise for them. The purple alien's voice was sharp, and his words ignited a fire within. I have never encountered you. It appears you are not a figure of significance under Frieza. Sapphire indeed had no recollection of the individual before him. It seemed that remaining by Frieza's side did not equate to exceptional combat prowess. You fool, what do you know? I am Lord Chiyoyi, the foremost general under King Frieza. Apologize at once, and perhaps I might spare you. Otherwise, I shall ensure you meet a most gruesome end. Chiyoyi exclaimed, his voice laced with indignation at Sapphire's apparent disdain. Oh well, just another name I've never heard. Isn't Frieza's entourage comprised solely of Zarbon and Dodoria? When did this Chiyoyi emerge? Sapphire shrugged nonchalantly. It matters not. You two can deal with the lesser nuisances. I shall take care of this one. It's been far too long since I've had a proper workout. Upon hearing such disparagement, Chiyoyi, already angered, charged at Sapphire with all his might. You pitiful wretch, daring to challenge the captain with a mere power level of 19,200. How utterly foolish. It appears the captain is merely toying with you. Should he unleash his full strength, you would undoubtedly be obliterated in an instant. Era, using her scanner, confirmed that the adversary's power was indeed disappointing, likely on par with her own, and even inferior to that of Praveti. Oh, is this truly your level? How utterly disappointing. It seems you are indeed a waste of space. I lack the interest to toy with you any longer. Prepare to die. Initially, Sapphire remained with his arms crossed, utilizing only his feet to fend off the attack. However, upon receiving Era's command for a swift resolution, he lost his playful demeanor, opened his arms, and surged forward, delivering a fierce punch aimed at the opponent's abdomen. Boom! With full force, he struck, rendering his foe temporarily incapacitated as he began to gather energy for a decisive blow. Sapphire suddenly sensed a threatening presence beside him. He swiftly dodged as an energy sphere grazed past him, even tearing through the robe that enveloped him. Who dares? Sapphire's gaze sharpened as he glared at the source of the energy blast. Chapter 3. The Great Battle with Jazhumph. So it's the newly infamous Cosmic 3 Pirates. I never expected to encounter you, Lord Jess. Since you're here, you might as well stay. The newcomer, clad in standard combat attire, extended his right hand towards Sapphire, clearly having just launched the energy blast and yet to retract his arm. Before Sapphire stood a human with crimson skin, strikingly similar to Earthlings, save for the strikingly white hair that set him apart. Feeling the power of the energy blast that had just whizzed by, Sapphire couldn't help but harbor a hint of scorn. He had not previously heard of such a figure in Frieza's ranks. Indeed, having heard of the 3 pirates' renown, you still dare to show your face here? Sapphire clearly underestimated his opponent, believing that his previous near-miss was merely due to his own oversight, and assumed the rival's power was likely on par with that of Chioi, or perhaps even less. Given Era's reliable data, Lord JIS, that fellow is quite formidable. I implore you to take action against him. Chioi, having been engaged in battle with Sapphire for barely a minute, had already sustained light injuries. This was a result of Sapphire's playful demeanor. Had he taken the fight seriously from the outset, Chioi would have surely been dispatched long ago. Seems you possess some strength. That waste seems to have great confidence in you. Sapphire glanced at Chioi, who recoiled in fear. JIS shook his head. I am no such waste. You would do well to tread carefully. With a subtle flick of his finger, Sapphire exuded confidence in his abilities, aside from Frieza. He felt no fear toward anyone else, brazenly provoking his opponent to strike first. Jinyu Force, JIS. JIS suddenly assumed a forward-flying pose, and though Sapphire did not comprehend his intentions, he found it utterly laughable. Without restraint, Sapphire laughed heartily, leaving no room for doubt. Is that so? Truly, one's posture can be quite imperfect. JIS, oblivious to the ridicule, began self-reflecting. Enough of this. I must eliminate this pest first. After a moment of contemplation, JIS quickly adopted a standard combat stance. Sapphire, suspecting that his adversary might be stalling for reinforcements, decided against waiting any longer and took the initiative, with a single hand coalescing energy. He unleashed a yellow shockwave directly toward JIS. JIS leaped to evade, glancing back at Sapphire's original position, only to discover that Sapphire had vanished. Here, the voice from above sent a chill down Jesus' spine, but it was too late to evade. Bang! Sapphire, arms crossed, slammed both fists onto Jesus' head, sending him crashing down to the earth, creating a massive crater as dust erupted around them. But Sapphire's hands surged with energy, launching a barrage of energy blasts aimed mercilessly at JIS. After dozens of energy impacts, Sapphire ceased his assault, waiting for the dust to settle, only to discover that Jesus' protective gear had merely sustained some damage. Externally, he appeared unscathed by the onslaught. I truly underestimated you, Sapphire remarked, slightly taken aback. That barrage, even Chioi would have suffered significant injury, yet JIS seemed entirely unscathed. It seems I have underestimated you as well. However, you will not find the next encounter so easy. JIS brushed off the dust from his attire, his gaze locked onto Sapphire as he began to gather energy, preparing to unleash his true power. Both warriors scrutinized each other's movements, searching for weaknesses to exploit, to gain a decisive advantage. Yet, Sapphire suddenly felt a surge of energy approaching from behind. With a leap, he did not ascend directly, but veered to the right, only for JIS to catch onto his motion. What an opportunity! JIS swiftly maneuvered, undeterred by the explosion caused by the earlier energy blast. Sapphire sensed someone approaching from behind, and instinctively raised his arm to block, but met only air. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and his body succumbed to a state of rigidity. Curse it! A kick! Sapphire realized he was losing control of his body, knowing full well that things had gone awry if it weren't for that damn pest Chioi meddling. He wouldn't have been so easily struck. It was also his own overconfidence that had led him to send Era and Praveti to eliminate other minor foes. This region was a high-stakes battleground. No one dared to approach. Though the punches had ceased, Sapphire's sense of danger intensified. Oh no, an energy blast, Sapphire thought, and in the next moment, he was struck by a powerful surge of energy from behind. The energy blast enveloped his body, propelling him toward the ground, resulting in a violent explosion that sent shockwaves rippling outward, creating visible ripples and leaving a massive crater in the earth. Having landed a successful hit, JIS refrained from pursuing, as the thick smoke obstructed visibility and could easily lead to a counterattack. Sapphire gradually rose to his feet, gazing expressionlessly at JIS. Although he had sustained minor injuries, they did not impede his combat capabilities. Furthermore, his right arm felt somewhat injured, lacking its usual agility. Having taken a minor hit, Sapphire remained wary of Chioi, who lurked nearby, seemingly intent on a sneak attack. Come again. Sapphire, unwilling to yield, charged at JIS, knowing he was at a slight disadvantage. If he did not seize the initiative, he would be pressed into a corner. Thus, he opted for a relentless assault, engaging in the close quarters combat he excelled at. JIS, equally unyielding, charged at Sapphire, and the two exchanged blows in a fierce and exhilarating battle. They continued to clash until Era and Praveti returned, yet neither had gained the upper hand, both sustaining considerable injuries in the process. Huff! Huff! Sapphire gasped for breath, astonished that this seemingly inconspicuous adversary possessed such formidable power. Originally believing Frieza's subordinates to be a collection of worthless beings, he now felt a sense of caution creeping into his mind. Huff! Huff! Realizing that continuing in this manner bore little fruit, JS proposed a decisive move to conclude their conflict. Feeling the strain of exhaustion, he had never anticipated that a mere pirate could wield such strength. It was beyond his expectations. Now nearing his limit, he could not afford to continue this battle. For defeat would surely mean death. All right. Although Sapphire still had stamina left, he was reluctant to dismiss his opponent's suggestion. Captain, trouble approaches. I have just detected numerous powerful fleets approaching this planet. They are likely reinforcements for the enemy. We must retreat swiftly. As Era's voice echoed through the communicator, Sapphire had no choice but to reconsider. Though reluctant, he ultimately decided to abandon the fight. Let us depart. Sapphire suddenly soared into the air, accelerating at an astonishing speed as he fled. His actions initially startled JIS, who soon realized that the other party was escaping. However, after some contemplation, JIS decided against pursuing them, knowing that his stamina was already at its limit. Forcing a confrontation could very well lead to his demise. Damn it, don't think you can escape. Shioi suddenly burst forth from the ruins, but after a few steps, he noticed JIS still standing in place and halted his pursuit. My lord, JIS disdainfully refrained from explaining himself, letting out a cold snort before slowly turning to fly towards the palace. Chapter 4. New territory with a somber expression. He reflected on how the outcome of this operation had completely exceeded his expectations. Initially, he had intended to strike a significant blow to Frieza's empire and eliminate some of his key combatants. But to his dismay, he had returned empty-handed, which left him feeling quite vexed. It seems we possess far too little information. We are utterly ignorant of JIS. Frieza has such formidable warriors at his disposal, and yet we are completely unaware. The enemy's combat power has surpassed 40,000. If more foes of such caliber emerge, our plans to strike at Frieza's crucial planets will be jeopardized. Sapphire meticulously analyzed the situation, having previously thought that Zabo and Dodoria represented Frieza's strongest forces, only to be confronted by this unexpected foe. I'm sorry, Captain. It's my failure to prepare that has led to this situation. Seeing the battered Sapphire, Ella felt a pang of guilt and naturally took on the blame. No, it's not your fault. Although we did not gain anything from this endeavor, it has served as a wake-up call. Our ultimate goal is to eliminate Frieza, yet we have been squandering time here. While we have managed to take down several of his subordinates during this period, it is of little consequence. As long as Frieza lives, his power will not wane. After a moment's pause, Sapphire finally clarified his thoughts and continued. Therefore, we need not waste any more time on his planets. With sufficient resources now at hand, we should escape Frieza's territory. Once we have acquired greater strength, we can return to vanquish him. That is what I should focus on now. His reasoning was sound. Despite knowing that he was already among the stronger members of his race, the reality was that their power fell drastically short compared to the mightiest warriors in the universe. Many extraterrestrials were indeed more powerful than they were, leaving him at a loss for understanding. Yet, it mattered little. They were still young, strengthening their abilities now and awaiting the explosive growth of their powers during puberty would undoubtedly make them formidable contenders against Frieza in due time. It was quite surprising to hear Praviti articulate such sentiments, leaving both of them somewhat astonished. Indeed, if our power were to erupt by several multiples, I would possess combat capabilities exceeding 400,000. Frieza's strength stands at 530,000. If I can elevate my power beyond 60,000 before I turn 10, I will be assured of victory. Sapphire brimmed with confidence, well aware that the explosive growth of power during puberty was common knowledge among all Saiyans. Although his current strength was lacking, he still had 3 to 4 years ahead of him. Ample time. Yes, Captain, we will also strive to enhance our strength, now that we are aware of the hidden formidable force surrounding Frieza. There must be other powerful individuals lurking as well. Why then? Praviti and I will do our utmost to create an opportunity for you to confront Frieza alone. Ella calculated, recognizing that her own lack of power would likely prevent her from participating in the captain's battle against Frieza. Her current inadequacy was glaringly apparent. I will surely bring Frieza to his end. Ever since planet Vegeta had been destroyed, Sapphire felt the weight of every burden resting squarely on his shoulders, his father's vengeance. The revenge for his home planet. He would one day settle accounts with Frieza, accelerate. This place is not safe. I sense that after this operation, Frieza will likely launch a large-scale hunt for us. Ella's intuition proved remarkably accurate. After Frieza learned of the assault on his treasure planet, he was furious. Had it not been for the lack of significant losses, Chou-E, that worthless fool, would surely have met his demise. Even if he was ultimately spared, it was likely due to Jesus' intercession. After nearly a year of extended travel, the trio had not wasted any time apart from essential resource replenishment. Once they confirmed their direction, they continued their swift flight. In fact, they had departed from Frieza's territory 3 months prior, yet the surrounding planets still remained targets of Frieza's conquests, rendering those areas perilous. Even though their combined strength was sufficient to handle the threats, they preferred to avoid trouble, continuing their journey for several more months until reaching a new region. This planet's development was by no means inferior to that of planet Canberra, although its focus was not on economics. The abundance of powerful beings present was indeed astonishing. Ella activated her scanner, observing the silhouettes of numerous individuals passing by, their combat powers materializing before her eyes. Here, the baseline combat power exceeded 1,000. With many formidable warriors boasting power levels surpassing 10,000. While such combat power might seem trivial to the trio, beings with over 10,000 in strength were still quite rare within a short span. 3 or 4 individuals with combat powers exceeding 10,000 had passed, one of whom was already nearing 15,000. It was no wonder Ella expressed such awe. The level of advancement here was exceedingly high, undoubtedly possessing the allure to attract strong warriors. Since they were now far enough from Frieza, it seemed prudent to settle temporarily on this planet. After such prolonged travel, their bodies had become somewhat sluggish, and it was indeed time to engage in combat. Throughout the past year, aside from the initial months, Praviti, the battle fanatic, had been eager to pause for a fight. Yet, he had repeatedly been thwarted by Sapphire, leaving him quite dissatisfied, though he dared not defy Sapphire's commands. Settle down. Sapphire could only exclaim in sentiment. Indeed, after such a lengthy journey, his body was beginning to feel unaccustomed. What kind of reaction is that? Captain, you must realize I am a Saiyan in my growth phase. My power has not only failed to increase over the past 2 months, but it has also decreased somewhat. You must take responsibility for this. Praviti spoke the truth. Over the past few months, apart from Sapphire's gradual power enhancement, both Praviti and Ella had experienced declines in their combat abilities, which had long since left Praviti feeling quite disgruntled. In truth, Sapphire was also aware that his muscles had begun to weaken after months of inactivity. Prolonged periods without training would inevitably lead to a decline in physical fitness. Yet his innate talent prevented his power from plummeting as drastically as that of Ella and Praviti. Saiyans are a warrior race. Neglecting to train will only lead to weakness. Finally, Sapphire nodded in agreement, casually shedding the robe draping over him, revealing his pale face as he gazed up at the sun, basking in its long-awaited warmth. Seeing their captain take the lead, the other two also removed their concealing garments. Having felt stifled from being cooped up for so long, let us seek out the source of this power that attracts strong warriors. Retrieving 3 sets of protective gear, Sapphire also stored away numerous items in capsule-like space devices, most of which had been acquired through dubious means in Frieza's territory. Finding a secluded corner, they donned their protective suits, restoring the trio's combat-ready stance. Although Ella's scanner could not connect to the local network, it did not hinder their ability to assess the significance of the region. As they approached a magnificent palace-like structure, bustling with activity, Sapphire knew that they had arrived at the very place they sought. Chapter 5. Cosmic mercenaries. Before them lay a series of broad steps flanked by sturdy stone sculptures, with the apex adorned with carvings of 2 peculiar creatures, exuding a sense of grandeur and sophistication. Ascending the steps, they encountered a spacious platform situated in the center, guarded by several sentinels on either side. These guards appeared quite robust, exuding an aura of power. While Sapphire and his companions might have looked down upon them, they still served as a deterrent against petty criminals. Upon reaching the final step, they found the palace's entrance crafted from golden metal, embellished with numerous intricate engravings and bizarre murals encircling the pillars that supported the grand hall, vividly bringing the scene to life and compelling one to pause in admiration. Lacking any artistic appreciation, Sapphire and his companions merely indulged in a moment of simple admiration, about to enter the hall when they were suddenly intercepted by 2 guards at the entrance. This is no place for children to play. Begone. One of the guards, clad in silver armor and towering in stature, extended a hand that dwarfed Sapphire's chest. "Get lost," came Sapphire's dismissive retort, uninterested in engaging in a dispute. "What? Such audacity!" The silver-armored guard fumed. The duty of these guards was to expel beggars, children, or those who appeared incapable of entering. Although Sapphire was indeed a child, he had clearly encountered a formidable obstacle. Sapphire had no intention of causing trouble, but in the face of provocation, he unleashed his aura, instantly sending the silver-armored giant flying, crashing into a circular pillar within the hall. Crash! Not only did the circular pillars of the grand hall sustain a gaping dent, but it also prompted all the guards to rush over, surrounding the trio. As the multitude of guards encircled them, the curiosity of others within the hall was piqued. Who could possibly possess the audacity to create such a disturbance here? I've been itching for a fight. This opportunity to warm up against this bunch of useless fools is just perfect. Pravaitai feared nothing more than a brawl, having been beaten countless times during childhood missions. He was now seasoned and, after nearly a year of inactivity, was positively restless. With a single punch, he sent a guard, who had unsheathed a great sword, flying. Just as Pravaitai readied himself to continue, he was halted by Sapphire. "Though I am uncertain as to the nature of this place, is this truly your manner of hospitality?" Sapphire's voice resonated throughout the vast hall, clear even across the expanse of thousands of square meters. Upon hearing such words, the guards ceased their advance, and within a minute, they gradually parted to reveal a middle-aged man with a white beard and two horns, stepping forth to face Sapphire. "I am the steward here. Our mercenary hall has its own rules. While we naturally welcome guests, we do not tolerate those who cause trouble," the middle-aged man stated coldly. "Is that so?" Sapphire surveyed his surroundings, his gaze not lingering on the man before him. Finally, he turned to inquire, "However, this is our first visit, and we are not well versed in your customs." "First visit, you say? That is understandable. However, having injured our guards, you must provide some form of compensation before I can allow you to leave." The middle-aged man, surprisingly amicable, preferred to avoid trouble, wishing to eliminate complications whenever possible. "And what if I refuse?" Though Sapphire's purse was quite full, he had no intention of yielding. Refusal requires one to have the capability to back it up. The middle-aged man gestured, and a servant promptly handed him a detector, which he donned, and then pointed at the trio for scanning. "The one on the left, 18,000. The right, 21,000. And the one in the middle, what?" Boom. The middle-aged man stared incredulously at the data displayed on the device. It could measure up to 30,000 combat power, yet it had exploded when pointed at the leading youth. Though he was the steward of the cosmic mercenary hall on this planet, his own combat power barely exceeded 25,000. Anyone surpassing 30,000 was far beyond his reach, realizing the formidable nature of the trio. The middle-aged man's demeanor shifted instantly. He dismissed the guards with a wave and bowed, saying, "My sincere apologies, esteemed sir. It seems there has been a misunderstanding that I hope you can forgive us. May I inquire where you have traveled from? How may I assist you?" The change in his attitude was anticipated by Sapphire, who paid little heed to it. He quickly grasped the function and purpose of the hall, and the trio smoothly applied for mercenary status. Those within the hall who witnessed the detonation of the middle-aged man's detector silently recognized the gravity of the situation. Even the lowest-tier detectors had a threshold of 22,000, indicating that the one he possessed was certainly not of the most basic variety. Such terrifying power was best befriended rather than antagonized. Who would care if the opponents were mere children? After declining an invitation to a banquet from the Eighth Wave family, Sapphire reluctantly reclined in the VIP chamber. Pravaitai had ventured out to seek suitable tasks, and Sapphire, unwilling to fret over it, chose to rest instead. Ella had gone to gather additional information about this planet. Obtaining useful intelligence was of utmost importance. Suddenly, Sapphire found himself alone and idle. The VIP chamber was well appointed, clearly designed for indulgence. Thus any plans Sapphire had for exercise were shelved. As Sapphire gazed in boredom, Ella's capable figure emerged from outside. Opening the door, indeed, it was her. "Captain, I have investigated. The local populace seems to live quite peacefully, without any disturbances. It appears a competent cosmic monarch governs here, though details are scarce due to his low profile. From what I've gathered, he is certainly not Frieza," Ella reported, flipping through her data. "Is that so? Then we shall reside here temporarily. I have instructed Pravaitai to seek out tasks of greater difficulty, tasks that will challenge us. If we cannot enhance our combat power now, we shall have little hope of confronting Frieza in the future." Sapphire resolved to seek out planets of considerable intensity, deciding that a little danger was preferable to a life of complacency. The decision was made. Either they would perish or their combat power would grow. The two exchanged nods, signifying their agreement with the resolution. Before long, however, Pravitai's battered visage appeared at the door. What happened? Did that middle-aged man trouble you? Sapphire glared at Pravitai, whose face was nearly unrecognizable, yet upon noticing his lack of severe injuries, he felt a bit relieved. Captain, someone is looking for us. This person is incredibly powerful. They effortlessly reduced me to this state. They specifically requested your presence. Pravitai's words were somewhat slurred, and after several repetitions, Sapphire finally grasped their meaning. Chapter 6. Threat or Recruitment. At this moment, Sapphire felt not only anger but also a tinge of apprehension. The individual had managed to control their strength so precisely as to leave Pravitai battered yet unharmed, a telling indication of their capabilities. Though Sapphire could easily defeat Pravitai, he knew he could not mimic such a playful display. His eyes narrowed as he sensed the sin of a conspiracy. It was highly likely that this individual was targeting him, while Sapphire had immense trust in Ella's reconnaissance skills and information-gathering abilities. He pondered whether this person might be a subordinate of Frieza. However, that notion was quickly dismissed. If they were indeed Frieza's minions, they would have barged in directly rather than adopting this method. Let us go see who dares to act so boldly. Sapphire's expression darkened. Encountering such trouble shortly after arriving on this planet was vexing, though not frightening. Yet, an abundance of troubles could become quite irritating. Captain, be cautious. Their combat power is genuinely formidable. Pravitai's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation, his recent experience having made him acutely aware of the threat. Despite his usual brash demeanor, Sapphire nodded. Although he realized the opponent's power likely exceeded his own, he would not shy away. This was the way of the Saiyans, and evasion was not an option. Exiting the VIP chamber, they found the hall nearly empty, save for the middle-aged man, who stood respectfully behind a figure resembling an earthling, his lips moving incessantly in what appeared to be a report. Humph, it seems this is the reinforcements that fellow summoned. I didn't expect him to be so petty. Sapphire felt a pang of regret. Had he known the man would stabilize the situation and then call for backup, he would have dealt with him decisively. Oh, our main guest has arrived, the Earth-like figure quipped. Who would have thought this individual to be so intolerant? You must be the support he called for. I assume you possess some skill, given your role as a stand-in. At first glance, Sapphire sensed that this person was no ordinary opponent. A surging power seemed to emanate from them, causing every fiber of his being to tighten with tension, an unprecedented feeling. Reinforcements? I suppose you could say that. However, I am not here to cause you trouble, but rather to offer you an opportunity. I wonder if you would be interested. The individual spoke in a relaxed tone, leaving it unclear whether they were indifferent to Sapphire and his companions or genuinely had no intention of causing strife. Oh, I indeed have no significant grievances with you, so please go ahead and share. Perhaps I shall accept. Although Sapphire was skeptical of the promised opportunity, he resolved to listen. Partly to extend a courtesy and partly because he sensed that the two accompanying figures possessed substantial power. Earlier, during a brief moment, Sapphire had attempted to scan them with his detector, but the results had been obscured, indicating that they possessed a more advanced device that shielded their power levels. The detector in Sapphire's possession could measure up to 100,000 combat power, suggesting that the one wielding the more advanced device held a significant status. Against those three, Sapphire felt the odds of victory were slim. How rare. Initially, I was somewhat displeased upon hearing of the commotion in the mercenary hall. However, Sedwin informed me that it was merely a few children, and that one of their combat powers was even below that of one of the kids. This piqued my interest. I must say, it is quite astonishing for a Saiyan child to possess over 40,000 in combat power at such a young age. The individual spoke with ease, yet Sapphire's heart sank. The fact that they were aware of their Saiyan heritage, as well as Sapphire's combat power of over 40,000, and remained so composed was alarming. Every muscle in Sapphire's body tensed, ready to spring into action at any moment. There is no need to be so tense. The purpose of my visit is quite simple. My esteemed master considers you a talent worth recruiting. How would you like to follow my master? Our benefits are quite substantial, provided you are willing to work diligently. Safi lowered his head in silence, deeply contemplating the reliability of the situation at hand. Although the circumstances were far from favorable, he did not believe that serving the other party was a prudent course of action. What if I refuse? Safi's tone was somewhat frosty. Refusing poses no significant issue. However, my esteemed elder has but one method of dealing with formidable forces that cannot be controlled. I trust you grasp my meaning. Annihilation at its roots, I presume. This response did not surprise Safid in the least. He pressed further. Have I yet to inquire about your name, Donnie? Perhaps it would be best for you to accompany me first, to assess the benefits before making a decision. What do you think? Donnie smiled knowingly, aware that the matter was essentially settled. With a blend of coercion and temptation, it was likely that anyone with a semblance of sanity would acquiesce. Safid exchanged glances with the other two, and ultimately nodded in agreement to Donnie's invitation. Engaging in a forced confrontation was certainly not a wise choice, especially given that the other party valued the combat capabilities of the three. As they currently had no place to rest, it made sense to settle in first and strategize for the future. In accordance with Donnie's suggestion, the trio followed him aboard a spacecraft, which swiftly traversed the cosmos for several minutes, ultimately landing on a nearby planet. Before you lies the palace of my esteemed elder. Impressive, is it not? Donnie appeared to hold a deep admiration for the figure he referred to as his elder. This only served to pique Safid's curiosity further. Donnie's formidable prowess was evident, far surpassing his own, yet he idolized that elder so fervently, leaving Safid intrigued. Pray tell, who is this esteemed elder of yours? I would not wish to appear unrefined upon my arrival. I certainly do not want others to label us Saiyans as uncultured. My elder's name is Kyla, an immensely powerful cosmic monarch. You may not be familiar with him, but you surely know of his sibling. Your Saiyan territory lies within his domain, and you must have heard his name, Frieza. As Donnie spoke, he scrutinized Safid's expression, and indeed, upon hearing the name Frieza, the faces of the trio shifted dramatically. Just as they were about to take action, Donnie interjected, however, my lord shares a rather poor relationship with his brother Frieza. One could say it is quite adversarial. Thus, my lord is more than willing to welcome the Saiyans, whom Frieza has persistently sought to eradicate. Donnie faced Safid squarely. Though a trace of wariness remained on Safid's countenance, he was increasingly convinced. There was no need for the other party to deceive them when they held such a decisive advantage in strength. Very well. We agree to join you, but you must ensure that our training remains undisturbed. Upon receiving Safid's response, Donnie turned with a satisfied grin. As expected, the Lord's judgment is astute. These younglings possess remarkable talent. They will certainly pose a considerable challenge for Frieza in due course. Watching the spectacle shall prove quite entertaining. Chapter 7. Audience with Kyla. Donnie, what are you doing out there with our dear little friends? Come in at once. A neutral male voice echoed from within the palace, contrasting sharply with Frieza's shrill tones. This voice was far from unpleasant. Upon hearing the summons, Donnie ceased his conversation with Safid, turning to push open the palace doors and entering. Safid and his companions followed closely behind, as it was their first visit and they required an introduction. Upon entering the grand hall, Safid was struck by the simplicity of the interior, which was far less opulent than he had anticipated. There was little decoration, and while it lacked a sense of gilded splendor, it exuded an air of majesty. After traversing nearly 100 meters, the group halted as they approached the steps leading to an ornate throne. Seated upon it was a figure with a serious demeanor, bearing 2 crimson markings on his face, though not particularly robust in stature. Safid could sense an overwhelming aura of authority emanating from him. His fingers delicately grazed the edge of the throne, his physique smooth without the pronounced musculature typically associated with warriors. The tail swayed gently behind him, and his appearance bore a striking resemblance to Frieza. Had it not been for their differing attire, Safid might have mistaken him for Frieza himself. It appeared that this individual was none other than Frieza's elder brother, Kyla, the sovereign of this region. What is the matter? Do you find my resemblance to Frieza astonishing? Is it truly so shocking that you are left speechless? Kyla's lips curled into a smirk as he straightened his posture. Kyla, my lord, I have fulfilled my duty by bringing these 3 Saiyan children to you. I shall take my leave now. Donnie bowed respectfully. Kyla waved his hand dismissively, permitting him to depart. So you are indeed Kyla, the monarch. That I have heard that you wish to recruit us. Our demands are modest. As long as the conditions are favorable and we are allowed to fight, I believe we will not refuse. Safid had initially intended to temporarily reside under this fellow's command. Discussions of terms were merely a means to enhance his own worth. Being Frieza's elder brother, Kyla was likely stronger than Frieza himself. If he could one day surpass Frieza's power, revenge would be within his grasp. Moreover, given the apparent discord between the brothers, he had little to fear about being handed over to Frieza. Indeed, I have heard that you possess battle powers exceeding 10,000 at such a young age. This is unprecedented in my experience. The former King Vegeta was never as formidable as you are now. Was he? Kyla's languid demeanor remained unchanged as he casually inquired. Implicitly acknowledging Saphite's statement, Saphite hesitated, realizing that revealing their recent surge in power was not an option. Well, I do not wish to delve into unnecessary topics. However, working under my command requires diligence. Donnie will elaborate on the other conditions. For the time being, your status will be beneath my Kyla Mecha Core, affording you access to numerous resources. I am aware of your penchant for combat, and I believe these resources will certainly aid you. Kyla was indifferent to particulars. As long as he was present, the younglings would be kept firmly in line, requiring no further conditions though, and I should mention that Donnie is one of my Kyla Mecha Core members. Perhaps fearing that Saphite and his companions might not comprehend, Kyla chose to elaborate. Kyla, my lord. The three of them knelt on one knee, pledging their loyalty. Very well. You may rise. You are more familiar with Donnie, so let him guide you on what you should do. Kyla appeared somewhat impatient, waving his hand to dismiss them. As he watched the trio retreat, a figure emerged slowly from behind Kyla. This individual possessed a blue visage and donned a tight-fitting pink suit beneath a combat uniform. His name was Vegeta, and he had been lurking behind Kyla, unnoticed by Saphite and his companions. My lord, while I am aware of your disdain for King Crud, after he issued the order to eliminate the Saiyans, even his most favored son, Frieza, complied obediently. Is it truly wise to harbor these young Saiyans? Vegeta inquired with a hint of concern etched upon his face. Do not fret. Although the Saiyans are touted as the universe's most formidable warriors, their actual combat prowess is quite average. While they may rank high in terms of average strength, their claims of being the strongest are nothing short of hubris. It is no wonder that our race, the strongest in the universe, would find this intolerable, prompting Crud to issue a decree for their extermination. These three younglings may possess commendable strength now, but they pose no real threat to us. Let them remain. They can serve as useful tools. If Crud inquires about this, it matters not. The majority of Saiyans have already fallen to Frieza's hand, and he still retains three younglings. What difference does it make if I take a few in? Rest assured, Crud will not turn against me over such trivial matters. If necessary, I shall offer him a few planets as compensation, as long as those three younglings can subdue a few planets for me in return. All is well. You shall go and make the arrangements, and ensure their tasks are sufficiently demanding. Kyla regarded his primary subordinate, recognizing that while this individual was indeed loyal, he sometimes fretted excessively. Understood. Worry not. My lord Kyla, Vegeta nodded, merely wishing to offer a word of caution. There was no need for excessive dialogue as long as Kyla was aware of the situation. With a slight bow, Vegeta turned to leave, aware that while his daily tasks were not numerous, he needed to be occupied and could not linger indefinitely. He understood that Kyla would likely require some solitude to contemplate matters. It was perplexing how his father could be concerned about that nebulous legend. Saiyans were merely a lower-tier race. Even if their strength surged 100-fold, they could hardly pose a threat to their kind. Crud was indeed overly cautious, allowing himself to be intimidated by ancestral rumors. What nonsense about Super Saiyans? Should I encounter one, I would crush them without hesitation. After much contemplation, Kyla found himself perplexed. Although he was not favored by Crud, his combat prowess was formidable. While he may not currently surpass Crud, he was certainly not an easily defeated opponent. Nevertheless, he had to remain cautious of Crud. Finding a warrior with tens of thousands of battle power was quite a challenge. Acquiring such subordinates was no simple task. According to the intelligence from Frieza, this group of Saiyans worked diligently and exhibited great loyalty. Therefore, it would be prudent to nurture these three young ones. Causing Frieza some trouble would indeed be a delightful endeavor. Kyla was well aware of the deep-seated hatred the Saiyans harbored for Frieza, who had annihilated their home planet. The mere thought of cultivating several warriors with battle powers exceeding 100,000 to wreak havoc in Frieza's domain filled Kyla with exhilaration. It mattered little. When the time came, he would simply inform Frieza that these younglings had betrayed him, which would have no bearing on himself. Ha ha ha. Frieza, I eagerly anticipate your expression when that moment arrives. Chapter 8. The Soul of Revenge. In the northern region of the West Galaxy, several planets were inhabited by exceptionally powerful beings. While they posed no direct threat to us, their unruly demeanor had severely undermined King Kyla's authority. Time and again, they defied his commands, taking advantage of their remote locations. This time, the objective was to eradicate the leading formidable factions among these planets to instill fear in the lesser beings. Zavia pointed to the star map, where several planets were marked with red crosses, and identified each one for Saphite. while also elaborating on the battle capabilities of the various factions. This is your first mission. You must execute it flawlessly to avoid being underestimated by King Kyla. Going forward, you will need to gather intelligence from the information department on your own. I am merely assisting you in understanding the process this first time. Vegeta was quite courteous, recognizing that these Saiyans were merely tools for Kyla, yet he understood the necessity of properly training them. Otherwise, they would be unable to assist Kyla in executing the final task. Sapphire nodded, finding Vegeta's explanations to be thorough and his demeanor commendable. Although he harbored some doubts regarding Vegeta's attitude, he found no cause for concern upon further reflection. Soon, he became less preoccupied with it. Upon examining the intelligence, Sapphire discerned that the initial mission was indeed somewhat challenging, as there were over 10 targets with battle powers exceeding 10,000. He had not anticipated being assigned such a demanding task upon his arrival. Nevertheless, Sapphire was quite pleased. He held great confidence in his abilities, noting that those with battle powers just over 10,000 posed no real threat to him, though they would be a significant test for his two teammates. Just as Sapphire prepared to inquire about the combat habits and techniques of the targets, a foot soldier rushed in, panting heavily. Lord Vegeta, those two Saiyans. The foot soldier abruptly halted upon noticing Sapphire standing beside Vegeta. Realizing that these three younglings possessed extraordinary strength and were newly acquired subordinates of the king, making them beyond his reach, he lowered his voice and continued, "Those two Saiyans seem rather unfriendly." "What?" Vegeta appeared momentarily stunned. Observing the foot soldier drenched in sweat and struggling to articulate his thoughts, Vegeta seemed to grasp the situation, pointing forward and commanding, "Lead me to see what is happening." The foot soldier, relieved, turned and began to guide them, while Sapphire, catching the sensitive mention of Saiyans, followed suit without hesitation. "Humph, you Saiyans are nothing but stray dogs. What audacity! How dare you claim to be strong? You think you deserve to be the second strongest team under the king?" A voice called from a distance, belonging to a red-skinned alien with a frog-like head, who wore an expression of disdain. He boasted a battle power of 22,000, which, while not exceptional, still ranked him among the notable figures under Kyla. Upon hearing that a new team had been formed, comprised of younglings, his irritation only grew, especially as he noticed that the male and female Saiyans before him did not even surpass his own strength. Feeling contemptuous, he made no effort to hide his dissatisfaction. Vegeta, known for his fiery temper, was restrained only by the calm demeanor of his companion, Era, who held him back from reacting impulsively. "What are you doing?" Sapphire inquired sternly, arms crossed, and expression serious. Upon seeing his captain, Vegeta's expression brightened. "Captain, this scoundrel dares to slander us. We must teach him a lesson." Era remained silent, yet the indignation on her face spoke volumes. "Be quiet. Get back here." Sapphire's brow furrowed. He knew Vegeta's impulsive nature, yet he was not one to instigate trouble. Contemplating his next move, he issued a firm command. "Captain?" Vegeta's tone was incredulous. "Did you not hear what I said?" Sapphire glared, and although Vegeta was dissatisfied, he obediently retreated behind Sapphire. "Ha! Look, your captain is wise." The frog-headed alien laughed triumphantly. Vegeta, feeling humiliated, turned away, while Sapphire ignored the taunt and offered Vegeta a slight "nod-my apologies for the trouble." With that, he led his companions toward their assigned quarters. "Sapphire, stop right there. Why didn't you properly deal with that guy?" Vegeta's anger had not subsided, and he dropped the formal title, calling out his name instead. He was right. Sapphire sighed. Vegeta, taken aback, responded, "What? I mean, what he said was accurate. Until we avenge Frieza and rebuild our planet Vegeta, we are nothing but stray dogs." Sapphire emphasized each word heavily. "I also wish to take down that guy. But the reality is that we must endure." Sapphire felt a surge of anger within him, knowing that he was powerless to act. Ultimately, it was imperative to avoid trouble here. Regardless of the provocations, they must remain composed. "Now, let me tell you about our first task." Gasping for breath, Vegeta, despite his injuries, launched an energy blast, eliminating another foe nearby. Though he bore no fatal wounds, the numerous minor injuries had drained much of his stamina, and he felt close to collapse, glancing at Era, who was equally fatigued. He looked up at Sapphire, who stood with arms crossed, seemingly indifferent to their plight, merely observing. With gritted teeth, Vegeta charged forward once more. "Come on, those guys below are of no help to my progress. More such trials await. I must strive to improve. Let us not forget, our ultimate goal is Frieza." Sapphire mused silently, witnessing the injuries on his comrades, yet feeling compelled to hold back, allowing events to unfold as they may. "Ha! What a thrill. I never expected I could endure this long that I thought I had reached my limit. Yet I feel an inexhaustible source of power surging within me, sitting in the recovery chamber. Pravaitai could hardly contain his excitement. Enough? Can't you settle down for a moment? You may be full of energy, but Ares still needs rest. This mission took over 2 months and only yielded a meager increase of 3,000 in battle power. That is far too slow. We need to seek out more challenging tasks in the future to truly elevate our capabilities. Sapphire scolded, though he knew it was futile. Captain, I've been thinking. Our team needs a striking name. Otherwise, as we make a name for ourselves, it would be unfortunate for our enemies to name us. A team name, you say? Sapphire paused, then smiled as he replied, let us call ourselves the Soul of Revenge. Revenge, our vendetta against Frieza shall always be our goal. Soul, the indomitable spirit of the Saiyans shall endure eternally. Chapter 9, 20 years later mission, combat, wounds, recovery, mission, combat. A perpetual cycle, a relentless loop. Since the inception of the Vengeance Soul Squad under the command of Kyla, they have navigated their time through this arduous routine. The missions have varied in length but have invariably been fraught with difficulty, from initially being scorned by Kyla's subordinates to earning their utmost respect. From being derided as a stray dog to attaining a reputation that echoes throughout the galaxy, this monumental transformation has been interwoven with the relentless efforts of Sapphire and his 2 companions over the span of 20 years. Unyielding spirit, tenacious will, and ferocious battles. All of this has been sustained by a singular conviction: to vanquish Frieza. Captain, have we surpassed him? This query had been posed for the 10th time in the last 3 years. And each time, Pravaitai felt a compelling urge to inquire. Yet the answers he received were invariably disappointing, disheartening to the point of despair. However, this time, hope flickered anew. Sapphire nodded gently, the traces of 2 decades etched upon his visage, leaving behind merely a scar, a memento of a careless moment in battle. Each glance at this scar serves as a reminder to remain ever vigilant against any foe. At long last, we have surpassed him. 560,000. How long have I awaited this day? Sapphire had transformed from a mere 6-year-old child into a towering figure standing over 6 feet tall, his physique robust and brimming with explosive power. Forming a perfect arc, he had evolved from an inconspicuous boy into one of the most formidable rulers of the galaxy. Yet he remained oblivious to the nuances of his journey, fixated solely on his singular objective, Frieza. In this moment, uttering his name, the emotions entwined within him transcended the bounds of language. Finally, it feels within reach. My combat power has exceeded 200,000. Yet, Captain, you instructed us to conceal most of our strength. So my current display is still just over 80,000, but surely that is no longer necessary. Although Sapphire had previously attempted to simplify this matter for Pravaitai, the latter, with his straightforward demeanor, failed to grasp the essence of his words. Despite his lack of understanding, Pravaitai had never defied Sapphire's intentions. You fool. You are well aware that Kyla is Frieza's brother. Although their relationship has soured over the years, should they harbor any desire to keep secrets from outsiders? Once Kyla learns of the captain's power, he will undoubtedly inform Frieza. When that time comes, who will you seek revenge against? Before Sapphire could voice his thoughts, Ella interjected vehemently. Over the course of 20 years, Ella had blossomed into a stunning beauty, radiating wildness, yet Sapphire, having grown up alongside her, held no romantic inclinations, and Pravaitai, a battle fanatic, had never considered such matters. Thus, the trio remained as close comrades, their bond unchanged. In stark contrast to the transformations of the other two, one becoming a handsome figure and the other a captivating beauty, Pravaitai's changes were far simpler. He towered over Sapphire, easily surpassing 2 meters in height. His muscles robust and well-defined, with arms thicker than Ella's legs. After Ella's admonishment, Pravaitai could only nod in agreement. Although Ella indeed possessed slightly less combat prowess, she wielded significant resources within their team. Should Pravaitai dare to retort or oppose her, he might find himself deprived of meat at the next meal. As Sapphire spoke, he appeared somewhat lost in thought. Though his responses were accurate, his demeanor lacked clarity. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with renewed focus as he declared, upon our return, we will accept one final mission, directing our efforts toward Frieza's territory. Under the guise of a mission, we shall confront Frieza in a decisive battle. Upon hearing Sapphire's words, Ella did not immediately acquiesce as she typically would. Instead, she bowed her head in contemplation before responding, Understood, Captain. I will make all the necessary arrangements. Rest assured. We will face Frieza in optimal condition. This battle, we shall surely win. Pravaitai clenched his fists, confidence radiating from him. The captain had never tasted defeat, and against any adversary, victory was assured. The trio reclined in the rest area, unaware of how long they had slept, until a few extraterrestrial beings entered. Observing the trio still at rest, they refrained from disturbing them, standing quietly to wait. Shortly after, Sapphire was the first to awaken, gently rousing the others that we have departed. We should be nearing our destination. Stepping out of the rest area, he noticed other extraterrestrials busily attending to their tasks within the ship, yet he paid them no mind, directly opening the hatch and exiting the massive spacecraft. Since the age of 10, owing to their considerable contributions, the three had grown weary of prolonged rests in small ships, and thus had requested a large vessel from Frieza. Over the years, they had become accustomed to residing in larger ships, never reverting to smaller crafts. Upon stepping out, they were greeted by rows of guard soldiers, lined up to welcome their return, led by the very individual who had once provoked them, a frog-headed fellow. Though initially resistant, as tensions escalated, Sapphire had delivered a severe lesson to him. Given that they still needed to fulfill duties under Kyla, he had refrained from delivering a fatal blow. However, with the trio's powers now far surpassing his own, he dared not provoke them any further. Welcome back, Vengeance Soul Squad. Welcome, Lord Sapphire, Lady Ella, Lord Praveti. On behalf of all members of Lidong Planet, I extend my sincerest greetings. The frog-headed figure bowed deeply, with rows of soldiers following suit in profound reverence. Very well, please assist us with the repairs to our ship. We shall handle the rest ourselves. Repairing the ship was a customary procedure, while Sapphire and his companions needed to visit the mission hall to seek a task directed toward Frieza's domain. Yes, we shall comply with your instructions. The frog-headed figure led the other personnel away to attend to their duties, while the trio swiftly made their way to the mission hall. All extraterrestrials working under Kyla were aware that the Vengeance Soul Squad was the most diligent and industrious of all teams, typically completing a mission and returning to rest for no more than a day before embarking on the next task. They had never taken an extended break. This occasion was no exception. That very evening, the Vengeance Soul Squad set forth on their journey, and while some marveled at their tireless dedication, none dared to question their resolve. Frieza, wait for me. I am coming. Sapphire gazed at the dazzling starry expanse ahead, a smirk gracing his lips. Not a mere smile, but the cruelest of smirks. Chapter 10. Target. Supergravity Planet. The spacecraft sped forth for over 6 months without altering its course. The mission was directed toward a mid-sized planet on the western edge of the galaxy, relatively isolated and devoid of support from other races. However, the mission description indicated that it was a particularly challenging planet, reportedly home to beings with combat power exceeding 100,000. Fortunately, despite the consistent trajectory, Sapphire and his companions had never intended to heed this mission. Their true aim was to venture north in search of Frieza. Is this the target planet of our mission? Sapphire mused, observing the grim visage of the planet that lay before them. The environment appeared exceedingly harsh, which would certainly account for the emergence of formidable warriors. As the spacecraft glided past the gray-black planet, Sapphire couldn't help but remark on its foreboding nature. Suddenly, a flicker of aurora caught Sapphire's eye. Though diminutive, it emanated a brilliant radiance. As time progressed, the luminosity intensified, suddenly morphing into a powerful shockwave that surged towards Sapphire. Quick, evade. Sapphire bellowed, fixing his gaze upon the approaching wave. He realized that should it continue on its course, it would inevitably strike them, urgently alerting the startled pilot. Yet, the shockwave moved with blinding speed, and by the time the ship attempted to veer away, it was too late. A thunderous boom reverberated through the air, accompanied by a violent shudder that rocked the entire vessel, which was pierced by the shockwave. Even Sapphire found himself straining to maintain control against the onslaught. Quickly, assess the extent of the damage to the ship and determine if it will impact our flight. Although he had never encountered such a situation before, the temperament cultivated over many years was not swayed by the current predicament. Sapphire remained remarkably composed as he issued commands. Under the calm leadership of their steadfast commander, the numerous crew members gradually regained their composure, returning to their respective posts to commence thorough inspections of the spacecraft. Half an hour later, as Sapphire perused the damage report before him, his expression darkened considerably. Following the impact of the shockwave, the spaceship had gradually ceased its forward motion. He had initially assumed it was merely a minor issue that could be swiftly resolved. However, upon reviewing the report, Sapphire discovered that the power compartment of the ship had sustained severe damage, necessitating an urgent landing and subsequent repairs, or they would be unable to continue their journey. Damn it, Sapphire seethed, slamming his fist onto the command console, obliterating the steel structure beneath his blow. Captain, Era and Pravaitai entered from outside the command room. The three had been taking turns commanding within the chamber. But after the recent tremor, it was impossible for them to remain asleep. Upon realizing the situation, they hurried to the command center. I had no intention of exterminating the life forms on this planet. Yet it seems they are quite reluctant. Although Saphit's words sounded somewhat humorous, the gritted teeth revealed his underlying fury. Haha, Captain, my hands are itching for a fight. The thought of having to fly for an extended time before returning to the northern galaxy makes it unbearable. Pravaitai's battle instinct surged within him. The decision to engage in combat had always rested with Saphit. Now, having the opportunity to indulge in some prelude before facing Frieza was simply splendid. Indeed, while it may prolong our return, a lack of combat would surely lead to physical stagnation. Era, though not as battle-crazed as Pravaitai, was still a Saiyan, and for her, combat was a matter of great significance. Then it is settled. If the wretches of this planet seek death, I shall reluctantly grant it to them. Saphit mused, feeling the fatigue from prolonged rest settling into his bones. Directing the pilots to initiate descent, the three donned their combat suits, preparing to confront the impending battle. Despite their dismissive language regarding the so-called wretches, their ingrained habit of never underestimating the enemy remained steadfast. As the spaceship descended gradually, they soon felt the atmospheric pressure striking the craft, causing it to shudder violently. Amidst the tremors, the ship carved a brilliant arc of fire through the dim sky. This planet lacked a sun, relying solely on starlight for visibility. But as they delved deeper, Saphit and the others noted that the visibility was rapidly diminishing. When the spacecraft finally touched down, a breath of relief escaped them. Though shrouded in darkness, the starlight above provided some semblance of visibility. You all focus on repairing the ship. We shall venture out to cleanse this planet. Saphit succinctly instructed before allowing his team members to exit the vessel, using their scanners to survey the surroundings, only to discover a scarcity of life forms. The planet housed merely 30 or so beings. Yet they were all exceptionally powerful. According to the data displayed on the scanners, not a single creature possessed a combat power below 10,000. After locking onto their first target, the trio promptly set forth toward their destination. Captain, do you sense that the gravity on this planet seems significantly higher than on others? It must be around 4 to 5 times the standard. Era's observation was spot on. This planet indeed exhibited 50 times the gravity, far exceeding that of previous mission planets, indicating that only the elite could survive here. However, the trio's combat prowess was substantial enough that even at 50 times the gravity, they remained unaffected. Gravity, upon arrival. Saphit had merely felt a sense of oppression, initially attributing it to the planet's murky atmosphere, but Era's remark made him realize the disparity in gravitational force. Indeed, the gravity here is formidable. Our home planet only has 10 times the gravity, which means Saiyans who spend prolonged periods there exhibit slightly higher combat power than those on other planets. Although Pravaitai had not grown up on their home planet, he possessed some understanding of this matter, which explained his disdain for the nobles. He simply believed they were merely fortunate in birth. Gravity, you say? Saphit mused, gently tapping his forehead, as if a forgotten memory was struggling to resurface. Suddenly, an image of a figure clad in a red GI, drenched in sweat within a chamber filled with crimson air, performing push-ups flashed before his mind. The gravity chamber. I seem to recall something now. If Pravaitai's theory holds true, then perhaps spending more time on this planet, or training here, would yield better results than elsewhere. His words momentarily stunned the other two, yet as they considered Saphit's line of reasoning, they soon recognized the implications. If that is the case, then upon leaving this planet, we could certainly enlist scientists to simulate a similar gravitational environment to aid our training. Era's eyes lit up. They had always focused on combat. It had never contemplated this method to augment their strength. Excellent. Era, make a note of that. But we are nearing our target area. Our current mission is to eliminate the scum of this planet. Saphit's fury was palpable, and in a sudden burst of speed, he charged toward the first target. Chapter 11. The arrival of a formidable foe. The pitiful pleas for mercy echoed incessantly, yet Saphit's response was straightforward. He raised his foot and stomped down onto the skull with ferocity. Blood splattered as he recalled the condescending demeanor of this individual upon their initial encounter. Saphit had no intention of allowing him to live. Is this the ninth one? He casually obliterated the corpse, a habit he had not previously adopted. But after the third creature had attempted to feign death and launch a surprise attack despite having been struck down by an energy blast, he had begun to take heed. Indeed, the creatures on this planet possess some abilities, yet their combat power generally does not exceed 100,000. Eliminating them poses no challenge whatsoever throughout the preceding battle. Pravaitai had stood by, observing. This time, he approached with a mindset geared toward warming up, leading to the trio taking turns in combat while the other two maintained a watchful stance. Then it is my turn next. Aira flexed her arms. Her previous opponents had been feeble, their bodies akin to tofu, crumbling under minimal pressure, providing no real warm-up. Only the target Sapphire had just faced had shown some promise. Suddenly, Pravaitai's scanner emitted a beep, indicating a presence approaching from behind them. Captain, it seems someone is heading our way. Shall we wait here? Let us see what this individual possesses in terms of confidence to approach us. Sapphire felt a peculiar sensation in his heart. Could it be that this planet had guardians defending their homeland? In just 2 minutes, an unfamiliar extraterrestrial being appeared before the trio, flanked by 2 creatures that bore resemblance to the fallen beings. What is their combat power? Aira inquired, glancing at Pravaitai. 87,000, 94,000. The one in the middle seems to be the leader, yet how could he possess merely 23,000? Pravaitai's surprise was palpable as he scrutinized the data. It was typically expected for the leader to possess the highest combat strength. Why have you attacked our planet? The leader of the extraterrestrial beings, cloaked in black and white scales, his oddly elongated head and broad, flat face defied description. Sapphire regarded him with mild curiosity and responded nonchalantly, "Oh, it's simply that someone has paid for your heads. Is that a problem?" Under Sapphire's gaze, the leader's expression darkened. "If I recall correctly, this area is under the jurisdiction of Kyla. Neither Frieza nor Kyla would concern themselves with this remote location, and I have a pact with Kyla that stipulates as long as I remain on this planet, I shall not be attacked. Whose subordinate are you?" The extraterrestrial scrutinized Sapphire closely and suddenly seemed to recall something, exclaiming, "I recognize your appearance. You must be a Saiyan. Then you are one of Frieza's subordinates? I wonder if I have offended Frieza in any way. Please clarify." I am no one's subordinate. That I asked for why we are attacking you. It is because you had the audacity to damage my spacecraft, forcing us to land on this planet. Not only has it delayed our journey, but it has also resulted in substantial losses. Although Sapphire exaggerated the losses, the extraterrestrial's initial mention of Frieza and Kyla, coupled with a lack of respect in his tone, indicated that he was not to be trifled with, prompting Sapphire to consider a peaceful resolution. "That I sincerely apologize for unintentionally damaging your spacecraft. However, you have also killed several of my subordinates, so should we consider that settled?" The flat-headed man, uncertain of his ability to defeat Sapphire, harbored thoughts of ending the confrontation amicably, just as both parties contemplated a truce. An urgent message suddenly interrupted their discourse. "Lord Sapphire, our spacecraft is under attack." The piercing cries from the ship's emergency communication system assaulted Sapphire's eardrums, igniting a tempest of rage within him. "How dare you deceive me? You would go so far as to orchestrate an attack on my vessel?" Sapphire's fury surged. This individual, who outwardly sought reconciliation, had covertly orchestrated the destruction of his own ship and the slaughter of his subordinates. Many aboard were loyal employees who had served for years. Though their bonds were not profoundly emotional, they were invaluable tools, and Sapphire had no idea how to cultivate such devoted subordinates. Now, they were annihilated. "Die." Sapphire raised his hand, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy, but it seemed his adversary had anticipated his shift in demeanor and was already prepared for battle, leaping away in 3 different directions. The ground quaked beneath the force of the energy, leaving a deep scar on the surface. "Those 2 incompetents are yours to handle. I will deal with the leader," Sapphire commanded Ella and Pravati. Snatching what was originally intended to be Ella's prey, it was not merely theft. Sapphire could sense that this flat-headed man was unlike the others. Undeniably formidable, he tentatively adjusted his detector, noting that the opponent's combat power had been steadily increasing since the onset of battle. The numbers on the detector were approaching its maximum limit of 300,000. Boom! To Sapphire's astonishment, the detector registered an energy surge that exceeded its threshold, causing it to explode, and it appeared that the opponent had not yet fully coalesced their power. This indicated that their combat strength undoubtedly surpassed 300,000, perhaps even more. This was proving to be quite a conundrum. Rather than frowning, Sapphire felt exhilarated. The blood of the Saiyan coursed through his veins. It had been ages since he encountered an adversary worthy of unleashing his full potential. In past skirmishes with the Kyra mecha troops, he had only been able to exhibit a fraction of his strength, which was wholly unsatisfying. The method of controlling combat power was a gain from a previous mission, which he subsequently shared with the others. However, today, there was no need for subterfuge. Sapphire focused his energy, adjusting his state to its zenith. "Come on, bring it on," Sapphire bellowed, charging towards the flat-headed man, his right fist aimed at the opponent's ribs. The opponent, swift of foot, slightly sidestepped and raised his left hand, transforming it into a knife-like strike aimed directly at Sapphire. Sapphire raised his left arm to block the incoming attack. The opposing arm was halted, rendering the man momentarily stiff, revealing a slight opening. "What an opportunity!" Sapphire roared, his movements unrelenting, seizing the opponent's arm and hurling him skyward with tremendous force. Disappear. Now, Sapphire concentrated his energy, and as his adversary remained paralyzed in shock, his power surged forth explosively. "Go, Sky Cannon." Sapphire raised both hands towards his target, unleashing a torrent of energy thicker than his own body. Chapter 13, The Great Battle. The Sky Cannon was one of Sapphire's signature techniques, its potency extraordinary, capable of inflicting significant damage even upon Sapphire himself. The colossal energy beam engulfed the opponent, and with keen eyesight, Sapphire noted that the adversary had not evaded the attack, coupled with the resistance felt at the moment of impact. It was evident that he had dealt a severe blow. The absence of a massive explosion and the direct engulfment of the energy beam indicated that the opponent had been utterly obliterated. The trio was renowned for their ruthless combat style. While they relished the thrill of battle, their intentions were clear. When the opportunity arose to deliver a fatal blow, they would do so without mercy. A confident smile graced Sapphire's lips. He had anticipated a challenging fight, yet the opponent appeared to be underestimating him. However, as the smoke cleared, the figure of the flat-headed man remained steadfast. Sapphire's smile gradually morphed into a serious expression. The opponent had effortlessly withstood his ultimate technique. As the smoke dissipated, the opponent transformed, their scales coalescing into a massive shield that absorbed Sapphire's energy attack. Now this is getting interesting. If it were that easy, there would be no thrill in it. Realizing that the shield was the source of the opponent's defense, Sapphire's mindset relaxed slightly. If the shield's defense was strong, he simply needed to evade it. As the scale shifted, the flat-headed man revealed his smooth body, his pink skin showcasing visible veins. He chuckled, seeing the astonishment on his opponent's face. His scales were not limited to just this defensive capability. With a swift change of action, the scales that had formed the shield rapidly reconfigured into a sharp sword, for the flat-headed man had nearly suffered a setback and was determined to reclaim his dignity by taking the initiative. As the flat-headed man morphed his weapon, Sapphire cast a glance at Ella and Pravati, only to discover that their circumstances were not as favorable as he had hoped. The two foes, initially thought to possess combat power not exceeding 100,000, had concealed their true strength, now demonstrating combat capabilities exceeding 150,000. Although Ella and Pravati held a slight advantage, they found it challenging to subdue their adversaries. It seemed this encounter would yield substantial gains for everyone. From the outset, Sapphire had never considered the possibility of defeat. Looking up, he saw the flat-headed man charging at him with sword drawn. The blade descended with lethal intent. Even before it approached, Sapphire sensed a sharp energy poised to strike his forehead. Knowing he could not block it with his hand and had no choice but to evade, as Sapphire felt the oncoming sword, its speed was apparent, and evasion was feasible. He mentally prepared for every eventuality. Yet the sword suddenly accelerated, catching Sapphire off guard, forcing him to tense his body and hastily dodge, inadvertently exposing a vulnerability elsewhere. What an opening! The flat-headed man, echoing Sapphire's earlier shout, lunged at Sapphire's chest with both fists. As his hands released, the scales that had formed the sword disassembled instantaneously, rapidly expanding across his body. Observing the incoming fists, Sapphire understood that evasion was no longer an option. Even if he managed to dodge at an angle, he would certainly be struck by the subsequent attack. Grasping the critical point, Sapphire resolutely chose the most straightforward yet safest approach. He would endure it. Sapphire clenched his fists, crossing his arms over his chest. Boom! A tremendous force radiated from his arms, overwhelming his body. The impact was unbearable, and he could no longer maintain his flight technique. Struck by the immense power, Sapphire was propelled backward and crashed into the earth, creating a deep crater and sending dust spiraling into the air, obscuring his vision. The flat-headed man, wise enough not to pursue further, refrained from attacking. Come forth. I know this attack cannot possibly shatter your resolve. The flat-headed man observed Sapphire's movements and recognized that he had successfully defended himself. As the dust settled, Sapphire stood amidst the remnants, brushing himself off and looking up at his opponent with approving eyes. Your combat style is indeed diverse. It eludes defense and certainly possesses merit. However, it is of little consequence to me. The flat-headed man's expression darkened. From their recent exchange, he recognized that this Saiyan was unexpectedly powerful. Though he had never encountered a Saiyan before, he had some understanding of their general capabilities, which did not seem as formidable as the one before him. Come again. Let me witness your prowess. Sapphire beckoned with a finger, oozing with provocation. The flat-headed man's scales reverted to their original form, enveloping his body, merely serving a protective function without further transformation. The intensity of battle surged, and both combatants lunged at one another, igniting a fierce close-quarters confrontation. Meanwhile, the skirmishes on either side escalated to a fever pitch. After several probing exchanges, both sides unleashed their full might. However, the two subordinates brought by the flat-headed man possessed a maximum combat power of just over 160,000. Still falling short of Ella and Pravity's limits, Pravity was the first to achieve victory. He feigned a small opening in his defense, and as the opponent attacked, he absorbed the blow, retaliating with his most powerful energy wave, obliterating the foe into a cloud of dust. Ella's approach was even more brutal. From the very start, she had escalated her speed to the maximum, and in a flurry of attacks, she finally exploited an opening in her opponent's defense. Following a relentless barrage of strikes, the opponent's control over their body dwindled, and their defenses plummeted. Without hesitation, Ella delivered a punch that pierced through the opponent's heart. Having dispatched their respective foes, the two advanced towards the battlefield where Sapphire was engaged. Observing the distant energy fluctuations, it was clear they had no intention of intervening, for Sapphire and the flat-headed man were still locked in combat, with no clear victor in sight. Haha, your subordinates are truly weak. They were defeated in mere moments. How disappointing. Sapphire spat blood, having just absorbed a powerful blow that had been weighing heavily in his throat. Damn it. The arrival of Ayla and Pravity indeed took him by surprise. Even though the two did not engage in battle, the pressure within him significantly intensified. He had initially thought that bringing these two along would be of some assistance, yet he never anticipated their utter ineffectiveness. Very well. You have vented your frustrations. Should you choose to depart now, I shall act as if I have seen nothing. The flat-headed man paused for a moment, only to unexpectedly change his tone. Oh, what if I refuse? Although Sapphire's anger had subsided, he had no intention of letting this fellow off the hook so easily. After all, it was a rare opportunity to confront a worthy opponent. The flat-headed man's expression shifted dramatically as he lowered his head, muttering repeatedly, You forced me. You all forced me. Damn it. It is all you're doing. You will die. You will all die. No one can stop me. Suddenly, he erupted into a loud roar, and with that scream, all his scales fell to the ground. Fight's expression changed. He thought the opponent was about to unleash another trick, prompting him to heighten his vigilance. Chapter 13. Transformation versus Transformation. The flat-headed man suddenly began to gather his strength, his muscles swelling dramatically. The scales that had covered his body began to tremble violently, producing a clattering sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. The opponent's aura surged relentlessly. Out of caution, Sapphire refrained from recklessly advancing, patiently awaiting the completion of this transformation. Suddenly, the scale shifted position, standing upright along his skin's surface, remaining motionless as if besieged by hidden weapons. Though no blood flowed forth, Sapphire's expression tightened. The opponent's momentum had ceased its relentless rise. Could this be the so-called state of certain demise? Just as Sapphire prepared to strike, the opponent suddenly flashed a cold smile. The man let out a cry of excruciating pain, his scales gradually sinking into his body, while his form began to expand dramatically, starting from a mere height of approximately 1.5 meters. He continued to grow, and according to Sapphire's estimation, he had undoubtedly surpassed 5 meters in height, and still showed no signs of stopping. The previously stagnant aura erupted once more with relentless force, crashing against Sapphire and overwhelming him with an immense pressure that momentarily extinguished his will to resist. This is bad. How could that wretched being's energy surge to such an extent? Yet, it genuinely excites me. To think such a terrifying creature exists in this world. This brings me joy. Although defeat may be on the horizon, a Saiyan shall never retreat. Sapphire's fighting spirit surged as never before. even though the oppressive aura made it difficult for him to breathe. He adjusted his mindset and raised his fists towards the foe. In merely 1 minute, the flat-headed man's appearance transformed completely. Not only had his head taken on a more human-like form, but he had also grown to a towering height of 6 meters. Enveloped by a shroud of black mist, indicating that he was far from ordinary, the scales that once adorned his body had been devoured, merging into his being, and his previously pink skin had darkened to a jet black, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Even in the dim light, the scattered starlight rendered him strikingly radiant. What a remarkable creature indeed. Sapphire's gaze remained fixed on his opponent, but he was taken aback to find that after the transformation, the foe appeared even more flawless, leaving Sapphire at a loss as to where to strike. While Sapphire stood frozen, unsure of his next move, the opponent had grown impatient, confident in his newfound power. He recalled how Kyla had once sought to annihilate him, only to abandon that thought upon witnessing his transformation. Had it not been for his uncertainty in retaining Kyla after his own transformation, perhaps this cosmic monarch would never have existed. What do you think? Do I not appear perfect? But soon, you shall no longer feel pain. Allow me to send you to hell. The flat-headed man, no, now a valiant extraterrestrial, gazed down at Sapphire with arrogance. Sapphire remained silent. The opponent's drastic transformation left him momentarily paralyzed, yet he did not lose faith in his ability to fight. Rather than engage in unnecessary banter, it was more prudent to wait for the opponent to strike. For a flaw would undoubtedly be revealed. Heh, are you waiting for me to make a move? Suddenly, a familiar voice seemed to emanate from behind, causing Sapphire to glance at the figure standing 100 meters away. Bewildered, however, his reflexes were swift. Sensing something amiss, he instinctively swept his hand backwards. Too slow, the familiar sarcasm echoed from behind, and in an instant, his outstretched arm was seized by a powerful grip, causing Sapphire to feel as if an iron claw had ensnared him, rendering him unable to pull away. Almost immediately, he felt a massive force collide with his back, the terrifying impact penetrating his muscles and distorting them, propelling Sapphire across the ground for hundreds of meters. Creating a mound of earth in the distance, Sapphire hurriedly propped himself up, unable to contain the blood that gushed from his mouth, with more seeping from his nostrils. Damn it, such formidable strength, it feels as though my very bones are shattering. How did he become so powerful? Just as Sapphire sought to regain his composure, an acute sense of danger surged before him, compelling him to thrust his hands forward and leap away from his original position. Boom! A colossal fist crashed down where Sapphire had just stood. Kicking up clouds of dust, a missed strike only fueled the opponent's resolve as he pivoted and charged once more. Sapphire lifted his gaze to confront the incoming foe, already strategizing on how to evade the next assault, when suddenly, a shadow flickered before him, and he felt as if the person before him had become unreal. This is bad. The thought barely formed in Sapphire's mind when the looming sense of danger returned. In a moment of urgency, he pressed his hands downwards, unleashing a wave of energy that rebounded, allowing him to narrowly evade the sweeping attack. Whipping his head around, Sapphire fixed his gaze on the foe, only to witness another shadow darting out from his right. Aha, I've got you. Sapphire recognized the figure, and even without catching a clear glimpse of the attack, he had ample time to contemplate how to counter and evade. Indeed, a massive fist descended from above, prompting Sapphire to evade just in time. Though he barely escaped, it was enough to affirm that he could still fight. However, just as Sapphire's confidence began to return, he suddenly felt a devastating blow to his abdomen. A colossal fist struck his waist, sinking deep and delivering a blow of unparalleled force, sending Sapphire crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater. From a distance, Ayla and Prototype perceived the alarming situation and rushed over to assist Sapphire. Stay back. You are far too outmatched to aid me. Quickly, leave this place, Sapphire commanded, having lost faith in his ability to defeat the creature before him. If it came to it, he could only hope to stall this monster long enough for them to escape in their small spacecraft. Damn it. Am I truly unable to triumph? As Sapphire felt the overwhelming power and speed of his opponent, despair seeped deep into his heart. Captain, over here, Prototype shouted. Prototype gathered a special sphere of light in his right hand and hurled it into the air, where it erupted into a dazzling display, radiating a gentle glow that illuminated the dark environment like a full moon. This light, a jolt surged through Sapphire's heart as his blood began to boil, his gaze becoming unfocused and his body swelling with energy. What is happening? The man was equally astonished by Sapphire's transformation, bewildered by the change, yet no one could provide an answer. Ha ha ha, do not presume that you alone possess the ability to transform. Allow me to demonstrate the transformations of a Saiyan. Raditz laughed heartily as his own body began to undergo a violent metamorphosis. Roar. On this dimly lit planet, three colossal ape-like figures stood tall, their heads raised high. Chapter 14. Severed Tails. Roar. The savage roars reverberated across the land as the three massive ape-like beings raised their arms to the sky, proclaiming their strength. All three were exceptionally gifted Saiyans, and even after transforming, their frenzied emotions only affected them for a brief moment before they regained their rationality, given that Sapphire had not permitted Ayla and Raditz to intervene in this battle. The two remained on the sidelines, observing. At this moment, Sapphire's energy surged beyond any previous state, as if he had breached his own limits. The overwhelming fury flooded his mind, intensifying his destructive impulses, making it increasingly difficult for him to maintain control. In contrast, his opponent, once towering and robust, now barely reached Sapphire's knees, resembling the stark difference between an adult and an infant. Heh, did you not expect this? It seems you have forgotten that we Saiyans possess this transformation ability. Know that our energy multiplies tenfold upon transforming. Without needing to elaborate, my battle prowess must surely exceed 1,000,000. So, tell me, do you feel fear? Sapphire laughed triumphantly, perhaps influenced by the transformation, his arrogance soaring to new heights. In truth, Sapphire harbored no desire for such a transformation. Even to this day, he had never attempted it. Not even in past moments of crisis had the thought crossed his mind. His mind was inundated with visions of destruction and slaughter, feelings he utterly abhorred. Yet now, faced with life and death, he found himself compelled to employ this means to vanquish his foes. His adversary exuded confidence in his own transformation, dismissing Sapphire's words as mere arrogant rhetoric. With a derisive curl of his lip, he prepared to strike once more. Such a massive form presents your weakness. The opponent's figure shimmered, leaving behind an afterimage. Yet this time, Sapphire perceived his movements with utmost clarity. To the right, Sapphire's fangs twitched slightly as he uttered two words. The assailant, taken aback, felt a fierce gust of wind surge from behind, the sound of slicing air piercing his eardrums, followed by the sensation of a long whip crashing against his back. Boom! The earth trembled, and the crater created by this blow was even larger than the one Sapphire had caused moments prior. Too slow. Sapphire's demeanor was haughty. Since his transformation, he felt he had gained mastery over all. The opponent, battered, flew out of the pit, landing beside it, a crimson streak marking the blood that indicated he had sustained injuries as well. Oh, not bad. You can still stand. This time, I shall crush you with my fists. As Sapphire spoke, he wasted no time, bringing his right fist down with great force, even disdainfully holding back his full strength. The adversary raised his right arm, deflecting Sapphire's punch with a thunderous force. However, the sheer power was too much for the ground to bear. Though he blocked the attack, his body sank into the earth. Remarkable, you could withstand my punch. Then, let us have another. Sapphire retracted his right fist, sending his left fist crashing down. This time, he unleashed all his might, but the opponent seemed to sense the exceptional force behind the strike, crossing his arms to endure the blow. Ha! I relish your spirit. Sapphire observed as his foe became ensnared in the earth, immobile, and with both fists ablaze with energy, he unleashed them like cannonballs. Accompanied by Sapphire's maniacal laughter were the continuous screams of his adversary. Rise! Come, let us battle again, Sapphire taunted, exacting revenge for the harm he had endured moments earlier, each punch landing solidly, sending plumes of dust into the air. Seemingly fatigued from the onslaught, Sapphire placed his foot upon the opponent's abdomen. The pressure not overwhelming but certainly inflicting significant pain. After a thorough beating, the opponent appeared to have lost the will to resist, lying bloodied and covered in dirt, the crimson staining his form. Sapphire gently coiled his tail around the opponent's neck, lifting him with ease. To be frank, you are the strongest adversary I have ever encountered. To show my respect, declare your name. I shall forever remember it. Sapphire tapped the opponent's head lightly with his finger, noticing that he still breathed and retained consciousness, not succumbed to unconsciousness. What is the matter? Still unwilling to speak? Speak now, or you shall have no chance. Sapphire pinched the opponent's arm between two fingers, inflicting excruciating pain in an attempt to rouse him. Alas, it seems you have run out of chances. After waiting a few seconds, and seeing that his opponent remained in a state of stupor, Sapphire lost the desire to toy with him. In that case, prepare to perish. Sapphire concentrated energy in his fingertip and hurled it at his foe. In that instant, a sudden shift occurred. The adversary's eyes burst open. An overwhelming aura radiating from him, and with a swift motion, he struck at Sapphire's tail. Caught off guard, Sapphire was unable to react in time, and his tail was severed in an instant. In that fleeting moment, he glimpsed the triumphant grin on his opponent's face. Damn it, my tail. Oh, having lost his tail, Sapphire could no longer harness sufficient energy to maintain his transformation. His immense form gradually shrank back into his original Saiyan state. How could this happen? Have I been too careless? Wheeze, wheeze. Sapphire gasped for breath, the transformation having drained much of his energy. From that last strike, he realized his opponent was far from finished, and despite his severe injuries, Sapphire's condition was equally dire. As he watched the colossal figure rise again 100 meters away, propping up its battered body, an ominous premonition washed over Sapphire. Ha ha. Did you not foresee this? Initially, I truly regarded you Saiyans with disdain, yet you dared to bring me to this state. I shall see you dead. You must die. The transformed foe retained his imposing stature of 5 to 6 meters. And Sapphire felt a renewed sense of pressure. Surely, your strength derives from that entity in the sky, does it not? Sapphire gasped, realizing the peril. Disappear. A wave of energy surged toward the artificial moon, and the two energies clashed, resulting not in a cataclysmic explosion, but in mutual annihilation. As the artificial moon vanished, Ella and Pravaitai, who had been observing from afar, also reverted to their human forms. Haha, though I am gravely wounded, I can still muster nearly half my power. Were you in your prime, I might genuinely hesitate to engage you again, but in your current state. Ha ha. The bald man reveled in his triumph. The final victor would be he. The humiliation inflicted by that Saiyan would be repaid 100-fold. Chapter 15. And so what? Even in my current state, I am more than capable of bringing you down. You wretched insect. Though his words were resolute, Sapphire was acutely aware of his physical condition. Should a true conflict arise, his chances of victory were exceedingly slim. No sooner had he spoken than a fist connected with his cheek. What's wrong? Feeling a bit frustrated. Are we? Your eyes may keep pace with my speed, but your body can no longer move swiftly. You are both exhausted and injured. You still possess the capacity to fight. Ha ha ha. Hearing the derisive taunts, Sapphire felt utterly helpless. The truth of the matter was indeed as his opponent had stated, yet he could not concede. A Saiyan would never surrender. Once more, despite his fatigue, Sapphire summoned his strength and charged at his foe. Bam, bam, bam. After enduring a barrage of punches, Sapphire seized an opportunity, channeling his energy into a precise strike to the opponent's abdomen, targeting a vulnerable area that rendered the adversary momentarily rigid. Following this, Sapphire delivered a powerful knee strike. The forceful impact lifted the opponent's massive head, plunging him back into a state of rigidity. In an instant, Sapphire brought his hands together, a glimmer of light radiating forth, engulfing him entirely. Boom. Do not underestimate me. Sapphire panted heavily. His stamina had reached its limit, and even the energy he had just gathered was scant, leaving him uncertain of any real effect. Indeed, you were formidable. Saiyan, I must admit my admiration, yet no matter how hard you strive, it is all in vain. This meager power may inflict some damage, but it will not affect me in the slightest. Observing the minimal impact of his attack, Sapphire felt a wave of despondency wash over him, yet he ignited a fiercer fighting spirit. Again, he lunged forward, once more facing the opponent with bare fists, each strike landing solidly, the battlefield devoid of grand displays of energy, yet brimming with unyielding combat fervor. Ella and Pravaitai remained at their post, watching intently. They observed the burly opponent land 3 punches and an elbow on Sapphire, while Sapphire managed only a single counterpunch. Their brows furrowed in concern. It seems the captain may be losing, Pravaitai remarked gravely. Although Sapphire was severely injured, there was no immediate threat to his life. At least in that regard, they held confidence in him. However, Pravaitai's assessment was astute. From the very beginning, the fierce battle had captivated them, and had it not been agreed upon that the quarry belonged to Sapphire, they likely would have intervened long ago. Should we assist him? Ella appeared even more anxious than Pravaitai, having attempted to rush in several times, only to be restrained by Pravaitai. No, you know the captain. His pride outweighs his very life. Should you intervene now, you may find yourself on the receiving end of his ire. Throughout his life, he had only suffered defeat once at the hands of Prince Darl and the long-lost Vegeta. He had never faced failure otherwise. Not even against the formidable Kvira Mech battalion. Pravaitai paused. While I have great faith in him, I cannot fathom the magnitude of the blow this defeat may deal to the captain. upon finishing his thought. Pravaitai cast a glance at Ella, only to find her aura intensifying, her strength surging, yet held in check by Pravaitai's words. In the blink of an eye, Sapphire appeared to have lost the will to resist. His neck ensnared in the opponent's grasp, as the adversary's fists rained down upon him with no response. Only the echoes of Sapphire's anguished cries resonating through the air. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Release him! A surge of vibrant energy erupted from Ella, as she could no longer bear to witness Sapphire being attacked. With a powerful leap, she dashed toward the battlefield. You fool, Pravaitai muttered under his breath, hastening to follow suit. Haha, aren't you quite the fighter? Stand up and display your valor. Raise your fists. Blood continuously oozed from the corner of Sapphire's mouth, and his left arm was grotesquely twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly indicating a broken bone. Countless wounds marred his body, yet he still trembled, attempting to lift his right fist once more. Earlier, you inquired about my name, so listen closely. I am the sovereign of the night. Kirkus, rest assured, you are the first to force me to this extent, and I shall erect a tombstone in your honor on this planet to showcase my might. Ha! The brash words of the robust man. Nay, Kirkus only served to infuriate him further, yet he found himself devoid of strength. His body seemed to no longer heed his commands. Regardless of how he issued orders, his right fist felt as heavy as lead. Barely able to twitch. Damn it, I will not concede. I am Sapphire, and I shall not lose. I will undoubtedly prevail. After uttering this feeble declaration, it seemed as though strength surged back into him, and he regained control of his right fist. Poised to strike once more when suddenly, a slender thigh descended upon his foe's face. Thud. Without a doubt, Kirkus was sent flying several meters by this kick, and the power Sapphire had just gathered dissipated like smoke. Upon recognizing the newcomer, however, Sapphire did not feel elated. What are you doing here? Do you think I cannot handle this fool? Remember, I am your captain. I am Sapphire. This minor setback cannot deter me. Somehow finding the strength. Sapphire managed to shout those words, be quiet. Ella's expression was a blend of sorrow and fury. After her outburst, Sapphire was momentarily taken aback. For the first time, throughout their journey, these two comrades had never defied his orders. Yet this time, why? Stop being stubborn. Have you forgotten we have yet to confront Frieza? We have not restored the glory of the Saiyans. There remains much, so much that we must strive to achieve. Do you truly wish to fall here? Your dignity is important, but if you perish, who will fulfill the glory of the Saiyans? Her words rendered Sapphire speechless. After a prolonged silence, he finally collapsed to the ground and softly uttered, Then I entrust this to you. You must defeat this foe. We cannot afford to lose in our quest to revive the glory of the Saiyans. For honor, for honor. With a smile, Ella turned away and charged at Kirkus. 3 days later, after much effort, Ella and Pravaitai managed to drag Sapphire back to their spaceship, only to discover that not only had all their subordinates perished, but the ship was in utter disarray, with even the medical pods they desperately needed completely destroyed. Damn it. Ella cursed under her breath, compelled to retrieve a capsule to activate the small spaceship that had been stored on their persons. Something they had thought would never be needed again. Yet here they were. After ensuring Sapphire was settled, they had no choice but to activate the life support systems for all three, as there were insufficient supplies aboard the small vessel to treat them. They could only set their destination and fly toward that familiar planet etched in their memories. Chapter 16. Healing and Decisions. Where are we? Sapphire suddenly opened his eyes wide. He recalled battling Kirkus, and how Ella and Pravaitai had come to assist him. But then, upon observing that his injuries had fully healed, and recognizing the familiar solution and scent, he realized without a doubt that he was now in a healing pod. So they won. Quite the rare feat. Even in that state, despite the enemy being severely wounded, Sapphire had not dared to believe that Ella and Pravaitai could emerge victorious. Back then, their opponent's combat power had surely surpassed 300,000. He was astonished they had succeeded. Well done. Noticing that the healing pods flanking him were all empty and the liquid had receded, it was evident the treatment had concluded, and both had already exited. Indeed, given the severity of his injuries, he felt fortunate to have had their aid. Otherwise, he might have faced peril. He had not anticipated such formidable opponents, had it not been for that transformation that had inflicted significant damage. It was difficult to imagine how they would have fared. They might have all met their end there. The vastness of the universe was home to countless powerful beings. It seemed the Saiyans' claim to be the strongest fighting race was indeed overly ambitious. As Sapphire pondered these thoughts, several figures entered the room, including Ella and Pravaitai. Beep beep. It appears the treatment is complete, Pravaitai remarked, observing the descending liquid. He produced prepared clothing and handed it to Sapphire. How do you feel? Sapphire had just emerged from the pod, unclothed, yet Ella showed no signs of modesty. I feel great. Everything has returned to normal. My strength. Sapphire clenched his fist, assessing his condition, before continuing. I seem to be even stronger now. I am confident I could defeat Kirkus at his peak, and that is without transforming. Indeed, now standing before the captain feels different. Although I cannot articulate it, I experience a tremor throughout my being when I see you. Captain, it's quite unsettling, Pravaitai acknowledged, admitting he had sensed this change since entering. I feel the same way. And this is after our significant power boost. It's astonishing. Ella concurred, then waved her hand, signaling the others to step back. Where are we now? Sapphire inquired. We are on Bloodjade Star, a planet on the periphery of the Quira leadership system. We visited here when we were 12. Do you remember? Ella responded. Sapphire nodded, and once the others had exited, he asked, have your power levels surged significantly? 430,000, 370,000. The former undoubtedly belonged to Pravaitai, while Ella's power was no less impressive. Sapphire inhaled sharply, seemingly perplexed by such a substantial increase. How could it rise so dramatically? I'm not sure, but after that battle, we were all on the brink of death. Captain, you had fallen unconscious. Had it not been for the life support system of the small spaceship, we might have met our end there. That summarizes the situation. Ella recounted the events simply, unsure of the precise cause behind their power surge. I see. That is indeed perilous. It seems Kirkus did not perish. Perhaps he was concerned that continuing to fight would worsen his injuries, rendering him unable to lead others. Sapphire appeared to have pieced it together, realizing why Kirkus had restrained himself in the face of their provocations. By the way, did you keep the power levels confidential during your testing? Sapphire worried that their true combat capabilities might be discovered by Quira and subsequently reach Frieza's ears, which would complicate their plans. Don't worry, Captain. You know you can trust me. I severed the remote connections and surveillance within the base's large reconnaissance apparatus. Sapphire nodded, relieved. In that case, I am at ease. Captain, do you need assistance testing your power? Ella asked. No need. If I recall correctly, the power measurement limit for this base is only 1 million, right? Any more, and the base's detectors would certainly fail. Furthermore, I am confident that my power has surpassed 1 million. Thus, further testing is unnecessary. Moreover, combat power is merely one aspect. The actual situation depends on execution. After all, you too, with your power levels around 200,000, were still able to match Kirkus. Upon hearing Sapphire's confident assertion that his power exceeded 1 million, Ella and Pravaitai's eyes widened in astonishment. They had initially thought a level of 70 or 80,000 would be impressive, yet they had not anticipated such magnitude. Is that so? Quite terrifying. Pravaitai had already mentally prepared himself, realizing that his own substantial gains in this battle paled in comparison to the captain's. With this, defeating Frieza would be more than feasible. Ella smiled, and likewise, both Pravaitai and Sapphire felt a surge of confidence. In a modest hall, a lavish throne stood incongruously occupied by Quira, who appeared lethargic, evidently having just awakened, his energy still lacking vitality. Oh, Shaviza, have those monkeys set off, beneath the grand hall. After Shaviza had paid his respects, he reported the whereabouts of Sapphire and his companions to Kyla. Indeed, King Kyla, just as you anticipated, this group of monkeys clearly has their sights set on Frieza. However, it seems they feigned a visit to the target planet. Unfortunately, all three returned gravely injured and barely alive. Naturally, that self-proclaimed Dark Overlord, while not particularly formidable in his transformed state, possessed a modicum of combat strength. Yet, for those monkeys, it was still a daunting challenge. Their ability to escape can only be attributed to luck. Kyla had previously visited that place and was well acquainted with the individual on the target planet. Those fellows had apparently learned to conceal their combat power at some point. Believing they could deceive our eyes, unaware that they were nothing more than a troop of buffoons, utterly insignificant, Shaviza scoffed dismissively. That cannot be said lightly. Sapphire's combat prowess surpasses that of your two subordinates, exceeding 500,000. Do not underestimate them. Such matters, in your presence, are but as ants, are they not? Ha ha ha. Shaviza, you certainly have a way with words. Return promptly and gather all relevant information. I wish to witness Frieza's folly. I wonder to what extent these three wild monkeys will upheave Frieza's domain. I truly anticipate it. Then I shall take my leave. Please await good news." After bowing once more, Frieza turned and departed. A month had passed, and it seemed he had fully recuperated. This time, we shall first head to the target planet, and then to our long-anticipated old acquaintance. Frieza, prepare yourself. Wash your neck and wait for this time. Your demise is certain. Let us depart. Chapter 17. The Conquest of Planet Canberra. We are finally nearing our destination. I find myself increasingly anxious as we draw closer to this objective, despite having prepared for everything in my heart. Yet, this feeling lingers, refusing to dissipate. Sapphire reclined comfortably in the lounge, not asleep, but simply resting. He had just received news from his subordinates that his spacecraft was now very close to planet Canberra. This planet, which had left a profound impression on Sapphire, was chosen as the battleground for the final confrontation. During this time, Sapphire had also made a trip to Kirk's planet. However, to his disappointment, while that individual had recovered from all injuries, he was unable to transform again. Surprisingly, Sapphire chose not to eliminate this individual, perhaps out of disdain or gratitude for the assistance in enhancing his own strength. Regardless, Sapphire had never explained, and neither of them felt it appropriate to inquire further. In any case, it mattered not. The true target this time was never that individual. As they journeyed toward Frieza's territory, Sapphire and his companions made their way leisurely, encountering no significant incidents nor formidable opponents. Instead, they took the opportunity to recruit a number of subordinates along the way, most of whom bore grievances against Frieza but could neither confront nor dare oppose him. Of course, a select few were those whom Sapphire recognized for their talents or combat prowess. Coerced into servitude through force, after merely 3 months of travel aboard a small spacecraft, they transitioned from the outskirts to a vessel comparable in size to their original large ship, thus enjoying a comfortable journey. However, the 2-year journey had left Vegito quite dissatisfied. This war fanatic could not bear to pause even for a moment, his thirst for battle far exceeding that of Sapphire and Ella. Do not worry. It must be the excitement before a great vengeance is to be exacted. Ha ha ha. I never expected the captain could have moments of disquiet. Quite a rare sight indeed. Vegito sat on his bed, indulging in delicacies while resting, quite content. What is it, Ella? Why are you silent? It had always been Sapphire and Vegito engaging in lively conversation, while Ella remained silently seated nearby, prompting Sapphire's curiosity. I don't know. I always have this ominous premonition about settling accounts with Frieza this time, an inexplicable feeling that leaves my heart unsettled. Ella shook her head, this feeling having lingered since months prior, though she had never voiced it. Rest assured, the worst outcome would be if Frieza caught wind of our plans and fled, or hid away in fear. Surely, that would be the worst outcome, wouldn't it? Vegito chuckled, patting Ella's shoulder in an attempt to ease her tension. At that moment, a call echoed from outside, prompting them to look up and see a subordinate standing at the door. Enter, King Sapphire. We are now within the safety perimeter of planet Canberra. Shall we launch a full-scale assault, or land first before commencing the attack? To destroy such a splendid planet would truly be a pity, yet it is far more regrettable in Frieza's possession. Relay my orders. Send a message to the other escort fleets, instructing them to launch an all-out assault. I intend to obliterate Frieza's coffers. With a grand flourish of his hand, Sapphire issued the command, having cultivated a certain regal demeanor over the years. My dear brothers, prepare for battle. By the way, Ella, have you gathered the information I asked you to find last time? Ella rolled her eyes in exasperation and replied, I have had it for quite a while. But you never bothered to inquire. The individual who fought you on planet Canberra last time is named Jisoo, a member of Frieza's elite Jinyu force, though they boast of being on par with Kyla's mechanized battalions. Reliable intelligence indicates that their strongest captain, Jinyu, possesses a mere combat power of 120,000. Utterly useless, not worth concerning ourselves with. Ella paused briefly before continuing. I deemed this information of little value. Hence I did not share it with you. I see that it appears our true adversary is solely Frieza. Sapphire nodded, no longer dwelling on the matter. Boom, boom, boom. Outside, the sounds of artillery reverberated through the air. Sapphire and his companions found themselves in the command room of the flagship, awaiting the fleet's completion of the assault from afar. Though planet Canberra was of great importance, the intensity of the counterfire was certainly not comparable to that of other heavily militarized planets. In just 3 hours, planet Canberra had been entirely overrun. Sapphire, along with Ella and Vegito, sat within the grand hall, where a figure knelt before them. Not Shio-E, as that individual seemed to have been reassigned since the previous incident. Much to Sapphire's regret. However, after several rounds of interrogation, the individual before them, possessing a combat power of 11,000, divulged all necessary information, and it seemed Sapphire had no further intention to press the matter. Having said so much, I believe you must be weary. Why not take this opportunity to demonstrate your loyalty? While our forces have destroyed numerous facilities, I trust you have a means to contact Frieza. Assist me in establishing communication with him at once. The smile on Sapphire's face appeared devilish to the individual, who now found himself utterly perplexed by Sapphire's intentions, struggling to make a choice. My lord, I dare not. Unable to comprehend the implications, he clearly hesitated to act. Listen well, I demand to connect with Frieza. If you fail to do so, you will be deemed worthless. And I believe you are well aware of how to deal with the worthless. Are you not? At last, the individual's gaze wavered. Determination settling in, he retrieved a communication device from a concealed compartment beside the Grand Hall and established a connection. Frieza, I am Sim, the guardian of planet Canberra. I have urgent information to report to you. Sim cast a glance at Sapphire, and upon seeing the latter's demeanor, the trio remained unmoved, their hearts considerably more at ease though. 2 hours ago, you reported to Zabo that there was an invasion of planet Canberra. Requesting assistance, now you can still communicate with me, which clearly means the enemy has been repelled. Oh ho ho, splendid work indeed. Frieza's sharp voice and purple visage emanated from the communicator. Yet Sapphire and his companion stood behind. Out of the device's view. No. Please forgive me. King Frieza, planet Canberra. Planet Canberra has already been breached. Sim struggled to find the right words, casting a bewildered glance at Sapphire. What? Breached? Then why are you still able to speak with me? Have you forgotten your role? Frieza thundered in outrage. Because Sapphire turned the communicator to face Frieza directly. I now extend a warm welcome to you on planet Canberra, Frieza. Do you remember the souls of the Saiyans from 20 years ago? They are here seeking vengeance against you. Chapter 18. Frieza's arrival. Oh ho ho. It turns out they are the remnants of wild monkeys. Truly remarkable. However, if I were in your position, I would undoubtedly seek refuge on a remote little planet. Frieza's laughter taunted Sapphire's nerves. Sapphire, displaying exceptional composure, would never lose his temper before Frieza's arrival. His current objective was to provoke Frieza, enticing him to this planet. Your arrogance remains as unwavering as ever. Frieza, did you not expect that I have witnessed your grotesque visage? Had I not returned to the planet 3 hours late, I might have also succumbed to annihilation. Yet, it appears fate has no intention of allowing me to perish so easily. Frieza's expression darkened. He had believed his actions were flawless, yet here stood a survivor mocking him. Frieza, I have foreseen your destiny. You shall inevitably be obliterated by us Saiyans. Do not revel too soon. For you cannot escape the clutches of fate. Humph. Do not assume that breaching my commercial star has any significant impact on me. It is merely one of my many toys if you truly possess courage. Come to planet Mraz and I shall extend an exceptionally generous invitation to my former subordinates. Alas, the Saiyans are but a collection of worthless cowards, devoid of such audacity. Upon hearing Frieza's words, Sapphire felt no anger. Instead, a cold smile graced his face as he remarked, I expected King Frieza to offer something of substance, yet I am sorely disappointed. I thought that as one of the cosmic sovereigns, you might rise to the occasion when your vital planet was invaded, but instead, I find a timid creature cowering within your most fortified military base. How laughable. As he spoke, he shook his head repeatedly. Feigning disappointment, but Frieza's countenance darkened, yet he refrained from exploding in rage, instead adopting a fade of gentlemanly demeanor. Then do await my arrival. I shall join you for a feast shortly. I hope this Scion's final hope does not falter at the last moment. With his objectives achieved, a smile graced Sapphire's face as he chose not to engage further with Frieza, crushing the communicator with a single punch. Prepare yourselves. We are about to face our final battle. Frieza's grim expression revealed his deep-seated displeasure. His fingers tensed, unleashing a powerful shockwave that shattered the large communicator before him. How infuriating. Damn those Saiyans, those barbaric monkeys. They have destroyed my city of hope beyond recognition. And that remnant of a Saiyan, cursed be him. The City of Hope is a term used by Frieza's inner circle to refer to planet Canberra, signifying Frieza's immense regard for it. His earlier words were merely a display of bravado. Without the familiar comforting voices of Dodoria and Zabon, Frieza sighed in resignation, had it not been for the recent intensification of resistance from lower races in the vicinity. he would not have needed to dispatch these two personal guards for assistance. It was also due to the storm of hope stirred by Sapphire's frequent incursions into Frieza's territory that many planets discontented with Frieza's reign anticipated a life-and-death confrontation between Sapphire and Frieza. And those tribes that had witnessed Sapphire's power were undoubtedly placing all their bets on him. Prepare a spaceship immediately and summon the entire 3rd Combat Brigade. I shall personally eradicate the remnants of those insurgents. Nearly 2 hours later, Frieza's expeditionary force departed from planet Mruz, heading straight for planet Cambella. After completely exterminating the resistance on the planet, Sapphire signaled for his troops to withdraw from planet Cambella. This would soon become the battlefield between him and Frieza. The soldiers remaining would offer no assistance. Rather, they would be at risk of being caught in the crossfire, so he ordered their immediate retreat. Only the 3 members of the Vengeful Soul Squad remained on planet Cambella. "Are you afraid?" Sapphire inquired, aware of the outcome yet still asking. As expected, the two shook their heads in response. "I am trembling all over. It has been 20 years, 2 whole decades. Throughout this time, I have urged myself to train diligently, constantly reminding myself that I have a great vendetta to settle, that I cannot afford a single moment of complacency. At last, the day has arrived. At long last, my home planet, my kin, my parents. Today, I beseech you to grant me the courage and strength I require. I will surely triumph." Sapphire stood atop the palace, howling towards the heavens. This anger, this hatred, this deep-seated resentment would finally reach its conclusion today. "You ought to calm yourself. With the great battle imminent, it is best not to experience excessive emotional fluctuations." Ella gently placed her hand on Sapphire's shoulder, offering solace. Indeed, Sapphire nodded. Following his earlier howl, the discomfort within his chest dissipated, and he was now in optimal condition, waiting for Frieza's arrival. Standing high above, he relished the gentle breeze caressing his face, feeling utterly at ease. Though his body quivered in anticipation, each cell alive with the impending battle. At long last, after an indeterminate passage of time, Sapphire abruptly opened his eyes. "He comes." Pravitai's expression grew serious. Frieza's formidable presence had begun to emanate from the outer cosmos, filling him with an undeniable gravity. Gradually approaching, the pressure intensified. As time passed, Frieza's iconic spacecraft came into view, enlarging as it drew nearer. Sapphire and his companions widened their eyes, fixated on the vessel, watching as it advanced step by step. As the ship approached, Sapphire even glimpsed that familiar figure standing at the forefront of the command room, the purple-skinned being, Frieza. Locking gazes, an unstoppable surge of battle intent erupted within Sapphire, his inner power responding to his will. Surging forth like a tempest, crashing against the approaching spacecraft, the ship descended gently. Within the command room, Frieza met Sapphire's gaze, momentarily turning his head to flash a smile. Sapphire never considered this a gesture of goodwill. Those familiar with Frieza knew that such a smile signified his desire for bloodshed. The hatch opened, and rows of soldiers emerged, each wielding laser weaponry. Standing in perfect formation, unwaveringly disciplined, Sapphire regarded the spacecraft, slightly raising his head to survey the scene. At last, under the watchful eyes of the soldiers, Frieza's diminutive figure emerged slowly, locking eyes with Sapphire, a hint of a cold smile. "Humph, is it you 3 who have destroyed my hard work?" At this juncture, Frieza brought only his most loyal subordinates, and thus there was no need for pretense. His inquiry was direct. If it had been anyone else, there might have been a few jibes exchanged. But he was faced with the more straightforward Sapphire. "Eliminate Frieza's subordinates." Sapphire instructed the 2 behind him before gracefully descending from the platform to stand before Frieza. "Frieza, I believe you would prefer not to destroy this palace. Would you? Let us choose another location for our battle." Sapphire gestured behind him. Oh ho ho. Frieza glanced at the scanner displaying a combat power of 100,000, somewhat taken aback. "Yet that was all, since you have selected your own grave." "I do not mind. I am a magnanimous person and can certainly grant you this privilege." "Humph." Sapphire let out a cold chuckle, deliberately suppressing his power to lull Frieza into a false sense of security. Already, plans had formed in his mind, and he saw no need for further words, soaring into the sky and flying towards the distance, observing the other 2's combat power hovering around 10,000. Frieza smirked slightly, addressing his combat squad. "Treat these 2 guests well. Do not neglect them, lest they accuse me of being stingy." "Understood." Immediately thereafter, Frieza lifted off, following Sapphire into the air, both out of trust in the scanner and confidence in his own strength. As for his combat squad's task, he need not worry. They were merely 2 fighters with power exceeding 10,000, albeit inferior individually. However, his combat squad was numerous, as they soared through the skies. Sapphire halted when he was several dozen kilometers away from their previous location. Aware that Frieza possessed a scanner, Sapphire felt no concern about Frieza being unable to track him. As expected, within a mere 10 seconds, Frieza landed closely behind him. This environment is quite pleasant. It is fitting for a grave, Sapphire remarked, still wearing a cold smile, which only further irked Frieza. Do you think that with a combat power of 100,000, I would trouble myself with you, Frieza? You underestimate me far too much. And you also underestimate the Saiyans. Open your eyes wide and behold. I shall make you live in fear. Sapphire finally spoke up, yet the meaning behind his words left Frieza astounded. Clicking the detector once more, he discovered that the data still registered at a mere 100,000. Frieza chuckled. Such theatrics. With a fierce yell, Sapphire clenched his fists, drew his elbows to his abdomen, and slightly crouched his legs. Adopting a horse stance, he began to gather his energy, unleashing the true power concealed within his body. Veins bulged on his forehead, and a swirling current of energy enveloped him, creating a tremendous hissing sound as it sliced through the air. 150,000, 200,000, 300,000. Boom. The detector before Frieza erupted in a thunderous explosion, his previously incredulous expression morphing into one of shock, only to be swiftly replaced by a mocking grin. Just as I suspected. Come on. Frieza beckoned with a flick of his finger. Even if Sapphire surpassed 300,000 to him, it was but the strength of a slightly robust ant, easily crushed with a single blow. Sapphire did not rush to attack. From the very beginning, he had intended to unleash his full power, continuing to build momentum while ignoring Frieza's taunts. At long last, Sapphire sensed that his body had reached its most formidable state. With a sudden thrust of his arms, a tremendous force surged forth, scattering the surrounding dust as if a hurricane had swept through. Thank you for your patience, Sapphire sneered, only to vanish from Frieza's sight. Bang! In an instant, he charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Frieza's face, leaving a significant dent that sent him flying. With a rebound of his right leg, Sapphire followed up, seizing one of Frieza's feet and twirling him around before casting him into the sky. In another flash, Sapphire leaped into the air, clasping his hands together, channeling a commanding force downwards. Suspended in midair, Sapphire extended his right hand towards the descending Frieza, conjuring a crimson energy sphere that coalesced at blinding speed before erupting forth. As it followed Frieza down to the earth, it unleashed a colossal explosion, creating a visible hemispherical shockwave across the planet. Having completed his assault, Sapphire refrained from pursuing further, patiently awaiting the dispersal of the smoke and Frieza's reemergence. He understood well that Frieza would not be so easily vanquished. This was merely the beginning. The power just displayed should inflict some minor wounds, but nothing of grave consequence. After a significant pause, Frieza emerged from the haze, looking utterly disheveled. He was not only covered in dirt, but his protective suit was tattered, devoid of its former menacing appearance and aura. Sapphire's expression hardened. Despite Frieza's disarray, he appeared unscathed. A result that caught Sapphire off guard. But then a possibility dawned upon him. Transform, Frieza, Sapphire stated with conviction, which caught Frieza by surprise. You actually know about transformations. I don't recall mentioning it, Frieza inquired, curious as to how his opponent had learned of his metamorphic abilities. Was it one of his subordinates who had revealed such information? Sapphire smiled, knowing this was merely his conjecture. If Frieza truly possessed a battle power of only 530,000, then witnessing his astonishing capabilities should have elicited a drastic change in his demeanor. Yet, Frieza remained remarkably composed, clearly indicating something was amiss. The most plausible explanation was that he had a powerful trump card yet to be unveiled, coupled with the vivid memory of Kirkus's transformation. Sapphire had tentatively posed the question, not expecting it to be accurate. I heard it from Kirkus. Though not entirely truthful, it sufficed as an answer. Kirkus. Oh, so it is that fellow. No wonder, Frieza pondered, finally recalling who Kirkus was, and nodded knowingly. He had indeed transformed in front of Kirkus, thus it made sense. Since you are aware of my ability to transform, there is no longer any point in concealing it. However, unlike those others, they transform to gain greater power, while I do so to conceal unnecessary energy, Frieza explained succinctly, shaking his finger. Sapphire bore a smile. He had long been prepared, ever since that great battle 3 years prior. He was confident in his ability to contend with the transformed Kirkus, and he surmised that Frieza, even in his transformed state, would not surpass Kirkus by much. Thus, his confidence soared, allowing him to remain passive, quietly awaiting Frieza's transformation to complete. Chapter 20. The Confrontation of Transformation. Frieza, seeing Sapphire make no move, felt all his anxieties dissipate. Initially, he had worried that Sapphire might seize this opportunity to launch a surprise attack, disrupting his transformation. Such concerns were not unfounded. Yet he was unaware that Sapphire's true intention was to defeat him while he was at his peak power, to let Frieza taste the bitterness of despair. This had been Sapphire's original plan, driven by confidence in his own strength. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as Frieza shattered his protective suit. Sensory perceptions allowed Sapphire to discern the escalating energy within Frieza. The pressure fluctuating, and the intensity of his aura swelling, compelling him to focus entirely. Ha! Frieza roared, suddenly displaying a visage of extreme struggle, as if he were enduring immense agony. Arg! Suddenly, Frieza's arms swelled dramatically, his muscles solidifying, and his frame transforming from a mere wisp to one of formidable presence. His chest expanded, his head grew larger, and as Frieza twisted his neck, the two horns atop his head stubbornly remained still. Bending at an awkward angle, standing erect, his hands, tail, and thighs all surged in size, becoming powerful and robust, while a palpable energy filled the air, sweeping away the surrounding debris. Welcome to your demise. I shall make you experience the most excruciating despair. With his transformation complete, Frieza's confidence surged. Even though Sapphire had previously demonstrated overwhelming prowess, he now felt no fear. Sapphire sensed Frieza's newfound capabilities and assessed his own standing, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Very good, very good. Now you truly embody the formidable presence of a powerful warrior from the universe, worthy of the wait. Truly, the legendary Cosmic Emperor Frieza, your power is indeed extraordinary. Let us conclude this. Transformed, Frieza towered at 3 meters, his imposing figure granting him an undeniable advantage, yet the smile that lingered on Sapphire's lips continued to provoke Frieza's nerves. I will ensure that your cursed smile is wiped from your face. Frieza's voice, once sharp, now resonated with a deep timbre, reminiscent of a child's transformation into a middle-aged man. Much to Sapphire's astonishment, Sapphire beckoned with a finger, challenging Frieza's final restraint. Frieza's face contorted with rage. But mere seconds later, it transformed back into a smirk. Sapphire barely caught sight of a shadow zipping past, as a colossal head collided with his forehead, the speed too great for him to react, sending him staggering backwards. Again, the shadow swept past, delivering a powerful strike to Sapphire's back, as Frieza's massive knee crashed into his midsection, nearly folding him in half. Then, another tremendous fist made contact with Sapphire's cheek, sending him spiraling through the air like a marionette, rolling dozens of times before crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater, lying there motionless. Ha ha ha. Frieza laughed triumphantly, although Sapphire had displayed remarkable prowess. His confidence in his own strength made the outcome seem predictable. Slowly, Sapphire rose to his feet, casually wiping a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, chuckling softly. Indeed, this is merely the extent of your power. Quite impressive. You can actually inflict injury upon me. Humph. What do you mean by that? Frieza's smile vanished as he charged forward once more, closing in with blinding speed. Sapphire remained rooted in place. Frieza unleashed his right fist, while his left was poised for a follow-up, awaiting Sapphire's earnest counter. Bang! Frieza felt his fist connect solidly with Sapphire's face. Without hesitation, he unleashed his prepared left fist. Bang! 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 Frieza's punches rained down upon Sapphire like a torrential downpour, smashing his body into a distorted shape. Not only that, but as Frieza continued to pummel him, he mocked. Ha ha ha. Aren't you strong? Come on, why can't you retaliate against my blows? Sapphire remained silent, seemingly incapable of countering the assault. Suddenly, Frieza sensed his right fist strike nothing but air, followed by an overwhelming force gripping his wrist, rendering him immobile. A struggle ensued between their hands, producing a series of cracking sounds. The two combatants remained locked in a stalemate, each striving to amplify their strength yet unable to vanquish the other. Frieza, unwilling to linger in a deadlock, unleashed a powerful left punch. Bang! Simultaneously, Sapphire extended his palm to seize the blow, resulting in a fierce struggle, both emanating an overwhelming aura of energy. Suddenly, Sapphire released the force in his arm, rapidly retreating and disregarding his own fall to the ground. Due to the inertia, Frieza, caught off guard, lunged forward, only for Sapphire to deliver a brutal kick, striking him squarely in the abdomen. Ugh! Frieza felt as though his stomach would split open, expelling a mouthful of bile. The excruciating pain and immense force propelled him skyward. Hey, Sky Cannon! Sapphire concentrated energy waves throughout his body, clenching his fists and aiming at Frieza, unleashing a colossal white energy blast from his torso. which surged toward Frieza in an instant. Agony flooded Frieza's mind as the tremendous force rigidly pulled at his body. Just as he regained his composure, preparing to deliver an unforgettable counterattack to Sapphire, he suddenly noticed a radiant white light beneath his feet. Ah! The massive energy in the air blossomed like a deathly flower, perpetually expanding and contracting. As Sapphire and Frieza departed, the battle erupted. Waves of energy projectiles surged toward the duo, yet every single one was deflected before them. "Shall you strike or shall I?" Ella inquired of Vegito. As mere energy accumulation sufficed to block all attacks. "Let us do this together, warm up, and we shall head to the captain. I can hardly wait to witness the despair etched upon Frieza's face." Fueled by Sapphire's long-standing animosity, Vegito's own hatred for Frieza was ignited, and she yearned to obliterate him. Boom, 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 the two extended their hands, unleashing a barrage of small energy blasts like a machine gun, resulting in a series of explosions. Though these projectiles were diminutive, they were propelled by the formidable powers of Ella and Vegito. Thus, even such minor attacks were beyond the capacity of common foes to withstand. All falling to ruin without exception. Observing the annihilation of Frieza's forces below, Ella bore a triumphant smile and declared, "Let us proceed and see how the captain fares." Chapter 21. The terrifying news: a tremendous explosion radiated blinding light, illuminating the entire sky as if a second sun had emerged. Following the extreme chaos, energy rapidly dispersed to either side, creating a long ripple that reverberated through the as the smoke cleared from the center. Frieza remained in a defensive stance, rooted in place. At that moment, Frieza felt intense pain coursing through his body, entirely beyond his control. Still maintaining his defensive posture, his muscles ached unbearably, trembling slightly in an effort to regain lost sensation. The numbness was tolerable, yet Frieza no longer exuded the invincible aura he once did. Instead, he resembled a wretched, defeated beast, his crumbling arm gradually succumbing, still possessing some sensation, yet unable to move with finesse. Countless wounds marred his body, blood oozing forth and dripping along the contours of his muscles. His long tail had also suffered, its fragile tip fracturing, leaving a tail severed and bleeding profusely. "Damn it. Cursed lowly beings," Frieza exclaimed, a derisive smile gracing his lips. Abruptly, he bellowed at Sapphire, "Cursed Saiyan. I will ensure you have no place to rest." Sapphire scoffed, mocking Frieza's bravado. "Anyone can boast, but Frieza, your performance is quite disappointing. If this is all you can muster, then the title of Universal Emperor will cease to exist by tomorrow. Perhaps you could seek aid from your brother. Maybe Cooler would dare to face me." "Fool, do you truly believe I am limited to this extent?" Frieza retorted, descending and halting 10 meters from Sapphire, a sinister grin adorning his face. Upon hearing these words, Sapphire appeared somewhat intrigued, maintaining his smile as he stood his ground, arms crossed, awaiting Frieza to gather energy. "Do you know why no one has been able to shake my position all this time?" Frieza queried enigmatically. "I have encountered several beings with power exceeding 1,000,000. Even those stronger than you. Yet do you know why I alone remain alive while they have vanished?" Frieza posed again, instilling a sense of foreboding within Sapphire. "I am a member of the most powerful race in the universe. The Frost Demons," Frieza declared proudly. Seeing Sapphire's lack of reaction, Frieza chuckled resignedly. "Ah, of course. How could you lowly Saiyans comprehend the Frost Demons?" Frieza clenched his fist and roared at Sapphire. "Listen closely. We Frost Demons are born with the ability to compress our transformations. The more transformations we undergo, the more powerful we become. Furthermore, over time, our energy continuously increases. Thus, as time progresses, our capabilities grow ever stronger. Combined, we form the mightiest race in the universe. Although our numbers may be few, we are undeniably powerful, and now, I possess the ability to transform 3 times. Tremble in fear, lowly beings." As Frieza uttered the final words, he suddenly began to concentrate his energy. Sapphire's eyes narrowed, instantly recognizing this method as reminiscent of his first transformation. Alarm bells rang in his mind. This was bad. A rapid burst of energy shot forth, striking Frieza's head, yet it was effortlessly deflected. It was too late. During my transformation, my defenses have already reached their zenith. Frieza boasted with delight. Upon completing his transformation, Frieza's head elongated, sharp bone spikes protruding from his back, and his head took on a round, flattened appearance, suddenly resembling a more sinister version of Cooler. "This is impossible," Sapphire gasped. From the outset, he had maintained control over the battle's tempo, but with Frieza's second transformation, he realized the situation was spiraling out of control, sensing Frieza's aura was now equal to his own. Sapphire felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. This would likely be a grueling struggle. Sapphire understood that should Frieza exhibit any signs of defeat, he would undoubtedly activate his third transformation without hesitation. Did that mean there was no chance of victory? Sapphire recognized that he had underestimated Frieza. His terror was far beyond what he had anticipated. Victory seemed unattainable, although Frieza had yet to initiate his third transformation. Sapphire could no longer dismiss the notion that Frieza was merely exaggerating. No, there must still be a chance. The only strategy left was to capitalize on Frieza's momentary underestimation of him before he activated his third transformation. Utilizing every means at his disposal to inflict significant damage in the briefest of moments. If he could severely wound Frieza's body, then even if Frieza transformed again, he would lack the vitality to wield his full strength. Scanning carefully, Sapphire noted that Frieza's severed tail remained unchanged but had ceased to bleed, and many of his wounds appeared to have healed. Could transformation possess a healing effect? Sapphire mentally cataloged this information while pondering how to deliver a devastating blow to Frieza in an instant. The previous technique, the Sky Cannon, had only inflicted such minimal damage. Although Sapphire hadn't exerted his full strength, it was evident that Frieza's defensive capabilities were formidable. So be it, as he formulated his plan. Frieza appeared to grow impatient. Sapphire spread his arms wide, advancing forward, and converged his palms to gather energy. He compressed the energy with great force, shaping it into a pointed front and a wide, rounded back, forming a cone-shaped projectile akin to a dough ball. Frieza's expression shifted, recognizing the uniqueness of the technique. With 2 fingers extended, Sapphire propelled the cone-shaped energy blast, which shot forth like a beam of light. Racing toward Frieza, I thought it was something special. Surely this attack cannot be caught directly. However, if I evade at lightning speed, it poses no threat. Frieza mused. Leaping effortlessly into the air, Sapphire traced a circle in the air with his finger, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy, charging toward Frieza above. As he closed in rapidly, Sapphire engaged Frieza in a fierce exchange of blows, each strike landing with powerful impact. The time must be right. Suddenly, Sapphire feigned a vulnerability, allowing Frieza's fist to crash into his abdomen. Intense agony pierced Sapphire's mind, yet he focused solely on 3 words. I've been duped. He retaliated with a sweeping kick, but Frieza's right arm blocked it, sending him crashing into the ground. Damn it, Frieza spat as he tasted dust, rising to retaliate against that wretched foe. Suddenly sensing an icy chill emanating from behind, a primal instinct kicked in, prompting Frieza to swiftly pivot, narrowly dodging a lightning-fast energy blast that grazed his ribs. Before he could indulge in a fleeting sense of relief, a chilling sensation from behind once again instilled dread in Frieza. Damn it, what luck. Sapphire observed the conical energy blast narrowly graze Frieza's body, failing to achieve the anticipated effect. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly maneuvered to Frieza's rear, maximum power, the Sky Cannon, with hands clasped together and pressed against Frieza's back. All of Sapphire's strength was instantaneously siphoned away, erupting forth in a rapid surge. It hit. Chapter 22. The despairing final transformation, an immensely powerful explosion enveloped a significant portion of the planet. The destructive force of Sapphire's assault was extraordinary. Although it struck Frieza's back, he knew that this ambush was likely to be a failure, at the very least, after the conical energy was evaded. He had mentally prepared himself for this outcome. Sapphire's strategy was sound. The initial energy blast was intended to breach Frieza's formidable defensive barriers, followed by a devastating explosion for a lethal blow. Regrettably, the first energy wave merely grazed past, failing to breach any defenses. Thus, even after expending nearly half of his energy, Sapphire could not guarantee he could inflict significant harm on Frieza. The overwhelming force radiated outward. And even with ample preparation, Sapphire, positioned at the explosion's epicenter, was propelled hundreds of meters away. The shockwaves buffeted his body, inflicting minor injuries, but all of it was worth it if Sapphire felt such repercussions. One could only imagine the extent of Frieza's suffering after being struck by the energy blast. He felt a flicker of anticipation. This strike would undoubtedly leave him gravely wounded. Moments ago, an external force had impacted Frieza's neck. That energy felt familiar. Although not particularly potent, it was sufficient to capture Frieza's attention, which allowed for such a successful strike. A fleeting glance confirmed that Ella and Providite were watching from a distance. With Providite still maintaining the pose from her previous attack, her arm yet to lower. With a quick glance, Sapphire refocused his mind. The earlier cataclysmic explosion had flattened much of the terrain, leaving only a few resilient rock formations. While massive craters drew in water from a nearby river, submerging the site of the blast. Consequently, Frieza's figure had vanished, and Sapphire could only discern his location through sensory perception and observation. Although he held great confidence in his recent attack, he was acutely aware that this blow could never slay Frieza. Suddenly, Sapphire sensed someone approaching from behind and spun around, only to discover it was his teammates. They seemed to believe Sapphire had emerged victorious, prompting their arrival. Finally, vengeance has been achieved. Captain, you have fulfilled our long-held wish. Is this not what we have sought all this time? Soon, we shall find a more suitable planet to celebrate in grand fashion. Ella's tone was exuberant. For decades, they had felt Sapphire's unwavering obsession with this matter, and now to see it come to fruition was an arduous triumph. No, not yet. Frieza may have endured my attack, but he is far from easily vanquished. Moreover, he has concealed his true strength. This assault was undoubtedly unexpected for Frieza. If given time to react, I may not secure victory. You too, assist me in scanning with the detector. I must finish this quickly. Presently, Sapphire had exhausted nearly half of his energy and was no longer in peak condition. That if Frieza were to fully transform for a third time, even at a fraction of his strength, it would likely be insurmountable for Sapphire. Thus, he needed to strike swiftly, before Frieza could regain his composure. We had considered that as well, but given Frieza's overwhelming energy, a detector with a maximum capacity of 100,000 battle power would surely be overwhelmed. No matter. Even if it bursts, as long as we ascertain a general direction, it will suffice. The two nodded in agreement, and Providity initiated the detector to commence its search function. Sapphire soared into the sky. Below, the ocean had already submerged much of the area, making it untenable to remain. From above, he could survey a broader expanse, facilitating the discovery of Frieza. Ella and her companion followed closely behind, and just as Sapphire paused midair, Ella exclaimed in delight. Found it. Southwest direction. His battle power is currently highly unstable and fluctuating, but he is indeed located approximately 10 kilometers to the southwest. Armed with this precise information, Sapphire wasted no time in dashing toward that direction. After Frieza's second transformation, he no longer regarded Sapphire with the same intensity of concern. His arrogance had long since set in. Thus, he never anticipated that Sapphire could directly overpower him, leading to the dire situation he now faced. When Sapphire unleashed his maximum power sky cannon, Frieza's initial reaction was one of regret. From the moment he was struck during his first transformation, he recognized the potency of the attack, and now it bore its strongest form. Frieza hastily assumed a defensive stance, but it was too late. As the energy wave struck him, Frieza felt as though his entire body was being torn asunder, caught within the vortex of a tempest. Utterly unable to control himself, while his wounds multiplied. Ultimately, amidst the explosion, his consciousness teetered on the brink of obliteration. The ocean surged over his battered form, and Frieza was engulfed in excruciating pain. The recent impact had obliterated half of his right arm and his entire foot. Countless other injuries riddled his body, leaving him with barely a fraction of his battle power. Frieza's expression darkened ominously. To have been driven to such a state, you are the first to achieve this. Frieza muttered to himself, submerged in water, indifferent to his surroundings, with no intention of resurfacing. Sapphire's speed was remarkable. 10 kilometers was merely a few seconds distance. However, as he neared the estimated location, he found no trace of Frieza. Beneath him lay vast expanses of water, occasionally disturbed by splashes, yet the surface remained remarkably tranquil. Come out, Frieza. Do not think I am unaware that you still breathe. Show yourself. Sapphire bellowed from the heights, straining his voice to pierce the water's depths. After waiting several tense seconds, the surface remained as serene as ever. Suddenly, a loud shout from Ella broke the silence. Captain, beneath the water, Frieza is hiding down there, and his power has surged dramatically. The detector has just exploded. This is bad. That fiend is undergoing his third transformation. Contemplating the situation, Sapphire realized that diving into the water to search would undoubtedly be futile. With a furious roar, he unleashed torrents of energy from his hands, bombarding the waters below. Explosions erupted beneath the surface, sending towering waves crashing onto the ocean's surface. Yet Frieza's form remained elusive, watching the white shock waves descend upon him. Frieza's lips curled into a cold smile. Fool, only now do you understand. It is too late. As if his body's energy had reached its zenith, Frieza unleashed a cataclysmic explosion. A diminutive figure emerged from the bubbles. Heh. Can you still recognize me in this form? Not that it matters. I shall ensure you witness the most brutal of hells. Frieza's slight form surfaced, leaving Sapphire in stunned disbelief, as he slowly floated toward him. Chapter 23. The eerie counterattack. Gazing at Frieza's approach, Sapphire found himself seemingly immobilized, standing still without any response. It was not that Sapphire did not wish to move, but rather that he found his body beyond his control. An overwhelming oppressive force coursing through him, leaving him trembling in place. Frieza advanced inch by inch through the air, while Sapphire could only stare, slowly retreating a step. Impossible. Saiyans are not cowards who retreat. I cannot yield. Sensing the movement of his body, Sapphire bellowed, summoning his will to resist the immense pressure as he took a step forward, closing the distance between them. At that moment, Frieza halted merely 2 meters away from him. You possess a modicum of courage, enduring 50% of my power without faltering. Such a pity, such a pity. I had considered recruiting you. Talents like yours are rare in the universe, and it would be a shame to slay you. After defeating you, I genuinely intended to extend that offer, but now, even if Frieza offered him an invitation, Sapphire would never bow to him again, especially given their irreconcilable enmity. Thus, it had always been a mere fantasy of Frieza. Humph, that last strike was not pleasant, was it? Even gravely injured, you still feign bravado, Sapphire scoffed, and based on his earlier assessment, even if Frieza underwent his third transformation, considering the degree of change and the extent of his injuries, Frieza's power would not exceed 30%. Thus, Sapphire still believed he held a chance of triumph. He cast a glance back towards the location of Ella and Providite. Although he had always deemed his prey to be his alone, Sapphire now understood that this was no longer merely a matter of honor. This vendetta must be avenged, even if it meant sacrificing everything. Oh ho ho, is that so? Then why do you not attack? You should know that my regenerative abilities are formidable. The longer this drags on, the better my condition will become. Sapphire raised his right hand to cover his lips, emitting a repulsive laugh. Although his calculations should not have gone awry, the overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from Frieza was too formidable for Sapphire to recklessly launch an attack. It seemed there would be no opportunity for Frieza to make a move. Perhaps it would be better if I were to strike first. Frieza squinted his eyes, narrowing them into a line before suddenly opening them wide. Sapphire felt as though a hurricane was crashing towards him, followed immediately by a hard bone smashing against his face. Crack! The crisp sound echoed clearly in both their ears. Frieza delivered a powerful elbow strike that sent Sapphire flying, forcing him to roll through the air dozens of times to regain control of his form. Ugh! Sapphire gently pressed his hand against his face, fully aware that his nose had collapsed. How could this be? Such speed, and such overwhelming force. What a pity. I have lost interest in continuing this game. I never anticipated that with just 50% of my strength, you would already be incapacitated. Whether it was to shatter Sapphire's confidence or simply the truth, Frieza's tone was indifferent, compelling Sapphire to accept this as reality. Impossible. Even with your injuries, there is no way you could have recovered to this extent. Blood was streaming from Sapphire's nose. While the Saiyans possessed remarkable physical strength, their recovery capabilities paled in comparison to Frieza's. What a shame. I forgot to mention that when I transform for the third time, my energy surges the most, and as I revert to my true form, any injuries I have sustained, provided they are not penetrating wounds to the chest or head, will not affect me. In other words, you are witnessing the pinnacle of Frieza's power, correct? A bitter smile appeared on Sapphire's face as he finally confirmed the source of such immense pressure. Even more terrifying was the realization that Frieza's strength had far surpassed his expectations. Frieza pondered for a moment, casually shrugging. That should be about right. So, how does it feel to confront the might of the Cosmic Emperor? Taking a deep breath. Despite understanding Frieza's terrifying power, Sapphire charged forward once more without hesitation to attack. Bang! 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 The flurry of punches exchanged, yet nearly all of Sapphire's strikes landed in empty air. Even when a few struck Frieza, they were inconsequential. Instead, he bore the brunt of the assault, his injuries compounding until he could no longer muster the strength to throw a punch. The bones in my face are completely shattered, my arms as well, and my thighs too. A few ribs in my chest seem to remain intact. How tenacious. Oh, what are your feet doing? Still attempting to kick me? Then let us break them together. Frieza grasped Sapphire by the neck, and having lost the strength to resist, he could only endure Frieza's torment. However, Frieza was careful not to apply excessive force. Instead, he shattered Sapphire's bones one by one to inflict suffering. Crack! After a succession of sounds, Sapphire's feet slowly fell, immobile. Escape. Hurry. Escape. Frieza continued to grip him, meticulously inspecting Sapphire, as if he were a toy he had lost interest in, casually tossing him onto the remaining rocks atop the sea. How tiresome! Frieza shook his head, his finger coalescing, a swift wave of energy shooting towards Sapphire, piercing through his abdomen. Sapphire let out a horrific scream. No matter how resilient his spirit, he ultimately succumbed into unconsciousness. Unforgivable, unforgivable, Kyla, as if possessed, incessantly muttered this phrase. From the moment Sapphire fell into a disadvantage, she had wanted to rush forward but was blocked by Frieza. Now, both were unable to tolerate Sapphire being humiliated by Frieza. As they witnessed Sapphire slowly falling from Frieza's grasp, Frieza could no longer contain himself and charged ahead, heading straight for Sapphire's landing spot, while Kyla, in perfect synchrony, gathered energy to unleash at Frieza. A yellow shockwave violently struck Frieza's head, not inflicting injury, but sufficiently capturing his attention. Turning slowly, Frieza beheld the two figures rushing towards him, momentarily taken aback before dismissing it. So the group of fools failed to eliminate these two insignificant pests. How disappointing. However, this works in my favor. I still wish to play for a while longer. Having scored a hit, Kyla did not pursue further, but turned back to ask, Frieza, how's the captain? Frieza lifted Sapphire's body, checking for a pulse at his neck. Oh no, there is no heartbeat. Captain, Captain. Frieza shook Sapphire's body, calling out loudly in an attempt to elicit a response, tears of blood streaming down his face. He had not even noticed. Upon hearing this, Kyla was struck as though by a thunderbolt, suspended in the air, unable to comprehend. Sapphire has left me just like that? Why did you leave me? How could you abandon me? Kyla murmured to herself, oblivious even to Frieza's approach. Just like that, he is dead. Who? Frieza. It was Frieza. Frieza killed him. Death. I want you dead. I demand your death. Kyla shouted fiercely. I must have revenge. I will avenge him. Death. Kyla descended into madness. As Frieza's figure drew ever closer, she launched a punch without hesitation, only for it to be easily caught. Pitiful ant. Power. Death. Power. Death. Kyla continually gathered her momentum, a tremendous aura rippling around her as the air began to shimmer in her vicinity. Grant me power. Kill him. Kyla's reason dwindled, and upon closer inspection, a faint golden light appeared above her head. Disappear. Insect. Frieza concentrated his finger, replicating the very technique that had pierced Sapphire. Energy surged through Kyla's body. Yet there was no explosion of blood. Instead, as time passed, her shadow grew fainter until it vanished entirely. Die. The voice behind Frieza echoed like a soul-snatching specter from hell, even as he turned around. He could only perceive a faint silhouette before feeling his body being flung away. The tremendous force sent Frieza crashing into the ocean, lost to sight. Kyla, the captain still has a faint pulse. Quickly take him and let us depart, Frieza shouted from below. This call snapped Kyla back to reality, her eyes lighting up with hope as she exclaimed. Really? Then let us go. Back to the spaceship. Kyla swiftly returned, supporting Sapphire's other arm, and together they surged towards the spaceship at their fastest speed. Hurry. Once we reach the ship, we can heal the captain, faster, even as they reached their utmost speed. Kyla continued to urge him on, but in an instant, a white figure appeared before them. Frieza. Frieza gritted his teeth, fully aware that neither he nor Kyla stood a chance against Frieza, yet they had no choice but to confront him. Kyla, you take the captain and go ahead. I will hold him off here. Frieza released Sapphire and took up a fighting stance. None of you shall escape. Frieza crossed his arms, his expression icy. Kyla nodded, instantly grasping Sapphire, ready to flee. However, as she pulled, she found herself unable to budge him. It was not Frieza's interference. Sapphire seemed to have awakened, his head bowed, silently standing still, not uttering a word, just standing there in silence. Sapphire. Kyla tentatively called out. No response. Sapphire remained eerily still. It seemed both Frieza and Frieza sensed something unusual and turned their attention to Sapphire. Slowly, Sapphire lifted the arm that had been shattered, extending a finger to point forward. Directly at Frieza. Beep. A technique identical to Frieza's signature move instantaneously pierced through Frieza's chest. In the astonished gaze of Frieza, his body gradually descended, collapsing to the ground, devoid of life. One strike. Frieza has been slain. Chapter 24. The Mighty Youth Astonishment. From despair to astonishment. Initially, when Frieza appeared in an instant, Kyla and Frieza were engulfed in deep despair, with Frieza even prepared for a fight to the death. Yet, unexpectedly, the tide of battle shifted in an instant. That proud, invincible cosmic emperor was struck down by his own captain with a mere gesture, though they could not comprehend the reasons behind it. This was undoubtedly monumental news for the two of them. No, for all three members of the Vengeful Soul squad. It was an extraordinary boon. Captain, You did it! You did it! You finally killed Frieza, Pravidity shouted in excitement. Turning to look at Sapphire, only to see him suddenly soften, plummeting from the air. He now lacked even the strength to maintain flight. Sapphire. Ella let out a startled cry and swiftly descended, cradling Sapphire's body. This is terrible. The captain's condition is dire and requires immediate medical attention. We must return to the spaceship at once to treat him. Upon touching Sapphire's body, Ella sensed something was amiss. As a Saiyan, his muscles should have been robust and well-defined, yet now he felt inexplicably soft all over. Had he lost consciousness again? It must be due to that new technique the captain developed earlier. How could he keep such a formidable skill a secret from us? When he regains consciousness, I will certainly demand an explanation. Hearing this, Vegeta also took on the burden of Sapphire, maintaining a steady speed as they flew back. Once the three had departed, a gentle breeze swept across the barren land, leaving only desolation in its wake. The lifeless body of Frieza, the once great cosmic emperor, lay quietly, crimson blood pooling around him. Suddenly, Frieza's dilapidated pupils sharpened with focus. Coughing violently, he expelled several mouthfuls of blood before finally managing to rise slowly to his feet. Frieza is not dead. Cough, that wretched lot. I heard every word you said, So. There are such formidable techniques. Are there? Next time, I will end you swiftly. You will have no chance to unleash such abilities again. Damn Saiyan monkeys, this matter is far from over. Wiping the blood from his lips, Frieza trudged forward. His steps heavy, and once he felt somewhat better, he began to ascend slowly towards his spaceship. All the while, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings, wary of the three adversaries reappearing. For he was in a state of extreme weakness and unable to fight back. Any being with even a modicum of combat prowess could defeat and kill him. After stealthily making his way, he finally arrived near his spaceship, and after a thorough inspection, he found no trace of Sapphire and the others. They must have already left. Entering the ship, he hurriedly made his way to the medical bay to treat himself. 2 hours later, Frieza emerged from the medical room, his injuries mostly healed. Thankfully, Ella and Vegeta had eliminated all of Frieza's subordinates earlier. So his disheveled appearance went unnoticed. As he activated the ship to return, Frieza sat alone in the command room, the vastness of space outside the open hatch having little effect on him. Beep beep. The screen displayed the visage of Kyla. Frieza's face contorted with rage and disgust, yet he managed to compose himself enough to connect the call. Ha. My dear brother, I assume you have no reason to seek me out unless something urgent has arisen? Speak quickly, for I am quite busy. Is that so? I have heard that the 3 Saiyans I adopted have betrayed me and gone to your territory. Did I wonder if they have caused you any trouble? If you encounter them, do dispose of them for me. Traitors have no place in this world. Oh. What is that bloodstain on your chest? Kyla feigned concern, having noticed the blood that had yet to be cleaned from Frieza's chest. Humph. My apologies. I have already dealt with those nuisances for you. You shall never see them again. Are you satisfied? Frieza retorted curtly, unable to admit the truth of his near demise for the sake of his pride. He could not allow his brother to know, who knew what mockery would ensue. Oh, that is splendid. If you have suffered any losses, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall ensure you are compensated. Humph, no need. I appreciate your goodwill. Frieza abruptly severed the communication, fearing that if he continued this conversation, he would be unable to contain his fury. Ha ha ha. Shaviza, did you not see? Just moments ago, Frieza transformed 3 times on the communicator. Ha ha ha. 3 transformations, truly remarkable. It appears he is genuinely enraged. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to his true form for battle. It is truly entertaining. Witnessing his expression makes me feel that those 3 Saiyans have been well trained. Kyla laughed maniacally, sharing his delight with his most trusted subordinates. A day later, Frieza returned to his military fortress, choosing to remain silent about the events that transpired during his absence, and none dared to inquire. However, the return of Dodoria and Zabo from the front lines brought him some measure of joy. Lord Frieza, there is an important message regarding Vegeta. Would you like to review it? A fish-like alien reported as he entered. Vegeta, you say? Leave it there. Zabo, read it to me. Frieza waved his hand, dismissing the others. For days, he had been preoccupied with that swift, dazzling flash that had pierced him before he could react. Each recollection darkened his expression. Zabo picked up the report, scanning it quickly before bursting into laughter. The report states that Vegeta has heard of something called Dragon Balls on a remote little planet, which supposedly can grant wishes, any wish at all. Even the resurrection of the dead has been confirmed. It is utterly absurd. Are those beneath us devoid of intelligence? Does this report truly require your personal attention? Any wish can be granted? Frieza murmured. his eyes gleaming with excitement. Our frost demon lineage grows stronger with time, increasing our transformation count as time progresses. Therefore, if I could achieve immortality, I could become infinitely powerful. No, if my brother discovers this, he will surely eliminate me as a threat. I must wish for immortality. Yes, immortality. Zabo, prepare. We are heading to Earth. Is this truly wise, Lord Frieza? Do you genuinely believe such ludicrous news? Zabo asked, incredulous yet cautious not to outright oppose Frieza, regardless of the trust placed in him. Enough with the nonsense. Do as I command. Lord Frieza, I fear I must disappoint you. The information also mentions that Vegeta seems to have killed the creator of the Dragon Balls. According to this report, if the creator dies, the Dragon Balls will also vanish. Zabo scanned the subsequent information, offering a resigned smile. What? Frieza bellowed furiously. Sensing his anger, Zabo quickly recoiled, before adding, but do not worry. The message details that the Dragon Ball creator appears to be a Namekian. From the discussions among Vegeta and his group, it seems they plan to travel to the Namek homeworld in search of better Dragon Balls to fulfill their wishes. Oh, Frieza's expression softened as he received this satisfying news, a smile gracing his lips. Then Vegeta has delivered me good tidings. Perhaps I can spare him this time. Originally, I was infuriated by Sapphire's affair and intended to deal with Vegeta and the others. But now, if my wish can be granted, even a multitude of Vegetas matters little. I shall spare his life. Meanwhile, Earth was facing an immense crisis, as two Saiyans had arrived, claiming to be the strongest warrior race in the universe, with the intent to eliminate the traitor Kakarot. 3 hours. We only wait 3 hours, and already over 2 have passed. It seems Kakarot is merely a coward, too afraid to show himself. Your expectations will likely come to naught. A small Saiyan crossed his arms, smirking. This individual was none other than Vegeta, who had endured under Frieza's command. Chapter 25. New Power, Super Saiyan. In the recovery room, Sapphire lay motionless on the bed, having remained in this state for several days. At last, a nasal sound escaped his lips. Sapphire finally roused from his slumber. His injuries had healed long ago when they returned to the spaceship, yet for reasons unknown, he had not awakened. According to other physicians' assessments, they concluded that Master Sapphire's bones were regenerating, and his body was in a state of self-preservation, protecting itself from external factors that might disrupt this growth process. Though this explanation seemed nonsensical to Ella and Proviti, they eventually relented after being assured that Sapphire's condition was stable and that he could awaken. The recent battle on planet Cambella, aided by the return of Sapphire and his companions, had solidified their reputation throughout the galaxy. In a short time, many planets under Frieza's command had begun to rebel, and an increasing number of aliens joined Sapphire's organization, with Sapphire already claiming a significant portion of the North Galaxy. Captain, you are awake. Ella exclaimed in surprise upon entering the room and finding Sapphire sitting up, clutching his head. Due to Sapphire's prolonged unconsciousness, only Ella, Proviti, and a select few trusted subordinates were permitted in the recovery room. And typically, it was only Ella who spent time there. Oh, Ella, I sincerely apologize for causing you concern. I never anticipated that I would have the fortune of seeing you all safely. I had thought I would surely perish at the hands of Frieza. Sapphire's recovery has been rather commendable, yet he has not fully regained his strength and must continue to wait. Pray, tell me about the events that followed. I recall that after Frieza's third transformation, I was utterly devoid of the strength to resist. Sapphire, do you truly not remember what transpired afterward? Yet, it was you who vanquished Frieza. Ella expressed her astonishment. Surely not. How could that be? The might of Frieza in his third transformation is formidable. My abilities at that time could never have overpowered such a foe. Sapphire shook his head, unconvinced by Ella's assertions. After a thorough recounting, Sapphire eventually grasped the entirety of the events, interjecting with queries regarding several details. You mentioned that you believed I was dead, and in your fury, you struck Frieza with a single blow? Indeed, but I suspect Frieza was caught off guard. Otherwise, I would not have succeeded so effortlessly. Ella elucidated, no. It cannot be that simple. Regardless of how distracted Frieza may have been, with your strength, you could never have harmed him. Sapphire was adamant, now aware that Ella and he had certainly entered a unique state. For it was inconceivable that she could easily overpower Frieza, Captain. From afar, the distinctive voice of Proviti reached Sapphire's ears as he rapidly dove into the recovery room. This action, however, drew Ella's ire. You imbecile. Can't you be more mindful? Are you not aware that the captain is recuperating? Come, let us take a stroll outside. But your health? Ella inquired with concern. Ha ha. I am Sapphire. With that one declaration, Sapphire rendered any further argument between them moot. The trio ambled slowly, allowing Sapphire's body to heal gradually. He was now able to adapt fully to all movements, and his condition improved significantly. Upon witnessing the return of their battle-hardened Sapphire, all the crew aboard the ships erupted in cheers. Lord Sapphire, you have recovered. Lord Sapphire, you are finally well. We eagerly await your guidance toward our next glorious endeavor. Various voices echoed, and Sapphire waved his hand in resignation, unable to respond to each one individually. Lord Sapphire, Lady Ella, Lord Vegito, a new message has arrived. Vegito received the communication, opened it, and was taken aback. How could this be? Wasn't Frieza already slain? What is going on? Ella inquired, perplexed. Vegito gasped and then spoke. It has come to our attention that Frieza has recently taken his ship and ventured to an unknown location. But he has indeed made public appearances. Many of the clan leaders are now inquiring about the situation. As we announced Frieza's demise 10 days ago, those clans were initially in a state of watchful waiting, poised to rebel only once Sapphire and his companions confirmed Frieza's defeat after their battle. But now, with Frieza's unexpected reappearance, how could they not be terrified? I see. Then respond to those cowardly individuals, and tell them that even if Frieza still lives, it bears no consequence. I, Sapphire, can slay him once, and I can do so again. Even if I did not completely vanquish him last time, I am certain I can obliterate him this time. Sapphire smiled confidently. Having narrowly escaped death, he felt a profound enhancement in his strength, and now he was resolute that even in the face of Frieza's third transformation, he would not be defeated. Is that truly wise? Yet we still lack certainty regarding Frieza. Ella furrowed her brow, unwilling to see her companions become the targets of all clans' animosity. No, it matters not. I, once again, shall not falter against Frieza. Moreover, I have discovered a new power. Excellent. Let us proceed as the captain suggests. New power? What sort of power? Initially disinterested, Vegito perked up at the mention of power. It had been ages since he had experienced a significant enhancement in strength. And naturally, he was intrigued by the captain's proclamation of newfound abilities. I do not know yet, but further research is required. Ella, Vegito, accompany me to the training room. And please bring along the recording of my battle with Frieza on planet Cambella. Once all preparations were complete, Ella and Vegito eagerly anticipated the unveiling of the power Sapphire had spoken of. Ella, replay this segment repeatedly, immersing yourself fully, and pay no heed to us. Sapphire indicated a specific video for Ella to scrutinize. Is this not the moment you were brutally attacked by Frieza? Ella asked, perplexed, yet obediently complied with Sapphire's instructions. It is of no consequence. Just watch. Sapphire offered no further explanation, leaving Vegito in a state of confusion. Sapphire gently guided Vegito to take a position behind Ella, allowing her to sit alone and watch as they remained silent, refraining from interruption. Damn, that accursed Frieza. Die, return my Sapphire to me. Initially, Ella sat quietly, observing the footage, but soon began to murmur incessantly. Ultimately, she sprang to her feet, unleashing a tremendous aura. Her hair began to billow as if a fierce wind surged from beneath her, enveloping her in a golden stream of energy. Her dark hair stood on end, transforming into a radiant golden hue, dancing upward with the currents. Such a terrifying aura, such an astonishing transformation, left Vegito standing behind, speechless, while Sapphire, at his side, appeared to have anticipated this. Merely intrigued by the phenomenon. Golden hair, a golden form, green eyes. This is undeniably the legendary Super Saiyan. Ella, well-versed in lore, finally recalled the tales of your Chapter 26, The Survivor. A Super Saiyan. Is this truly the legendary warrior? Said to manifest once in a millennium, the mightiest entity in the universe? Vegito exclaimed in delight, his adoration and yearning for power evident. How could he not be exhilarated to witness the birth of the universe's strongest? Sapphire's brow furrowed deeply as he pressed his hands to his head, lost in thought. A Super Saiyan. This concept seems profoundly familiar, yet why can I not recall? Sapphire sensed an uncanny familiarity with the term. But during his readings on planet Vegeta, he had encountered no such information. Why, then, did it feel so recognizable? What is the matter? Sapphire, are you all right? Ella turned back to Sapphire's unusual demeanor, her concern evident. As her earlier anger dissipated, and the golden aura surrounding her vanished, Sapphire clutched his head, his visage contorted in pain, as he sighed helplessly. I cannot recall. Damn it. What? What did you say? Your voice was too soft. Ella could not discern his words. A Super Saiyan? Where is the Super Saiyan? Vegito suddenly grasped Ella's arm, and shook her vigorously, his expression bordering on frenzied. Ella struggled to break free, attempting several times to no avail, and retorted angrily, "You fool. How should I know? Let go. We must see how Sapphire is faring." Oh, speaking of Sapphire, Praviti's mood stabilized considerably. Upon turning to see Sapphire in distress, leaning against the wall with one hand, he rushed to assist him. "Sapphire, do not strain your mind if it pains you. It matters not if you cannot recall. I still possess some knowledge regarding Super Saiyans. Let us convene in the meeting room for a discussion." Ella realized that having successfully transformed, the previously non-existent Super Saiyan had indeed manifested, and such information must be classified at the highest level of secrecy. Indeed, Sapphire ceased to dwell on the past. And as the throbbing pain in his head subsided, the trio swiftly entered the conference room to engage in a thorough analysis of the recent incident. Dam commanded the fleet to descend. After the awakening of the formidable Sapphire, the other two dignitaries had seemingly vanished, likely to accompany him. Leaving the command duties squarely on his shoulders. 12 years prior, he had followed the three lords. Once a prodigy among the Cowmans, whose clan was obliterated by a rival faction, leading to his capture. Had it not been for this calamity, he would never have encountered Lord Sapphire, grateful for the Lord's kindness. He had diligently attended to all matters, never faltering, and now, with Sapphire awake, his heart brimmed with unbounded joy as per the original plan devised by Lady Era. He directed the fleet to land on a nearby technologically advanced celestial body. Reports indicated that this planet harbored no formidable forces. It had only recently pledged allegiance to Lord Sapphire 3 months prior. Although loyalty was questionable, it posed no threat as a staging ground. Descend. The fleet gradually pierced the atmosphere and began its descent, yet the absence of any welcoming signals from the planet raised Dam's vigilance. Could it be that Frieza's forces had struck again? As the fleet touched down, they were met with a desolate landscape, starkly contrasting the cautious descriptions provided earlier. Not Frieza's forces. Even in conquest, they would never wreak such havoc. What could have happened here? Locating a relatively flat area, the fleet landed smoothly. Deploy a search team and ascertain the situation on this planet. Report to me immediately if anything arises. If we encounter insurmountable foes, notify me at once. Dam, with a combat power of 27,000, though not on par with the Lords, was nevertheless a formidable presence in the cosmos. Thus, he felt justified in issuing such commands on such a minor planet. It was implausible for an enemy to possess power exceeding 10,000. Suddenly, the flank of the fleet was struck by an energy blast, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that obliterated the entire vessel. Dam's expression darkened as he swiftly propelled himself into the fray. Is it true? Could such a transformation manifest as a Super Saiyan? According to the captain's hypothesis, rage is the source. If one succumbs entirely to fury, could they lose their reason and become uncontrollable? I have no desire to harm my friends. After deliberation, while Praviti was filled with anticipation, he harbored concerns at the zenith of rage. One might act recklessly, and whether they would unleash a slaughter in such a state remained uncertain. Furthermore, should the transformation succeed, it would likely be beyond Era's capacity to restrain him. Nonetheless, should the captain descend into madness, none would be able to contain him. Indeed, this posed a dilemma. However, such power was too valuable to disregard. We must first facilitate your transformation. If we can find a deserted planet, the potential destruction would be of little consequence. Once both of you have transformed, should I lose control, I trust you both will have the strength to restrain me. Sapphire pondered this carefully, realizing that for now, this was their only course of action. The trio fell into deep contemplation, striving to devise a more effective strategy. Boom! The resounding blast reverberated through their ears, clear even within the well-soundproofed conference room. What has transpired? Sapphire inquired, his demeanor both calm and authoritative. Addressing the guard station nearby. Lord Sapphire, Commander Dam has just relayed that he has apprehended one of your kin and requests your presence for verification. The guard communicated briefly with the outside before responding. A kin? A Saiyan? But weren't they supposed to have been exterminated by Frieza? Sapphire mumbled, yet he swiftly made his way out, trusting that Dam would not deceive him. The sudden appearance of a Saiyan was indeed perplexing. Praviti and Era hastily followed suit, equally intrigued by the existence of a surviving Saiyan. We Saiyans shall undoubtedly avenge our fallen brethren. Cursed Frieza, your days are numbered. We will reclaim our former glory. Even in his weakened state, the long-faced Saiyan continued to rant, inciting Dam's frustration, yet recognizing that this tale-bearing individual was likely one of the Lord's kin. He refrained from taking any aggressive action. My apologies for the intrusion. Lord Sapphire, Lady Era, Lord Pravaitai, but this individual may indeed be your kin, thus necessitating your confirmation, Dam explained with a slight bow. This individual, according to the scanner's readings, appears to be around 20 years old. Possessing a combat power of 6004, with average combat skills, upon seeing the three before him, the Saiyan was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into joyous exclamations. King Kluosa, it truly is King Kluosa. You have finally returned. Chapter 27, The Lost Clan. What did you say? Sapphire was taken aback, the name Kluosa resonating deeply within him, a name once familiar, now a distant memory, suddenly evoked by another. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. No, you are not King Kluosa. Who are you truly? Even as a captive, the Saiyan held his ground, his astonishment overshadowing Sapphire's surprise. Though Sapphire recognized the resemblance between himself and his father, the distinction was clear. Perhaps it was merely the familiarity from their time together that led to this confusion. Who am I? I am Sapphire. The two beside me are Era and Pravaitai. While you may not recognize our names, our Revenge Soul Squad holds a modicum of renown in the North Galaxy. You ought to have heard of us. And as you can see, we are all Saiyans. Now, you may enlighten me. Who are you? And from whence do you hail? Sapphire's heart raced with excitement, yet he maintained a calm demeanor in his exchange. Kluosa, the once mighty figure etched in his memory, hearing his name again after so many years stirred a tempest of emotions within Sapphire. He had often claimed his quest was for the clan, yet the truth was that seeking vengeance against Frieza for his father's sake held a significant place in his heart. The Saiyan before him seemed inclined to trust Sapphire's words. Here, in Frieza's domain, despite his ostensible non-aggression towards Saiyans, numerous Saiyans had perished at his hands, and any discerning mind could perceive the truth. Yet, Frieza's overwhelming power instilled fear, leaving no one willing to advocate for the Saiyans. It was a dire situation, with the Saiyans now facing the wrath of all. From him, Sapphire learned of King Vegeta's preparations for their clan, and even though this young one was born during their flight, it did not diminish the respect accorded to their ancestors' decisions. This young Saiyan was born in the second year of their exile. After Kluosa led their kin away, they sought refuge on a remote planet, aiming to gather strength and expand their clan before seeking vengeance against Frieza. However, due to their diminished numbers, Kluosa cherished every newborn, ensuring even those with modest talents received the finest training. Furthermore, to avoid drawing attention from other factions seeking to claim credit for the Saiyans, only a select few experienced elders ventured out for supplies, addressing the clan's numerous resource shortages. For a time, they lived in relative peace, but 14 years prior, an unfortunate event led to their location being exposed. Unsurprisingly, they were soon beset by a coalition of Frieza's minions from several planets, eager to slay Saiyans and curry favor with Frieza. Fortunately, despite their numerical advantage, the invaders lacked formidable power, and under Kluosa's leadership, they managed to repel the attacks. However, it was evident that their position had been compromised, and they could no longer remain. In haste, Kluosa led the majority of the clan aboard their ship, while a few members, either training or procuring supplies, lost contact and scattered across the cosmos. This Saiyan, known as Pufei, was among those who had become estranged from the clan during that tumultuous time, and in these 5 years, I have fled across 13 planets, each time discovered, forced to escape in haste. Yet the battles along the way have significantly enhanced my combat prowess, due to the repeated usage of my small spacecraft. It is on the brink of becoming obsolete. I now find myself hesitant to use it for a journey into space. Initially, I presumed that you were also subordinates of Frieza, dispatched here to assess the situation, and had even contemplated seizing a ship to escape. Little did I expect that your underlings would swiftly subdue me. At this juncture, Pufei gestured towards Darm. Given this context, it is highly probable that Kluosa has not perished. He might merely be hiding on some obscure planet in the cosmos, correct? Sapphire inquired, harboring confidence regarding his father's fate. Humph, although you too are a Saiyan, it would be wise for you to show due respect to King Kluosa. Otherwise, even if I am unable to defeat you, I shall ensure you experience considerable hardship. Pufei was thoroughly displeased with Sapphire's demeanor, for in his heart, King Kluosa represented the pinnacle of leadership and hope for their kin. Aha! I suspect you are unaware that the Kluosa you speak of is, in fact, the father of our captain. Pravaitai laughed heartily, and upon receiving news of their clan from Pufei, they felt a weight lift from their shoulders. As long as there were others, the Saiyans would possess ample hope. What? Pufei exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder this individual resembles the king so closely. Aside from subtle differences in demeanor, it is no surprise that upon first seeing Sapphire, he instinctively exclaimed, "King Kluosa." He promptly bowed respectfully, addressing him as Your Highness. "Very well, let us pause our conversation for now. Darm, please escort him to freshen up and enjoy a hearty meal. We have much to accomplish ahead." After analyzing the situation in his mind, Sapphire formulated new plans. That moment, Era approached. "So, Sapphire, does the plan require modification?" "Indeed, it does necessitate some adjustments. Once we resolve matters with Frieza, we shall commence the search for my father's whereabouts. With numerous kin by our side, I believe revitalizing the glory of the Saiyans will be considerably more attainable." Era nodded in agreement with Sapphire's resolution. "All hands return. We shall set course for planet Kazakh. There, we shall establish our new homeland, designating it as our most vital base. Inform Darm to propel us forth at maximum speed, heading towards planet Kazakh." 2 days later, within the conference room of the mothership, the Revenge Soul squad reconvened. "Pravaitai, I regret that I cannot take you into battle this time, that if you do not swiftly grasp the transformation into a Super Saiyan, your combat capabilities may struggle to keep pace with the forthcoming skirmishes. Era and I are heading to planet Namek to settle matters with Frieza." Over the past few days, Sapphire had also gleaned insights into Frieza's movements through his own channels, and this time, it was not merely about confronting Frieza, but also to repay a debt of gratitude owed to the Grand Elder from years past. "I understand. I comprehend," Pravaitai responded weakly, feeling dejected as a Saiyan unable to partake in such a grand conflict. Yet he was acutely aware of the vast disparity between himself and Era, not to mention Captain Sapphire. "Rest assured, this journey is likely to last a month or two, if you act swiftly. You may yet catch up. I have documented my insights regarding my transformation in the archives, so be sure to review them. It will be beneficial. That I hope you do not let malevolent thoughts cloud your judgment. We eagerly anticipate the full assembly of our squad," Era encouraged him, observing Pravaitai's decline, yet feeling helpless in the matter. "Very well, let us depart. Our destination, planet Namek." Chapter 28. The mysterious droplets Era and Sapphire were aboard a small spacecraft. Not the single-pod vessels once utilized by the Saiyans, yet it was still significantly smaller compared to other warships, albeit fully equipped with various amenities. Sapphire, Era had long harbored words she wished to express, yet had never found the opportunity. What is it? The two resided in the lounge, navigating the vastness of space, a lengthy endeavor, yet they had adapted well, now resting to ensure ample energy for the impending battle. As her words lingered on the tip of her tongue, Era hesitated, suddenly feeling something in her pocket. "Look at these items." Era produced several objects and handed them to Sapphire, swallowing the words she had intended to speak. One was a small blue vial, within which floated several droplets of liquid. "How peculiar!" Sapphire exclaimed in astonishment, marveling at the fact that these droplets remained suspended without any external force acting upon them. However, his curiosity soon shifted to puzzlement. "I wonder why you are showing me this. I am hardly a researcher. If you are interested in this substance, you ought to inform Darm, so he can assign someone to study it." Sapphire leaned closer to examine the vial, but unexpectedly, an anomaly unfolded. The droplets within began to collide against the walls of the vial, attempting to gravitate towards Sapphire. Reacting in surprise, Sapphire leaned back, only to find the droplets still obstructed by the vial. Meanwhile, Era, seated nearby, remained composed, observing the droplets with calmness, uttering not a single word. "Where did you acquire these little things?" Sapphire inquired, understanding that Era surely had her reasons, and he was disinclined to speculate further. "These droplets were discovered after your battle with Frieza when we were transporting you back. They floated around your body, neither distancing themselves nor drawing closer, merely hovering in place." Era gestured to illustrate. "As we flew, the droplets followed suit, which piqued our interest. That fellow Pravaitai paid them no mind, but I could not dismiss them, believing they might possess some utility. Thus, I contained them in this vial. Only now recalling to present them to you. Since they have been following you, perhaps you could uncover some secret about them." Era elaborated, sensing an ominous premonition as they approached planet Namek. And having noted that her instincts often proved accurate, she sought ways to enhance Sapphire's power. Although Sapphire claimed that his strength had surged upon recovery, she felt an insurmountable gap between them post-transformation. She harbored deep reservations about sending Sapphire, who had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan, to confront Frieza once more. To this day, she vividly recalled the harrowing ordeal Sapphire endured at the hands of Frieza. Sapphire shook the vial but found it failed to influence the droplets, which remained in close proximity to him. Scratching his head, he ultimately uncapped the vial, and the droplet swiftly escaped, hovering beside him at a few centimeters distance, refusing to draw nearer. Sapphire tentatively extended a finger, and the droplets made no attempt to evade, allowing him to manipulate them. As he gently touched one droplet, it absorbed into him as if it had encountered a sponge. In an instant, Sapphire emitted a chilling scream. Clutching his head in agony, collapsing to the floor, utterly overwhelmed. Sapphire! Era shouted in distress, standing by helplessly, merely calling out his name repeatedly. A torrent of fragmented memories surged through Sapphire's mind, an overwhelming influx of information rendering him unable to maintain control. As chaotic recollections played on repeat, inflicting excruciating torment, Little Bulma, Dragon Ball, Piccolo, the Demon King, Vegeta, Frieza. It felt as though a century had passed, yet the cinematic reel in his mind vividly revived countless memories. Has the situation escalated to this extent? Sapphire murmured, as all recollection seemed to flood back, every detail of Goku's childhood, as if drawn directly from the pages of the Dragon Ball manga, all became strikingly clear, from Dragon Ball to the Demon King Piccolo, from Raditz to Vegeta, from planet Namek to Frieza. Why are there no memories following the battle on planet Namek? Sapphire attempted to recall once more, only to be met with an intense, jarring pain in his head. Alas, these memories hold little significance for me now, but as long as I retain them, I should be able to foresee events. Yet, with the accumulation of memories, Sapphire had long since developed his own character and approach to situations. This influx of memories could not significantly alter him. Despite the lingering ache in his head, Sapphire found it difficult to ponder further. Era paused, momentarily stunned by Sapphire's peculiar behavior. Had he not called her, she might still be lost in thought. Are there any more of those droplets? Despite knowing there likely were not, Sapphire inquired with a glimmer of hope. None. All the droplets are contained within the vial. Completely absorbed by you. Sapphire, are you feeling all right? Era cautiously responded. I'm fine. I feel better than ever. Sapphire smiled lightly, his face radiating an unmistakable confidence. There is still a little something. Would you like to take another look? He asked. Sapphire nodded, already anticipating what other surprises Ella might unveil. Ella retrieved a stack of papers from her spatial wristband and handed them to Sapphire. He glanced over them and quickly discerned their contents. Body modification technology, or perhaps mechanization. Sapphire shook his head. While temporary modifications could indeed amplify strength, they could not sustain growth. How could they possibly compare to the strength gained through personal training? Furthermore, it was clearly stated that this technology was still imperfect and likely to have side effects, rendering it unusable. However, it could be cultivated as a protective force. Sapphire saw through the flaws of this modification technology. Such significant defects were irreparable. Let us set this aside for now. We can discuss it once our journey to Namek is complete. Speaking of which, it has been many years since we last visited Namek. I truly long to meet that benevolent elder once more. Over 20 years ago, he made numerous prophecies, many of which seem to have come to fruition. It is high time we paid him a visit. Chapter 29. Sapphire's true combat power on the planet Namek. 5 small single-person spacecraft descended, simultaneously signaling the dashed hopes of Vegeta's wish. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, a slightly larger spaceship followed closely behind the 5 vessels. You all stay with the ship and await our return. After arranging the other crew members, Sapphire took flight with Ella. Shall we head directly to Frieza? Ella inquired, having already located Frieza's position with her scanner. At their speed, they would arrive shortly. 538,000. It seems Frieza has reverted to that striped little fiend. Sapphire chuckled, holding little regard for his so-called energy compression method. It was merely the most superficial manifestation of one's inability to control their full power. No, let us first visit the Elder. Remember to activate the protective shield and suppress our energy. We must allow others on this planet to detect us. Moreover, that King Kai fellow is likely using his authority to spy on us. Isn't he? Though he has certainly focused on the developments with Vegeta and the others, it's better to be safe than sorry. I have no desire to be monitored. As soon as Sapphire finished speaking, Ella promptly activated the protective shield, and they both suppressed their energy. Their formidable powers, not intended for combat, meant the energy shield consumed little stamina. Captain, before we see the Elder, there is something I need to address. Ella suddenly stated, catching Sapphire off guard. Oh, what is it? I don't recall any outstanding issues. It's to confirm whether you currently possess the ability to withstand Frieza. Ella's tone was serious, and Sapphire's smile faded as he took her words to heart. Why? No reason. I simply feel an unsettling apprehension. Sapphire, based on my calculations, Frieza is not a match for me. If you can withstand 80% of my power, then you will undoubtedly prevail against Frieza, and only then will I feel secure in allowing you to confront him. Ella, no longer intimidated by Sapphire's captaincy, felt it imperative to ensure his readiness. Is that so? As your captain, I must assert that you know far too little about my strength, Sapphire replied, but then nodded in agreement. You're right. My power has indeed expanded tremendously during this time. Let us have a spar. Boom. Ella instantly transformed, her entire being radiating a golden aura, shimmering brilliantly in the air. Not even the three sons of Namek could diminish this brilliance. Sapphire, be cautious. I will commence with 60% of my strength, Ella proclaimed as she launched a powerful punch, her fist slicing through the air with a sound like thunder. Without hesitation, Sapphire countered, and their fists collided with a resounding boom that reverberated through the atmosphere. Ella unleashed a flurry of punches, yet each was deftly blocked by Sapphire. You can exert more force. I'm still holding back, Sapphire teased, his tone light-hearted. At that moment, Ella fully grasped the extent of Sapphire's strength. Having used 60% of her power, yet he remained unfazed and smiling. This indicated that he must possess at least 80% of his own strength, implying that even at her maximum effort, she could only inflict minor injuries. Sapphire, now I will be serious. This time, I will unleash the utmost power of a Super Saiyan, she shouted, gathering her strength for another strike. Boom! Sapphire's expression turned grave as he intercepted her mightiest blow with his right hand, the sheer force shattering the air and producing a deep, resonant sound. You actually withstood it. Ella could hardly believe her eyes. She had anticipated that after transforming into a Super Saiyan, even if Sapphire was strong, she would surpass him. However, she never imagined that even without transforming, he possessed strength that exceeded her own. Sapphire's current power was terrifying beyond measure. Do not be astonished. In truth, I still harbor a portion of hidden power, long buried within me, which seems to have been unearthed. I can sense that boundless might. It feels as though it is an endless abyss, and I cannot fathom just how formidable I might become. Sapphire maintained an air of calm throughout, ultimately earning Ella's trust. Damn, is there truly no hope left? Kakaroto's son can hardly endure much longer. If it weren't for Lika's amusement, that boy would have been slain long ago. How infuriating. To think I cannot even defeat a member of the Ginyu Force. What am I to do when facing Frieza now? Damn it, my body won't obey me. I can only bide my time to deal a fatal blow to Lika. Vegeta clutched his wounded left arm, his body battered and his left limb rendered useless. He could only hope those two youngsters might create an opportunity for him. Damn, I am the son of Son Goku. I will never concede defeat, Gohan cried out in desperate defiance, pushing his body to charge forward. Boom! Crack! A sharp sound of breaking echoed as Gohan's neck twisted grotesquely, his gaze fading as he collapsed to the ground, his fate uncertain. Ah, what a delightful sound! Don't be hasty, Vegeta. You're next, Lika shouted triumphantly. Just then, a spaceship descended from the distance, shaped like a rounded ellipsoid, reminiscent of Namek's architecture. Goku, you've finally arrived, Krillin exclaimed, clenching a handful of soil, filled with excitement. This Goku always appeared at the most crucial moments. As the hatch slowly lowered, a man clad in a vibrant red GI emerged, adorned with a light blue wristband, the words King Kai prominently displayed on his back. This man was none other than Son Goku, the very hope in the eyes of Krillin and the others. Furrowing his brow, Goku sensed the ambient energy and realized that Krillin and the others were exceedingly weak. Even Gohan's energy had dwindled to a critical low, as if it might extinguish at any moment. The situation appeared dire. Even Vegeta, that formidable warrior, was utterly drained. This enemy must be quite formidable. Could it be Frieza? Before coming, Goku had gleaned a general understanding of the developments on Namek from King Kai. Although he felt confident in his recent training, an underlying anxiety lingered. They're nearby. After a brief focus, Goku discovered that Gohan and the others were not far from him. Grabbing the pouch of senzu beans, he dashed off in haste. Chapter 30. Nero's final farewell. Unbeknownst to them, they had returned to a place that had once catalyzed their greatest transformations. Sapphire and Ella walked slowly, unhurried, as they sensed that this planet harbored no energy surpassing Frieza's second transformation, thus alleviating their concerns about avenging against him. Ella nodded. Had they not found their way here years ago, their lives might never have changed. Perhaps they would still be warriors struggling on some distant planet. or perhaps they would have already perished beneath Frieza's claws. Though the increase in combat power here was not the most pronounced, it had proved to be a crucial trial. I wonder how the elder is faring. He is such a wise old man. Fear not, we shall arrive shortly. Once again in a familiar environment, the two reflected on fond memories of Namek, gradually drawing closer to the elder's dwelling. Speaking of the last time, had you not gone easy on us, we all might have found ourselves lying down. It must be said that you two are the worst, allowing that foolish Nero to engage the enemy up front while you lingered behind to unleash energy blasts. Indeed. However, just as Ella was about to speak further, her gaze swept over the elder's residence. The ground was strewn with the bodies of Namekians, scattered haphazardly, their expressions frozen in terror, clearly having faced immense fear before their demise. Many of the houses lay in ruins, with flames still flickering in certain areas, sending plumes of thick smoke into the air. Damn, Frieza has already made it here. What a disaster. The elder. Without a moment's hesitation, Ella dove down swiftly, making her way toward the elder's abode, which was easily identifiable among the 10 or so rooms, the highest of which belonged to the elder. Sapphire followed closely, scanning the surroundings with a grave expression. Undoubtedly concerned for the elder's safety. Cursed luck, nothing found. In a fit of anger, Ella slammed her fist against the wall, causing it to shatter with a deafening crash, debris scattering around. Stay calm, Sapphire urged, observing closely. In the largest room, an elderly Namekian lay on the ground, blood pooling around him, his face reflecting sheer astonishment at the moment of death. The elder must have been relocated in advance, though they did not know how the news had reached the assailants. It was clear that this individual was now in charge of the village. Sapphire deduced that the elder was likely unharmed. Otherwise, they would have spotted his body. Furthermore, if his memory served him right, the elder possessed a final protective charm, the Dragon Balls. Perhaps the elder had foreseen this calamity. His unique abilities were indeed remarkable, albeit largely exclusive to Namekians, rendering them inaccessible to outsiders. Moreover, with someone like Nero by his side, though he may not be capable of defeating Frieza, escaping before Frieza's direct intervention should be manageable. Lost in this unexpected turmoil, Ella had not taken the time to think critically, but with Sapphire's reminder, she sensed the oddity as well. Sapphire nodded in agreement. Regrettably, this planet is shrouded in chaotic energies, with multiple formidable forces clashing, and the elder's presence is alarmingly faint. Otherwise, we could have detected him using a scouter or energy sensing. Let us move to another location. We must hurry. To prevent any unforeseen occurrences, we should reach the elder as soon as possible. That I made a promise years ago to resolve the issues plaguing Namek. And I cannot go back on my word today. Sapphire soared into the air, glancing back at the village with a scowl. Frieza, you've just given me another reason to kill you. Let us go. Ella had no choice but to utilize her scouter again, and instantly, two precise readings emerged from the south point. One read 42,000, the other 538,000. Damn, 42,000 belongs to Nero. Nero is battling Frieza. Upon recognizing the 538,000 power level, it was undoubtedly Frieza. Yet, Sapphire recalled that Nero was fighting Frieza to buy time. We must go to Nero immediately. We cannot allow Frieza to kill him. Ella shouted urgently. The three had lived and fought alongside Nero for a year, their bond undeniably strong. Although Sapphire knew that Nero was not in immediate danger, he too felt anxious, wishing to see him one last time. The two raced forward, flying at their utmost speed. Truly worthy of Frieza, but even if I were to share the secret with you now, it would be futile. I suspect Dandy has already found those earthlings. Soon, they will fulfill their wishes. Give it up, Frieza, your time is up. Nero, severely injured and unable to move, could only resort to taunting with his words. Damn it, you've been wasting my time all along. Frieza, furious, stretched out his hand, intent on delivering a fatal blow, but then he withdrew his hand, sneering. Humph. Don't think I'll let your worthless life waste any more of my time. Ascending into the air without time to transform, he hurriedly sped toward his spacecraft. Goodbye, Earthlings. Nero peacefully closed his eyes, aware that his current physical state would not last much longer. Just a minute after Frieza departed, two figures descended from the sky, landing steadily on the ground. They gazed at their friend, whose fate hung in the balance, unsure how to articulate the gravity of the situation. Nero, aren't you going to open your eyes and see your old friends? Sapphire, witnessing Nero's battered form, felt helpless. He had just asked Ella, and both were equipped with medical devices. This mission was supposed to be a sure success, having never anticipated the necessity of such equipment. Struggling to open his eyes, Nero beheld two burly Saiyans, a man and a woman, standing beside him, but he had no recollection of them. It seemed he had never met these Saiyans before. I am Sapphire. This is Ella. Do you remember us? Although it's been over 20 years since we last met, it's not surprising you don't recognize us. Sapphire nodded in understanding, supporting Nero so that he could lean against him. Oh, it's you. I can hardly believe it. You both possess such incredible power now. Nero's voice was faint. He lacked the strength to speak further, although Sapphire and Ella had not unleashed their full power. Having concealed quite a bit, it was still enough to astonish Nero. Come, can you hold on? We'll fly you to my spacecraft for treatment. It won't take long, no more than half an hour. Ella placed her other hand on Nero, attempting to lift him. No, don't bother. I know my body well enough. It's too late. Just let me be so I can speak easier. Nero understood that he could only last another 10 minutes at most. And unless he received effective treatment immediately, there was no hope. Silently, they set Nero down. The two stood beside him, gazing at their old friend, at a loss for words. Haha, I'm still glad you came. Namek is facing its greatest crisis. I hope you can protect the Elder. He is just in the house not far from here. Sapphire, I know you're strong, but please, do not challenge Frieza. You cannot defeat him. I've fought him before and felt the terrifying extent of his power. Nodding, Sapphire agreed. You two hurry along. As a dying man, I wish to remain alone for a while, to savor the last moments of my homeland. Please, take care of the Elder. With that, Nero closed his eyes, utterly drained, his body in ruins, unable to say more. The two exchanged a deeply concerned glance before slowly ascending and heading toward the direction indicated by Nero. Chapter 31. The Elder's Demise. Without lingering further, the two sped towards the Elder's residence. With Nero recently in peril, they hurried to reach the Elder, fulfilling Nero's last wish. They flew swiftly, this time encountering no unforeseen obstacles. Arriving quickly at their destination, there, just ahead, we're almost there. Sapphire focused intently, spotting a Namekian structure atop a high peak, impressively larger than typical Namekian dwellings. Oh no, Sapphire, look. Ella waved her hand frantically, and indeed, a massive hole had been blasted into the roof of the building. Clearly a result of an energy impact. Accelerating once more, their anxiety heightened. Should anything happen to the Elder, their gains from this expedition would be significantly diminished. The purpose of their journey to Namek was not merely to eliminate Frieza but to seek the Elder's guidance and teachings. Although they had surpassed the strength of ordinary beings, Sapphire, upon regaining his memories, realized that their current power, while formidable, was still insufficient. His recollections of their time on Namek ended there, but he understood that the Dragon Balls had not concluded. And the foes ahead would not be weaker than Frieza. If they could only match Frieza's strength slightly, their chances of survival later would be grim. However, Sapphire felt he had reached a plateau in his growth. And even with additional training, he sensed minimal improvement, which troubled him greatly. Moreover, he needed to ascertain one crucial question. Who were the new arrivals? Saiyans. I gather you must be the reinforcements those Earthlings spoke of. Indeed, a formidable presence. Are you the Saiyans I sensed would come to save Namek? But who exactly are you? The great Elder squinted his eyes, perceiving the surging power concealed within the bodies of the two individuals before him. Akin to an unending tide, relentless and boundless, Sapphire remained unfazed. He was aware that Xiaolin and the others had undoubtedly informed the great Elder of Sun Wukong's arrival, hence his lack of surprise. As for Ella, she was initially taken aback, but upon reflecting on the great Elder's remarkable abilities, she soon felt at ease. Regarding the Saiyan who saved Namek, considering her and Sapphire's powers in contrast to the rampaging Frieza on Namek, she could not help but smile. It appeared that not only Nero, but the great Elder was also unable to discern their identities. The great Elder pondered for a moment, then, upon further sensing, expressed his astonishment. Ah. So it is you. It has been quite a while since I last saw you. It is remarkable to witness how those little rascals have grown to this extent over the years. You must be Sapphire, and you are Ella. By the way, what of that lad named Previdity? Did he not come along? Upon mentioning Previdity, the great Elder noticed the absence of sorrow in their expressions and continued his inquiry. He lacks the strength to participate in this battle. Sapphire replied confidently. Great Elder, you should be able to sense that our powers have surpassed Frieza's. If needed, we can swiftly eliminate him. Frieza may possess formidable strength, but he seldom encounters opponents of equal caliber, and his combat skills pale in comparison to those who have been fighting since childhood, like Sapphire and Ella. Even with matched strength, they could undoubtedly defeat him. especially now that their powers far exceeded his. The Great Elder contemplated for a moment, slowly shook his head, and remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. From the moment Frieza arrived on Namek, I sensed an overwhelming terror. Initially, I attributed it to Frieza, but later realized it was not him at all. A dreadful shadow has loomed over Namek. Just over half an hour ago, I felt its approach intensifying. Such a magnitude of fear cannot possibly be attributed to a mere Frieza. That level of horror, that sense of despair. The Great Elder paused, gasping for breath, before uttering his final conclusion. The entire galaxy? No, perhaps the entire universe is at risk of annihilation, an absolute terror, unlike anything I have ever witnessed. Half an hour ago, isn't that roughly the same time we arrived? Sapphire mused, pondering if some terrifying entity was concealed aboard his spaceship, or if some unnoticed vessel had also entered Namek's atmosphere. While confident in his perceptions, the Great Elder's words carried weight, suggesting he was not merely speaking in vain nor had any reason to deceive them. I do not know, the Great Elder replied, shaking his head helplessly. Suddenly, the sky darkened, as if engulfed by a chilling night. Despite Namek having 3 suns, making the onset of night impossible, this strange abrupt change startled Ella, who quickly assumed a combat stance, her gaze scanning the surroundings in search of the source of this peculiar phenomenon. There is no need for alarm. This is merely the situation of Earthlings summoning the dragon. They must be close to fulfilling their wishes, which should ensure a smooth continuation of the ensuing battles, the Great Elder explained. Ella relaxed her tense demeanor and resumed her dialogue with him. My lifespan is nearly at its end. Barring unforeseen circumstances, it will not exceed an hour. However, I am eager to learn more. May I examine your memories? Perhaps I might uncover something. This time, it was the two of them who fell silent, each harboring personal matters they wish to keep hidden. Fear not. I shall merely take a glance and will not speak of it indiscriminately. I believe you are both curious about the formidable threat at hand. In a bid to reassure them, Ella stepped forward. The Great Elder gently placed his hand atop Ella's head, and unlike the previous enhancement, this time he simply rested at their. Ah, how astonishing. It seems your body harbors such incredible power. Indeed, there is this matter. Seize it well. You are destined for success. The memories the Great Elder delved into replayed in Ella's mind like a film. The first revelation was undoubtedly the discovery of the Super Saiyan secret. Hearing the subsequent words, Ella cast a sidelong glance at Sapphire, noticing him watching her with his arms crossed, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Unfortunately, there was little of significance to uncover. Sapphire, could you come forward? Just as Sapphire was preoccupied with worrying whether the Great Elder might discover his knowledge of the Dragon Ball world secrets, the Great Elder's voice reached his ears. Steeling himself, Sapphire approached, indifferent to the potential revelation. If discovered, he would simply negotiate with the Great Elder about keeping his secret. With the Great Elder's hand resting on his head, Sapphire felt a twinge of unease. What terrifying talent! A look of astonishment crossed his mind. As he repeatedly muttered the figure 50,000. The Great Elder's first utterance startled Ella. Huh, the Great Elder began, and Sapphire's heart raced. Why are there numerous aspects of your memories that I cannot access? Sapphire, have you ever had a powerful being safeguard your memories? The Great Elder posed the question before continuing his exploration, determined to unearth the truth. As he sifted through the fragments, the Great Elder found no signs of anyone with such capabilities aiding Sapphire. However, he soon stumbled upon something that caused his expression to shift dramatically. The once tranquil gaze of the Great Elder ignited with an unusual brilliance. Pooh. He suddenly coughed up blood, collapsing into his seat, murmuring, So that is it. So that is it, Great Elder. Both Sapphire and Ella exclaimed in unison. Sapphire, I understand your question regarding your inability to transform into a Super Saiyan, but I am uncertain of the reasons. But within you lies a power akin to that of a Super Saiyan, immense enough to be described as terrifying. I hope you can wield it wisely, for this power is far beyond anything I have witnessed in my centuries of existence. I implore you not to unleash unnecessary slaughter. Upon finishing, the Great Elder gestured for Sapphire not to pry further. I know you harbor many questions, but you must seek the answers yourself. The situation on Namek is irreparable. You need not concern yourself with it, as others will handle Frieza. The Great Elder's gaze became distant, suggesting his time was running out. Indeed, my earlier exploration of your memories has depleted the last vestiges of my life force. I can hardly last a minute longer. If possible, please look after the other Namekians for me. Thank you. With that, the Great Elder slowly closed his eyes, his life extinguished. Soon after, the sky began to clear. And as sunlight poured down, a heavy cloud settled over Sapphire's heart. Chapter 32. Earth. The Great Elder's death was abrupt and somewhat unexpected. Yet he chose not to disclose the secrets he longed to uncover, leaving Sapphire with no choice but to seek his own answers. Now, both Sapphire and Ella had no intention of confronting Frieza. That foe was not a match for them and could be dealt with at any time. In contrast, the terrifying presence the Great Elder mentioned piqued Sapphire's interest. Perhaps it would lead to a grand battle, or even if it proved fruitless, it mattered not, though he was unaware whether the Namekians held burial rites. Sapphire nonetheless dug a grave for the Great Elder's remains. Had he not known that Nero would fuse with Piccolo, he likely would have done the same. This shall be my final tribute to the Elder. Sapphire sighed regretfully. In truth, the Great Elder had aided him only in his youth by enhancing his combat abilities. Beyond that, their interactions had been limited. However, every encounter with the Great Elder had imparted invaluable insights, solidifying his irreplaceable role in Sapphire's growth. Performing a Saiyan salute, Sapphire and Ella gradually departed, reactivating their energy shields, not only to prevent eavesdropping, but also to facilitate their search for this so-called terrifying entity. Should the opponent detect their presence, even if they could win, they might choose to avoid trouble, so it was prudent to lower their energy levels to remain undetected. As Sapphire busied himself with the search, fierce battles raged on elsewhere. Meanwhile, upon learning of Frieza's transformation abilities from Sabo, Vegeta's confidence led him to challenge Frieza. The outcome is self-evident. Frieza is likely still indulging in his penchant for mockery. If Sapphire were present, he would undoubtedly taunt Frieza, declaring him irredeemable. Initially, during their first encounter, had Frieza not entertained such a playful disposition, he would never have allowed the vengeful spirit squad to return to the realm of the living. Ultimately, this folly nearly cost him his life. Presently, buoyed by the fact that he possesses 2 transformations left, Frieza engaged in a prolonged battle with Krillin, Gohan, and Vegeta, yet no decisive outcome emerged. However, it is abundantly clear that Frieza holds the upper hand. Subsequently, with the wish granted by the Dragon Balls, Piccolo arrived to confront the second transformation of Frieza. Following this, Vegeta met his demise, and Goku arrived, with events unfolding just as Sapphire recalled from his memories. As Frieza transformed, Ella's scouter instantly shattered, yet Sapphire's remained intact, having failed to detect that particular energy, allowing it to be preserved. However, it could only search for energy signatures, yielding no substantial findings. Damn it! After several hours of fruitless searching. Although Sapphire felt no fatigue, the aimless pursuit was becoming intolerable. Captain, most areas have already been searched. If we complete this one, only Frieza's sector will remain unexplored. Do you think that individual might be observing the battle alongside Frieza? Perhaps we should investigate there, Ella suggested, her impatience evident after such a lengthy search yielding no results. Sapphire pondered for a moment, recognizing the likelihood of this scenario. Previously, he had refrained from approaching that area to avoid interrupting the battle, yet had not considered that if that individual had come to Namek, it was likely for a specific purpose, especially since there were no other living beings in the vicinity. Concealing himself there to silently observe Frieza and his allies was indeed plausible. Let us go. We must head there immediately, maintaining a protective barrier to prevent others from discovering us. Turning, they set off, swiftly reaching the battlefield. In truth, it would have been better for me to personally deal with Frieza. After all, with the existence of the Dragon Balls, I could restore my destroyed home planet, thus rendering any further disputes with this wretched creature unnecessary. Sapphire understood the miraculous nature of the Dragon Balls and was aware that they also existed on Earth. Contemplating a visit there to seek them out. As for Frieza, the hatred that once burned deep had diminished, especially after their last encounter nearly led to his end. Compounded by the fact that his father was still alive and the restoration of his home planet was possible, the animosity was no longer as profound as it once had been. Moreover, hadn't he the Elder stated that the Chosen One would be the one to resolve this? Regardless, Frieza was doomed, if he could not be dealt with. Then I would take matters into my own hands. Ella and Sapphire descended low, maintaining a significant distance from the fray, not to avoid collateral damage, but rather to remain undetected. It seems the Elder's judgment is lacking this time. Ella gazed into the distance at the figure facing Frieza, witnessing the pitiful sight of that individual being battered by Frieza, and sighed. That fellow appears to be on the verge of defeat. Look to the skies. There are considerable energy blasts. Despite the bright sky, Sapphire discerned the immense energy. What is that? Such pure energy. Regrettably, it may not suffice to vanquish Frieza. His defenses remain formidable. Observing the cataclysmic energy sphere descending, Sapphire calculated briefly and concluded that its power was insufficient. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted like a nascent sun, illuminating the heavens. While the Earth was blasted into a massive crater, the planet itself marred with deep gouges. and seawater surged from all directions toward the site of devastation. Sapphire and Ella could only maintain their flight at sea level. Indeed, just as the four Earthlings prepared to return to their ship, a blinding light pierced through Piccolo's form. That individual's aura shifted ominously. The once tranquil energy now surged with fury. Ella observed Krillin's body disintegrating in the sky, sensing Goku's transformation. Its anger. Sapphire affirmed. As anticipated, a golden aura erupted forth, overshadowing Sapphire's own violent energy. A Super Saiyan. I had assumed that individual was merely an Earthling. He even severed his own tail. While Sapphire understood the reasoning, Ella remained oblivious, merely expressing her astonishment. Don't just stand there watching. Can't you feel the strange power surrounding us? Sapphire had not forgotten. His memory ceased at the destruction of Namek, and he could not guarantee that no terrifying figures lurked beyond his knowledge. The battle between Goku and Frieza intensified, the two clashing violently, and in a moment of desperation, Frieza unleashed a colossal energy blast aimed at the entire planet. Has the sky suddenly darkened again? What caused this? Ella failed to notice, but as Sapphire glanced back, he indeed spotted a colossal dragon looming nearby. Alas, if only I understood the Namekian language. Otherwise, that wish would be mine, Sapphire sighed, recalling clearly that the Namekian dragon only comprehended its native tongue. Suddenly recalling something, Sapphire extended his hand and shouted, "No." The scene shifted instantaneously, with Ella and Sapphire transported to a lush, verdant garden, dense trees and fragrant blossoms enveloping them. Chapter 33. Vegeta, do you remember me? Oh no. We have directly arrived on Earth, yet no progress has been made on Namek. Sapphire mused inwardly, suppressing his frustration. Had I known, I would have directly suppressed the dragon's teleportation with my will. Now that I am on Earth, it is too late for such thoughts, and I must accept this reality. Originally, there was no need to worry about suffocating in the void of space, as Namek had its own spacecraft, and the shockwave from the planet's explosion posed no threat to them. Nevertheless, since we have arrived, Sapphire accepted it with equanimity, for he had long intended to venture to Earth. The lush greenery encircled them, the scenery enchanting, yet it was evident that human hands had meticulously shaped it. What is happening? Ella, having never encountered such a situation, appeared somewhat anxious, but upon seeing Sapphire's calm demeanor, she felt reassured. This should not be Namek. When the sky darkened, the dragon must have reappeared, and the wish likely transported the inhabitants of that planet here. Let us go. I've detected numerous individuals ahead. They should be the surviving Namekians. The Elder entrusted us to care for them, so let us see how we can assist. The scouter accurately indicated that there were hundreds of people gathered not far ahead, and since Sapphire had promised the Elder, he was determined to fulfill that obligation. As they stepped out of the woods, their unusual appearance drew the attention of the crowd. Who are you? I don't think I've seen you before. The self-proclaimed leader, Bulma, called out. Sapphire cast a glance at her, choosing to ignore her. He had no desire to engage with this presumptuous woman. Spotting the Elder, who had previously appeared dead, now standing before him, he could not help but marvel at the power of the Dragon Balls. He strode directly toward the Elder, prompting the Namekians to adopt a defensive stance, blocking his path and demanding, "Who are you? What brings you here?" These Namekians were not foolish. They recognized that the Earthlings had questioned them moments prior and were clearly unfamiliar with them. Saiyans. They are Saiyans, Gohan exclaimed, eliciting astonishment from the others, particularly Vegeta, who had been resting in the distance. Upon hearing this sensitive term, he sprang to his feet and gazed in their direction. How could this be? Look at their waists, that's it, Gohan pointed. And indeed, the tails coiling around the two made their heritage unmistakable. Incredible, Bulma gasped, and Vegeta hurried over from afar. Hey, you two Saiyans, what brings you to Earth? If you intend to invade, you'd better give up. We have countless strong fighters here. TCH, idiot. Sapphire remained silent, while Ella expressed her genuine disdain for such self-important individuals. What did you say? Bulma fumed. Finally, the resurrected Elder noticed the situation unfolding. I asked that you, Sapphire, you've come as well. The moment the Grand Elder spoke, a wave of astonishment swept over the gathered Namekians. Yet, they quickly parted ways, for it was evident that the Grand Elder, who could utter his name without a hint of animosity, was not an enemy. Following the path that had opened before them, the two disregarded Bulma entirely and approached the Grand Elder directly. Honorable Grand Elder, it is indeed a rare privilege to see you again. I regret to inform you that Namek is likely to face destruction. However, I shall assist your people in finding a new sanctuary and provide the utmost protection. You need not worry. Is that so? That is truly splendid. The Grand Elder replied with a faint smile, just as the sound of several heavy objects crashing to the ground echoed from behind him. Bang, bang, bang. I am on the brink of death. Sapphire, could you step aside? I have matters to discuss with my kin. Although the Dragon Balls of Earth have resurrected me, my time is running short. Sapphire nodded in agreement and discreetly moved aside. Hey, you lot. Vegeta, who had been holding back his frustration, could no longer contain himself. He distinctly remembered that aside from himself, Naba, and Raditz, the only other Saiyan was Kakarot from Earth. And the only other was that boy named Gohan. Where were the other Saiyans? Vegeta felt a mix of surprise and confusion. He needed to uncover the truth behind this. Oh, is that our dear prince? No. I suppose I should now refer to you as Vegeta. Sapphire remarked, addressing him as prince yet lacking any semblance of respect in his tone. Who are you? Vegeta was taken aback, realizing that not only was his opponent a Saiyan, but he also knew him. Sapphire smiled slightly and beckoned to Vegeta with a finger before swiftly taking flight into the distance. He deemed the ensuing events to be matters internal to the Saiyans, unnecessary for others to know. If possible, he only required Vegeta to comprehend them. Vegeta, filled with ire, quickly followed suit. What do you think? Uncle Piccolo, should we follow them? Gohan inquired, grasping Piccolo's arm. You stay here and watch over my kin. I will go and observe. Piccolo sensed the extreme danger posed by the two individuals, a feeling akin to facing Frieza. He was not particularly worried for Vegeta. Rather, he aimed to prevent the duo from harboring any ill intentions towards Earth, hence his decision to follow. Sapphire scanned the barren landscape below and finally spotted an expansive desert. Devoid of life, perfect for a conversation, he landed and waited quietly atop a rock for Vegeta's arrival. P.S. coming. Era remarked, watching as Vegeta descended. You had better provide me with a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, you will regret it. Vegeta's expression darkened as he discerned the intentions of his adversary, yet his confidence in his own power left him unafraid. It has been a while. I never imagined you could endure under Frieza for such an extended period. Truly commendable, Sapphire began, but Vegeta could hardly contain his agitation. The time spent under Frieza's control was his most humiliating period, and the mere mention of it reignited his fury. If your invitation is merely to discuss such matters, then you can perish. Wait, don't you wish to know who we are? As Vegeta prepared to strike, Sapphire lost interest in the game. I need not ask. Once I incapacitate you, you will naturally divulge everything. Vegeta replied confidently, sensing that while his opponent possessed considerable strength, it was still insufficient to rival his OW. It seems you truly do not remember me. Allow me to provide a hint. Do you recall the Premier Academy of Planet Vegeta? I was the one who challenged you on the very first day. No sooner had he spoken than Vegeta fell into deep contemplation, then suddenly awakened with realization. You are that brat. Ha! How disappointing. It appears that such a small fry could not etch himself into your memory, Sapphire declared. Hear this. My name is Sapphire. As for why I sought you today, Sapphire's demeanor shifted slightly as he waved his right hand, unleashing a shockwave that hurtled towards a nearby stone mill. Damn it. Get out here. Chapter 34. In Wrath. Namekian. Sapphire glared fiercely. The Namekian in question was Piccolo, whom he had not previously encountered. Hence he could not directly name him. You seek death. Even amidst his theatrics, Sapphire showed no regard for the situation. His power now far surpassed Piccolo's, and eliminating him would be effortless. A fierce aura of malice emanated from Sapphire, yet he refrained from charging forward. Sensing a familiar energy, Piccolo felt the weight of impending peril as a shadow darted past. Without needing to look, Sapphire sensed someone behind him, ducked slightly to evade a knife-hand strike, and retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at the assailant. Bang! Vegeta clutched his abdomen, his face contorted in agony as he gradually collapsed to the ground. What is your purpose on Earth? Piccolo, witnessing Vegeta's swift defeat, felt a surge of trepidation, yet he would not falter. Sapphire shot him a disdainful glance, placing his foot atop Vegeta's head and twisting it lightly. Scram. While I'm still in a good mood, don't provoke me. I have no interest in Earth. I merely need to resolve some issues with Vegeta. Had it not been for Nero's influence, I could have disposed of you while you were spying. Sapphire had no interest in Piccolo, who posed no challenge. The current state of Piccolo was insufficient to provoke Sapphire's desire to fight. Ignoring the gritted teeth of Piccolo, Era stepped forward to obstruct his line of sight. You should leave, she said softly, but Piccolo sensed the underlying fury. Should he not retreat, a fierce assault awaited him. Not daring to delay, he cast a glance at Vegeta and promptly took flight. Sapphire crouched down, grasping Vegeta's hair and lifting him up, What an unfortunate sight. The once mighty prince, reduced to this state, it seems you have never known ease. It was so under Frieza, and now against Son Goku. Sapphire mercilessly picked at Vegeta's wounds, and upon hearing Kakarot's name, Vegeta appeared to momentarily forget his pain, slowly opening his eyes. Damn it, Vegeta gritted his teeth. But the immense suffering rendered him incapable of controlling his body. Had he not rested for a while, he wouldn't even be able to speak. Slap. Sapphire struck Vegeta's face without hesitation. The sound of slaps echoed, leaving deep crimson imprints upon Vegeta's visage, as Sapphire waved his hands like a fan. Humiliation. This is the most authentic form of humiliation. How does it feel? The prodigy of yesteryears, the prince who once stood over me. Now at my mercy in this state, quite unlike your former self. You scoundrel, beg me, plead for your life. If you implore me, I shall indeed spare you. I, Sapphire, am always true to my word. Sapphire's voice rang out, filled with glee, like a petty tyrant reveling in his triumph. I want to kill. It seems you still fail to comprehend the reality. Another series of slaps rained down, leaving Vegeta's face swollen like a pig's head. Yet he uttered not a word of surrender. What a tough nut. But I do enjoy this kind of spirit. Ha ha ha. Sapphire's laughter pierced Vegeta's ears, a sound that was particularly grating, yet Vegeta found himself powerless to retaliate. Boom, boom. Two powerful punches connected with Vegeta's abdomen, causing him to spew blood. What? Is this where you submit? Your body should not be so weak. Why do you not resist? Sapphire barked. Having not exerted his full strength during his previous attacks, he had calibrated his blows to ensure Vegeta could retaliate at this moment. Hee hee hee. Cough. Vegeta coughed, emitting a strange laugh. What do you find amusing? Humph, it matters not. I am indifferent, however, if this is the extent of your resolve. I might as well kill you. Sapphire feigned indifference, while his hand coalesced an energy sphere. Kill me. Is it not your desire to avenge the humiliation of your— Come then, Vegeta, finding even the effort to open his eyes a burden, adopted a demeanor of complete submission. Ha ha ha. So, you think this way? Well then, I shall grant your wish, lest you bring shame upon your father. Yes, your father, King Vegeta, was indeed a hero. Alas, what a pity. Sapphire tossed Vegeta aside, chattering to himself while occasionally glancing at Vegeta, oblivious to any signs of action from him. Damn it, you scoundrel. Do not mention that irresponsible fellow to me. It seems to have struck a nerve with Vegeta, who, previously motionless, slowly rose to his feet, his muscles swelling with fury, the veins on his body protruding like massive worms. Sapphire smiled faintly, relishing the effect he had achieved. Is that so? I once thought he held a grand stature in your eyes. Yet it appears he is quite pathetic, does it not? Unfortunately, his son is utterly lacking in merit, unworthy of being compared to him. Sapphire gazed up at the sky, seemingly nostalgic, seemingly contemplative, while directly ignoring Vegeta's wrath. Damn it, you are courting death. Do not dare to mention him again. Vegeta charged forward in a fit of rage, hands coming together to unleash a devastating blast towards Sapphire, his palms firing energy beams like a laser gun. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Waves of energy were hurled forth recklessly. Boom, boom, boom. Vegeta relentlessly discharged energy, the continuous barrage creating a tumultuous cloud of smoke that obscured the scene. Huffing and puffing, after a fierce onslaught, Vegeta felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Halting his attacks, his gaze fixed intently on the smoke. Suddenly, a dark figure lunged from within the haze, delivering a ferocious punch that struck Vegeta squarely in the face. With his arms crossed, he swung downwards. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta was slammed to the ground, carving a long trench beneath him as he lay there, engulfed in excruciating pain. It was not this suffering that weighed most heavily upon him, but rather the turmoil within his heart. Is there no chance left? Indeed, I cannot prevail? Perhaps I should just give up and let things be. What has become of your glory, your prowess? Humph. You have lost even the ambition to rise again and challenge me. You are no longer worthy of being called a strong warrior. Once more, Sapphire darted swiftly to Vegeta's side, placing his foot atop Vegeta's head. A profound humiliation surged within Vegeta, a torment far greater than any physical pain. Power. Ambition. This strength can defeat him. I am Vegeta. I am the mightiest Saiyan, Vegeta. I alone am the strongest. Boom. A golden radiance burst forth, dazzling Sapphire's eyes. Observing the fury etched upon the face before him, Sapphire smiled subtly. Having finally achieved his objective, Chapter 1. The plan for universal domination. Power. An overwhelming surge of power. The sensation is simply exquisite. Vegeta, captivated by the resplendent golden glow, found himself at a loss. What is this? Clap, clap, clap. Sapphire applauded, signaling his congratulations. How does it feel to harness the power of a Super Saiyan, Vegeta? Vegeta surveyed his limbs, feeling the resurgence of strength, and with it, his confidence rekindled. His gaze bore into Sapphire. Radiating a fierce combat spirit, he sought revenge. Those earlier blows were no trifling matter. The pain he endured, he would repay tenfold. Sapphire, understanding the implications, chuckled. It seems you have regained what you lost. However, I must advise you to refrain from attempting to challenge me. Otherwise, your newly rediscovered confidence will shatter in an instant. Bang. Besides Sapphire, Ella had allowed him to proceed with his plans without interference, but upon witnessing Vegeta's newfound power, she felt a surge of indignation. With a flicker of her spirit, the power within her erupted, and in an instant, she transformed into a Super Saiyan once more. What? Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment. He had assumed the woman beside Sapphire was merely a Saiyan with some combat prowess, never realizing she too could transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, stand down. Do not presume that your transformation into a Super Saiyan is so extraordinary. At present, I am not even Sapphire's match. You should solidify your Super Saiyan strength before challenging again. Do not think this is the pinnacle. There is still room for improvement. Next time, do not let me witness you so weak, attempting to challenge Sapphire, or I shall bestow upon you a profound lesson. Humph. Ella retracted her aura, returning to her normal state, convinced that Vegeta was no longer in a position to fight back. Indeed, Vegeta reluctantly lowered his aura, yet his form remained in Super Saiyan state. Desperately needing to comprehend this transformation to adapt. Sapphire, will you reside on Earth? Vegeta hoped fervently that these two formidable beings would stay on Earth. Otherwise, he would be left to train alone, which would significantly slow his progress. Moreover, it was evident they possessed a deeper understanding of Super Saiyans, perhaps offering him valuable insights. As for the earlier humiliation, he had come to realize it was a necessary step for his own breakthrough. Although he remained uncertain of their motives. No. However, we should remain on Earth for a while, likely not exceeding a year before we depart. Noticing your demeanor, it seems you intend to make Earth your permanent residence? Vegeta pondered for a moment before nodding. Hey, that is splendid news. Thus, both of our objectives are achieved. Allow me to share a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Not excessively significant, Sapphire quipped humorously. What? Vegeta, still acclimating to his newfound rapport with Sapphire, appeared caught off guard by this mode of conversation. The good news is, there are many lost Saiyans scattered throughout the universe. And I assure you, I was not exaggerating when I stated your father was a hero. Sapphire succinctly recounted the events surrounding King Vegeta's decisions. That is how it was back then. Damn it. I once believed that man had sacrificed his entire race for power. Vegeta sighed deeply. A weight lifted from his heart after years of mental entrapment. He had long believed that his father's quest for universal dominion and subsequent challenge to Frieza had led to their annihilation. You have shared the good news. Now, what is the bad news? Upon finding some relief, Vegeta felt a newfound lightness. The bad news is, King Vegeta entrusted his kingship to another, and you are no longer the prince of the Saiyans. Ahaha. Vegeta burst into laughter. What? Is that amusing? Vegeta shook his head, responding lightly. I thought it was something truly dreadful. As it stands, this is not so bad. Being no longer a prince is preferable. I need not bear the heavy responsibilities that come with the title, allowing me to pursue even greater strength with singular focus. Thank you for bringing me such fortuitous news. That is even better. However, Ella and I have matters to attend to, so we must take our leave for now. With that, Sapphire felt a sense of relief wash over him as well. Had Vegeta truly sought to reclaim his princely position, chaos might have ensued. Vegeta nodded, turning to fly westward, feeling homeless and needing to explore that direction first. Watching Vegeta depart, Ella approached and asked, Sapphire, where are we headed? Were we not supposed to seek the Dragon Balls? If we visit those Earthlings' homes, it should be relatively easy to acquire them, considering they have previously obtained the Dragon Balls. Sapphire smacked his forehead, realizing he had completely forgotten about this, shaking his head in resignation. He lamented that he should have simply followed Vegeta from the start, as it would have made introductions much easier. Never mind, let us follow closely behind Vegeta. With a leap, the two surged into the air. Trailing Vegeta, they did not accelerate but rather flew slowly, attuning themselves to Vegeta's direction, as Sapphire had some necessary plans to arrange, many of which required Ella's consent. As for the plan to dominate the galaxy, it shall be temporarily set aside. Although Frieza has been dealt with, other formidable foes remain. For instance, Kvira. That fellow is Frieza's brother, and judging by his treatment of Frieza, his strength is undoubtedly greater. Ella nodded in agreement. Yet a hint of doubt crossed her features as she inquired. Sapphire, do you recall what Frieza said during our first battle against him? I am uncertain if you remember, but I still have some recollection. What? Frieza uttered many words, and he could not be certain which one Ella referred to. Frieza mentioned he belonged to the Frost Demon race. Since they are a race, even if only a few members remain, there would still be a dozen or even several dozen. Even if Frieza is an exceptional being among them, there should still be some formidable warriors left, possibly even stronger ones, such as Frieza's father. Ella's deductions indeed took Sapphire by surprise. Although he had no recollections of Frieza's kin, logically it was entirely plausible. Indeed, we must consider this thoroughly. Should a select few powerful individuals manage to hinder us, our subordinates may not withstand the onslaught from the Frost Demon race, Sapphire mused, aware that his team harbored significant vulnerabilities, particularly as their combat prowess was exceptionally high, aside from the three of them. The next strongest was Damu, whose fighting capability barely exceeded 20,000, rendering him inconsequential. As Sapphire was about to conclude the conversation, a sudden and violent explosion erupted beneath his feet. Boom. Chapter 2. Gillo. The blast stirred up a thick cloud of dust, yet its force was not particularly overwhelming. One could say that Sapphire could easily produce such an effect with a casual strike. As they assumed a defensive stance, the tension in their bodies gradually relaxed with the dissipating dust, leaving only piles of rubble that seemed less like an energy attack and more akin to the detonation of a technological bomb. Ella cast a glance at the debris and discerned the underlying truth. If it were an energy impact, such large fragments would be inconceivable. After a blast like that, only fine dust would remain. Well, it appears to have stabilized. Let us descend and investigate. Sapphire, sensing no further fluctuations in energy, felt assured that another explosion was unlikely. Even if his judgment were slightly off, it mattered little. Such a degree of force could hardly harm them. They slowly descended, not landing directly on the rubble, but hovering 10 meters above, gazing down. Suddenly, a metallic arm emerged from the pile of debris. It swept away the stones pressing down from above and pressed against the ground, gradually pulling itself free. A robot. It turned out to be a robot. The hatch slowly opened, and an elderly man stepped out, seemingly unaware of the two above him. He grumbled in dissatisfaction. How infuriating. Android number 12 has failed again. Is it impossible to create such a powerful robot? Or is my approach fundamentally flawed? Beep, beep, beep. Huh. An orange alert. Up there. The old man, sporting a pair of sunglasses, was startled by the sudden beeping. He appeared to be a scientist. Sapphire chuckled. He was in need of scientific talent and wondered whether this fellow might be of use. If he possessed some skill, he could certainly be made to serve him. However, the technology on Earth seemed to lag behind the forefront of the cosmos. Ella was concerned that the individual below might lack the necessary capabilities, as Earth's technological advancements were far from the advanced standards found in the universe. Let us go down and check it out. The two descended gradually, and at that moment, the old man noticed their arrival, hastily leaping back into the robot, his expression grave as he stared at them. Who are you? Sapphire regarded him with keen interest, remaining silent, prompting the old man to speak first. Did you create all of these? Sapphire gestured toward the robot, recognizing that while it might not be immensely powerful, it was certainly capable of contending with foes of considerable strength. When it came to technology, the old man's demeanor grew haughty. Of course, but you still haven't answered my question. I am the future ruler of the universe. My name is Sapphire, and this is my team member, Ella. I hope you will serve me. I can provide you with invaluable technology and knowledge, not to mention substantial financial support. What do you say? Sapphire emphasized the title of ruler of the universe with gravitas, intending to convey his formidable strength. Humph. The old man dismissed him, clearly skeptical of Sapphire's claims, even though he sensed the other's considerable energy. If you're just here to boast, you can leave. Boom. 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 Sapphire did not respond, but instead pointed swiftly to the side, unleashing a burst of energy from his fingertips that obliterated an invisible object in midair. The old man's expression shifted in shock. Don't try to play tricks on me. Do you think I wouldn't notice if those mechanical insects extracted some blood from me while cloaked in invisibility? Out of respect for your apparent talent, I want to kill you. I hope you consider this well. These are a gift to mark our meeting. I trust next time you will provide a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, those who take my possessions without fulfilling their obligations seldom meet a favorable end. Sapphire produced some technological data he had collected from planet Frieza from his space wristband and handed it to the old man. A carrot and a stick, the most effective means. Of course, the old man was fully aware of the implications of these materials. However, given the energy readings from the robot, it was evident that it exceeded the limits of its capacity. Meaning the other party could easily destroy his creation. Remaining silent, the old man was accustomed to his freedom and had no desire to join Sapphire's ranks. Yet Sapphire held enough confidence and patience. He was pressed for time in his quest for the Dragon Balls and could not afford to linger. I trust you will make the wisest choice. When I return, do not disappoint me, or I shall be quite displeased. Sapphire slowly ascended, preparing to depart. By the way, old man, what is your name? Sapphire suddenly recalled while suspended in the air. Gelo. The old man hesitated for a moment before uttering those two simple words. As he watched Sapphire and Ella depart, Dr. Gelo withdrew his gaze, feeling conflicted about how to respond when they returned. Shifting his focus to the blueprint Sapphire had handed him, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Like this? It can actually be done like this? Is this special method of body modification truly viable in these energy conversion devices? My heavens! Ha ha ha! That fellow has gifted me such a grand present. Splendid! I shall undoubtedly create the strongest android in the universe." Overcome with excitement, Gelo fell into an unprecedented frenzy. Hardly able to believe his eyes as a scientist, he understood the immense improvement these materials would bring to his technological prowess. Fool, that man surely has no inkling of the value of these blueprints. Otherwise, how could he so casually bestow them upon me? Gelo's imagination ran wild, completing the earlier extraordinary actions of Sapphire. As for Sapphire, he believed that even the most formidable modifications could not surpass innate strength. No matter how powerful one might become post-modification, it would inevitably stifle one's potential for growth, making it an unwise trade-off. Moreover, in his view, giving these blueprints to Gelo was inconsequential. Gelo would eventually become his subordinate, and whether he received them now or later was of little consequence. At worst, he would merely need to eliminate this ungrateful old scientist. Unbeknownst to Sapphire, his actions would bring about catastrophic consequences for Earth, nearly leading to its annihilation. Turning back, Sapphire recognized that he had fallen behind due to the recent delay and hastened his pace, soon spotting Vegeta ahead. As for Vegeta's reaction to their following him, he merely glanced back once before continuing on his way. Being a Saiyan, and given his now considerably improved temperament, he bore no ill will toward the two who had recently aided his transformation. Upon hearing that Kakarot had transformed into a Super Saiyan, he had felt a deep sense of despondency, even questioning himself and losing the heart of a warrior. However, the arrival of the two had changed everything. With the realization that Kakarot had also successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta regained his confidence and yearned to engage in a fierce battle with him. Yet he knew Kakarot would not return for some time. And from what he had learned from the woman named Ella, he understood that the Super Saiyan's power could vary based on their mastery of the transformation. Thus, he resolved to return and train diligently, aiming to secure victory when Kakarot eventually returned. "You'd better be ready, Kakarot." Ha ha ha. Chapter 3. The Pitfall of the Dragon Shinron. What? You're looking for the Dragon Balls. With a voice devoid of any ladylike decorum, the unmistakably loud Bulma stood before Sapphire. Originally, Sapphire had been following Vegeta, but soon discovered that Vegeta was merely attempting to transform into a Super Saiyan on a deserted island, leaving him with no choice but to utilize his scouter to locate several individuals with high battle power. Not long after Sapphire and Ella departed, Gohan and the others were likely still at Bulma's residence. Sapphire arrived at Bulma's home without incident, but when he attempted to inquire about the Dragon Balls, this situation unfolded. "Don't play coy with me. Do you think I'm unaware that you possess devices to locate the Dragon Balls? Hand them over for our use. We'll return them to you afterward. Don't make me resort to force." Sapphire regarded this woman with disdain. She presumed her beauty granted her superiority, but in his eyes, she was nothing. Stepping forward, Sapphire's repressed aura began to unfurl. The atmosphere shifted to one of tension, and Krillin and the others sensed the impending danger, stepping in front of Bulma protectively. "What? Are you lot attempting to challenge me? If it were Kakarot, perhaps there would be some hope. But you, don't make me laugh." As Sapphire slightly revealed his aura, Krillin and the others felt an overwhelming pressure. After a moment's pause, Sapphire had no intention of escalating matters unnecessarily. He merely sought to borrow the Dragon Ball locator, a task that should have been straightforward, yet it was becoming overly complicated. "Just lend us the Dragon Ball locator. It's merely a wish." Don't force my hand. I trust you all understand that you cannot withstand me. He added, if you encounter any trouble in the future, feel free to send someone to find me in the universe. If I recall correctly, this area belongs to Frieza. However, it is now under my control. I believe you all could use a vacation in the cosmos. I will ensure you have the best arrangements. How does that sound? Sapphire finds himself in a quandary, uncertain whether he or Wukong is the true protagonist of this world. Engaging in hostility with someone who might be a central figure is clearly unwise. Thus, it would be prudent to handle matters amicably if possible. Very well, we shall lend them to you, he concedes. However, he inquires, might you divulge what wishes you intend to make? Saiyan comprehends this logic as well, noting that the other party seems neither intent on invasion nor aggression, merely exhibiting a somewhat irritable temperament. Was not Vegeta similarly vexed? It is hardly a matter of great consequence. What? Is this also your concern? Ella interjects, dissatisfied. Not at all. However, wishes made with the Dragon Balls require a secret incantation. If you do not share your wishes with us, we cannot assist you. Stalin fabricates a pretext while subtly signaling to the others behind him. Upon hearing this, Sapphire recognizes the ruse but chooses not to expose it, as the wish in question is not something to be embarrassed about. He states, we wish for the restoration of our home planet, which was destroyed by Frieza. Surely, such a desire is not excessive. Stalin and the others exchange glances, accepting this rationale, with the others in agreement. Bulma's solitary descent proves futile. She huffily retrieves the Dragon Ball detector from the room, hands it to Sapphire, and with a flourish, storms into the bedroom without a backward glance, after departing from West City. Ella and Sapphire successfully acquire the Dragon Balls. They encounter a few minor inconveniences along the way, but for the duo, these hardly qualify as troubles. With a slight display of power, all resistance dissipates, and the Dragon Balls are willingly surrendered. Adhering to the theatrics, once the Dragon Balls are gathered, they return to West City, following Xiaolin's guidance on the necessity of a secret incantation for summoning the dragon. Xiaolin, taken aback, finds himself stalling before the Dragon Balls, mumbling incantations before bellowing, "Arise, Shenron." The commotion behind Sapphire draws suppressed laughter from a few onlookers who have been holding it in for quite some time. After his grand proclamation, Shenron graciously responds. The 7 unevenly distributed Dragon Balls begin to illuminate simultaneously. The sky grows dim, reminiscent of Namek. A blinding beam of light erupts, encircled by golden arcs of energy that undulate through the heavens, accompanied by intermittent flashes of lightning. Truly, it is a spectacle of grandeur. While differing from the dragon on Namek, its majesty bears some resemblance. This marks the first time Sapphire witnesses the dragon's emergence, prompting him to exclaim in awe, "What do you think? Quite splendid, isn't it? I was taken aback the first time I encountered the dragon." Xiaolin converses casually with Sapphire, yet the latter merely nods, leaving Xiaolin quite taken aback. Those who have gathered the Dragon Balls, state your wishes. I can fulfill any desire, but only one. Shenron's authoritative voice resonates through the air. Sapphire steps forward, standing before the dragon, and declares, Shenron, restore planet Vegeta to its former glory, which was obliterated by Frieza over 20 years ago. There is no need for Xiaolin and the others to relay this message. He articulates it himself. As for the wish, it is not a deceitful one. Concepts like immortality are beneath Sapphire's consideration. Very well. Please wait. Shenron's crimson eyes blaze with intensity, and after several moments, he exhales slowly, stating, Planet Vegeta has been restored. However, the lives that once inhabited it cannot be revived, as the majority of their souls have already reincarnated and cannot be summoned back. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. With that, Shenron concludes, and before the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he retracts swiftly into the Dragon Balls, which coalesce into a luminous sphere that ascends into the sky, dispersing into 7 beams of light. Only Sapphire remains, bewildered by the turn of events. What is this? What use is a barren planet to me? This wretched dragon, Sapphire bellows in frustration. Without science, can it truly be called Planet Vegeta, even if the environment is identical? Though he currently possesses only a third of Frieza's territory, the countless planets within it offer ample opportunity to locate one resembling his home world, should he desire. Damn it. I genuinely believe that the dragon could grant any wish. Enraged, Sapphire ascends into the air, lamenting the futility of his desire. If the dragon cannot fulfill his wish, repeated attempts would yield the same result. What purpose does his presence on Earth serve? Angered, Sapphire refrains from unleashing his fury here and instead retrieves a small spacecraft from his spatial wristband. Boarding it without hesitation, Ella, we are departing. He announces before activating the ship and soaring into the cosmos. Ella shakes her head in resignation, accustomed to Sapphire T's impulsive behavior, and follows suit, producing her spacecraft to pursue him. Meanwhile, the remaining individuals on Earth stand speechless in the wind, astonished by their abrupt departure. Finally, they're gone, is what they wish to express. The pressure exerted by Sapphire T and Ella had been overwhelming. Only Bulma, a mere mortal, was oblivious to their terrifying presence, while Xiaolin and the others were already drenched in perspiration. Chapter 4. Return what? Are you still furious about the wish in the cosmos? Ella observes the silent Sapphire T on the video screen and inquires. Not at all. Sapphire T replies tersely, though his tone betrays a lack of tranquility. Let it go. Your frustration is evident on your face. I told you. How could there be something that grants any wish? It seems even the dragon has its limitations. Ella attempts to console him while subtly disparaging the Dragon Balls. Enough. Let us return and reclaim Frieza's territory, then devise a plan for galactic domination. This is your responsibility. Do not fret over the Dragon Balls. I am fine. Sapphire T understands Ella's intentions. Initially, he too felt a twinge of anger. Perhaps it was the consequence of a life of unbroken success. Having never encountered such vexation before, had I known, I would have inquired about the whereabouts of the remaining Saiyans to bring them back. Reflecting on this, Sapphire T resolves that this wish seems more plausible. Yet he soon realizes that with the expansion of his power, he can utilize his subordinates to search, eliminating the need to return to Earth. Ella nods in agreement, feeling equally helpless about the unsatisfactory outcome of their wish with the Earth Dragon. However, it was unforeseen at the time, and Shinran's speed left no room for reaction. Upon our return, I will make arrangements for our kin. We need only issue a bounty in our territory. Many would be eager to serve us, especially after we defeat Frieza. Ella's plan is sound. By announcing a bounty within their domain, those who discover Saiyans can report their locations for a reward. Moreover, to mitigate risks, they can add a stipulation to avoid harm to them. In due time, Sapphire T and Ella return to their base, greeted warmly by Praveti. Sapphire T learns that while they were away on Namek, Dharm had begun reclaiming Frieza's territory as per their plan. They encounter little resistance along the way. Any opposition encountered is swiftly subdued. Even formidable foes pose little challenge with Praveti's presence, allowing them to be dealt with effectively. Have you been assisting Dharm in expanding our territory rather than diligently training? Sapphire T regards Praveti with suspicion. Should he admit to this, he would surely face a stern reprimand. Though Sapphire T seeks dominance, it does not mean they should prioritize this over training. The Saiyan race holds strength in high regard, and they must not neglect their cultivation. Not exactly. I have merely been somewhat lax. During your absence, my training has not progressed as swiftly. Praveti chuckles awkwardly, well aware of the dire consequences of neglecting training under their captain's watchful eye. While it may not be punishment in the traditional sense, it entails being compelled to train, and the intensity of such sessions is enough to turn Praveti pale. Oh, another Saiyan discovered. This is encouraging news. Have you inquired if he knows of any other clan members? Sapphire T expresses delight, understanding that restoring the Saiyan legacy is not a task for just one or two individuals. Every Saiyan contributes to their collective strength. The new friend is named Dales. His combat prowess is impressive. I had no idea there were such powerful Saiyans aside from us. Praveti expresses excitement as he recounts his encounters with Dales, clearly having fought alongside him numerous times. Oh, is that so, Dales? Then let us pay him a visit. Sapphire T seems to recall the name but cannot quite place it. Nonetheless, given Praveti's endorsement of Dales as a promising Saiyan, it would be prudent to investigate further. If he possesses notable combat capabilities, integrating him into their ranks would certainly be advantageous. Descending from the spacecraft, Sapphire paid no heed to the vessel, directly accompanying Praveti into the palace's interior. Those matters would naturally be handled by their subordinates. And what of Dharm? Is he not at the base? As they walked further inside, Sapphire inquired with Praveti about the status of the base's construction. Dharm has gone to deal with some minor rebellious factions, as well as a few subservient races that seem somewhat disobedient. I've sent Dharm to give them a stern reminder. Additionally, Dale has accompanied him, so there should be no issues. However, according to the original plan, they should already be on their way back, expected to arrive in approximately 10 hours. Although Praveti typically does not concern himself with such matters, he has gained some understanding after observing Ella's repeated arrangements. With the departure of those two, he would have to manage things on his own. Sapphire nodded thoughtfully, having learned from Praveti that Dalare's combat prowess far exceeds that of Dharm. Capable of contending with Praveti himself, he felt quite pleased with the combat strength of this new Saiyan. And with everything proceeding as planned, despite minor issues, there were no significant deviations. All was unfolding smoothly according to the original design. After taking a brief tour, Sapphire found nothing amiss. In the afternoon, he entered the training chamber to practice, having neglected this aspect during his prolonged absence. Sapphire propped himself up with his little finger while counting the numbers. Sweating slightly, this level of exercise merely served to warm him up, providing negligible benefits to enhance his physique. Nevertheless, to maintain that exhilarating combat state, such activities were unavoidable. The training chamber was vast, reminiscent of a massive sports arena on Earth. Its expansive space facilitating their training endeavors. Suddenly, the chamber doors swung open, and a figure stepped inside. Though the sound was subtle, Sapphire, in his heightened combat state, was exceedingly sensitive. With a swift gesture, he unleashed a burst of energy. A pale golden arc surged towards the entrance, poised to strike the newcomer. The individual casually waved, as if greeting a distant friend, effortlessly deflecting the energy with a gentle sweep of his arm. An impressive reaction speed, Sapphire slowly descended from the air, expressing admiration towards the newcomer. The figure, robust in stature, was none other than Vegito. "Captain, would you like to assess my recent training results?" Vegito's aura coalesced. "Issuing a challenge. Excellent. Should you have grown complacent in your training, I shall show no mercy." Sapphire was in the midst of his training, his body in an excited state. Lacking an opponent would indeed be a regret. And now that a challenger had presented themselves, it felt like a timely opportunity. "Not so fast. You've been away with Ella for quite some time, and considering the return journey, you likely haven't trained properly for several months." "Right. Should you find yourself defeated by me, I shall not hesitate to claim your captaincy." Heh. Sapphire leaped backward to grant Vegito some space, allowing him room to unleash his potential. "It seems you have long coveted the captaincy. Today, I shall dispel that notion. Come forth." Sapphire recognized Vegito's jest and willingly played along. "Captain, this shall be the last time I address you as such. Next time, it will be your turn to call me that. Let us see my newfound power, Super Saiyan." Ha. Is that so? Then I am indeed eager to witness it. Your courage has certainly swelled. I wonder if your combat prowess has matched it. Chapter 5. Journey to the home planet. This fierce battle was exhilarating and thunderous. Fortunately, the personnel within the base had received prior notice, or they might have mistaken it for a planetary collision. Ella wisely awaited outside, refraining from intruding, merely observing their duel through the window. Soon, the two reached their final decisive moves. And after a fierce exchange, they both descended simultaneously. Upon exiting, both bore bruised faces and countless wounds. Though none were fatal, it was evident that they had fought with great enthusiasm, supporting each other as they emerged from the training chamber. Who emerged victorious? Ella approached and helped both of them, inquiring. Gazing at Sapphire, he managed a strained smile but remained silent, saying nothing. Turning to Vegito, he paused momentarily, glanced at Sapphire, and then shook his head slightly. Ella appeared to have anticipated this outcome, showing no surprise. Originally, when Sapphire had claimed his strength surpassed Vegito's on Namek, Ella had not doubted him. Now it seemed true, even as a Super Saiyan. Ella could sense that she was slightly weaker than Vegito. As female Saiyans indeed exhibited a minor disadvantage in combat, unless one were to completely overwhelm the other in terms of realm, it was nearly impossible for Ella to defeat either Vegito or Sapphire at the same level. Initially, Ella had thought Vegito would triumph over Sapphire after transforming into a Super Saiyan, but to her surprise, he remained the inferior contender. Yet it was evident that Sapphire's victory was quite hard-earned. Had Vegito become even slightly more accustomed to the Super Saiyan state or achieved a minor breakthrough, Sapphire might very well have faced defeat. However, none of this was the crux of the matter. The true focus was that Sapphire had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. To surpass both himself and Vegito in their Super Saiyan states while remaining in his base form was remarkable. Ella understood the vast chasm between those capable of transforming and those who could not. She regarded Sapphire with a sense of bewilderment. When had he surpassed them by so much? Although Sapphire's growth was advantageous for them, it did not diminish Ella or Vegito's desire to battle him, even aspiring to surpass him. Each of the three members of the squad harbored a strong desire for strength, regardless of the circumstances. Even while following Sapphire's lead, they had never relinquished the aspiration to surpass him. The stronger Sapphire became, the more they felt compelled to intensify their training to enhance their own abilities. "You two rascals. Are you leaving me behind again?" Vegito fumed, smashing the luxurious crystal conference table to shards with his hands, spraying saliva at the individuals before him. Have these two grown addicted to wandering off? Do they see me, the great Vegito, as a babysitter? This is intolerable. Even in the face of his fury, Sapphire remained remarkably composed. Even as saliva splattered across his face, he refrained from wiping it away. Internally remarking, I knew this fellow would be displeased. This time, we are merely returning to the home planet for a brief visit. If all goes well, we shall arrange for the primary base's construction to be relocated there. Sapphire calmly explained. Shut up, Sapphire. I will absolutely not remain at the base any longer. It's torture. Do you understand? In his rage, Vegeta disregarded all notions of respect or reverence, directly seizing Sapphire by the collar. All right, we are not far from the home planet. If we travel at high speed, we shall return within a month. Ella attempted to mediate, yet her efforts clearly failed, only intensifying Vegeta's ire. That sounds nice. Do you have any idea what I endured during those 3 months? Do you think I wanted to challenge Sapphire to a battle the moment he returned? Vegeta struck again, pulverizing the cracked crystal slab. Ella exchanged a glance with Sapphire, revealing an expression of exasperation. Her eyes conveyed to Sapphire that she was at her wit's end, leaving him to sort it out. Very well, we shall all go together. After all, there are currently no major opposing forces, so we should encounter no issues. Ella, please inform Zista to oversee the affairs of the base during our absence until Dharma returns, or we come back to resume our respective duties. Sapphire, too, felt a sense of resignation. Zista's loyalty was unquestionable, yet his capabilities were somewhat lacking, and it remained uncertain whether he could manage the affairs of an entire planet. However, this was no longer within Sapphire's purview. As long as no major calamities occurred, any issues could await Dharma or their return for resolution. That's more like it. It cannot be that every good thing excludes me from participation. Once the basic arrangements for the base's operations in the coming month were finalized, the three embarked on a large interstellar spacecraft. While a smaller vessel would have been more convenient, its speed limitations necessitated the use of a larger ship for swift travel. Originally, it had been anticipated that Dharma would soon return. But Zista had not received any signals indicating Dharma's return that evening, prompting a sense of confusion and concern. Surely, nothing could go awry just as he assumed command. He had hoped to manage the base meticulously to earn the admiration of his superiors. By midday the following day, with still no word from Dharma, Zista could no longer contain his anxiety. He sent several communications, yet none received a response, causing his heart to skip a beat. Surely, he couldn't be this unfortunate? He had intended to report the situation here to Ella, but upon further reflection, wouldn't that merely showcase his incompetence? As soon as the adults departed, she was left to fret, leaving her to wonder how the adults would dare to rely on her in the future. Zista consoled herself, believing that perhaps they had merely been delayed on their journey or that there was an issue with the communicator. Our fleet is so formidable, surely nothing could have gone awry. 3 days later, after a period of incessant anxiety, Zista finally received a response from the damn fleet, confirming that everything was in order. They merely required additional time to suppress a minor faction. And the communicator issue had only just been discovered, urging her not to worry. They also inquired about the whereabouts of several adults. With a sigh of relief, Zista was finally able to set her mind at ease. Hastily, she arranged a welcoming party, taking it upon herself to greet them with great formality. Originally, she was merely a regional supervisor, with Dam being her superior, thus the reception could not be taken lightly. The reception area was vast, distinctly separate from the landing site of smaller spacecraft. It resembled an enormous plaza, lined with stationary warships. Gazing skyward, the fleet appeared as tiny specks, gradually growing larger until they resembled small spheres. And then, like the base of APOT. As the ships approached, their landing gear extended, preparing for descent. The cabin door slowly opened, and the first figure emerged, yet it was not Dam. Zista was taken aback but shouted, "Attention! Salute!" The numerous reception staff promptly bowed, placing their right hands over their hearts in a show of respect. Following that figure, another emerged. And it was indeed Dam. Dam's expression was grim as he stood quietly behind the other individual, who was robust in stature, bearing a distinctive tail, with a darkened face and a prominent scar that signified his identity. Darius. Chapter 6. The discovery of the mother planet. Throughout the journey, the long-rested Vegeta found himself restless once more, clamoring for a duel with Sapphire aboard the spacecraft. Perhaps the previous duel had proven immensely beneficial, for it was not long before he sought out Sapphire again. Nevertheless, Sapphire had no means to contend with the young man, and they ultimately made an unscheduled stop on a desolate planet to settle this bout. To both of them, the spacecraft felt rather fragile, making it impossible to engage in a grand showdown within the training room as Praveti had envisioned. It seemed to have stirred Ella's warrior instincts, transforming what was initially agreed upon as a duel between two into a chaotic brawl involving three. However, the outcome was all too predictable. Could Sapphire prevail? No. 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 Sapphire was already not significantly stronger than Praveti, and with Ella, the second Super Saiyan, joining the fray, the result was unmistakable. All three lay defeated. When Sapphire gained the upper hand, the other two would unite against him. And when Ella took the lead, both Sapphire and Praveti would mercilessly join forces. Fortunately, after all three collapsed simultaneously, their subordinates aboard the spacecraft promptly transported them to the recuperation chamber, and it wasn't long before they were revitalized once more. Following an exhilarating battle, they all felt considerably refreshed, realizing that after prolonged rest without combat, a Saiyan would find no satisfaction. Treating it like a leisurely vacation, the trio meandered through the cosmos, engaging in battles whenever the urge struck, until they were thoroughly exhausted, inadvertently destroying countless planets along the way. Thankfully, this region was already under Sapphire's jurisdiction, leaving no room for others to voice their opinions. Even if someone dared, would Sapphire heed their words? Not likely. A single energy blast would suffice. As they traversed various planets, the universe remained as resplendent as ever, adorned with vibrant star clusters, the shadowy depths of black holes, and long-tailed meteors, each element bursting with color and beauty, evoking admiration for its richness and splendor. However, having roamed the cosmos for years, Sapphire and his companions had seen countless such magnificent sights, and though they might occasionally express awe, they would not linger in reverence. After more than 20 days, the trio arrived as scheduled, and the mother planet appeared just as enchanting as ever, with its red sky captivating and never tiresome. They landed directly at the capital's docking platform on planet Vegeta. Quickly disembarking from the ship, familiar sights evoked a multitude of emotions within them. Although Ella understood that Sapphire wished to visit their mother planet, she was also acutely aware that he must have pressing matters to attend to. He was not one to squander time merely out of nostalgia. However, even with this understanding, Ella refrained from inquiring, while Praveti, lacking such discretion, assumed Sapphire was merely reminiscing about his homeland. Where to first? Ella asked, genuinely wanting to return home for a visit, yet concerned that Sapphire might need her assistance, prompting her question. Praveti had no home in the capital. He was unaware of his parents' whereabouts, having been exiled to a distant small planet during his childhood. Upon his return, it wasn't long before planet Vegeta was destroyed, and he had only glimpsed his parents once in his memories. Typically, he resided within the academy. Sapphire did not respond, instead gently caressing the wall of the docking platform. Remaining silent for a moment, aware that he had tasks to fulfill. You may go wherever you wish. I need some time alone. Ella could perceive Sapphire's troubled thoughts, but since he was unwilling to share, she would not press him. Well, very well. If anything arises, you can raise your energy or use a detector to find me. Ella detained Praveti, inviting him to her home in the process. Sapphire stood silently, watching the two depart, remaining mute. Once they were out of sight, Sapphire slowly ascended into the air, heading toward a familiar location. There, it was the highest academy where he once studied. Without hesitation, he flew into the library, where the once formidable guards had vanished, leaving only an empty room in a once thriving metropolis. A lifeless star. There was not a hint of vitality. Everything remained unchanged, just as it had been when Sapphire first arrived. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Sapphire's ears, catching him off guard. Turning to look, he spotted a pet cage, within which lay a feeble creature, gazing longingly at him. He reached out, scattering some food onto the platform. Placing it in the cage, the pet hurriedly rushed over to snatch the morsels. Was there still life? It seemed that aside from humans, perhaps all other creatures had been resurrected. He had originally requested the restoration of planet Vegeta, never anticipating that even these small animals would be revived. Sapphire felt a pang of sorrow. Had the souls not been reincarnated, former friends or acquaintances could surely have returned, ignoring the pet's incessant cries. Sapphire ventured deeper into the library. He wondered if there was anything he sought. Rows upon rows of bookshelves stood tall. Sapphire had previously relied on electronic devices to read these works, yet now, searching through them one by one felt akin to a treasure hunt. However, after a lengthy search, Sapphire found nothing of note. Many items were either already familiar or entirely irrelevant to his needs. Ascending into the air, Sapphire scoured the library layer by layer, nearly overturning the entire place, yet the result was disheartening. During his search, he did stumble upon records of Saiyan achievements from long ago or notes left by exceptional Saiyans, but they held little value for him. Suddenly, in the uppermost corner, he discovered a small booklet with the words super scrawled on it in a crooked manner. Such words piqued Sapphire's curiosity. He grasped the booklet and brushed away the dust. Slowly opening it, the uneven handwriting caused him to frown. It appeared to be a personal journal. They all say I am a genius, a once-in-a-thousand-years genius, an unparalleled genius. This seemed to be a record from when the author was around 10 years old, with a considerable time span reflected in the notes. Yet the content astonished Sapphire. 3 million. I have already attained a battle power of 3 million, while within my clan, no one exceeds a battle power of 100,000. How have I acquired such formidable strength, yet am denied the chance to fight? Is it because you fear I might threaten your position? The entry continued. At 30 years old, the sudden change leaves me somewhat disoriented. I am unsure what this transformation is, but I feel as though I might explode. Upon reaching this point, the little booklet was nearing its final page, the handwriting becoming increasingly hasty and illegible, requiring great effort from Sapphitre to decipher. After a prolonged silence, Sapphitre finally sighed, having understood the significance of those words. Chapter 7. The Might of Darius. In less than half an hour, Sapphitre unexpectedly called the two back, adopting a serious demeanor as he conveyed his heavy heart. The command was a mere 2 words. Return. Given his demeanor, neither Praveti nor Ella dared to approach him, fully aware that even if they inquired, he would likely remain reticent, and the response would certainly be a scolding. Daring not to inquire further, the three immediately boarded the spacecraft that had arrived, embarking on a swift journey back to the base. For over 10 days, Dam had silently endured the torment inflicted by the new master of the base, patiently awaiting the return of his true master. Similarly, Sista, who stood nearby, felt the same, although this new master treated him better than before. He was acutely aware that everything before him was but a facade. If he were to take the words of this individual seriously, he could not fathom the manner of his demise when the time came. As an elder who had followed Sapphitre for many years, he had encountered more than 10 formidable beings surpassing the man before him, all of whom had been decisively defeated by Sapphitre, many of whom were figures from years past. Now, the strength of their master had surged to an incomprehensible level. Therefore, how could they possibly be swayed by this individual? They were merely biding their time, waiting for Sapphitre to return and deliver the most crushing blow. They harbored no concerns that Sapphitre would take out his anger on them, for he had previously expressed a rather enlightened view. If anyone were to defeat him, surrender was the wisest course. There was no need to die alongside him. Yet, to this day, they had never felt that anyone could truly vanquish Sapphitre. In their minds, he remained an invincible figure, ever since this man had taken control of the base. He had confined himself within the palace, indulging in delicacies and servitude, utterly neglecting all matters, which only provoked a cold amusement from Dam and Sista. They had just received word that Lord Sapphitre was returning to the base planet aboard a spaceship, urging them to prepare for his arrival. Dales was heartily consuming the sumptuous dishes brought to him by his subordinates. One could not deny that after wandering the cosmos for so long, he had not savored such exquisite cuisine in ages. Moreover, as a Saiyan, his appetite was vast, requiring him to feast on copious amounts of food daily. As for the affairs of his subordinates, he had no intention of concerning himself with them. His sole duty was to reign as king. After all, those under him were not particularly strong. Even the mightiest among them could not withstand the slightest pressure from his finger, even if the strongest Saiyan were to return. He was confident he could subdue him, having previously sparred with that robust Saiyan using merely 50% of his strength. As for any discontent among his subordinates, he was indifferent. As long as they did not seek their own destruction, they would naturally obey his commands. Thus, he intended to simply relish life. Suddenly, while savoring a piece of thigh meat, Dales noticed the door being kicked open with force, and a surge of irritation welled up within him. Who dared disrupt his meal? Were they courting death? However, he quickly surmised that it must be the robust Saiyan returning. What was his name again? Praveti. If memory serves, that it was no easy feat for a Saiyan to establish this domain. But now it belonged to me. Though he had formed a conclusion in his mind, his words remained unrelenting. Damn. Do you dare to kick open the door of this king? Are you prepared to face death? The one who had kicked open the door was indeed Dam. A cold smile played on Dam's lips, and he did not respond to Dale's words. Instead, he bowed slightly, extending his hands forward in an inviting gesture. The first to enter was, as expected, the robust Saiyan. Dales smirked coldly. Based on his understanding of Praveti, the latter could at best stand shoulder to shoulder with him at 70% of his strength. Nevertheless, such a feat was remarkable, considering he had consumed so many life fruits. Yet, behind Praviti, two relatively smaller Saiyans appeared, one male and one female, a female Saiyan. Dales was taken aback that he had heard rumors of 3 Saiyans being present here. But he had dismissed them as mere fabrications, never expecting them all to arrive today. Ah, all Saiyans indeed. No matter, as a member of the same lineage, this king extends you the greatest hospitality. Join me as formidable warriors. Dales, who had wandered since childhood, had never encountered any beings capable of wielding energy and was utterly oblivious to the terrifying pressure emanating from Sapphire at that moment. What he did not realize was just how furious Sapphire was. His own affairs were already a source of great vexation, and now there were fools daring to prattle on. Sapphire had never claimed to possess a particularly good temper. He would not tolerate being bullied. Stopping Praviti and Era from taking action, he stepped forward and inquired, "Are you Saiyans who came with your kin? Or were you dispatched to annihilate those small planets before your homeworld was destroyed?" Sapphire had long desired news of his father, and for that information, he could afford to exercise some patience. However, Dale's response was disappointingly clear. "Kin. Is there still a kinship to speak of, after wandering the cosmos for so many years? I have only encountered these 3 Saiyans and have merely heard tales of a few others under Frieza's command. Where is this so-called kinship?" Dales was equally curious, confident that with his current strength, he could return to his kin and claim the title of true king. Being recognized as king by all was undoubtedly preferable to a self-proclaimed title. Sapphire stepped forward again. Dale's instincts warned him that the individual before him was perilous, and he instinctively assumed a combat stance. "What? Do you intend to launch a sneak attack? I advise you not to resist. Although I have no intention of killing you, why invite needless suffering upon yourselves?" At this point, Dales appeared to be bluffing. What awaited Dales was a smiling face. The smile that had been 10 meters away suddenly appeared right before him. In an instant, he could no longer feel his body. Boom! A fist crushed into Dale's abdomen, and Sapphire adeptly controlled the force, not intending to kill him. However, it was evident from behind that Sapphire's fist had left a deep indentation the size of an arm in his gut. Without needing further explanation, it was clear that his spine must have shattered. Retracting his fist in silence, Sapphire turned to leave, instructing Dam, "Treat him. Call for me when he is well enough. I wish to have a serious discussion with him." Dales was left clutching his abdomen, blood pouring forth from his mouth, his throat convulsing uncontrollably. No, it's impossible. Before he could finish his words, his body could no longer support itself, collapsing to the ground. His eyes void of life, clearly having slipped into a state of unconsciousness. With the Saiyans dwindling in number, it was preferable to spare lives when possible, though Dales had been a bit arrogant. A little chastisement was acceptable. After all, his combat prowess was commendable, compensating for the vacuum in strength among them that a single strike had shattered Dale's power and confidence. P.S. Apologies. Unexpectedly, I received a call from a friend at noon who found me a job, and I must go check it out. This afternoon, there will likely only be 2 chapters. I will make up for it later. Chapter 8. Departure soon. Under treatment, Dales had recovered. Upon regaining his strength, he did not incite any further trouble. Instead, he knelt before Sapphire in a gesture of reverence. It was not that Dales was weak. Rather, the concept of respecting the strong was deeply ingrained among the Saiyans. An entity capable of defeating him in a single blow was worthy of his respect. It seemed Sapphire accepted his allegiance with equanimity, promising that if Dales could transform into a Super Saiyan, he would allow him to join his squad, though for now, he could only be considered a reserve member. Era, everything I have stated, you must have understood by now. Throughout the galaxy, the only formidable beings we deem worthy of our attention are the ones we have just learned about. Frieza's father and our former acquaintance, Kyla. Outside of them, the only others that can barely be considered dominant are Vegito, Brant, and a powerful Namekian. According to reliable sources, their combat powers approach 1 million. Furthermore, I have learned that this Namekian seems to have existed alongside the Grand Elder and is combat-oriented, so his strength should not be underestimated. Therefore, according to the plan, within 2 months, I need you to simultaneously eliminate all other cosmic leaders, aside from the Frozen clan. Once completed, proceed directly to the central region of the galaxy, where Klud's base is located. There we shall besiege the final stronghold to achieve our goal of unifying the galaxy. Sapphire spoke eloquently, outlining a series of arrangements for the subsequent execution of the plan. Sapphire, I recall the record stated clearly that the battle power assessment of Klud far exceeds that of Kyla. Should we not address Kyla first? Would it not be too reckless to confront Klud directly? Era, aware that both Klud and Kyla were stronger than Frieza, expressed her concerns. Given that ordinary Super Saiyans were only marginally stronger than Frieza, an assault on Klud could likely result in total annihilation. Do not worry, my plan will not falter. Even if we cannot defeat Klud, we will manage to retreat unscathed. Sapphire could not disclose to Era his true intentions, yet he was acutely aware that standing on the spacecraft. Sensing the power of Klud compared to that of Kyla, there was a palpable difference. He could distinctly feel that Kyla posed a greater threat. Conversely, while Klud felt overwhelmingly powerful and intimidating, he was confident in his ability to conquer him. Very well. Era merely raised her concerns, noting that Sapphire had already devised a strategy and thus refrained from further discussion. With the plan set, Era proceeded to relay the established directives, and soon the vast empire commenced its operations. With Dam and the others organizing military supplies in preparation for their expedition, in the recent meeting, Dales was present, yet he was merely a newcomer with no voice to contribute, lacking the intricacies of thought. He quietly engaged with Pravati in a discussion of combat techniques, as both individuals shared a similar disposition, indifferent to such matters, content to engage in battle only when necessary. 3 days later, everything was prepared. The fleets had been divided into 4 segments, each led by one of 4 individuals. Except for Sapphire's team, which had set its sights on the center of the galaxy, the remaining 3 teams were to march swiftly to eliminate second-tier powers. Ensuring that they could confront Krud without interference from external forces, Sapphire felt assured about Pravati and Ella. Both had the ability to transform into Super Saiyans, and thus posed no concern. However, for Dales, to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, Sapphire selected the weakest opponent for him. Fortunately, Dales' combat prowess was commendable, and his recent discussions with Pravati had significantly enhanced his battle techniques. Despite his unorthodox origins, he was still no match for the trio that had undergone systematic training. Sapphire recalled vividly that Son Goku, without the Kaioken, could achieve a battle power of 8,000, yet against a foe with a battle power of 18,000, such as Vegeta, he needed to employ a 3-fold Kaioken to suppress him. The 3-fold Kaioken was equivalent to 4 times his normal strength. In terms of sheer power, the 2-fold Kaioken was comparable, yet in terms of combat technique, Vegito was undoubtedly superior to Goku at the outset. Thus, it was clear that battle power merely reflected the quantity of energy and did not wholly equate to capability. With his enhanced skills, Dale should be able to triumph over his opponent. And from the glimmer in his eyes, it seemed he harbored ulterior motives. Nevertheless, Sapphire felt no concern for him. The disparity between the two was far too immense, and even if Dales were to break through and become a Super Saiyan, it would be in vain. As the 4 armies stood ready, Sapphire led the other 3 out of the palace, standing atop the watchtower, gazing down at the troops with a smile. You are the elite of Sapphire. Today, we shall forge an unprecedented achievement. We are about to embark on a journey to unify the entire galaxy. This honor belongs to you. To every valiant warrior fighting alongside us, Sapphire observed the resolute expressions of his troops. A palpable aura of readiness enveloping them, their morale soared, exuding a palpable readiness for battle, and he nodded in satisfaction. We are the masters of the universe, formidable beings who demand respect. Remember, I stand with you. With me, we are invincible, 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 invincible. With a grand gesture, Sapphire signaled for the armies to board their spaceships, preparing to launch into the cosmos, ready to conquer all, casting a glance at the 3 behind him. They exchanged looks before soaring into the air, heading to their respective command rooms. As they boarded the ships, all fleets ascended in unison into the cosmos, harmoniously dividing into 4 squadrons, each heading in a different direction. Sapphire entered the fleet's command room. He merely took his seat on the throne while the actual command was executed by his high-ranking subordinates. Although his combat strength was formidable, he was not adept at navigating. Thus his role was that of a spiritual leader. Besides Ella, who could partake in some command duties, the other 2 were similarly occupied. I wish you all the best. We shall meet at the center of the galaxy in 3 months. Alongside the other 3, Sapphire maintained video communication, ensuring a line of contact for timely updates. However, he relinquished authority to his subordinates to manage matters, not wishing to squander time here. 3 months was ample time to accomplish many tasks. After issuing orders, Sapphire retreated to the ship's training room. As he sought to hone his skills in 3 months, let me prove my theories true. Sensing the restless energy within him, continuously escalating, Sapphire furrowed his brow and delved into the training chamber. P.S. A total of 4 chapters are due. I will gradually make up for them starting Wednesday, barring any unforeseen issues, as the network at work should be functional. Chapter 9. Arrival Departure Time. 1 month and 6 days. The fleet led by Pravati dispatched a brief message. Attempts to persuade the Namekians to surrender failed, resulting in their annihilation, and the fleet is now redirecting towards the heart of the galaxy. 4 days later, the fleet belonging to Ella reported that the Starsea King, Vegito, was slain in his own palace, and the ship has now altered its course towards the heart of the galaxy. Like a bolt from the blue, as Sapphire had anticipated, such foes were incapable of even transforming, and the only concern lay with Dale's faction. 20 days later, nearing the 2-month mark, news finally arrived from Dale's ship. He had engaged in numerous fierce battles with Brant, but was unable to secure a decisive kill until recently, when he achieved a breakthrough. In the midst of combat, he successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan and decisively defeated Brant. Over the course of a month, fragmented messages trickled in, allowing Sapphire to breathe a sigh of relief. After nearly 2 months of travel, his fleet had long entered Crud's territory 10 days prior, yet faced no obstacles along the way, as if Crud understood Sapphire's intentions. Although no formal negotiations occurred, their unspoken agreement was evident. With another month's journey ahead, Sapphire remained troubled, his brow furrowed for reasons unknown, and with Ella and Pravati absent, he lacked an outlet for his thoughts, leaving them bottled up within him. Within the resplendent palace, a frog-headed extraterrestrial hurriedly made his way inside, flanked by numerous guards, none of whom dared to impede his progress, clearly aware of the urgency of the situation. Breathing heavily, the frog-headed being hastily flung open a door and, before it fully opened, rasped, "It's bad, it's bad." My lord, clad in a white cloak, with a faint purple hue to his skin, Crud was intently focused on the matter at hand. Upon the sudden intrusion, he turned with a fierce glare, ready to unleash an energy wave to eliminate the intruder, but recognizing this individual as a trusted subordinate, he restrained himself. In a low, gravelly voice, Crud inquired, "What is it? Is such haste truly necessary? Are you not aware that I am attending to something of great importance?" The frog-headed creature, startled by the glint in Crud's eyes, quickly dropped to his knees, pleading for mercy. Once he regained his composure, he stood and exclaimed, "My lord, for formidable fleets have suddenly appeared within our sphere of influence, all targeting the heart of the galaxy and advancing rapidly. Humph, just a bunch of insignificant pests. There's no need to concern ourselves with them. Let them come. It's an opportunity for me to eliminate them all at once, saving me the trouble of hunting them down like mice." Crud replied nonchalantly, turning his attention back to the matter at hand. "Are you truly unconcerned? My lord, according to intelligence, the opposition consists of those who have recently occupied Frieza's territory, led by several Saiyans. The leader is likely a fellow named Sapphire." The frog-headed creature pressed on, having seen the footage transmitted from the front lines, fully aware that this faction was not to be underestimated. Although he held great confidence in his lord, he could not shake off his apprehension. Saiyans. Suddenly, the figure before Crud spoke, not an object, but a person, a being who harbored an intense hatred for Saiyans, Frieza, who had survived the explosion on Namek, after being rescued by his father. He was subjected to extensive modifications and treatments, evident in the mechanical enhancements that comprised much of his body. Frieza's fist slammed down onto the operating table, producing a resounding thud. "Saiyans!" he bellowed, his throat constricting as he emitted a blood-curdling scream. "Frieza, you have just completed your modifications. You need to rest properly. There are still details to be attended to. Do not overexert yourself," Crud admonished, observing the damage inflicted upon the operating table, clearly displeased. "Father, that Sapphire is of no consequence. Although his powers are peculiar, we merely need to be wary of his one major technique. The real target is the Super Saiyan named Son Goku. He is the one we must focus on." Frieza insisted, still unwilling to accept his defeat at Sapphire's hands, believing that the near-fatal encounter was merely due to an unusual technique rather than a true reflection of his combat prowess. To be vanquished by Son Goku in a fair fight was a reality Frieza found most difficult to accept. "Very well, I understand. Do not worry. Since you deem them mere jesters, I shall trust your judgment. However, you must first recuperate. Rest assured, once you are healed, I will accompany you to Earth to exact our revenge." Crud comforted, knowing that Frieza had suffered greatly, albeit due to his own actions, yet he would not allow those wild monkeys to flaunt their dominance over his kin. "Order the message to be sent forth. Prepare for comprehensive combat. I demand the heads of those Saiyans to be presented to my son, Frieza, as toys," commanded Crud, determined to assert his dominance over the entire galaxy. Little did he expect that the legend of the Super Saiyans was indeed true. It appeared the tales passed down through his race were accurate, that Saiyan must not be allowed to continue to grow. Observing the toad-headed figure depart, Krud felt a shiver of trepidation. Initially, he had doubted the existence of the Super Saiyans, but witnessing Frieza's current state compelled him to remain vigilant. "Your Majesty," a sharp voice interrupted Krud's contemplation, causing him to glare. Realizing it was a scientist responsible for Frieza's repairs, reining in his murderous gaze, Krud inquired in a low voice, "What is it?" The avian-headed alien recoiled slightly, then slowly articulated, "Majesty Krud. It seems there is an issue with Lord Frieza's body. You may want to take a look." He then extended a report towards Krud. "What?" Upon scanning the document, Krud erupted in fury. "What does this mean?" "That he can no longer improve. I apologize, but it appears that Lord Frieza's body has suffered severe damage at the hands of that Super Saiyan. Many of his abilities have been lost. Although he has regained considerable power through mechanical enhancements, he has lost the capacity to grow further. So, you're saying Frieza will forever remain at this level, with his abilities predetermined?" Krud's expression darkened. Yet he felt utterly helpless. "Damn Super Saiyan, I shall slay you." 24 days later, Sapphire gazed upon the pristine and resplendent planet before him, resembling a freshly cracked egg, pure and perfect. Yet in the distance, he spotted a fleet of ships arranged beyond the atmosphere, seemingly fully prepared for his arrival. "Haha, it seems Krud has been anticipating us. This journey was not in vain. Send a message to the opposition, demanding Krud come forth." Sapphire bellowed to the ship's operator to establish communication. 3 days prior, four teams converged not far from the heart of the galaxy, after which Era, Pravaitai, and Dales all arrived at the command room of Sapphire's vessel. At long last, after a brief wait, the ship established a connection with the opposing party, revealing a figure on the massive screen resembling an untransformed Frieza. "Are you Krud?" Sapphire stepped forward, clearly aware that Krud recognized their leader, who arrogantly surveyed them before responding slowly. "I am Krud, the sovereign of the universe. I never expected a Saiyan monkey to have the audacity to defy me. Quite bold indeed. Unfortunately, such audacity will soon be extinguished from the cosmos." Cut the chatter. "I've come to personally slay you, the sovereign of the universe. The cosmos belongs to me, Sapphire, and no one else." "Ha ha ha. How arrogant. But you can only afford to be so for now. The heart of the galaxy is not suitable for battle. Shall we proceed to the nearby planet of Chime, to make it your grave? I excel at considering others' needs. Willingly, but I fear you are merely digging your own grave." Chapter 10. The battle commences. The planet Krud indicated was merely a larger satellite surrounding the heart of the galaxy. Akin to Earth's moon but significantly larger. It was equipped with several space bases, devoid of other life forms, making it ideal for combat. As for the minor losses, Krud did not concern himself with them. He maintained a respectful demeanor towards Sapphire, courteously inviting him to Chime. Aside from Sapphire, Era, Pravaitai, and Dales followed suit, while Krud ventured alone without his elite warriors, not far away. Sapphire and the others reached their destination after about 10 minutes of travel through space. The atmosphere of the planet was thin, and gravity was not significantly altered, making it difficult for ordinary beings to survive. However, for them, such minor environmental factors posed no challenge. It seems the grave you chose for yourself is not as splendid as you imagined. Would you not prefer a more suitable location? Sapphire noted that Krud remained in his untransformed state, yet his combat prowess was undoubtedly on par with Frieza's second transformation, which startled him internally. "Ha ha ha, that just is hardly amusing. Do you truly believe that numbers alone can defeat me, the Emperor of the Universe? With your combat strength, you should not be so foolish. You must know that once we reach this level, a strategy of overwhelming numbers is futile." Krud gestured towards the 3 individuals behind Sapphire, shaking his head in resignation. "Wrong. Gravely mistaken. They are not here to assist me in battle. They have come merely to witness the birth of the new Emperor of the Universe. And you are simply the stepping stone to my ascension." "Ha!" Sapphire's fighting spirit surged, whether from excitement for the impending battle or joy at the prospect of becoming the Emperor of the Universe. His battle intent erupted, his aura crashing like a tempestuous sea, waves of power crashing against Krud, forcing even the 3 individuals behind him to instinctively take several steps back, arms raised defensively. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. This power surpasses even that of a Super Saiyan. My captain did not fight with full strength last time. Otherwise, with his current terrifying might, he could have defeated me in mere moments. Pravaitai, the strongest among the trio, felt the dread of Sapphire's overwhelming presence. "It is futile. Era asserted confidently. Even if the three of us attacked simultaneously, we could hardly shake him. His combat power far exceeds ours. Standing at the back, Dales was filled with disbelief, astonished and overwhelmed. His face pale as he felt a surge of anxiety. Damn it. Had I known, I would not have acted so recklessly in the midst of the colossal waves. Although Crit squinted his eyes in discomfort, he still clapped gently, applauding Sapphire. Truly remarkable, to possess such terrifying power. No wonder you have the audacity to come here. I now have a new perspective on you. Enough with the trivialities. Transform quickly. I can hardly contain my eagerness to slay you. Sapphire understood that to defeat his opponent, he must compel them to unleash their most formidable power. Otherwise, how could he claim to be the strongest? It seems you are quite impatient. However, what awaits you is only despair. Crid clenched his fists, striking a familiar pose, one previously adopted by Frieza during his first transformation. A deep purple aura enveloped Crid. And in an instant, his body erupted like a bomb, releasing thick smoke that obscured Sapphire's vision, though it did not hinder his awareness of Crid's location, who stood firm, unassaulted. As the smoke dissipated, Crid emerged fully transformed. Resembling a larger version of Frieza as seen on Namek, surprised, Crid noticed the look of confusion in Sapphire's eyes and inquired, "There is no need for astonishment. I am not Frieza. His transformation is still unrefined. How could it compare to mine? I can simultaneously complete all three transformations." As relief washed over Sapphire's features, Crid continued, "The moment of despair begins now. I shall make you aware of how foolish it is to challenge me." Crid roared, his overwhelming malevolent energy radiating like a cataclysmic tempest, the air slicing through Sapphire's body like sharp blades, inflicting minor wounds upon him. Yet, as Sapphire concentrated, the air blades were swiftly repelled by his own formidable aura. However, to the discerning eye, it was evident that Sapphire's terrifying power was being suppressed by Crid. To what extent must Crid's strength be to achieve such dominance? Sapphire murmured, seemingly astonished, in that fleeting moment of distraction. Crid seized the opportunity, bellowing, "What a chance!" With a powerful leap, he propelled himself forward, landing a solid punch to Sapphire's face. Caught off guard, Sapphire was sent flying. Crid, possessing ample combat experience, swiftly followed up, taking advantage of Sapphire's momentary rigidity, and struck once more. Boom! Sapphire's body was launched downward like a projectile. How terrifying! The speed was so great that I could only catch a fleeting glimpse. Pravaitai found himself astonished for the umpteenth time today. The strength of both his captain and Crid vastly surpassed his expectations. There seems to be no way to cope with the situation. Aside from the captain, who should possess formidable strength, we are utterly helpless. Even if we transform into Super Saiyans, we cannot provide any support. Instead, we would become a burden. Sapphire and Ella furrowed their brows as they transformed into Super Saiyans alongside Crid, in order to monitor the battle's developments. However, the outcome was beyond their comprehension. Why? Is not the Super Saiyan the strongest in the universe? Pravaitai could hardly fathom it. The tales passed down through generations clearly stated that Super Saiyans were invincible. And this current reality was simply unacceptable. They could accept the captain's strength, but why was Crid also capable of such power? In contrast, Ella's concerns were more pragmatic. Sapphire, do not falter. Chapter 11. The mighty Crid spitting out the thick metallic liquid from his mouth. A trickle of blood still seeped from the corner of Sapphire's lips. It seemed as though he felt nothing, casually wiping it away while maintaining a serious demeanor as he gazed upward at Crid. After landing 2 successful blows, Crid did not pursue. Instead, the ease with which he struck raised doubts in Sapphire's mind. Indeed, this was quite a formidable opponent. Sapphire silently mused, not shocked, but rather compelled to force his own final outburst. If successful, everything would be manageable. If not, although their plan was for the group to escape together, unforeseen circumstances could arise, and Crid's terrifying combat prowess clearly exceeded his expectations. The possibility of escape was uncertain. Yet, at this moment, it was a fight to the death. After a brief silence of mere seconds, Sapphire erupted once more, unleashing a brilliant white shockwave towards Crid. The blinding light surged toward Crid, who, unable to evade, raised his hand to meet it head-on, bracing for the impact. The moment the shockwave was released, Crid caught sight of Sapphire vanishing from his original position. The shockwave was merely a ploy to expose a weakness during his moment of evasion, allowing for a successful attack. With extensive battle experience, Crid saw through this trick instantly. Although this method was difficult to counter, standing firm and taking the hit was undoubtedly the best course of action. The shockwave was instantaneous. The energy was likely not very strong, and withstanding it would not cause significant damage. Krud raised his arms to shield his body, facing the energy directly. Bang! To his surprise, the impact was not as violent as anticipated. Instead, it dissipated almost instantly. What is this situation? Krud felt a sense of foreboding. Fool! Over here! Sapphire bellowed, hurling the energy ball he had been gathering for some time. Krud's defense was formidable, almost flawless in the front. But the sole flaw was the exposure of his back. Boom! A massive ripple erupted from behind Krud. The carefully prepared energy did not inflict much damage on his opponent, yet now Krud was forced into a bow-like position. His body riddled with vulnerabilities, precisely the outcome Sapphire desired. Diving swiftly, Sapphire arrived before Krud in an instant, delivering a flurry of punches to Krud's abdomen. The icy race's physique was notably resilient. Sapphire had gleaned this conclusion from Frieza. Engaging Krud once more, he naturally avoided attacking the more fortified areas. The only vulnerable spots on the icy race were the waist and tail, yet the tail could not cause significant harm. Leaving the waist as the target, after landing dozens of blows, Sapphire had Krud gasping and staggering backward, and he continued to press the attack relentlessly, following the barrage, sensing a slight waning in the power of his punches. Sapphire closed in once more, his hands gathering energy as an invisible golden sphere materialized in his palm. Die, he declared, delivering a close-range explosive blast of energy that struck Krud's waist without reservation, propelling him directly toward the ground. Upon impact, a tremendous explosion resonated, blasting away a small chunk of the planet. After this relentless assault, Sapphire had no intention of regaining his breath. Instead, energy blasts continued to erupt from his hands, targeting the spot where Krud had fallen. Have you noticed? The captain seems a bit off, Ella inquired, observing Sapphire unleash his wrath with abandon. Praviti's expression turned grave as he nodded in agreement. It appears the captain is rather impatient. Logically speaking, had he taken a moment to recover, the subsequent battle would have yielded better results. Why waste energy when the effectiveness of such attacks is minimal? Praviti's analysis was undeniably accurate, and Ella concurred wholeheartedly. As their captain, Sapphire had immense combat experience, yet why would he engage in such incomprehensible behavior? Sapphire must have an inkling of the situation. If anything goes awry, you and Dale should restrain Krud while I rescue him. Dales and Praviti nodded in agreement. Although they were uncertain about defeating Krud, 2 against 1 should suffice to preserve their lives. Let us continue to observe. The captain may yet prevail. Meanwhile, Sapphire, amidst the relentless bombardment, was engulfed in turmoil. Pressure, more pressure, he demanded of himself, striving to create a scenario where failure meant death. But no matter how fiercely he fought, he discovered no change. After a series of detonations, Sapphire stood panting in the air, oblivious to the billowing smoke below, his heart simmering with fury. Damn it, still not enough? Curse it. As his attention returned to the battle, his gaze swept through the smoke, searching for the telltale signs of Krud emerging. Captain, behind you! Ella shouted urgently, causing Sapphire to freeze momentarily. This is bad. Reacting with lightning speed, Sapphire swung his fist behind him, only to have it caught firmly in a large hand. Another swift kick. Once again, he was seized. Sapphire found himself in a precarious position, entirely devoid of defensive capability. Ha! Die! Krud cackled, seizing Sapphire's form and hurtling toward the ground. Like a stake driven into the earth, Sapphire's head was forcefully driven into the ground. With no defense, the impact reverberated through his core. Upon landing, Sapphire lay motionless for a moment. The injury to his head left him feeling dizzy, his vision blurred. In contrast, Krud, despite the numerous wounds adorning his body, had suffered no serious harm. All were mere superficial injuries, hardly hindering his movements. How could Krud be so formidable? I have unleashed nearly a third of my energy, and he has sustained only these trifling injuries. What is this? Have I truly run out of strength? Frieza told me you possess some powerful ultimate move. Why not show it to me now? Deep down, Krud no longer regarded Sapphire as a threat. Based on his observations, he had confirmed that the opponent was indeed several tiers above Frieza, yet he still believed Sapphire possessed at least 70% of his strength. No wonder Frieza was no match. Ugh, could it be that victory is unattainable? How infuriating. The plan has failed, and defeat in battle is imminent. This is truly vexing. Sapphire was acutely aware of his physical condition. At present, the energy he could muster would not exceed 60%. And his combat prowess was inherently inferior to Krud's. Furthermore, Krud still retained at least 90% of his power. Chapter 12. defeat in that moment, Sapphire found himself plunged into a dire crisis. The blow he had taken was grievous. Victory appeared increasingly elusive. Should we intervene? Pravaitai felt a sense of unease as Sapphire's energy suddenly diminished. Absolutely not. Ella shook her head, although Sapphire was typically unrestrained. In battle, he embodied the archetype of a Saiyan. He would never allow anyone else to engage his opponent. Any interference would only result in retribution, and we can only wait for Sapphire to be defeated before we make our move. First, we must force Krud back, then retreat together. Sapphire ignored Krud's taunts. Maintaining a composed heart amidst the chaos of battle, he understood that despite his disadvantage, opportunities still existed. It was often the calmest individual who could seize upon fleeting weaknesses for a decisive strike. Upon careful reflection, it became evident that Krud's defensive capabilities remained exceedingly high. Even an attack from his ultimate move, the Sky Cannon, would fail to inflict significant damage, nor would it grant him a sufficient advantage. Conversely, Sapphire risked exhausting his energy, leading to a further decrease in combat effectiveness. Such a powerful move would undoubtedly sap his stamina, leaving him vulnerable, like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Moreover, Sapphire finds himself utterly incapable of ensuring that the Sky Cannon will strike true. Such a grand energy surge lacks the requisite swiftness. Without inflicting a sufficiently extended period of rigidity upon his opponent, it is utterly impossible to land a hit. Damn it. After much contemplation, Sapphire ultimately realizes that he is utterly powerless against Krud. Engaging in a direct clash only serves to disadvantage himself, and waging a war of attrition would yield the same unfortunate result. Is there truly no alternative? Sapphire is engulfed in frustration, yet Krud grants him no respite for further reflection. Krud charges forth with unrelenting intent, seeking to exhaust his opponent with sheer force. He perceives clearly that Sapphire is no longer as spirited as before. Bang! Bang! Their fists collide and their feet clash. Even though Sapphire is aware of his adversary's intentions, he meets Krud's ferocity head-on, for he cannot afford to appear diminished in spirit, at least until he devises a more effective strategy. Thud! The violent impacts of their strikes create a rapid exchange. And once more, they are propelled apart. They have long lost count of how many times they have engaged in this fierce struggle. Although Sapphire's stamina is waning, his performance remains remarkably composed, executing his full combat potential with precision. After the collision, Sapphire bears several grievous wounds, deep enough to reveal bone, while Krud too has suffered multiple fractures, with both sides sustaining considerable damage. Gasping for breath, Sapphire and Krud momentarily pause in midair, forming a brief respite. This accursed foe, despite sustaining such severe injuries, remains as resolute as ever. Sapphire struggles to articulate his thoughts on Krud, who appears nothing short of a monster, immensely strong, with formidable defenses, powerful fists, and remarkable speed, devoid of any apparent weaknesses. Krud, too, shares a similar sentiment. How can this Saiyan withstand so much? He is an entirely different fighter from the outset, exhibiting astonishing resilience, despite his prolonged injuries. I specifically targeted his vital areas, yet his fists remain as potent as ever. Damn it. I thought I could wrap this up quickly, but it seems I will need to expend more energy than anticipated. In terms of combat prowess, Krud undeniably holds the upper hand over Sapphire, who is merely managing to compensate with years of battle experience, yet it is a tenuous support, after such a prolonged conflict. Sapphire still has not conceived an effective plan. His body has informed him that he has reached his limit, while Krud is acutely aware that with just a moment's rest, he can rise to continue the fight. Damn it. Could it be that my assumptions were flawed? Must I still rely on rage? Sapphire is at a loss for how to express his current emotions. He does not know how much longer he can endure, but he is certain that he cannot withstand Krud's resilience. Fine, let us wager everything on this final blow. With this thought, Sapphire bellows, Krud, you are the strongest among all the formidable warriors I have ever encountered. In respect, I have resolved to deliver one final strike to determine our fates. Sapphire can no longer afford to hesitate. He must launch a decisive blow to severely injure Krud. This is his only chance. Krud, too, is uncertain how much longer this Saiyan monkey can hold on. He has sensed his opponents faltering for quite some time, yet that Saiyan has persevered until now, causing him some trepidation when Sapphire proposes a final showdown. Krud entertains a similar thought. Very well, come forth and unleash your strongest technique. Krud replies, his movements unwavering, as his left hand grips his right arm and his right hand points towards Sapphire, fingers splayed in the form of an eagle's claw. As he maintains this posture, Krud's aura intensifies, drawing the surrounding air into a formless tempest that converges upon his right hand. Sapphire similarly opens his arms, extending his fingers, then gradually brings his arms together, coalescing them towards Krud's form, golden sparks of electricity intermittently flickering around him. Die, Sky Cannon. Vanish, Destruction Strike. The two roar in unison, hurling their energies at one another. In that fleeting moment of release, Sapphire suddenly swerves his hand to the right. I shall attempt to break through with my very life. The two energies collide, yet just as they are about to make contact, Sapphire's Sky Cannon unexpectedly alters its trajectory, bypassing the destruction strike and hurtling toward Krud's astonished visage. Boom, boom. Almost simultaneously, both combatants are struck. The immense energy expands and contracts like a rubber ball, radiating a brilliance akin to the sun, illuminating the entire planet. Had this confrontation occurred on solid ground, the entire world would have been reduced to dust. The blinding light envelopes all, rendering visibility impossible. They can only shield their eyes and await the calm that follows. After several long moments, two figures plummet from the sky. Era and the others rush forward without hesitation. Yet the overwhelming force of the impact has left a cloud of dust still lingering, revealing only two faint silhouettes. Sapphire. Era cries out as she cradles the unconscious Sapphire, repeatedly calling his name. But alas, the comatose Sapphire offers no response, his once formidable aura now extinguished. Damn it, Pravaitai, go check if Krud is dead. If not, make sure to finish him off. Era shouts furiously. Hee, I fear you shall be disappointed. I, Krud, am the great cosmic emperor. How could I possibly fall so easily? Did you truly believe a mere energy blast could vanquish me? You are most Navi, a nightmarish voice emerges from the smoke. Chapter 13, The Executioner Kyla. The shadow cast by the gray mist unmistakably reveals Krud. The trio forms a protective circle around Sapphire. Pravaitai. Understood. Upon hearing the call, Pravaitai swiftly positions himself before Era, while she hastily lifts Sapphire and flies away. Fool. Did you think I would allow your escape? Krud aims a single hand at Era, preparing to strike them down. Darius. Pravaitai urgently calls out, propelling himself toward Krud. Darius, ever the ally, charges alongside Pravaitai, and together they commence their assault on Krud, granting Sapphire a moment's reprieve. Humph, it matters not. Your fleet has been obliterated, and there is no hope for your escape. Scurry like rats. I will eventually root you out, with the prospect of eliminating Sapphire slipping away. Krud unleashes his formidable combat prowess to counter the dual onslaught of the two Super Saiyans. Fortunately, Sapphire's earlier strike has inflicted significant damage upon Krud, severely diminishing his combat effectiveness. Otherwise, the two would stand no chance against such an opponent. In the ensuing skirmish, neither side gains a clear advantage. Krud emerges with even greater injuries, while Pravaitai and Darius bear their own scars. Recognizing the stalemate, both Pravaitai and Darius retreat, and Krud refrains from pursuing. Severely wounded, Krud returns to his base, his countenance darkened. Since ascending to the rank of Cosmic Emperor, he has never suffered such a significant setback. Alone in his chamber, he reflects on the recent battle, preparing to seek medical attention for his injuries when the door is suddenly thrust open. Who dares? Do you not know that this king is at rest? Krud bellows in fury, yet the intruder merely chuckles. Poor wretch, still referring to yourself as this king. Such a guise is hardly befitting a Cosmic Emperor. This taunt ignites a blaze of fury within Krud, ready to erupt, but upon seeing the visitor's face, his anger dissipates instantly. What brings you here? Did you not belong to the group? Krud questions, wary yet curious. Humph, a worthless being. I cannot fathom how such a formidable entity as myself could produce a mere copy like you. How could you mismanage this pristine galaxy so thoroughly? The visitor steps forth from the shadows, revealing a visage strikingly similar to Krud's own, a copy. The very being who just clashed with Sapphire was but a replica? Even at my full Super Saiyan capacity, this copy is utterly inadequate. How is it that a mere mid-level Super Saiyan and a handful of novices could reduce you to this state? Had I not returned, I shudder to think what calamity you would have wrought upon the Elder's cherished galaxy. All for a mere century of absence. Krud chastises his duplicate, disappointment boiling within him. This copy has proven to be an utter letdown. Incapable of handling even minor tasks. Why is there such a vast chasm between us? Yet that Saiyan named Sapphire possesses an unusual quality, exhibiting the strength of a mid-level Super Saiyan even in his base form. If he were to return to the Saiyan race, he would undoubtedly become a perilous threat that must be eliminated at once. Humph, since your management has proven inadequate, and with my return, your time is up. The authentic Crid channels his energy, unleashing a rapid energy wave toward his duplicate. No, please. A chilling scream echoes from within the room, prompting numerous guards to rush to the scene, standing outside the door. Too fearful to enter, merely shouting, "Lord Crid." The clone lies gravely injured, utterly incapable of resistance, and is instantaneously slain, its very corpse reduced to ashes. As the door swings open, Crid strides forth, bellowing. What is all this commotion? King Crid, your injuries. A cautious guard inquires that I am fine now. You may leave. Crid waves his hand dismissively, making his way to the medical bay, pondering how his son, Frieza, fared after a century of separation. Ha! Praveti's uproarious laughter echoes throughout the entire spacecraft. Unabashed by the gravity of the situation. What a delightful turn of events. That old dog Crid would never have imagined that our spatial wristbands housed numerous small spacecraft, and even a medium-sized one. He thought he could confine us to that wretched planet. What a naive assumption. Praveti, seated in the ship's dining area, devours meat with gusto while conversing loudly with Sapphire. In stark contrast, Sapphire's expression remains unchanged upon hearing this news. His thoughts darkening with silent curses as he contemplates their predicament. I have something to share, Sapphire begins, prompting the other three to lean in attentively. I came perilously close to death, yet upon my recovery. My combat prowess has scarcely improved. He pauses, observing the perplexed expressions on their faces. I cannot fathom why, but it seems there is a limit to the power gained from such near-death experiences. I fear I have reached that limit. As he continues, Praveti and Dales exhibit understanding, while only Ella furrows her brow in concern. Enough of this. Let us resume our meal. I shall take a stroll. Sapphire sighs, stepping into the corridor to gaze silently at the starry expanse. Gradually, he senses someone approaching from behind, and he knows who it is. What is it, Ella? He asks. You have yet to finish your thought. Ella asserts, gazing into Sapphire's eyes with certainty. Sapphire smiles faintly and nods, taking a long moment before uttering a cryptic phrase. If the day comes when I turn against you, remember to hold nothing back. Slay me. A bittersweet expression flickers in his eyes, unnoticed by anyone. As he turns to leave, Ella suddenly embraces his waist, whispering softly in his ear, that will never happen, not ever. Sapphire shudders at her touch but manages to break free. Continuing his path forward. 3 days later, as Sapphire prepares to return home, his fleet has suffered grievous losses in the recent battle, leaving less than half of its original strength. After recuperation, he is resolved to confront Crid again when the time is right. However, shortly after setting course for home, Sapphire witnesses a ship erupt in flames ahead. What is happening? The captain below shouts in vain, receiving no response. We are under attack, Sapphire declares with certainty. Just moments before, he had sensed an overwhelming energy surge, only to have it vanish, followed by the explosion of the ship. Clearly, someone had launched an energy blast. Suddenly, that same energy resurfaces, startling Sapphire. It is Kyla. The distinct aura is unmistakable. Let us investigate. We have had no direct conflict with Kyla, at least not yet. Why would he choose to assault us? Ella questions, recalling their previous subservience to Kyla and recognizing his opportunistic nature. The trio exits their vessel, only to find Kyla standing alone at the forefront of the fleet, unaccompanied and bearing no armaments. Greetings, dear Sapphire. No. You should now be addressed as one of the cosmic emperors. Kyla's tone is overly polite, reminiscent of Frieza, and it sets Sapphire on edge. Kyla, what is the meaning of your obstruction against my fleet? Though he wishes to refrain from asking, he feels compelled to do so. Oh, dear Sapphire, please refer to me as Kyla the Eliminator. Kyla's smile takes on an unsettling quality as he scrutinizes Sapphire's expression. Hey, Dales, are you not going to take action? Have you forgotten our agreement? Kyla bellows at Dales, who stands behind Sapphire. The effect is immediate, with Ella and Praveti positioning themselves defensively in front of Dales. Is this truly necessary? Sapphire queries, remaining motionless and directing a question toward Kyla. With your power, you should be more than a match for Crid. Why then do you heed his command to eliminate us? Do not tell me it is because he is your father. Sapphire is acutely aware of the trust he has placed in Dales from the outset. Having grown wary of the time Dales took to eliminate rival factions, Kyla shakes his head, clearly unwilling to engage in this discussion with Sapphire. You are correct. I am here for the heads of you and your companions. In light of the years I have invested in nurturing you, allow me the pleasure of dispatching you swiftly. I do not wish to exert excessive effort. Kyla's demeanor is one of arrogance, his confidence in his dominance over Sapphire and the others palpable. How naive you are, Kyla. if you truly wish to eliminate us. Let us settle this in battle. Sapphire realizes that conflict is inevitable and resolves to confront Kyla directly. You all remain here. My battle with him is beyond your capacity to intervene. Remember, should I fall, do not seek vengeance on my behalf. Sapphire glances back at the two individuals he knows best, a resigned smile gracing his lips, uncertain whether it is one of determination or despair. He finally comprehends why he echoes his father's earlier sentiment about refraining from avenging Frieza. He propels himself into space, unhesitatingly confronting Kyla amidst the cosmos. Though Saiyans possess the formidable ability to endure brief forays into space, combat would significantly drain their energy, rapidly curtailing their capacity to remain in the void. What emboldens Sapphire to traverse this celestial realm with such confidence? You seem surprised, Kyla. I presume you wish to inquire why I possess abilities akin to your Frost clan. Sapphire's smile catches Kyla off guard. That is unexpected. He should sense my energy, which is significantly stronger than his. Why then does he approach with such confidence? If I am not mistaken, you are currently in your third transformation, with power likely between the mid to late stages of a Super Saiyan. Transform again, or you will not emerge victorious against me. Sapphire casually reveals Kyla's form and strength, leaving Kyla wide-eyed in astonishment. How does he know this? Regardless of the circumstances, Kyla refuses to back down, concealing his power while remaining beneath his father's notice, opting for a more comfortable development. Yet now, Sapphire has effortlessly seen through his facade. Humph, since you are aware of my current strength, do you still dare to confront me? You should possess power equivalent to the late stages of a Super Saiyan, Kyla retorts, undaunted. However, you may not realize that the final transformation of our Frost clan conceals the greatest power. I doubt you grasp just how formidable I am. Kyla harbors no fear, confident that the disparity between his fourth transformation and his original abilities is vast. Had he not maintained his third transformation, his father would not have dismissed him, for with Frieza's might, he would never compare. Prepare yourself to witness the terror of my fourth transformation. With a fierce yell, Kyla's body ignites, his energy surging violently as he unhesitatingly unleashes his most powerful state, Super Saiyan. Fully powered, absorb Krud's essence. At last, fragments of my memories are unlocking, yet it is still insufficient. Once I absorb this fellow's essence again, I shall fully restore my recollections from the Slur battle. But can I truly win without that power? Sapphire murmurs, his action swift as he unleashes his own formidable strength. Damn it. We are once again relegated to mere spectators. Praveti seethes with frustration, feeling the weight of his efforts and yet unable to keep pace with their leader. Perpetually relegated to the role of cleanup crew. A battle has commenced. In terms of momentum, the captain appears somewhat weaker. Sapphire aptly remarked that he has made little progress since the battle with Krud. Ella wore a grave expression, ever ready to provide support. As for Dales, the two of them observed that Sapphire had no intention of targeting him, and since that fellow also wisely refrained from attacking, they chose to temporarily ignore him. Alas, the captain's aura is diminishing. Meanwhile, Kyla's presence remains as powerful as ever, seemingly unaffected. Cursed be it, the captain's essence has vanished. Hurry, in the vast expanse of the universe. The battered Sapphire struggled to maintain his stance, his blood-soaked attire a testament to his injuries, while Kyla stood across from him, barely marked by a few minor wounds. As someone who was once my subordinate, I truly do not wish to kill you. Yet I find myself with no alternative. Kyla continued to flaunt his superiority. Sapphire's face could only muster a bitter smile. It matters not. Can you now tell me why you cannot defy your father? Sapphire's weakened voice resonated directly within Kyla's mind. You speak the truth. I have indeed surpassed my father. Though I have yet to test it, I would not fear him. What I dread are those who stand behind him. That is the existence I cannot resist. Are you satisfied with this answer? Kyla concentrated energy in his hands, preparing to deliver a final blow to Sapphire. Hey, I have long sensed it. Your fourth transformation harbors issues. What issues? Kyla queried, his curiosity piqued. He dismissed the notion that Sapphire was merely stalling for time, finding it utterly pointless. I sensed it. There exists a slight flaw in your psyche, a residue lingering within you. You have always sought to eliminate that impurity, yet why not consider merging with it? Such a minor flaw should not hinder your combat prowess. Sapphire's words struck Kyla like a revelation, plunging him into deep contemplation. Surprisingly, Sapphire stood by, neither attacking nor fleeing. After a considerable time, Kyla finally regained his composure, beaming at Sapphire. I must thank you for your insights. Without them, I would not have grasped the essence of my fifth transformation so swiftly. Chapter 15. Purple. Sapphire nodded in tacit acknowledgement, yet did not reveal a hint of trepidation. Has he resigned himself to fate? In truth, I have known from the outset that defeat was never an option, Sapphire declared with confidence, his pallid visage juxtaposed with a self-assured smile, an enigma to comprehend, though. How intriguing. It is rare to hear of my fifth transformation. I am eager to witness what grounds you have to make such claims. As it stands, I am more than capable of claiming the title of the strongest in the universe. Kyla began to contract his form, gradually reverting to the appearance Sapphire first encountered, his initial state. Once more, I shall succeed in achieving the fifth transformation. Sapphire's body, now battered and broken, posed no threat to him, and Kyla dismissed Sapphire's bravado entirely. Boom, 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 with 4 consecutive explosions. Kyla transformed rapidly, yet his fourth form bore no resemblance to Krud in the other's final forms. I did it. The fifth transformation is complete. At 207 years old, I have achieved it. Who within my clan can surpass me now? Ha! Come forth, my ultimate form, Kyla roared, his body beginning to swell violently. Muscles bulging and enveloping him entirely, until he resembled a balloon on the verge of bursting, only to deflate instantly. Gradually, Kyla's outline sharpened, restoring his form to its original golden ratio, appearing unchanged from his fourth transformation. Yet Sapphire knew well. He could no longer sense Kyla's presence, to be precise. Kyla's essence had grown so immense that it no longer concentrated at a singular point, instead pervading the entirety of existence. Rendering it undetectable, to express my gratitude. I shall extinguish your life with my most formidable form. Kyla could scarcely articulate his current emotions. Were they excitement or exhilaration? Neither. He now possessed the audacity to proclaim his absolute power to the cosmos. Swish, swish, swish. With a flurry of punches and swift kicks, Kyla adapted to his newfound strength. You understand why I assert that I have already won from the very beginning, 3 days ago. Upon comprehending the reason behind my inability to transform into a Super Saiyan through anger, I had already secured victory. Once I discerned the issue, a solution naturally followed, regrettably. I did not anticipate that this power would be so overwhelming, so potent that I could scarcely control it, instilling within me a profound sense of fear. Though Sapphire bore the weight of numerous injuries, his gaze remained clear, entirely uncharacteristic of one who had suffered grievously. Since my transformation into a Super Saiyan, I have experienced not only joy but also terror. With your current strength, you are no match for me. Unless you can transform once more. Sapphire's assertive tone irked Kyla. Then come at me. Kyla held the confidence of one who had every reason to be proud. To remain a Super Saiyan without transforming would spell doom. Thus, Ella and the others would undoubtedly face a similar fate. Transformation could indeed present a dilemma. Although he claimed it was a difficult choice, Sapphire's countenance suggested he had already reached a conclusion. You know, Kyla, that there exist different types of Super Saiyans among our kind? Those like Ella, upon transforming, are merely the most ordinary of Super Saiyans. Should a Saiyan's bloodline run thicker, possessing several thousand battle power at birth, then their lineage ascends to a higher echelon. While I have not encountered such an individual, I am aware of a certain Broly who embodies that level of Super Saiyan. Such a being could easily vanquish multiple ordinary Super Saiyans. Moreover, they can enhance infinitely, as long as their body can withstand it. Kyla's smile faltered, rendered speechless. This type of Super Saiyan is akin to the traits of your Ice clan. Aside from the influence of talent, they continuously grow stronger each day. Furthermore, upon reaching 30, they automatically achieve transformation. However, this method bears a drawback: reason, or rather, mental fortitude. Should one's mental strength falter, they risk descending into madness, becoming mere instruments of slaughter rather than the mightiest entities in the universe. Kyla's expression shifted. Could it be? Are you one of those Super Saiyans? Incorrect. Sapphire proclaimed loudly, allowing Kyla to exhale in relief. If you were indeed one of those Super Saiyans, victory would be far from assured. I am a superior King-level Saiyan. No one knows that I was born with a battle power of 50,000. 50,000. I surpassed everyone on planet Vegeta at birth. Yet due to my soul's affliction, that power remained buried until recently when I resolved my spiritual dilemma. And that terrifying strength has returned to me. Humph, and what of it? A superlative talent buried for so many years remains just that, a talent. You may transform into a Super Saiyan, yet you shall never match me in my current state. Kyla, though somewhat apprehensive, refused to yield to fear. His confidence surged. How could he retreat based on mere words without first testing his strength? Foolishness. You cannot fathom the terror of being a king-level Super Saiyan. Allow me to reveal a secret. 3 days ago was my 30th birthday. You shall soon experience this firsthand. Wait. Sapphire's body ignited with a faint green flame, distorting the surrounding space. That I must control this. Sappphire internally roared, having never completed a transformation himself, leaving him uncertain. 3 days prior, I had transformed naturally into a Super Saiyan, manifesting in a deep green state, an existence far surpassing Broly's pale green form. Gradually, the faint green flames grew fiercer, transforming into a blazing inferno, the gentle green shifting to purple. The purple flames enveloped Sappphire, igniting his hair, the flames coalescing and retracting into his being, while the fire atop his head persisted. Refusing to dissipate. Roar. The purple flames blazed with an intense heat. As the anguished Sapphire let out a thunderous roar, suddenly, a spectral silhouette of an ape-like creature manifested behind him. Yet curiously, the creature's tail bore peculiar scales. The atmosphere surged with growing intensity. Kyla, unwilling to allow Sapphire to continue his transformation unchallenged, unleashed several energy blasts towards him. Bang! Bang! Before the energy orbs could approach Sapphire, they were deflected by the pale purple flames. Gradually, the flames above began to wane, revealing Sapphire's deep purple hair. As he opened his eyes, a faint purple hue glimmered in his pupils. A purple Super Saiyan. Kyla could hardly believe his eyes. The pressure emanating from Sapphire was utterly incomparable to before. Akin to a cosmic tempest, his purple pupils were contrasted sharply by the blood-red sclera. Chapter 16. Loss of reason. Kyla was consumed with rage and disbelief. The worst possible scenario had indeed unfolded. Humph. Even if the transformation is complete, what of it? The opponent is gravely injured. Despite the purple Super Saiyan's potential to contend with me, given his current physical condition, he is undoubtedly no match for my strength. The elation of achieving 5 transformations had vanished from Kyla's heart. Sapphire's audacity to retain such a trump card indicated he possessed ample confidence. And judging by the overwhelming aura, this wounded individual exhibited a presence that was not in the slightest inferior to his own. Impossible. The clan's lore had stated that upon successfully completing 5 transformations, one would possess the power equivalent to a mid-level Super Saiyan 2. How could he achieve such power in just 1 transformation? Kyla felt an immense pressure, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. What is the most terrifying aspect? It is the granting of boundless hope, only to be brutally crushed by reality, followed by a despair akin to a death sentence. There is no justification for my defeat, Kyla encouraged himself, preparing for battle. However, Kyla had miscalculated. The lore of the Ice tribe indicated that even the weakest among those who had undergone 5 transformations possessed the strength of a mid-level Super Saiyan 2. Yet, this applied only to those aged 250 years or older. Individuals like Kyla, who had just attained adulthood upon completing their 5th transformation, were unheard of in their lineage, thus leading Kyla to a flawed conclusion. In truth, Kyla had indeed acquired the nascent strength of a Super Saiyan 2, that much was indisputable. On the other hand, Sapphire's transformation into a purple Super Saiyan represented a kingly level of power. Even Broly's pale green transformation was sufficient to vanquish multiple Super Saiyans like Vegeta and Goku. How terrifying, then, was the purple Super Saiyan that Sapphire embodied, if he were merely an ordinary Super Saiyan? The chances of being utterly overwhelmed would be substantial. This explained why, even in his most mundane state, Sapphire could rival the capabilities of an ordinary Super Saiyan. Kyla was poised for combat, yet Sapphire stood across from him. Making no move, Kyla dared not strike first. At this juncture, it was no longer a matter of seizing the initiative. A reckless assault could easily expose vulnerabilities, leading to his downfall. Roar. Suddenly, Sapphire emitted a beastly howl. Thrusting his arms back and letting out a cry that echoed like an ape's rage, even striking his chest with his fists. What? Kyla's eyes widened, swiftly realizing this was the very flaw he had mentioned. Indeed, such a transformation was too strenuous for him to control, leading to a loss of rationality. Kyla chuckled. If he were up against an opponent whose combat prowess surpassed his own and who possessed ample battle experience, the odds of defeat would be considerable. However, if he were merely facing a wild beast with overwhelming strength, defeating him would pose no challenge whatsoever. Yet, Kyla's smile faded quickly. To play with a beast, one must divert its attention, provoking it into erratic attacks, allowing for a stealthy strike. But where were they situated? In the vastness of space. What lay here? Nothing at all. Thus, it was evident that the only target for the frenzied Sapphire would be Kyla himself. Roar. With a furious roar, the berserk Sapphire lunged forward, moving at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. His colossal fist came crashing down towards Kvera's face. Bang! Even as Kvera assumed a defensive stance. The force of the blow sent him reeling. In a typical duel, one would strike with 7 parts strength while reserving 3 parts for maneuvering and defense against surprise attacks. But could one imagine a foe with power exceeding one's own launching an all-out assault? The approach was one of sheer aggression, disregarding defense entirely, relying solely on raw, unyielding force. Sapphire vanished again. In a swift horizontal sweep, he struck Kvera's neck with brutal precision. How could he be so fast? Kvera barely had time to react as Sapphire seized one of his arms and his tail, driving his legs forcefully into Kvera's waist. Bang! 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 Ignoring any subsequent moves, Sapphire unleashed a torrent of violent blows. Driven by pure brutality, although the frenzied Sapphire was indifferent to exertion, the limits of his physical strength became evident after delivering a barrage of kicks. Seizing the fleeting moment of exhaustion, Kvera broke free. Suddenly retreating, Kvera instinctively reached for his waist, where the impact had landed. Damn it. The pain was excruciating, and the force was undeniably significant. His internal organs were likely injured. Just as Kvera contemplated taking a brief respite to recuperate and locate Sapphire's whereabouts, he discovered that the latter had vanished once more. Damn it, where did he go? Kvera gasped in shock. Suddenly, he felt a menacing presence above. Damn it, he's above me. In an instant, Kvera realized too late to evade. Boom. Sapphire's fist crashed down upon Kvera's head, the immense force creating a small indentation in his skull. Once more, Sapphire vanished, and Kvera, who had previously held the potential to contend with him, found himself utterly overwhelmed by Sapphire's unpredictable onslaught. He was struck without any chance to retaliate. This was far from what Kvera had anticipated. The sheer power restricted Kvera's movements, and before he could recover, Sapphire appeared behind him. Bang! Another powerful punch sent Kvera flying. Once again, Sapphire closed the distance, heedless of his physical stamina. Moving swiftly alongside Kvera, with arms outstretched, a terrifying energy began to coalesce in his hands. Wait. What move is this? Sapphire, once Kvera's subordinate, wielded a technique that Kvera knew all too well. Damn it, at such close range, I must avoid this attack. Kvera shouted internally, but his body refused to obey. The ability of this technique would cause his combat power to surge exponentially. Wounded and already impaired, Kvera understood that if struck by this blow, he would undoubtedly suffer grievous injury. The energy sphere was mere moments from detonation. Sapphire, are you all right? A voice suddenly echoed in the chaotic depths of Sapphire's mind, diverting his attention and causing the energy in his hands to dissipate. Pausing his assault, he allowed Kvera to escape, turning to gaze behind him, where a distant, diminutive figure gradually came into view. Era, Pravaitai, and Darius were hastening towards him. Chapter 17. Yearning for what was Sapphire. Era called out again, successfully capturing his attention. No longer concerning himself with the falling Kvera, Sapphire turned to regard the approaching trio with a perplexed expression. As if contemplating something, then shook his head, a cruel smile spreading across his face. This was Sapphire's ominous precursor before unleashing carnage. Such a smile had only been witnessed prior to his confrontation with Frieza. No, do not approach Sapphire. Pravaitai grasped Era firmly, halting her advance. Having navigated through peril since childhood, his instinct for danger far exceeded Era's. What's wrong? Can't you see Sapphire is severely injured? He is at a disadvantage right now. Era shouted at Pravaitai. Calm down. Did you not see that Sapphire was attacking Kvera just moments ago? Clearly, he was retaliating. What could you possibly achieve by rushing in? Furthermore, do you think Sapphire would allow your interference? We should observe from a distance. If any issues arise, we can intervene then. Era hesitated briefly, finally regaining her composure. Upon witnessing Sapphire's dire condition, she had instinctively wanted to rush in, abandoning her usual calm judgment. With a cold laugh, Sapphire swiftly approached Era, his icy gaze fixated upon her, the crimson glow scorching her face, leaving her feeling distinctly uncomfortable. What's wrong? Era paused, confused by Sapphire's demeanor, tentatively inquiring. Are you telling us to leave? Bang! Safi launched a sudden punch, striking directly at Ella's abdomen, and immediately followed up by seizing her head with his right hand, delivering a knee strike that collided forcefully with her face. The unexpected assault left the 3 individuals momentarily stunned. Pravaitai rushed forward, grasping Safi's arm and bellowing, "What are you doing? Even if Ella has erred, is it truly necessary to resort to violence?" In response to Pravaitai's inquiry, Safi unleashed a left hook, imbued with the weight of 1,000 tons, which landed squarely on Pravaitai's chin. The sound of cracking bones resonated delightfully. And upon hearing it, Saphite's smile broadened. The previously silent Dales finally regained his composure. After all, he had only recently joined their ranks. And his loyalty to Safi was far from steadfast. Now, witnessing Saphite's reckless aggression, he had no choice but to retaliate. With fierce determination, he aimed a punch directly at Saphite's face. Another fist was already coiled. Prepared for the eventuality of the first strike, missing its target. Slap. Did it connect? Dales could hardly believe his eyes. The opponent was so formidable, yet he had struck with such ease, beneath the weight of his fist. Saphite's face appeared even more jubilant. Bam! Bam! Slap! Undeterred, Dales unleashed a flurry of punches, astonishingly landing every single one. But soon, Dales realized something was amiss. Despite being hit, Saphite displayed no signs of pain, but rather an exaggerated grin. Suddenly, Saphite grasped Dales's arm, which was pressed against his face, and with a gentle twist, Dales's arm was effortlessly wrenched apart, leaving 5 vivid red marks on his wrist. With a ferocious hook, Saphite struck Dales's chest. It pierced through. Saphite withdrew his fist, no longer glancing at the fallen figure, and turned his gaze to the recently revived Elad. Dales's momentum dissipated instantly. The protective aura around him vanished, leaving him adrift like cosmic dust. Carried away by the final remnants of force. Damn it. Has Saphite lost his mind? Pravitai's shattered jaw rendered his speech less coherent, yet he still managed to support Ella while remaining vigilant of Saphite's movements. Swiftly darting forward, under Pravitai's astonished gaze, Saphite executed a flawless knee strike to his waist, the forceful blow rendering Pravitai momentarily dazed, causing him to collapse into unconsciousness. What has happened to you? Ella gazed into Saphite's eyes. Aware that she could not possibly resist his strength, resigned, she ceased her struggle and instead sought to glean something from his expression. What met her gaze, however, was a pair of eyes brimming with brutality and bloodlust. The whites of Saphite's eyes had turned crimson, while his violet pupils radiated an icy resolve. Ignoring Ella's pleas, Saphite coldly clutched her neck, showing no hesitation or compassion as he gripped her delicate throat with brutal force. He lifted her high, a terrifying sense of asphyxiation flooding her mind. Saphite. Saphite. Ella called out his name with her fading strength. Yet those powerful hands remained as unyielding as steel, tightening their grip. Gradually, Ella's voice weakened. Her will began to blur, leaving her entirely at Saphite's mercy. Suddenly, she recalled Saphite's words. If I ever strike at you, remember, you must kill me. How could she possibly kill him? How could she ever bring herself to harm him? Did Saphite truly believe there was nothing left in this world for her to cherish? Like a spell, upon hearing the word cherish, Saphite unexpectedly eased his grip. Before his blood-red eyes, scenes from eons away materialized. A woman clad in pure white stood serenely atop a planetary peak, softly whispering to the figure behind her. Lin Hao is my only cherished one. If you possess any human emotions, please help me convey this affection. Little dragon, you must protect him. A thunderous roar reverberated across the vast expanse. A coarse male voice echoed from the heavens. Lord Lin Hao is my sole devotion. I vow to protect him with my life. The unshakable memory swirled before Saphite's eyes, and suddenly, he froze, as if struck by lightning, standing still and motionless, his clenched fist gradually relaxing. Coughing, Ella fell from Saphite's grasp, gazing up at him with astonishment. The blood-red hue in Saphite's eyes began to fade, revealing the familiar clarity of his gaze, the formerly icy demeanor melting away. The violet, malevolent energy dissipated, and although he retained the appearance of a purple super Saiyan, Ella could sense that the Saphite they knew was returning. I'm sorry. Saphite hesitated for a long moment before slowly uttering those 3 words, as if they weighed 1,000 pounds. It's all right. As long as you're safe, Ella exclaimed with immense joy, tears streaming down her face. A rare sight for the usually stoic female Super Saiyan. Saphite smiled as he wiped away the tears from the corners of Ella's eyes, saying, You shouldn't be crying. You must not shed tears. No one is worth your tears, least of all me. Do you understand? Ella nodded vigorously yes. Our previous battle was interrupted, so let's consider the first round as your victory and the second round as mine. Now, we move on to the third round, where the true victor will be determined. Kyla, come forth, and let us conclude our final showdown. Saphite suddenly turned, his gaze once again radiating a terrifying glint, aimed directly at Kyla, who had been spectating nearby. Chapter 18. The Final Battle, 5 Transformations versus Purple Super Saiyan. Congratulations on reclaiming your true self, Kyla remarked nonchalantly, devoid of the anger he had felt moments prior. Your Ice tribe is truly hypocritical. You act as if you are foes while speaking with such grandiloquence. Since we are destined for a battle to the death, why waste words? Come. Sapphire despised their pretense of maintaining an imperial demeanor while being sworn enemies. It was utterly nauseating. Kyla, with a slight smile, realized that Sapphire's rationality had returned, but his battle prowess had significantly diminished. Setting aside the fatigue incurred during Sapphire's earlier frenzy, Kyla remembered how he had thoroughly beaten him before Sapphitre transformed. Had Sapphitre not lost his mind in that moment, he would never have unleashed his most formidable strength without regard for his stamina, leading to his earlier overwhelming dominance. Presently, Kyla acknowledged that while Sapphire's actual combat strength was marginally superior, he must not forget that Sapphitre was now more severely injured and had exhausted a greater degree of energy. With this assessment, their combat prowess had been leveled, each possessing their unique advantages, but ultimately reliant on personal execution. Reflecting on this, Kyla settled on a singular strategy. To stall. The reality of Sapphire's fatigue was undeniable, while Kyla remained invigorated. The only advantage Sapphitre possessed was the weight of his punches. In a short-term clash, Kyla would undoubtedly be outmatched. Both warriors, having emerged from the tempest of battle, understood that even the slightest misstep could lead to defeat. Sapphitre pondered how to deliver a decisive blow. Yet he was acutely aware that Kyla was no mere target, and striking him would not be so straightforward at this juncture. It was a matter of who could foresee further into the future, who possessed more hidden cards. Regrettably, had that earlier strike landed, Kyla would surely have been gravely injured. Sapphitre sighed in regret. Although his rationality had just returned, the memories of his frenzy lingered in his mind, and the opportunity had slipped away. In a fleeting moment of stillness, the two adversaries locked eyes, aware that within the duel of masters, a vulnerability could arise in an instant, prompting both to refrain from initiating the first strike, resulting in a stalemate. After several minutes of mutual observation, Kyla suddenly sensed something amiss. Sapphire's breathing had grown increasingly steady. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that Sapphire's injuries were gradually healing. He distinctly remembered a wound on Sapphire's face, which now bore only a red mark and a patch of dried blood. How could Sapphire's recuperative abilities be so extraordinary? Kyla was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Sapphire's recovery would surpass his own. He had thought that after merely waiting a few minutes, he would regain 70% of his combat strength, thus easily overpowering his opponent. However, he was astonished to discover that Sapphire's recovery was equally remarkable. Moreover, Kyla's keen eyes perceived that although Sapphitre maintained a combat stance, his body was remarkably relaxed, clearly aiding in a swifter recovery. Damn it! Kyla finally recognized that Sapphitre was undoubtedly stalling for time. And without regard for potential vulnerabilities, he could not allow Sapphitre to continue recuperating. Kyla casually unleashed a beam of energy aimed directly at Sapphire's face, then vanished in an instant as he waved away Ella and the others. Sapphitre turned to face Kyla, who had already begun to maintain a relaxed demeanor. He understood that Kyla was a cautious individual, never engaging in battles without confidence, thus affording him ample time for recuperation. Since acquiring the essence of the Ice Clan, his body had undergone a remarkable transformation. His regenerative abilities alone were enough to astonish him. Sapphitre scoffed coldly. He was fully prepared. If Kyla chose to remain locked in a stalemate with him, he could naturally benefit from significant recovery time. Once he was fully restored, Kyla would be no match for him. If Kyla chose to attack, all the better. He would launch an aggressive counter, as expected. Within minutes, Kyla discerned the opportunity and boldly launched a wave of energy. There was no escaping. He had to endure it and intentionally reveal sufficient openings. Sapphitre feigned surprise, immediately assuming a defensive posture, yet appeared to be caught off guard, propelled by the shockwave of energy and exposing a vast opening in his defense as he fell backward. Come, attack me. Sapphitre silently urged. In this era, combat relies on performance. One must not only fight well, but also act well. It was evident that Sapphitre was showcasing his acting skills. Sensing a presence behind him, Sapphitre smirked, his right hand already coalescing an energy sphere. Prepared for this very moment, in a flash, he thrust his right hand backward. Boom. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the cosmos, waves of energy rippling outward, even sending Sapphitre himself flying from the blast, due to the cosmic expanse. As the aurora created by the energy sphere dissipated, Sapphitre was shocked to find no trace of Kyla's defeated form. What is happening? Sapphitre could hardly believe it. The explosive force just moments ago was undeniably potent. Yet why was there no sign of Kyla's fallen body? The blast radius was enormous. And although Sapphire had been pushed to the periphery, Kyla, positioned at the center of the explosion, should have suffered severe injuries. Especially since Sapphire distinctly felt the tangible contact of his energy sphere. Did you think I couldn't see through your scheme? You underestimate me too much. Kyla laughed heartily, though internally he felt a wave of relief. In that fleeting moment, he had indeed intended to take advantage of Sapphire's brief vulnerability with a fierce assault, but as he dove in, he suddenly realized that such an attack would play into Sapphire's hands, prompting him to retreat swiftly and unleash an energy sphere from behind Sapphire. As anticipated, the preemptive action did not surprise Kyla. Sapphire's apparent opening was indeed a trap. Kyla was grateful he hadn't been struck by that prior blow. Otherwise, he would be on the verge of collapse now. Sapphire's expression darkened. He had not expected Kyla to see through his nearly flawless attack in such a short span and to make the correct judgment in an instant. The depletion of energy had further weakened Sapphire. The decline in his stamina was painfully evident. Now, even slight vigorous movements left him breathless and fatigued. With his strategy thwarted, Sapphire found himself at a disadvantage once more. Chapter 19. I am the master of the universe. Rather than merely being at a disadvantage, it was more accurate to say that this disadvantage had been exacerbated, significantly lowering his chances of victory. Sapphire's edge did not lie here. It was simply this unexpected failure that had drained his morale. Fortunately, Sapphire was no ordinary warrior. He quickly regained his composure and gathered his strength to charge forward once again. Sapphire had considered pausing to recover, but such recuperation required concentration, and maintaining focus while divided was exceedingly difficult. Aware that Kyla was cognizant of the situation, he would continuously unleash energy spheres to attack Sapphire, rendering recovery impossible. Although those smaller energy spheres caused no real damage, they were more than sufficient to interrupt Sapphire's healing process, even exacerbating his wounds. Conversely, the energy Kyla unleashed was but a mere trifle. He was utterly unconcerned, possessing a significant advantage in stamina. As the moment for a strong offensive approached, Kyla's experience encountering such attacks had only deepened. He refused to engage Sapphire in a head-on confrontation, often darting away even when in close proximity, never allowing their fists to clash. He intermittently hurled energy spheres at Sapphire, thrusting him into an exceedingly precarious situation. Damn this guy. After deflecting yet another incoming energy sphere, Sapphire could no longer contain his fury, exclaiming, Kyla, as the Emperor of the Cosmos, how can you cower like a turtle, unwilling to face me in battle? Kyla dismissed the accusation with a smirk, retorting, this is merely strategy. Do you understand? Only the most foolish brutes would engage in a direct clash. Sapphire found himself at a loss. He could not land a blow, and instead, his energy was being drained if he retreated. Kyla would relentlessly pursue him from a distance, ensuring he could not escape. The transformation into his purple form demanded immense energy, and Sapphire could already feel the fatigue creeping into his body. Yet, under the current circumstances, there was no way to relinquish his Super Saiyan transformation. In a moment of distraction, Kyla suddenly materialized behind him, delivering a fierce punch to Sapphire's shoulder. Crack. The imprint of the fist was starkly evident as it struck Sapphire, shattering his protective suit, tiny fragments drifting into the cosmos, revealing the flush skin beneath from the impact. The force did not wane. Sapphire found himself immobilized, utterly unprepared for Kyla's sudden assault, and incredulous that Kyla would dare to strike him. The first time he had revealed an opening, it had been seen through. The second time he truly exposed a vulnerability, yet it was seized upon in an instant. Kyla believed in his judgment, convinced that this time he had not intentionally revealed it. Kyla did not continue the flurry of blows, instead launching an energy wave that slammed into Sapphire's waist. Pow! A tremendous pressure bore down on his insides, causing his chest to convulse, and Sapphire coughed up a mouthful of blood. Having landed a successful hit, Kyla stood at a distance, patiently waiting, refraining from pursuing further. Damn, this guy's judgment is truly exceptional. He realized that I had just braced myself for that strike, and was preparing to counterattack, so he instantly halted his advance. Now, Sapphire could not help but admire Kyla's precise timing in battle. There was no way to find an opening. Quickly regaining his composure, Sapphire brushed his back with one hand, alleviating the burning sensation. Kyla, I concede that your method of combat may lead you to victory over me. However, I must offer you a word of caution. A coward who shies away from direct confrontation, no matter how powerful, will ultimately meet defeat. Much like you, your strength has clearly surpassed that of your father. Yet you lack the courage to resist him. From the very beginning, you have already lost. If my estimations are correct, your fourth transformation has granted you nearly half again as much power as Krud. Yet you still do not dare to defy him. I do not know what you fear, but I am certain that if I perish here today, you too shall one day fall to another's hand. You must understand, I, Sapphire, have traversed the cosmos since childhood, never resorting to underhanded tactics in any battle. Even when employing strategies or evasions, I would never fight, as you do now. You do not deserve to be called a warrior, a sovereign. Sapphire's grandiloquence was merely an expression of his inner turmoil. He had no expectation that such words would alter anything. Winning should be spectacular, and losing should be honorable. Ella and the others should have already departed in their ship, leaving him without any lingering concerns. Victory would require no further discussion, while defeat would simply mean death. Ella, Pravaitai, farewell. Kyla, I shall not fear a coward. At this point, Sapphire had resolved himself to die, if Kyla continued in this manner. Sapphire was surely doomed. Kyla's gaze flickered, lost in thought. Sapphire, I must admit, you speak the truth. Although I hesitated before Krud, do not dare to claim that Kyla is incapable of action. Today, I shall face you head-on. I fear you not, for from this day forth, I shall be the new master of the universe. Kyla was resolute in his decision to fight, but whether Sapphire had the strength to unleash a final blow remained uncertain. Sapphire summoned the last vestiges of his might, yet the aura enveloping his arm was already thin and tenuous, barely discernible. Ha, Kyla, should I fall, I hope you will spare Ella and the others, if you fall. I shall also aid you in fulfilling your wishes. Come, let us determine our fates with one final blow. Clasping his arms together, he prepared to unleash the most familiar technique. Come forth, my ultimate attack. Sapphire roared with all his might and hurled it forward. Rest assured, as long as they do not provoke me, I shall act as if I have not seen them. Kyla extended one arm, his other hand gripping his shoulder, channeling all his energy as well. Go. Ultimate annihilation. The energies of the two surged forth almost simultaneously, colliding with tremendous force. The energies stirred up ripples upon ripples, causing the space around them to tremble. A stalemate. They were truly locked in a deadlock. Two individuals, unwilling to retreat, fervently advanced towards the center of their energy clash, attempting to amplify their energy output. Gradually, they drew closer, as if two palms were about to touch upon the energy sphere. I am the mightiest Super Saiyan. Sapphire roared in the final stages. I am the supreme ruler of the universe. Kyla retorted defiantly, his eyes ablaze with fury. Sapphire let out a primal scream, ultimately declaring, I am the true master of the universe. Suddenly, the energy line in Sapphire's hand thickened dramatically, akin to igniting the fuse of a final bomb, and the amassed energy sphere erupted violently, tearing apart the surrounding space and wrenching at their bodies. Witnessing Sapphire being flung back, blood gushing uncontrollably, Kyla finally allowed a smile to escape his lips. In the end, I have triumphed. Sapphire, upon seeing Kyla's body severed into pieces, secretly rejoiced. The ultimate victor is still I. Chapter 20. Judgment to Hell. Merely 3 hours after the fierce battle, Ayla, Dales, and Pravaitai hastened back, swiftly mending their wounds in hopes of assisting, should a stalemate arise with both the captain and Kyla gravely injured. The trio could potentially turn the tide. It must be around here. My memory does not falter. Pravaitai surveyed the vicinity in the vastness of space. Locating a figure proved exceedingly challenging, even for top-tier warriors with sharp eyesight. It was a daunting task. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, illuminated only by scattered starlight, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Save for the debris swirling around them, Ayla wore a worried expression. She had sensed Sapphire's aura vanish 2 hours prior, and Kyla's presence had similarly dissipated. Initially clinging to a glimmer of hope, the grim reality dawned upon her. Sapphire was likely. Split up and search. If you find anything, notify the others immediately, should there be any sudden developments. Coalesce your energies. Ayla rubbed her aching head, refusing to concede. She would not abandon her search until Sapphire's body was found. The trio diverged from their approach, each soaring towards different directions, yet all met with futility. Suddenly, Dales's voice erupted through the communicator. Hurry over. You must see this. Ayla's heart raced as she swiftly flew to Dales's location. Upon her arrival, she found Pravaitai standing alongside him, both with their backs turned. Fixated on something ahead. Look, Pravaitai pointed. Astonishingly, there lay a severed lower half of a body. Is that Kyla's lower half? Ayla exclaimed, not rejoicing at Kyla's demise, but rather at the implication that if Kyla had perished, it could confirm Sapphire's survival. Wonderful. This means the captain must still be alive. Pravitai's words echoed Ayla's inner thoughts. After a brief contemplation, Ayla swiftly made the most accurate deduction, based on the direction Kyla's body was flung. It is evident they exchanged their final blows. Thus, Sapphire must have either pursued Kyla's trajectory or taken the opposite path. You two head in the direction Kyla's body flew. I will search the opposing side. If all goes as expected, Sapphire must be gravely injured and unconscious. We must locate him quickly. With that, she wasted no time and darted off in the reverse direction. Pravitai and Dales exchanged glances before hastily departing as well. Ayla's anxiety mounted. Emerging from the spacecraft, she had relied on her energy to sustain her existence in the cosmos. With her immense Super Saiyan aura, she had maintained it for merely 2 hours. Depleting 2/3 of her strength, who could say how much energy Sapphire had left to expend, especially if he were unconscious? After half an hour of frantic flight, Pravitai's communicator buzzed again. They had discovered Kyla's upper half. Yet still no sign of Sapphire. Another 10 minutes passed, and Ayla finally located Sapphire. But the outcome was utterly unbearable. How could this be? You were victorious. Ayla found herself at a loss for words. The greatest despair in life is to be granted hope only to have it cruelly severed. This was precisely the anguish she now endured. Damn those frost demons. I will annihilate every last one of you. Ayla's wrath echoed through the cosmos. At that very moment, unbeknownst to Ayla, on the opposite end of the universe, a rotund figure with 2 antennas atop his head pointed towards their direction, erupting into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha, this is splendid. The universe is now rid of 2 formidable scourges. The rotund figure clapped his hands in celebration, his tiny eyes obscured by comically oversized sunglasses, yet revealing a ridiculous demeanor. With the words King of the Universe emblazoned across his chest, Your Excellency, what brings you such joy? Inquired a 3-eyed individual standing behind the rotund figure, halting his exercises. Oh, I'm simply elated. Just a few hours ago, 2 terrifying entities engaged in mutual destruction. Oh, such an event transpired? Were they particularly powerful? The 3-eyed figure seemed skeptical, having made significant progress in his training under the rotund figure's guidance. Indeed, these 2 were exceptionally fearsome. Could they possibly rival Frieza? Piped up a small child with a red circular mark on his face, timidly donning a black hat. Well, it's difficult to compare. They are in a league of their own. The rotund figure's words relieved the 2. Having initially feared the foes were immensely strong, only to learn they were not even on par with Frieza. Yet, the next words from the rotund figure sent chills down their spines. If those 2 unleashed their full potential, Frieza wouldn't withstand even 10 blows. His tone was unwavering, yet the revelation was staggering. What? That Frieza was vanquished through great effort by Goku and his companions? 10 blows. Ha ha ha. To be honest, I don't fully grasp that realm. But it's a conservative estimate. They could very well be stronger. Hence, their demise brings me such relief. The rotund figure hummed a merry tune as he strolled back to his chamber, leaving Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi in stunned silence. Unsure of how to proceed. Jiaozi, did you hear that? There exist such formidable beings in this world. We cannot fall behind. Indeed, strolling slowly along the shaded path, Sapphire felt a sense of resignation. What a predicament. To have no body and be compelled to generate one from energy, gazing towards the palace in the distance. With the words Yama's Hall clearly visible above, Sapphire scoffed. Based on his memories, he doubted anyone in this underworld could rival him. Even if he had to expend a significant portion of his energy to maintain corporeal form, without waiting in line, Sapphire simply walked inside, and due to his corporeal state, the lesser spirits dared not obstruct him. Mistaking him for a high-ranking figure. Who are you? Which deity referred you here? Yama casually glanced over Sapphire's form and inquired. Let me check. Sapphire, Saiyan, inherently calm, no contributions, countless slaughters? Ah, Sapphire, you are that Super Saiyan. Yama exclaimed in astonishment, scrutinizing the book of life and death, and indeed, it was true. That's right, I am Sapphire. What of it? Humph, you a villain, I sentence you to hell. Yama appeared unfazed, bellowing. Then, Sapphire felt the ground beneath him give way, a powerful gravitational force pulling him in unexpectedly. Chapter 21. Journey to Earth. Just a brief note. Recently, I've had many vexations. If I've offended any readers, I ask for your understanding. Also, I won't be replying to unnecessary reviews anymore. Too many people have expressed concerns about this book. which is based on a misunderstanding of my intent for writing it. In truth, I have two simple purposes for this book. First, to pay homage to Dragon Ball, my all-time favorite manga, far surpassing all others. Including the currently popular Naruto, I don't deny its merit, but in my heart, it pales in comparison to Dragon Ball. Second, to fill in the gaps. To be frank, I didn't notice the inconsistencies while reading Dragon Ball initially. But as the story progressed, the plot holes became increasingly evident, often leaving explanations wanting. This book presents various conjectures that the original work did not cover, which is the crux of it, although I am unsure what readers focus on. My emphasis lies in filling those gaps. Enough said. I originally intended to hear readers' opinions, but I've realized that won't work. Otherwise, it will only become more chaotic. Subsequent remarks and unnecessary comments will no longer elicit my responses. There is no need to berate the authors or criticize the protagonist. Such sentiments are futile. If you wish to read, simply do so. If the narrative offends your cherished Dragon Ball, feel free to click the red cross in the upper right corner. As he plummeted through the air, Sapphire attempted to employ the sky dance technique to ascend, yet it proved utterly ineffective. What is this intangible force? Sapphire sensed himself ensnared by a peculiar energy, rendering his physical strength inaccessible. As his body traversed the dense clouds, he had already been falling for several dozen seconds, yet the ground remained elusive. To hell, perhaps it is not such a dreadful prospect. Sapphire relinquished his body to the fall, his eyes scanning the surroundings to assess the situation. The judgment of King Yenluo regarding his descent to hell was of little concern. He merely pondered his next course of action. Ella had accompanied him to Earth and had heard tales of resurrection from the populace there. With her astuteness, it was inconceivable that she would not consider using Earth's Dragon Balls to revive him. It was merely a matter of time. The question remained, how would Sapphire navigate this interim period? Perhaps embarking on a journey through hell could prove to be an intriguing choice, breaking through the barrier of clouds. Sapphire finally glimpsed the ground below. Although he was still several hundred meters in the air, he felt his body regain some degree of control. Activating the sky dance technique, he halted mid-air and assessed his surroundings. The gravity here is 1/5 that of my home planet. The air is thin, and the environment is harsh, so this is hell. It is not as terrifying as one might expect. To Sapphire, aside from a slight suppression of his physical abilities in the challenging environment, it bore little difference to the outside world. It was akin to arriving on a subpar planet. What further perplexed him was the realization that even in this state, his soul seemed to experience the act of breathing. Tisich, never mind. I shall seek some amusement first. Sapphire surveyed the desolation around him, finding no trace of any spirits. After flying for several minutes, he finally spotted a creature hiding among the massive, gnarled trunks of dead trees. Descending gracefully, he seized the little demon and inquired, "Hey, little imp, do you know of any powerful beings around here?" The little demon appeared stunned by Sapphire's sudden appearance, dumbly pointing a finger at him. Sapphire was left speechless, and he barked again. "Kid, are you jesting with me? Quickly tell me where the overseer of this area is." At last, the little demon divulged that the overseers of this region were two beings known as the Red Ghost and the Blue Ghost. He provided a simple description, and Sapphire was confident he could locate them, allowing the little demon to go free. 10 minutes later, Sapphire indeed encountered the two beings, and their aura was not weak. Of course, this was merely relative to ordinary souls. "Hey, you two," the Red Ghost, who was grilling meat, slowly turned his head and asked, "Are you calling us?" The Red Ghost and Blue Ghost were the guardians of this area. Given the harsh conditions of hell, it was rare for them to acquire meat. Yet today they had fortuitously obtained a wild boar in high spirits. They intended to roast it for a delightful meal. That is when Sapphire made his entrance. More precisely, he was a Saiyan, but the two were in good humor and had no intention of reprimanding this intruder. They simply lacked the time to deal with him. "Wait, are there others here?" Sapphire chuckled, as it seemed these two were somewhat oblivious to the situation. The Blue Ghost inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma of the roast pig before rising contentedly. "Saiyan, do you not know that you should not disturb Lord Blue Ghost during mealtime?" A mere Saiyan, although hailed as a warrior race, was not particularly formidable in reality. Noticing that this individual was clearly an adult Saiyan, they assumed his battle prowess was somewhat notable, but they felt they could easily handle him. After all, souls in hell could not truly die. Bang, bang, thud. A minute later, both ghosts lay sprawled on the ground, while Sapphire pursed atop the Blue Ghost's back, grasping his head. "Can you now answer my questions?" he demanded. "What do you wish to ask?" The Blue Ghost replied, wincing in pain. 20 years ago, did a large number of Saiyans appear here? "Yes. However, most have already completed their penance in Hell and have been reincarnated. Currently, there are very few Saiyans left in Hell. And where are they now? How would I know? We are merely the overseers. We cannot control their actions, so I have no idea where they have gone. Alright, do you know where a Saiyan named Kluosa might be, and another named Really? Kluosa? The two ghosts exchanged glances and shook their heads that we have not heard of Kluosa. He must not have died yet. However, Really did exist, but she reincarnated 4 years ago. Is that so? Sapphire sighed. So, Mother has indeed passed away. I was unable to see her one last time. Yet, there was a silver lining. At least Sapphire learned that his father, Kluosa, was still alive, wandering the cosmos, albeit unknown as to his whereabouts. Now, one final question. Do you know where a being named Kyla has gone? His battle power is quite formidable. You should surely remember him. Sapphire had calculated the timing well. Kyla should have died a few minutes before him, thus arriving in Hell earlier. Kyla, that individual has never been to Hell. The Blue Ghost's response astonished Sapphire. How can that be? I distinctly witnessed his death. Sapphire was perplexed. His memories prior to death could not be mistaken. He had felt Kyla's energy completely dissipate before he himself drew his last breath. An immense confusion settled within Sapphire. He was eager to have Ella resurrect him. If Kyla was not dead, then their peril would be considerable. Upon receiving news of Sapphire's demise, Ella had locked herself away in her chamber, abstaining from food and drink for 10 days. Due to the urgency of the situation, Vegeta had utilized the ship's maximum speed, estimating they would return to base in about 10 days. Yet, this time the military had suffered a loss of 3/5 of its strength. And the invincible war god, Sapphire, had perished, undoubtedly a significant blow. Fortunately, the news of Sapphire's death had yet to be disseminated. Only a handful were privy to it, and among his subordinates, the prevailing narrative was that Sapphire had simply encountered new affairs. Thankfully, his subordinates had adapted to his prolonged absence and harbored no excessive suspicions. Finally, after 10 days, Ella emerged from her room, her red-rimmed eyes and dark circles revealing the toll of her ordeal. Her physique visibly diminished. Upon reappearing, she uttered but a single command to Vegeta and Dales: go to Earth, acquire the Dragon Balls, and resurrect Sapphire. But the Dragon Balls are not so easily obtained. Are they? There is also a Super Saiyan on Earth, whose battle power is not to be underestimated. Furthermore, the captain has instructed us to avoid antagonizing that Super Saiyan. Dales, aware of the circumstances, inquired. Humph, be silent. Do not mention that disgraceful Saiyan. With Sapphire absent, I shall take command. We will go to Earth to obtain the Dragon Balls. If they refuse to yield them, we shall seize them by force. No one shall impede my efforts to resurrect Sapphire. Chapter 22. Let us revive Sapphire. P.S. Recently, my condition has been poor, and updates will be problematic. This book is not for accolades, but for quality. The pace will be slow, so if you are interested, please be patient. Waiting is truly disheartening. Shortly after the three set off, Earth faced a new crisis. Vegeta performed single-finger push-ups, each droplet of sweat cascading from his brow without pause. The room was suffused with an eerie red hue, as if even the air had been compressed. 999, 1000. Vegeta completed the final push-up, propelled himself upward, and landed on the ground, a smirk gracing his lips. Humph. Kakarot, I shall make you aware that I am the mightiest Saiyan. Since their first encounter with Sapphire, Vegeta's extreme fury had ignited the dormant power of the Super Saiyan within him, and with continuous training, he had regained his resolve to fight once more. This time, I will undoubtedly defeat you utterly. I have now essentially transcended the initial transformation phase. With but a thought, I can transform, and my battle power has multiplied several times over. I refuse to believe that Kakarot can still match me. Vegeta envisioned Kakarot lying defeated at his feet, a sense of triumph washing over him as he laughed heartily. Wait, what about those other Super Saiyans? They likely transformed before me, and their mastery of Super Saiyan power may surpass mine. No, I must exert even more effort. Initially, Vegeta had intended to rest after completing his training, but recalling the pressure Sapphire had once imposed upon him, he steeled himself for more. What is this energy? Frieza. Vegeta instantaneously leapt out of the gravity chamber, seizing his attire and soaring into the skies. Simultaneously, Gohan, Piccolo, Tien, and the others sensed it. Damn it. This overwhelming aura cannot be mistaken. It is Frieza. On board a cosmic spacecraft, a tall man accompanied by a diminutive, fully mechanized figure gazed upon the azure planet. Is this the Earth you spoke of? such a minuscule sphere, easily obliterated with a single strike. No, Father, I believe it would be wiser to exterminate those Earthlings first and await the return of the Super Saiyan. The petite Frieza, having undergone extensive mechanization, possessed a strength far surpassing his previous capabilities, thereby granting him confidence to confront Son Goku once more. Moreover, with his father standing by his side, he felt no pressure whatsoever. The towering courage chuckled wryly. He wielded the ultimate power of a Super Saiyan. And in terms of sheer strength, he surpassed Vegeta, who had emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. Yet, at present, he chose not to transform, concealing his true potential.